In Elgin's bitter memoir, a game appeared, I am a dirty puddle. This was the voice of a Korean, who having been addicted to games for too long had become like a trodden-upon dirty puddle. It was the X-Mina. This virtual reality game had been released 15 years ago. Recalling memories, he remembered the scenery of nature he used to observe within the game. He had become deeply immersed in it, as if it were reality, and dedicated his life to it. In the blink of an eye, 15 years had passed, and Elgin, clad in armor, swiftly headed towards the blacksmith gate. However, a mechanical voice echoed in his ears. Hey, Rain. Why did you choose enhancement? What are you doing now? Elgin was so angry he wanted to curse. Hey, you stupid fool, aren't you just playing games again? The one conversing with that voice was Ray Elgin, a 35-year-old game addict. Where did you find such a high-yield opportunity? You've caught a chance to turn your life around. However, the other person merely hesitated and warned Elgin to be careful as soon as the door opened. And at this moment, don't rush, be calm. On this side, a dazzling beam of light was emanating from a pillar, proceeding in earnest prayer. Please, just this once, show us hope. Now he appeared before the firmly sealed sword. Since there were no new players, all existing players in the system were called determinants. I am a dirty puddle, one who has continued to play for 15 years, during which no more games were released. This sight suddenly ignited a firm resolve in Elgin's heart. All that was needed now was to become strong. From then on he didn't hesitate and went out to fight every monster. It was a good start. He never thought he had played this game for 15 years. In his subconscious, Elgin grew stronger and came to lead an army. He became a team leader, a guild master, and the lord of a castle. What he gained from the castle was barely enough to make a living. However, Elgin held the magic stone in his hand, smiled and admired it. A7 enhancement. With 7 I can pay off my debts. He relaxed his facial muscles and sighed with relief. I've lived as a game addict, drowning in debt for too long. Immediately after, Elgin placed the enhancement stone back in the enhancement spot, and a powerful purple light emanated. A notification sound rang from the system. Execution sword has been enhanced to stage 1. Upon seeing the light emanating, his face gradually contorted. Now I'm starting to feel alright. If I were afraid, a chance to touch the enhancement stone would never come. Successive sounds echoed. Enhancement successful. Execution sword has been enhanced to stage 2. A few seconds later, the notification sound rang once again. Enhancement successful. Execution sword has been enhanced to stage 3. Elgin tightly gripped the enhancement stone in his hand and smiled, filled with excitement. Alright, let's do this. The system displayed another notification. Enhancement successful. Execution sword has been enhanced to stage 4. Watching the sword continuously enhance, he gradually became frenzied and shouted, It's not over yet, let's raise it to a higher stage. As Elgin expected, the system's sound rang out again. Enhancement successful. Execution sword has been enhanced to stage 5. His eyes widened with excitement. Elgin laughed heartily. Amazing, it keeps enhancing. Suddenly, an admiring notification reappeared. It seems a smiling god has smiled upon you today, Rain. He was extremely satisfied with this result. He mused on the thought that he had smoothly raised the sword to stage 5 using just 1 enhancement stone. I'm so excited. Now the real fun begins. Immediately after, he clasped his hands, raised his head, and prayed to all the gods he could remember. Please grant me strength. And Elgin placed the enhancement stone back in its spot once more. Let's begin. A stream of light emanated from the center of the execution sword. Fortunately, the familiar voice of the system rang out again. Enhancement successful. Execution sword has been enhanced to stage 6. He clenched his fists and shouted, filled with excitement. Unconcealed joy rapidly spread across Elgin's face. Today is truly a great day. He unhesitatingly pulled out a mysterious, exquisite enhancement stone. Now the important thing is to raise it to stage 7. That's all it takes. In the blink of an eye, the enhancement stone, not betraying Elgin's expectations, flew towards the sword. Alright, let's go. As the two combined, they emitted immense power and resonated with the enhancement success notification. Sword's power has been enhanced to stage 7. Hearing this, he couldn't contain his joy and shouted loudly. Elgin's eyes flashed white with astonishment. Enhancement to stage 7 in just one go. However, the system's silence made him pause for a few seconds. Elgin looked at it and doubted in his heart. I'm not being tricked again, am I? Haven't I paid off all my debts? As the system remained silent, he shed tears of emotion. Now I can start over. It will be a good beginning. However, a sudden unease flickered across his face. Elgin quickly glanced at the powerful treasure, the mighty sword that had existed since creation. With just this, I could hunt high-level monsters and earn a lot of money. Do I need this to pay off all my debts now? If I were to sell it, sadness quickly replaced all other emotions, bringing down his mood. What will happen next? At this point, the system couldn't resist interrupting. Go on, what can you do with empty hands? At that, Elgin's eyebrows immediately furrowed. I am 35 years old. His eyes helplessly kept looking forward. I'm just a game addict. Following this, Elgin turned his head back towards the gleaming sword. Just one more time, just one more time. After a brief silence, he couldn't help but utter a meaningless remark. The cost to go from 7 to 8 would be enormous, wouldn't it? Images of the entertainment he enjoyed in the real world flashed through Elgin's mind. My life is ruined. Will the starting point become the destination? Immediately after, Elgin felt cornered by a towering pressure. It was a life with no one. Recalling everything, Elgin gradually became discouraged and thought, if I succeed I could naturally buy an apartment with the principal. The system also urged him from the side, hey Elgin, act rationally, you're not thinking straight right now. Immediately after, as if encouraged, he stood up straight and waved his hands high, full of excitement. Alright, let's go. The sword was placed back in the enhancement spot once more, and the light emanating from it dazzlingly obscured his vision. The system soon announced the message, Execution Sword 8 enhancement successful. As soon as Elgin saw it, his eyes widened with excitement. He burst into tears of joy, spread his arms, looked up at the sky, and mumbled to himself, oh my gods, you truly exist. The system also rejoiced along with him, saying, wow, today is truly your day. Elgin, shedding tears, shouted, yes, today is my day. Suddenly he paused as if something had occurred to him. He stared down at the sword in the enhancement spot and the notification window for a long time. Enhancement successful. Execution Sword 8 has been created. Elgin narrowed his eyes and his face hardened. He continued to glare at the words Execution Sword 8 feet displayed by the system. Then Elgin sighed wearily and smiled. He firmed his resolve and picked up an enhancement stone once more. Oh, the system loudly interjected. Hey you crazy bastard, are you insane? Elgin gritted his teeth and replied, I told you. A man's life is a single shot. However, the system continued to shout, stop it, you madman, what if you lose everything like that? Elgin also understood it well and calculated inwardly. 9 enhancement has an extremely low probability, a 0.0012 chance. If I overcome that barrier I could gain immense wealth incomparable to 8. Elgin began to envision a beautiful future, a luxurious apartment in Gangnam. The faces of people who had coldly turned away from him also surfaced in his subconscious. He wished to restore all relationships with acquaintances who had grown distant. Elgin smiled happily, dressed in a sophisticated suit. The most brilliant youthful period of his life, even more wonderful days than before, would come. He gritted his teeth and firmly stated, today a legendary 9 weapon will be born from my hands. In his thoughts, Elgin was special, indeed very special. A radiance enveloped him because today was his day. However, immediately after, everything went dark and the system's scream echoed in his despair. The sword in the enhancement zone disappeared. The system displayed a notification. Enhancement failed. Execution Sword 8 has been destroyed. Only a blank expression appeared on his face. Elgin's hands also suddenly began to tremble and he couldn't clench them. Why can't a 9 weapon be mine? Anger quickly overwhelmed his bewildered mind. What kind of day is this that I lose everything? Just then, the familiar voice reappeared. Rain. The next words made Elgin tremble in fear. You are entering. At this moment, countless images flashed through his empty mind. Where am I being dragged to? Am I going to be thrown half-body into a cement barrel or be ground into chicken feet? Elgin's vision rapidly blurred before the dazzling light, but he didn't forget to curse. Damn it, if I had stopped at 7, I wouldn't be in this state now. Even if I had stopped at 8, I would have had a villa and nothing would have happened. If I had stopped, I could have lived a wonderful life. Suddenly, agitation arose in Elgin's heart. No, that's not it. I shouldn't have enhanced this. I shouldn't have done that. Now his tears and snot streamed down like rain from regret. I should have stayed far away from this game. It ruined my life from the start. If I could start my life over, but reality was not like a dream, which made Elgin blame himself even more. But it's too late. Before the blue screen he could only monologue to himself. A second life is one of the determinants. All I can do now is slowly die. However, at that helpless moment there was a subtle tremor in space. Elgin's scream also gradually faded due to that phenomenon. What? He unconsciously spat. I'm dizzy. Is this due to fatigue and stress? Eventually, Elgin, still unconscious, floated entirely in the air. Just a few seconds later, he suddenly woke up in a hospital bed as if from a nightmare. A soft light suddenly shone in his eyes, causing Elgin to freeze blankly. Before his eyes an IV bag was visible, and at the end of the bed a paper with the patient's name was attached. The scene before him appeared so suddenly that Elgin had no time to adapt. What? Where am I? Just then a voice with a hint of delight echoed. You're awake? The old doctor couldn't hide his joy at seeing him. Ray, Elgin, we were really worried about you. Only Elgin remained blank, understanding nothing. Shall I make a call for you? You applied for the experience group, didn't you? Seeing that he hadn't calmed down yet, the doctor replied without any anger. But during the trial experience you had a seizure, so everyone had to bring you to the hospital. These words went in one ear and out the other for Elgin, plunging him into extreme confusion. Experience group, trial release. What is that person talking about? This was a very familiar scene. The secretary standing next to him also quickly explained everything. As an apology, the director will provide the best conditions to help your recovery. This matter has been resolved. We ask that you keep this a secret from everyone. When he looked up at the clock, a strange sensation suddenly appeared in Elgin's subconscious. Is this déjà vu? It felt so vivid. So without hesitation he excitedly asked the two people, I've only been here for 15 minutes, what's going on? However, as soon as he finished speaking, Elgin realized something and was startled. I've completely come to my senses. His eyes drooped with sadness again. No friends, no family, just an existence cast out into society. While he was lost in thought like that, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind, startling Elgin. Could it be that I've returned to the past? In Elgin's bitter memoir, a game appeared. I'm a dirty puddle. This was the voice of a Korean who, having been addicted to games for too long, had become like a trodden-upon dirty puddle. It was the ex-Mina. This virtual reality game had been released 15 years ago. Recalling memories, he remembered the scenery of nature he used to observe within the game. He had become deeply immersed in it, as if it were reality, and dedicated his life to it. In the blink of an eye, 15 years had passed, and Elgin, clad in armor, swiftly headed towards the blacksmith gate. However, a mechanical voice echoed in his ears. Hey, Ray Elgin, why did you choose enhancement? What are you doing now? Elgin was so angry he wanted to curse. Hey, you stupid fool, aren't you just playing games again? The one conversing with that voice was Rain, a 35-year-old game addict. Where did you find such a high-yield opportunity? You've caught a chance to turn your life around. However, the other person merely hesitated and warned Elgin to be careful as soon as the door opened. And at this moment, don't rush, be calm. On this side, a dazzling beam of light was emanating from a pillar, preceding an earnest prayer. Please, just this once, show us hope. Now he appeared before the firmly sealed sword. Since there were no new players, all existing players in the system were called determinants. I am a dirty puddle, one who has continued to play for 15 years, during which no more games were released. This sight suddenly ignited a firm resolve in Elgin's heart. All that was needed now was to become strong. From then on he didn't hesitate and went out to fight every monster. It was a good start. He never thought he had played this game for 15 years. In his subconscious, Elgin grew stronger and came to lead an army. He became a team leader, a guild master, and the lord of a castle. What he gained from the castle was barely enough to make a living. However, Elgin held the magic stone in his hand, smiled and admired it. 7 enhancement. With 7 enhancement I can pay off my debts. He relaxed his facial muscles and sighed with relief. I've lived as a game addict, drowning in debt for too long. Immediately after, Elgin placed the enhancement stone back in the enhancement spot, and a powerful purple light emanated. A notification sound rang from the system. Execution sword has been enhanced to stage 1. Upon seeing the light emanating, his face gradually contorted. Now I'm starting to feel all right. If I were afraid, the chance to touch the enhancement stone would never come. Successive sounds echoed. Enhancement successful. Execution sword has been enhanced to stage 2. A few seconds later, the notification sound rang once again. Enhancement successful. Execution sword has been enhanced to stage 3. Elgin tightly gripped the enhancement stone in his hand and smiled, filled with excitement. Alright, let's do this. The system displayed another notification. Enhancement successful. Execution sword has been enhanced to stage 4. Watching the sword continuously enhance, he gradually became frenzied and shouted, "It's not over yet. Let's raise it to a higher stage." As Elgin expected, the system's sound rang out again. Enhancement successful. Execution sword has been enhanced to stage 5. His eyes widened with excitement. Elgin laughed heartily. Amazing, it keeps enhancing. Suddenly, an admiring notification reappeared. It seems a smiling god has smiled upon you today, Rain. He was extremely satisfied with this result. He mused on the thought that he had smoothly raised the sword to stage 5 using just 1 enhancement stone. I'm so excited. Now the real fun begins. Immediately after, he clasped his hands, raised his head, and prayed to all the gods he could remember. Please grant me strength. And Elgin placed the enhancement stone back in its spot once more. Let's begin. A stream of light emanated from the center of the execution sword. Fortunately, the familiar voice of the system rang out again. Enhancement successful. Execution sword has been enhanced to stage 6. He clenched his fists, filled with excitement. Unconcealed joy rapidly spread across Elgin's face. Today is truly a great day. He unhesitatingly pulled out a mysterious, exquisite enhancement stone. Now the important thing is to raise it to stage 7. That's all it takes. In the blink of an eye, the enhancement stone, not betraying Elgin's expectations, flew towards the sword. Alright, let's go. As the two combined, they emitted immense power and resonated with the enhancement success notification. Sword's power has been enhanced to stage 7. Hearing this, he couldn't contain his joy and shouted loudly. Elgin's eyes flashed white with astonishment. Enhancement to stage 7 in just one go. However, the system's silence made him pause for a few seconds. Elgin looked at it and doubted in his heart. I'm not being tricked again, am I? Haven't I paid off all my debts? As the system remained silent, he shed tears of emotion. Now I can start over. It will be a good beginning. However, a sudden unease flickered across his face. Elgin quickly glanced at the powerful treasure, the mighty sword that had existed since creation. With just this, I could hunt high-level monsters and earn a lot of money. Do I need this to pay off all my debts now if I were to sell it? Sadness quickly replaced all other emotions, bringing down his mood. What will happen next? At this point, the system couldn't resist interrupting. Go on, what can you do with empty hands? At that, Elgin's eyebrows immediately furrowed. I am 35 years old. His eyes helplessly kept looking forward. I'm just a game addict. Following this, Elgin turned his head back towards the gleaming sword. Just one more time, just one more time. After a brief silence, he couldn't help but utter a meaningless remark. The cost to go from 7 to 8 would be enormous, wouldn't it? Images of the entertainment he enjoyed in the real world flashed through Elgin's mind. My life is ruined. Will the starting point become the destination? Immediately after, Elgin felt cornered by a towering pressure. It was a life with no one. Recalling everything, Elgin gradually became discouraged and thought, if I succeed, I could naturally buy an apartment with the principal. The system also urged him from the side, hey Elgin, act rationally. "You're not thinking straight right now." Immediately after, as if encouraged, he stood up straight and waved his hands high, full of excitement. "All right, let's go." The sword was placed back in the enhancement spot once more, and the light emanating from it dazzlingly obscured his vision. The system soon announced the message: Execution Sword 8 enhancement successful. As soon as Elgin saw it, his eyes widened with excitement. He burst into tears of joy, spread his arms, looked up at the sky, and mumbled to himself, "Oh my gods, you truly exist." The system also rejoiced along with him, saying, "Wow, today is truly your day." Elgin, shedding tears, shouted, "Yes, today is my day." Suddenly he paused as if something had occurred to him. He stared down at the sword in the enhancement spot and the notification window for a long time. Enhancement successful. Execution Sword 8 has been created. Elgin narrowed his eyes and his face hardened. He continued to glare at the words Execution Sword 8 feet displayed by the system. Then Elgin sighed wearily and smiled. He firmed his resolve and picked up an enhancement stone once more. "Oh," the system loudly interjected. "Hey, you crazy bastard, are you insane?" Elgin gritted his teeth and replied, "I told you. A man's life is a single shot." However, the system continued to shout, "Stop it, you madman, what if you lose everything like that?" Elgin also understood it well and calculated inwardly. 9 enhancement has an extremely low probability, a 0.0012 chance. If I overcome that barrier, I could gain immense wealth incomparable to 8. Elgin began to envision a beautiful future, a luxurious apartment in Gangnam. The faces of people who had coldly turned away from him also surfaced in his subconscious. He wished to restore all relationships with acquaintances who had grown distant. Elgin smiled happily, dressed in a sophisticated suit. The most brilliant youthful period of his life, even more wonderful days than before, would come. He gritted his teeth and firmly stated, "Today a legendary 9 weapon will be born from my hands." In his thoughts, Elgin was special, indeed very special. A radiance enveloped him because today was his day. However, immediately after, everything went dark and the system's scream echoed in his despair. The sword in the enhancement zone disappeared. The system displayed a notification. Enhancement failed. Execution Sword 8 has been destroyed. Only a blank expression appeared on his face. Elgin's hands also suddenly began to tremble and he couldn't clench them. "Why can't a 9 weapon be mine?" Anger quickly overwhelmed his bewildered mind. "What kind of day is this that I lose everything?" Just then, the familiar voice reappeared. "Rain." The next words made Elgin tremble in fear. "You are entering." At this moment, countless images flashed through his empty mind. Where am I being dragged to? Am I going to be thrown half-body into a cement barrel or be ground into chicken feet? Elgin's vision rapidly blurred before the dazzling light, but he didn't forget to curse. "Damn it, if I had stopped at 7, I wouldn't be in this state now. Even if I had stopped at 8, I would have had a villa and nothing would have happened. If I had stopped, I could have lived a wonderful life." Suddenly, agitation arose in Elgin's heart. "No, that's not it. I shouldn't have enhanced this. I shouldn't have done that." Now his tears and snot streamed down like rain from regret. I should have stayed far away from this game. It ruined my life from the start. If I could start my life over." But reality was not like a dream, which made Elgin blame himself even more. But it's too late. Before the blue screen he could only monologue to himself. "A second life is one of the determinants. All I can do now is slowly die." However, at that helpless moment there was a subtle tremor in space. Elgin's scream also gradually faded due to that phenomenon. "What?" he unconsciously spat. "I'm dizzy. Is this due to fatigue and stress?" Eventually, Elgin, still unconscious, floated entirely in the air. Just a few seconds later, he suddenly woke up in a hospital bed as if from a nightmare. A soft light suddenly shone in his eyes, causing Elgin to freeze blankly. Before his eyes, an IV bag was visible, and at the end of the bed a paper with the patient's name was attached. The scene before him appeared so suddenly that Elgin had no time to adapt. "What? Where am I?" Just then, a voice with a hint of delight echoed. "You're awake?" The old doctor couldn't hide his joy at seeing him. "Ray, Elgin, we were really worried about you." Only Elgin remained blank, understanding nothing. "Shall I make a call for you? You applied for the experience group, didn't you?" Seeing that he hadn't calmed down yet, the doctor replied without any anger, "But during the trial experience you had a seizure, so everyone had to bring you to the hospital." These words went in one ear and out the other for Elgin, plunging him into extreme confusion. Experience group, trial release, what is that person talking about? This was a very familiar scene. The secretary standing next to him also quickly explained everything. "As an apology, the director will provide the best conditions to help your recovery. This matter has been resolved. We ask that you keep this a secret from everyone." When he looked up at the clock, a strange sensation suddenly appeared in Elgin's subconscious. Is this déjà vu? It felt so vivid. So without hesitation he excitedly asked the two people, "I've only been here for 15 minutes, what's going on?" However, as soon as he finished speaking, Elgin realized something and was startled. "I've completely come to my senses." His eyes drooped with sadness again. No friends, no family, just an existence cast out into society. While he was lost in thought like that, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind, startling Elgin. Could it be that I've returned to the past? Instantly, all the bitter images rushed back into his mind. So is this 15 years ago? Was everything just a dream? The scene changed to a humble but sun-drenched neighborhood. The dilapidation of things made the houses look somber. Elgin still stared silently and helplessly in one direction. Now he could lie on the ground and close his eyes for a moment. However, a mirror next to him clearly reflected Elgin's curiosity. As soon as he looked at himself in the mirror, Elgin was startled to see himself smooth-skinned and without a single wrinkle. He quickly stood up and looked at his neat appearance. This was not the face of a 35-year-old man ravaged by cigarettes and alcohol. Nevertheless, there was a slight hint of lifelessness in Elgin's eyes. In the mirror, his gaze appeared infinitely pitiable. The beautiful reflection in the mirror made him doubt whether everything was a hallucination, so Elgin vividly recalled happy memories, images of soldiers, and even moments of killing beasts and achieving great feats. Everything had merely been a nightmare. Elgin's self-reproaching, tear-filled face returned to the familiar image of a gamer, and he chastised himself. This damned game turned my life upside down. The reason I resisted was nothing. As the image of a young girl appeared in Elgin's mind, he was instantly agitated. The child was live-streaming, having acquired a new item. Instead of a trade screen, he should have punched her. The image of the girl being ambushed quickly flashed through his mind. While foolishly wandering the hunting grounds, she was captured by a rival guild. At the moment, the girl no longer had the strength to grasp at straws. She was dealt with by them and lost the item she had brought. And of course, the child who stole the item disappeared without a trace. Elgin's endless battles made him feel nothing but bitterness. After that, I did everything I could to fill the void of the lost item. I hunted high-level monsters and sold all the dropped items. I even took out personal loans. Then the loan shark's sneering smile reappeared. If you hunt and pick up dropped items, you'll be able to pay off all your debts. With a bit of luck, you might even get some great stuff. Elgin's pale face hardened further. All I know is gaming. I tried to solve real-world problems with games. Suddenly, the rapidly fluctuating words of the stock market flashed through his mind. The stock value of the game, released 15 years ago, plummeted over time. Its commercial value dropped tenfold, and in all aspects it fell 100-fold. Forgetting about the principal, even paying just the interest became increasingly difficult. The flow of memories quickly connected with the carefully protected iron sword. Eventually, I gathered all possible loans to buy the sword of domination. I thought that if I became strong and sold it, everything would be fine. Faced with the negative images of his life, Elgin could only silently accept it. Anyway, having finally returned to reality, he still remained blank and silent before the mirror. Elgin's eyes suddenly narrowed. But you're telling me everything was a dream? However, he eventually sighed to calm himself. And then Elgin gritted his teeth and shouted, "Absolutely not." His pupils suddenly contracted as he realized that the promotion period to increase sales was 15 years ago. So Elgin realized his actions. I staked my entire life on it. At this moment, his gaze turned towards something familiar yet strange again. Anyway, a white machine quickly opened its lid before Elgin's eyes. You'll see when you try it. The familiar logo quickly appeared and a dazzling light magically emanated from beneath his feet. Simultaneously, a notification quickly appeared from the system. The Ex Machina, welcome. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding space transformed into a beautiful sky. Blue leaves accentuated the bright sky and the sunlight was warm. Elgin couldn't hide his joyful smile at the sight. As expected, a towering spire appeared, further emboldening him. It's not a dream, it's exactly like 15 years ago. As soon as he stepped on the last stair, Elgin was slightly agitated. However, the future he had seen was not necessarily entirely accurate. What if the ending was completely different for this game? At this moment, his eyes suddenly lit up. Elgin, neither fast nor slow, waved his arm to call up the system and check his assets. However, all the images simply summarized to an ordinary sword, a piece of wood, and items with no good options. But in the end, he could ask for nothing more and could only pick up that piece of wood. There was nothing more he could do now. Wooden training sword. Beginner dagger. Attack power 10, indestructible, the only item that automatically breaks upon leaving the training area. The wooden training sword can only be used in the training area. As soon as he gained strength, Elgin had to face a D-rank slaughter bee. Its characteristics were poison, hard wings, and swarming. He scoffed, very confident in his guess. Just as I expected, it's the monster I found first. Immediately after, the slaughter bee charged straight at Elgin. He hardened his face and pierced the slaughter bee with the piece of wood. After defeating the slaughter bee, Elgin landed on the ground and sneered. This is too simple. But it wasn't as easy as he thought. The slaughter bee returned furiously, preparing to attack again. It swung its sharp claws at Elgin. He constantly swayed and moved back and forth to dodge all those sharp claws. After a while, Elgin quickly jumped far away to evade. After escaping the slaughter bee's claws, Elgin leapt without hesitation. While the slaughter bee was immobile, he gained an advantageous position and pointed his sword at the slaughter bee. Scanning from top to bottom, Elgin quickly noticed something strange. Clearly, the vital spot was here. He wanted to mercilessly stab the unfortunate slaughter bee with his sword to finish it. Even its flapping wings suddenly stiffened. Elgin's facial muscles contracted very quickly, and the hand holding the wooden sword suddenly tightened with force. With just one move, he successfully cut down the slaughter bee with his sword. Then his bloodied hand once again drew Elgin's gaze. My body feels so light. This kind of movement is impossible for a 35-year-old body. He recalled his former self. Is my character young because I was originally young? The neatly trimmed wings continued to stand out in Elgin's eyes. He couldn't resist his curiosity and plunged his hand into the slaughter bee's body. Let's see. Dropped items. Soon there was a slight change in Elgin's expression. He unconsciously felt satisfied looking at the item in his hand. Not bad. D-rank Slaughter Bee's Sting one-handed weapon. The player is afflicted with paralyzing poison. When attacked, the enemy is stunned for 1 second. After achieving this, Elgin stood up again, swaying slightly. Immediately after, his mood was very satisfied, mixed with a hint of confidence. Good, everything is exactly as I remember it. Before the crescent moon emblem at the top of the tower, Elgin could realize everything. I really have returned to the past 15 years ago. On the highest floor, he couldn't help but feel grateful inwardly. To get a second chance, a bold thought quickly seized Elgin's mind. Before, I just wanted to enjoy the game. I never finished it that way. Anyway, on the golden sandy beach, a few black footprints were clearly marked, just as he had said. This time will be different. A strange and cunning expression quickly appeared on Elgin's face. I'll seize all the opportunities, items, and fragments in the game and stand at the top. And since I've come this far, I'm really going to enjoy this game. In the middle of the vast space, a tall tower stood alone. The tower of training consisted of 10 floors in total. The difficulty and number of monsters increase with each floor passed. One must ascend to the 10th floor to enter the main world. The assassin bee was defeated in just a few seconds. The monsters in this game are set to be very strong, taking at least 5 minutes to defeat an assassin bee. The one who defeated it was none other than Elgin. He stood arrogantly trampling it. However, it took me less than 5 seconds. I had enough information about this game. Given that, he could defeat numerous assassin bees in the blink of an eye with agile movements. I can minimize combat time by attacking vital spots. Before long, Elgin arrived in front of a statue engraved with the number 3. He thought to himself, the 3rd floor means 3 monsters. In his mind, there was also a wall engraved with the number 6. The 6th floor will have 6 monsters. The more he thought about it, the more excited Elgin became. He looked ahead, continuously wearing a satisfied smile. Even if you all come at me at once, it's nothing. With a few simple attacks, Elgin defeated numerous assassin bees. The entire space began to sink into a quiet darkness. Everything felt increasingly suffocating. The corpses of the assassin bees lay splattered on the ground, seemingly without the strength to retaliate. Before Elgin's eyes was now a wall engraved with the number 9. Seeing it, he unconsciously let out a sigh. Elgin stood panting, looking exhausted. However, the sword was still firmly gripped in his hand. Suddenly, a system notification sound rang out, drawing his attention. Floor 9 has been cleared in a short amount of time. This has been recorded as a new world record. Would you like to leave a name? Then he unconsciously ran his hand through his hair, revealing his outstanding good looks. Not long after, Elgin opened his mouth with an indifferent expression. Foolish. The system quickly updated his information. Player name has been recorded. You can select the floor 10 boss difficulty. Current boss difficulty is DCC. The continuous news reaching Elgin's ears greatly surprised him, and he thought to himself, there's never been a case like this before. An image of a mysterious man flashed in Elgin's mind. If I recall correctly, a high-ranking player mentioned that this tower of training held numerous hidden fragments and privileges. He stared intently at the system notification board and muttered, this privilege seems to be given only to those who set a new record. Elgin was calculating very meticulously. C grade is 10 times harder than D grade, and one C grade monster is at least 100 times stronger than a D grade monster. An ordinary person would not be able to suddenly raise the difficulty like this. However, he unconsciously reached out his hand to the system notification screen with a serious expression. Then the system notification sound began to ring again. Boss difficulty has been set to C. At this, Elgin said with a triumphant smile, I am Stan Water, there's no way I'll lose. I am the dirty puddle who defeated both A and S grade monsters. Thinking so, Elgin ascended the stairs in a hurry with a victorious smile. His voice echoed in the narrow space. I won't be defeated by something like a C grade. As time passed, Elgin's face shone even brighter with excitement, wearing a broad smile. Simultaneously, a loud whisper began to be heard from somewhere. Did you hear what happened? A hidden boss appeared in the tower of training. This game hasn't been defeated for a long time. How could that person do it? Look up there, they've been defeated lol. Moreover, a player achieved an incredible clear time on the 9th floor. Lol, that player is Korean. Of course, look at the name he left. Stan Water. Doesn't it seem like that water has turned on again? Wow, that's really crazy. It's Stan Water. Aren't they live streaming? They've shared really good items, a girl said with an admiring expression. I've never seen such a person. Such people should be more famous. Even the plump boy next to her couldn't hide his surprise and said, to defeat a C-grade monster at level 4, who is that person? It's truly unbelievable. A man with a broad forehead was deep in thought. What's going on? Another plump boy continuously sweated, admiring inwardly. I came here as soon as the news broke that someone had cleared the 10th floor. But how could that be? I need to mark all players who can escape Newbie Valley. They all focus their attention on the 4 mysterious people, believing they will soon be revealed to everyone. As soon as they come out of here, I will immediately scout them. The Skeleton King suddenly appeared before Elgin in a terrifying form. The Skeleton King attacked Elgin, but Elgin skillfully dodged with ease. Elgin quickly counterattacked and shouted loudly, you know all my skills and you thought I'd get hit by that punch. Once I use this skill, I won't get hit by your attacks again. A new notification rang from the system. D-rank Assassin B's Sting one-handed weapon. Player is afflicted with paralyzing poison. Ignores rank and level when attacked. The enemy is stunned for 1 second. This made Elgin even more excited. He continued to rush forward with a victorious smile, saying, "Compared to the battles I've fought, the Skeleton King is just a weakling." Then the system's voice interrupted. Elgin. Level 10, newbie, no privilege. Resistance 29,100 equipment. Wooden sword D, one-handed sword, no skills. Elgin easily defeated his opponent in the blink of an eye, he sneered. Look at all these forces, disappointing. Do I have to be high level to reach RHAVOC in the low level zone? Elgin shouldered his sword and smiled confidently. I finally passed this gate. The Skeleton King was now tattered, his body broken into several pieces. Wearing shining armor, Elgin admired with great satisfaction. There must have been a reason I was an old player. Looking at the collected items, he was very proud. I've also acquired a few useful items. The name of this armor is Rebel Iron Armor, and when attacked by stronger enemies, poisonous thorns grow. Elgin happily raised his hand and exclaimed, "It's time to leave the tutorial area now." He put his hands on his waist and said with an arrogant expression, "In this game, items are more important than stats. With this C-grade equipment, I'll probably get special healing properties. Should I try to collect the whole set?" Suddenly, he burst out laughing and ran off. Oh, that's right, there was one more thing to check. Elgin easily leaped over dangerous walls not long after. He found a stone with a special mark. This delighted Elgin, making him exclaim loudly, "I found it." The moment Elgin touched it, it glowed strangely. "I heard information about this high level in an interview. If I clear the 10th floor of the Tower of Training in record time, the true 2nd floor of the tower will open." Everything changed in the blink of an eye. The wall crumbled, revealing a mysterious passage. Elgin couldn't hide his joy at this sight and exclaimed, "It really was here. I've never seen this floor before, so I was a little skeptical. They said this was the hardest challenge in this game." The next moment, he kicked something inside excitedly. "Bring it on." The joy of victory was evident on Elgin's face. Suddenly, something burst out from within. It charged at him quickly, and Elgin unconsciously leaned back to dodge. He fell to the floor with a shocked expression. Elgin quickly got up, stood before the colossal hand, and exclaimed with a surprised look, "What?" After that, Elgin continuously had to dodge its attacks. He hastily fled from the spot. As he ran, he muttered with an annoyed expression, "Even after 15 years, C-grade monsters can't defeat this thing, my god. Such a monster can appear?" Then an explosion occurred behind him. Elgin was blown backward by the impact of the explosion. His eyes widened in panic, and he shouted loudly, "Are you kidding me? How am I supposed to defeat that?" At this moment, a colossal monster stood before Elgin. It was the dragon dungeon torturer who had shattered the dragon's lair and made this place his own dungeon. Elgin recoiled in fear. An S-grade monster in the tutorial? Are they trying to make it impossible for anyone to defeat? Damn it, I underestimated this world again. The torturer's gigantic arm with sharp thorns on its wrist swung directly at Elgin. Fortunately, Elgin gritted his teeth and managed to dodge its terrifying punch. It grazed right above his head. Elgin quickly jumped away to avoid the deadly punch. In the dragon's prison, there was a terrifying monster that even soldiers feared. It was the dragon dungeon torturer, a draconic creature and one of the few races that dominated the continent. This monster first appeared 10 years after the game's release. Most players rebelled against this massive alliance. It suddenly appeared for the first time on the front lines. With enormous movement speed for its size, combat strategies against it were extremely difficult. Many tank units were immediately defeated. Another powerful punch from the torturer struck Elgin's side, causing him to break out in a cold sweat in surprise. Elgin was extremely angry and anxious. He exclaimed, "How can I catch something that even experts can defeat?" Its colossal hand swung down, creating immense destructive power, and the ground shook and fractured, sending fragments flying everywhere. Simultaneously, Elgin was also affected by that force. He flipped upside down in the air. Elgin was bewildered by what had just happened, but he quickly spun a few times and landed firmly on the ground, only being pushed back a few steps. Elgin looked at the torturer's ferocious face with curiosity. "Isn't there anything strange?" It bared its sharp teeth and let out an enraged roar towards the sky. Elgin stood silently, observing him intently. He realized something and smiled confidently. Of course, at this moment the torturer was extremely enraged, clenching its fist tightly, blue veins bulging and the sharp thorns on its wrist turning red as if trying to break free from restraints. This made him wonder, isn't he slow enough to dodge because of those restraints? The things embedded in its body prevent it from using its true strength and speed. Its body began to change, and sharp thorns grew on its back. Seeing it glow with a flame-like red flash, preparing to counterattack, Elgin joyfully discovered, "I see, this monster is actually a weakened version of the torturer." He extended his colossal hand towards him, and Elgin, unafraid, tightly gripped the sword in his hand and provoked the game system. That really makes it interesting. This is just a dirty revival designed to eliminate pathetic newbies. He leaned his sword back and quickly rushed forward to attack its leg. With lightning-fast movements, a clean strike cut it, but his attack was in vain. It had no effect and barely reduced its health. The HP bar showed 129,999,875, 130 million. Indeed, even with such a simple strike, he looked back at him in surprise with a questioning expression. Elgin also looked back at him. He bit his lip, a little uneasy, but then changed his expression and gave him a provoking smile. The torturer immediately counterattacked with a punch, and he sighed in discouragement. A wooden sword, armor, and even poison, all three combined only deal 25 damage, no better than an ant bite. Elgin lightly dodged the punch and continued the tangled thoughts in his head. But if I focus, I can avoid being a chach. Not to mention that this wooden training sword is indestructible equipment. Elgin showed some confidence that this sword would last throughout his fight with it. At least I won't have to worry about it breaking during combat. The system displayed the wooden sword's information. Wooden training sword D grade, one-handed sword, attack power 10, indestructible, unique, automatically breaks upon leaving the training area. Unique wooden training sword can only be used in the training area. Elgin chose to fight a fated battle. He no longer wanted to run away and decided to give it a try from the start. I had no intention of fighting him because of his incredible recovery. But during training there's no going back. Elgin with sharp red glowing eyes held the wooden sword and provocatively smiled with confident brilliance. War of attrition, let's begin. Thus the war between me and this monster began. A fierce battle ensued. The S-grade monster's recovery ability was beyond imagination. But if they have healing abilities, the story is different. What the player has to do is attack him for days in a war of attrition. Elgin tried to endure and dodge while simultaneously counterattacking. But his strength was limited. Of course I can't heal either. If I get hit even once, I'll definitely die. Elgin had to fight a battle against time and speed to avoid getting hit by him. He was well aware of the problem. Therefore speed, accuracy and concentration were essential. If concentration is lost, the player can become exhausted, or log out if other problems occur. He ran into his blind spot and logged out many times. Elgin shouted powerfully, utilizing all his precious time because no one noticed him, and no one expected anything from him. So I have plenty of free time. He bounced off his body and charged straight at the torturer. Time passed, and 3 months later the torturer finally fell in a skyscraper. Elgin was not much different. He was drenched in sweat, his face was gaunt, and he had dark circles under his eyes from lack of sleep. His lips were chapped and he was gritting his teeth. Elgin admired its strength, saying, "Its body is truly amazing." Suddenly, the system displayed player information after he defeated it. Elgin, level 32, newbie rank, no privilege, resistance 29,100, equipment, rebel iron armor C, latent armor, wooden training sword D, one-handed sword, no skills. He sank to the ground to rest, leaning on one hand and gazing at the notification panel with delight. I've gone up quite a bit. The highest level in this game would probably be around 25, and even experts wouldn't exceed 26. Elgin rested for a while, regained his strength and then stood up. Strength, agility and energy increase with level, but none of this matters. This is because after a brief pause he picked up the upgraded sword with interest. Equipment determines playstyle. The system displayed detailed information about the new sword. False Calamity S-grade, one-handed sword, attack power 900, indestructible, unique. Feature: the most unexpected weapon used by darkness and the torturer. Even the noblest angels turned away from God before this sword. After learning all the information about the sword in his hand, Elgin exclaimed loudly, unable to believe his eyes in astonishment. My God, this was a divine calamity. How did I get this? This sword, commonly known as False Calamity, is the one who took first place in the Dark Faction and plunged the world into terror. Also known as a Divine Calamity, this sword is one of his 2 iconic items. For an S-grade equipment, its attack power is truly enormous. An attack power of 900 is a figure players can only achieve when using B-grade weapons sufficiently well. Elgin gripped the sword tightly and admired. Anyway, the terror of False Calamity doesn't show in basic attacks. Anyway, C-grade is rare, so an S-grade weapon dropping is truly unbelievable. He never thought he would be so extraordinarily lucky. He had acquired a rare and precious weapon that no novice player could possess. Suddenly, Elgin was startled and looked down. A notification appeared on the system. Training tower completed. Choose your race, dragon or demon. Elgin clasped his hands to his chest and sighed with a confident expression, stating he wouldn't choose either. Seeing that he took no action, the system reappeared and asked him once more, choose your race, dragon or demon. Again, Elgin stuck to his initial intention. The system quickly changed to another question. To confirm your final choice, you choose to remain human. Elgin showed extreme confidence in his choice. Naturally, he calculated inwardly, this way I can avoid the influence of both the dragon and demon races. Elgin was firm in his decision. I won't accept any gifts or items from these races, but if I choose, I can only hunt monsters from the other side. Suddenly, his face turned dangerously menacing. His red eyes, like Satan risen from hell, emitted a fatal glow, displaying a cold and threatening expression. I don't want the number of monsters I can hunt to be halved. Clear sky, refreshing morning, a serene landscape with peaceful clouds floating by. In the novice player village, people stared at him with bizarre and slightly bewildered expressions as if he were a strange creature. But Elgin was engrossed in thought and didn't notice the stares of those around him. No need to do the tutorial monster hunting rounds. Let's just participate in the open world directly. As he was lost in thought, 2 people walked past. The orange-haired man whispered to the person next to him, looking at him with curiosity. Hey, what's wrong with this guy? The man standing next to him pulled him away as if not wanting to get involved with Elgin, saying, brother, let's go somewhere else. Elgin still stood quietly in one place, immersed in his world of thought. From now on, the players on this floor won't even dream of catching the high-level monsters I hunted. They'll die in one hit. Investing in armor now is completely useless. People were looking at Elgin strangely because he was shirtless, exposing his upper body. A passing woman was also startled and screamed in terror. Thinking she had encountered a pervert, she quickly covered her daughter's eyes, who was pointing at him. He still calmly closed his eyes, lost in complex thoughts. Gloves and shoes only offer weak defense. Earrings or rings are much more useful. Suddenly, a sound made Jin startle and open his eyes wide. Hey, trash. He stared at TX with a puzzled expression and heard him say, yeah, I'm talking to you. TX smirked with a cunning expression. There's a good item up for auction. The big-nosed man standing next to him quickly continued. Where did you get it? TX stimulated the big-nosed man's curiosity. This isn't an item you can get at your level. Elgin watched their incomprehensible conversation, thinking to himself, what's wrong with these guys? He assessed their appearance. Cunning, but they looked dull and rotten, lifeless, similar to himself. TX began his questions. Where did you pick it up, or was it a quest reward? He continued to threaten. Tell me quickly. TX could exert power here because he had more people with him. Next to TX were Trash Can, Big-Nosed Man, and Hat Man. And Hat Man continued, if you can do it, so can we. Elgin didn't answer. And they cursed inwardly. These foolish guys, this is a special place for novices. You can't enter again once you reach level 15. He still stared at TX, lost in thought. Even though I hunted from stage 1 to stage 32 in one go during training, I'm still here. But he wasn't patient enough to wait for Elgin and threatened, if you don't tell us, we'll follow you around and ruin your leveling race. He still stood calmly with his arms crossed. The system was set so that high-level players couldn't interfere with low-level players, but some of them still took advantage of others. The big-nosed man pointed at Elgin and speculated, you just came out of the tower, so you haven't exceeded level 10, right? Elgin heard the question, thought for a moment, then smiled brightly and narrowed his eyes. He approached TX flatteringly, surprising him. Of course, good things should be shared. I'll tell you all where I got the rebel iron armor. Trashkin joked when Elgin finally opened his mouth. Oh damn, he's talking sense, the big-nosed man replied joyfully. I thought he was trash because he was shirtless. Turns out he's a normal guy, right? And he reminded Elgin. Good job, take us there right now. Let's start this quest quickly. Elgin continued to smile and feign, but every word he spoke hinted at imminent danger. Yes, I'll tell you in detail step by step. First, we need to go to a secluded, quiet place. Sunlight streamed between the buildings of the novice player village. They followed Elgin's guidance to the location. Hat Man was very excited about this journey and said to Elgin, hey, follow us. Let us know if there are any monsters on the road. The big-nosed man also said very enthusiastically, the seniors will take care of it. Elgin could only smile bitterly at their excessive confidence. Elgin knew these people too well. He now spoke their thoughts aloud. You guys are planning to kill this guy and steal all his items, aren't you? His voice suddenly became dangerously fierce. That's right, you bastards. He decided not to pretend innocence and turned around. The atmosphere immediately cooled. TX and Hat Man looked at each other. Elgin gripped his sword tightly and with a cold face scoffed provocatively. I know trash like you well. You hang around inexperienced novices trying to level up to 15. You're just mongrels who only know how to steal from beginners. The big-nosed man and Trashkin were angered as soon as they heard his insults. TX heard that and became extremely angry, shouting, What are you talking about, you son of a bitch? The big-nosed man menacingly said, Should I make it so you never want to log in again? Elgin wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he provoked them. Seems like you want to. Elgin took a fighting stance and frankly declared, I'm going to kill you all. The enraged TX clenched his fists and rushed at him, shouting, I'll make sure you never log in again. At the same time, Hat Man also charged with a small dagger in his hand. Elgin acted with lightning speed, fatally stabbing Hat Man with the sword in his hand, surprising him. He fell quickly without a chance to retaliate. He opened his eyes wide, startled, and stammered, What? TX broke out in a cold sweat, screaming in terror. Huh? Elgin quickly dealt with the tall trash can and the big-nosed man with a few swift slashes. The big-nosed man also took a hit from him without a chance to react, spitting blood and screaming in pain. Seeing his companions fall so easily, TX was extremely enraged, gritting his teeth, desperately drawing his sword and shouting, You damned bastard! But before he could even draw his sword, Elgin was a step faster, approaching TX and surprising him. Huh? He didn't even give TX a chance, kicking him in the face. As Texas fell, Trashkin was so scared he turned to flee this place. But how could Elgin miss that? He quickly ran up to Trashcan, looked down at him and said, What a cute guy. He opened his eyes wide in surprise. In the end, Elgin mercilessly beat Trashcan, making him scream in pain. In a dark corner, TX was lucky enough to hide behind a nearby wall. His face was filled with terror, his lips trembling, unable to properly utter a curse. Damn it, you bastard, he cried out, his face bruised from the beating but still shouted and asked, You're not a novice, what are you? Elgin calmly returned and replied, I learned that novices should be treated with love. But he approached TX, pointing the sword in his hand at him and threatened, This is an exception. Elgin no longer showed mercy and acted decisively. His blood splattered everywhere. Elgin searched through his belongings to see if there was anything useless, but it was no use. He sighed, disappointed. What? There isn't a single useful item, suddenly he exclaimed. Oh, in his hand was a very interesting item. The system quickly displayed detailed information about it. Refined slime lump, obtained by collecting 1,000 slime fragments and taking only the main part. Slime monsters are the worst guys. Players can't get anything from them. Dirty puddles seem to only hunt slime monsters for leveling up. The system notification board displayed stats for the slime monster. Name, rank, attribute, recovery. Size 7M jelly monster. A giant ancient long-necked insect that revives and moves. He thought he was lucky. At least getting this meant not having to hunt 1,000 such monsters. He raised the refined slime lump in his hand, overjoyed. I thought this would be a waste of time, but it's not bad. I need this item for the dungeon I plan to smash. Suddenly, a notification appeared on the system, startling Elgin. It seems the item I put up for auction has been sold. Auctions typically last for 72 hours after an item is listed. However, the exception is when the auction price has increased by at least tenfold. Elgin was very curious about the money he would receive and clicked the screen to check. Oh, which rich person bought this? His eyes suddenly lit up, widening in disbelief at what he saw. The armor that appeared before his eyes was auctioned for a whopping 85 million. Elgin dropped his jaw and could only say, "Ha," in disbelief. He jumped for joy. If this continues, I'll be able to earn a tremendous amount of money. Thinking about it, he earned this much money despite being C-grade. The Rebel Iron armor was a good choice, but it wasn't worth buying at this price. This was when the game was still in its early stages. It seems like the ambition of someone who wants to become strong, but he didn't care much. It only mattered if it was advantageous to him. As long as it benefits me. Elgin was ablaze with resolute momentum. Prepare yourselves, buyers. I will list items as if there's no tomorrow. Before, he was busy pouring money into games, but times had changed. I'm going to convert all the money I earn in the game into cash. The scene changed to a green forest. Elgin's small head suddenly popped out from a nearby bush and he stood on a high branch observing his surroundings, unable to help but admire. As soon as I leave the plains area, the vibrating demon labyrinth appears. Elgin equipped himself with slime boots that had 100 waterproofing and smiled contentedly. These are so soft, the toe feel is quite good. It feels like I'm equipped with slime. They don't have much in terms of defensive attributes, but they feel good to wear. Elgin finished speaking and looked up ahead, confident. Soft, damp leather. A fantastic item for the early game. I need to find the item that the earthquake archer used. Soon, Elgin jumped down from the tree without hesitation. He was lost in thought as he moved. Archers were once an unpopular profession. No matter how many times you shoot with a lousy bow, it's just blocked by armor. So the archer was a doomed profession. Suddenly, a flash appeared and a high-level archer appeared like a star. Surprisingly, despite being an archer, he hunted monsters and peeked using special items instead of a bow. All those who mocked archers for not using bows were retaliated against by having their ankles broken, so he earned the nickname Earthquake Archer. Looking at the high mountain before him, Elgin mumbled, "As far as I know, a special item was given to the first person to conquer the hidden labyrinth of the vibrating demon labyrinth." Elgin rushed inside with excitement, thinking, I'm not an archer, but I need to move as fast as one. Suddenly he stopped, seeing the green goblins inside. Their attribute table read, they scream and vibrate when angered. These are the ones causing the labyrinth to vibrate. Elgin rushed forward excitedly, shouting, I knew I'd meet you soon. Shall we fight? The goblins glanced at him, sweating. Elgin excitedly gripped his weapon and quickly charged. Suddenly, immediately after, a swarm of green goblins appeared in his sight. Elgin didn't expect there to be so many of them. There were a few more than he had thought, but he could handle it. Elgin swiftly slashed at a goblin's head. It made a whimpering sound without time to react. Oni, and one by one, fatally struck by Elgin's attack, they could do nothing but cry out, Oni. He swung his sword, cutting off another's arm, easily taking them down, but he still felt he wasn't strong enough and reproached himself. I still feel too slow even though I'm running at top speed. I need movement speed enhancing items as soon as possible. Suddenly Elgin shouted, seeing the door ahead. There it is! He quickly ran and kicked the door open. The door shattered, and unexpectedly an iron bar flew at him from above. Elgin quickly dodged, and at the same time the iron bar hit the ground with force. The ground quickly shattered, creating an endless hole. Elgin couldn't hide his joy. Yes, I wandered through a complex labyrinth and found a secret passage as if this were my home. Below was a very dark space. As soon as Elgin stepped in, a giant monster appeared before his eyes. It was the Red Demon Dungeon Boss. The system continuously sounded a warning, Dungeon Boss appearance. Elgin's eyes widened in disbelief. Before he could react, a notification arrived. Boss is preparing for an earthquake. As soon as the sound stopped, a gigantic foot appeared, heavily stomping the ground, cracking the surface. The red demon slowly revealed itself. Its gigantic body, red eyes and massive fangs wrapped around its waist were approaching him. Under his feet was a path leading to an ice cave with sharp ice crystals and faint white bones. Seeing the red demon's ferocious face and eyes, he said as expected. Elgin stood naked before the cold ice cave, tightly gripping false calamity. A triumphant expression was evident in his eyes. If I get hit, I'll lose 50 of my health. Even with the rebel iron armor it would be the same. That's why I'm wearing nothing. Quickly his information also appeared. Red Demon C rank. Attribute, Giant Demon Earthquake. Habitat, Vibrating Demon Labyrinth 2nd floor. The ground easily ignites with fire. Size 12M, one of the 7 demon powers. Commanded by Begu from Hell to invade the underworld but was trapped in the labyrinth because it was mute. He advanced with excitement, saying, It's hard to be welcomed from the start. You must be tired of waiting for someone to come. Behind Elgin, the fog was slowly clearing, and when a sound was heard, he turned around and paid attention. Goblins were chasing him. They shouted and screamed, and he cursed them with an annoyed expression. Damn stalkers! He looked at the goblins' foolish and ferocious expressions and said, I can't help but admire your efforts to chase me. But now the game is over. As the leading goblin suddenly fell, the swarm behind it retreated in fear. It looked back in surprise and saw Elgin's hand already close to its face. Without time to react, it fell to false calamity, crying without making a sound. The fat goblin's face was filled with terror, sweating profusely. It was a very surprised and shocked expression. Elgin looked around, shouldered false calamity and sighed. Observing the whole situation, he said, "Its power is truly great." At this point he thought leisurely again. The advantage of false calamity is its splitting ability. It's the ability to inflict an immense amount of damage instantaneously. This privilege point puts Divine Calamity in first place in the Dark faction. He swung false calamity. A cold light flashed from the blade. The goblins seemed to feel an enormous power directed at them. At an unbelievable speed they were all cut by the sword. Elgin calculated. The HP lost per second is 0.01 of the target's HP, and another goblin was cut. Now he could be sure that this effect would last until the target fell. All the goblin hordes fell to the ground, and his voice calmly said, "Let's start with the one that was attacked first." One by one they would fall in succession. He stood atop the piles of goblin corpses looking up at the raging red demon charging towards him. He scoffed, mocking that all weaklings should join the battle after he was done. The fat demon inhaled energy, preparing some skill, and in less than a second breathed fire at Elgin. Startled, he clutched false calamity and fled. He then hid behind a large rock, avoiding the shattered stone fragments splashing around. The demon's eyes flashed and its fangs were revealed, showing savagery and menace. Immediately, a system notification rang, alerting that the red demon was preparing an earthquake. The red demon lifted its leg high and spread its palm wide open. As it brought down immense force, Elgin bit his lip tightly and broke out in a cold sweat. Startled, he seemed to have dodged it in time. The red demon's foot once again stomped hard on the ground, shattering the floor. It turned out he had leapt into the air, raised both arms and legs, and shouted, "All hop!" Below, the red demon seemed to shatter the entire ground, but he was still unharmed. Suddenly a pair of pink shoes appeared. Elgin landed on the ground with a cry of "Ah!" and looked down at his feet in surprise. Where had a pair of pink shoes appeared from? Simultaneously, the shoes information appeared. Walker 100 fresh slime juice D-grade shoes. Defense 5, movement speed 10, poison attack attribute 5. Its advantage is that soft moist leather can be used. A unique item made of pure slime. It feels like wearing slime, and while it doesn't have many defensive attributes, wearing it makes the user feel good. After checking the information, he was slightly worried but didn't lose confidence. He probably thought he could withstand the earthquake 2 more times. He swung false calamity, slashing the red demon's leg, and shouted, "Hey!" 3 hours later, the red demon suddenly collapsed, showing a painful expression, bloodshot eyes, and a wide-open mouth filled with terror. Simultaneously, a system notification rang. "You were the first to sweep the vibrating demon labyrinth." He placed his hands on the ground and smiled triumphantly. "Should I move on to the next objective now? There are probably 2 more C-grade demons in the newbie area." Suddenly, Elgin glanced back and looked at the mysterious dense forest in the distance, thinking something, and said, "All right, I choose you." In the distance, an orange sunset dyed almost everything, and the trees swayed in the wind. In the depths of the forest, sounds continuously echoed, and dusty soil flew. The insects seemed to sense an ominous aura and were afraid. The system quickly sounded a notification. Suburban area is a new player. Nightmare Forest. A giant spider sprang out and approached Elgin closely. He quickly fled while checking the spider's information. Water spider C-grade, attribute poison, ambush insect, habitat Nightmare Forest, size 5 meters, guards the Nightmare Forest waiting for prey and attacking suddenly. He shouted in annoyance, "Why are you so persistently chasing me just because I took a little food from your nest? Even the crumbs are yours." As soon as he finished speaking, Elgin looked up and saw the water spider chasing him with bloodshot red eyes and a ferociously open mouth. The water spider's legs swung at a very high speed. With a strong impact, a vibrating explosion occurred. Elgin also quickly jumped to avoid it, not stopping there. The water spider spewed out clumps of spider webs, but he leapt high to dodge. Although quite exhausted, he still looked at the spider with excitement. "No matter what, it's what I wanted anyway." At this moment, the water spider was completely enraged. Its roar echoed everywhere, and the entire forest seemed to tremble. Elgin clenched the item tightly and leaped off a cliff tens of meters high, landing softly on the ground, but immediately after, dirt and stones also shattered and flew, and sounds echoed. The water spider had chased him to his back. Hearing its roar, he cautiously stopped his steps and turned around. The water spider landed quickly and forcefully, causing an earthquake. It charged ferociously, roaring at Elgin. As soon as he turned around, he saw an intense force striking the cliff. He looked up as if already knowing, just as I expected, who would stand by when their territory is invaded. It turned out to be the appearance of a gigantic golden cobra king with red eyes, sharp fangs, and a long tongue. Its information was also quickly updated. Golden Cobra King C-grade, attribute cold-blooded, poison veteran. Size 13 meters, habitat choking plains, immortal's hideout. This reptile is known to value its territory more than its parents. This excellent plan was Elgin's. Now he sat idly, watching the battle. It's a good way to defeat 2 bosses at once. Even if no one sees it here, all that running around like I was going to die, improving my agility, wasn't in vain, he judged, looking at the ferocious water spider. One side is the water spider, who never gives up once prey is in sight. The other side is the Golden Cobra King, who lets no one survive and leave its territory. At this moment, the 2 monsters were growling at each other, in a standoff. He continued to evaluate from the side. Most players would be weakened by this sight, but for a star like me, Stan Water, it's a truly interesting sight. Elgin laughed lightly and said jokingly, "Now should I leisurely wait for them to kill each other?" At this moment, a notification appeared from the system. Fortune Teller Skeleton C-Grade Armor. Durability 35, Attack Power 10, Poison Resistance 10. May be granted the privilege to participate in those hidden in the darkness. This armor helps protect, and upon seeing it, everyone exclaimed in surprise. C-Grade equipment in the newbie area. Before people could process the information, the system sent another notification. Blood and Tears Green Sword C-Grade Two-Handed Weapon. Attack Power 30, Poison Resistance 10, may be granted the cold-blooded privilege. Those who wield this sword will feel emotions. Players outside shouted in disbelief, "How did he get that? What on earth do you have to kill to get such rare equipment?" The bespectacled man, looking at his computer screen, broke out in a cold sweat. "Did he use a nuclear weapon? It must be a bug." "I swear it's a bug." The man dropped his cigarette. 30 million gold. The fat man clenched his fists and shouted with a very annoyed expression, "Are you kidding? 50 million gold?" The sounds of argument continuously echoed. 60 million, 65 million, 70 million. At this moment, Elgin was also watching the situation through his computer. He laughed joyfully. "I just touched it a little, and everyone's already paid their bids. I wonder how many more people will jump into this pit." Suddenly, his mood sank. Elgin asked himself if he would become like that. His whole body was enveloped in a dark aura. He was slightly confused. At first he cried, and later, after becoming an expert to reach the top, he only laughed after overcoming obstacles. Was this how it felt to be an early master? Soon he was drawn to something. It turned out to be a call from Elgin's uncle. He scratched his head. "I don't want to pick it up, but if I don't, he'll bother me more." Thinking so, Elgin answered the phone. "Hello." Then a barrage of curses erupted from the other end. "Damn it, you bastard, if you're discharged, you should come greet your uncle." He forced a bitter smile. "Yes, uncle," the other side asked again. "Oh, what can you do?" He shouted in annoyance. "I don't even need to see you, you'll just be playing games again, you dog." As soon as he heard it, he thought his uncle wasn't wrong. He didn't wait for a reply and continuously hurled insults. "I'll visit your parents' house early, so you need to be down a day early." He opened his mouth wide and spat, saying, "And since you've been discharged, start acting like an adult now." Elgin had to hold the phone away. His uncle kept muttering, "You need to take care of yourself. Look at your cousins, they all got into prestigious universities." He grimaced unpleasantly. "Anyone would think my uncle fed and raised me, but he only pretends to care about me because of the inheritance my parents left." Suddenly he stuck out his tongue, spat, and laughed playfully. "The top? I'm just sweeping up." Looking up at the bright light on the wall, he muttered to himself, "There's still a long way to go." He leaned back to clear his head, and then Elgin returned to a serious expression. His eyes were sharp and his lips were tightly shut. Elgin calculated that there was nothing more for him to do in the newbie area. Now the real game began. His uncle was still speaking loudly from the other end. "Hey, are you still listening to me?" The scene changed to a harsh desert. This was an ancient ruin and a forgotten civilization. Elgin held binoculars, carefully observing in detail and judging. "All right, if my calculations are correct, it should be nearby." He held the camel's reins, looked into the distance, and judged. "The dungeon I'm about to enter won't be easy to enter alone. So now I have to use a method only I know." His eyes turned dangerously towards the camel. Elgin held false calamity and said, "I'm sorry." No sound was heard, only blood splashing from the camel. The camel lay on the ground in a pool of blood. Elgin was very excited. "I'm here." Something was continuously moving strongly towards him from a distance. He said with joy, "It's really good to meet you again after a long time." Elgin had summoned the sandworm. A gigantic monster appeared from the sand. Its mouth was wide open and dense fangs were visible inside. Its information quickly appeared. Sandworm A grade attribute poison, dry land, stubbornness, big head, earthquake. Habitat harsh desert, front area, abyssal tunnel, area A51, dark elevator. Size 50 meters, Elgin nodded. "First I've finished drawing out its head." Next, suddenly he turned around, shouted, and fled at full speed. As he fled, he glanced back. As expected, even then he couldn't defeat it. Its skin was too thick. No matter how much he slashed, it wouldn't be injured. The sandworm had already swung its sharp tail, approaching him closely. Elgin felt a slight sense of exhilaration at this moment. "I didn't draw you out to fight." Looking at the pyramid before him, Elgin shouted, "Focus on the mission and hurry." The closer he got, the more excited he became, running towards his target. In an instant, he leapt onto the pyramid wall. This was the ruins of a forgotten ancient civilization, 7 floors underground. Suddenly his body sank into the darkness. Elgin frowned worriedly, thinking to himself, "It seems the sandworm went that way. Thanks to the sandworm, I easily got in here. It would be perfect if the sandworm even defeated the boss for me. Why is the boss room entrance open? Did someone get in before me?" Immediately after, Gu appeared before him and introduced herself. "Oh, who's come this far? Yahoo, you're lucky. Want to do a quest with us? We've been trapped here for days before meeting the boss." Elgin thought with incomprehension. Why is this woman here? Her image from the past, along with a gentle voice, came to mind. "Brother, can you carry me?" Gu tried to beg cutely in his subconscious. "Brother, I'm about to live stream. Can I borrow your sword?" Immediately after, her miserable appearance also came to his memory. "Sorry, brother, I got peak-head." Gu's whisper was also clearly remembered by Elgin. "Then brother, shall we borrow some money?" Right then he recalled the scene of Yu Zhang's debt collection again. "Hey Rain, pay the interest," he muttered. "It's trauma." Then he remembered. "All right, I'm 15 years old now, so these guys won't know me yet." Yu Zhang was still sharing happily with an innocent expression. My sister and I died twice trying to catch the boss. It's a bit hard to fight with just two of us." As soon as he heard it, Elgin thought he definitely needed a shield, but he smiled slyly. Then his eyes sharpened. "Alright, let's charge together. I'll definitely be a help." Elgin recalled Yu Zhang. "My sister and I failed twice trying to deal with the leader here." He remembered right, they were sisters. At the same time, he recalled Gu's suggestion, "Hey, want to join the raid too?" Then he struggled to recall memories from his previous life again. "Because of them, my previous life was difficult, but I will put aside personal feelings and focus on more important matters," Elgin calculated inwardly. "I will return to them the same pain I suffered." His current state maximized his hatred. Elgin said, "Alright, let's raid together." After the agreement, the three of them boarded the elevator together. Before them a dark and gloomy atmosphere pervaded, with large stone pillars and dim light. Suddenly a low, deep voice echoed, "I smell impiety." It turned out their appearance had attracted the attention of the nameless queen, and she smelled the presence of a male. She frowned and her bloodshot red eyes seemed to be preparing to attack. She quickly held a large staff in her hand. Yu Zhang had been continuously observing and quickly spotted it, shouting, "Here it comes." As soon as the words ended, the nameless queen slammed her staff hard into the ground, causing violent tremors inside the tower. Gu immediately noticed, "We all seem to be close-range dealers, so let's stick close to each other." Immediately an okay was heard in response. But when Yahoo and Yu Zhang looked back, Eljan was already gone. Both of them were speechless with helplessness. Yu Zhang said in annoyance, "Wait, but where did he go?" Gu said suspiciously, "He was just here a moment ago." She frowned in annoyance. "Damn it, if there was just one more we could win, we just need to find someone to be a shield." Suddenly, Yu Zhang discovered something and shouted, "Ha!" He trembled, seeing that the handle was broken. "How did this happen?" Gu saw it and couldn't help but shout, "The handle's broken. What did that damn bastard do?" She tried to go mad, biting her lip tightly and restraining herself. Then Gu stood straight and firmly clenched her fists. "We have no other choice, we have to try." But Yu Zhang was slightly worried and nervous. He hesitated for a moment and then agreed, "Alright, big sister, if we defeat this monster, we'll officially be pioneers." A golden light burst forth from the nameless queen. She was moving the staff in her hand and her information quickly appeared. Nameless Queen B grade, attribute psychokinesis, reversal, veteran undead, habitat ruins, forgotten civilization, size 3 meters, the last queen of the ancient kingdom. Yu Zhang took the lead and advanced. "Let's go." The nameless queen swung her staff. As a red flash whizzed by, he raised his shield to block the attack. A blue light enveloped the shield, showing immense power. She continuously swung her skills and attacked, and Yu Zhang resisted with some difficulty. The sounds of collision continuously echoed, and the nameless queen swung her staff again. Yellow lightning gathered around and she hurled these lightning bolts towards Yu Zhang. At this moment he could only grit his teeth and endure. Immediately after, the nameless queen charged directly at Yu Zhang's shield, colliding with it head-on. A heavy bone-chilling sound was heard, but he still tried to hold on. He gritted his teeth and growled, "Sister, hide behind me." Despite hearing that, Guo didn't back down. She charged forward with daggers in both hands. She crouched, leapt, and continuously attacked the nameless queen's body. A powerful blade slashed across her arm, shattering it into pieces. Guo immediately yelled, ordering them to attack the arm holding the spear first. Upon hearing that, Yu Zhang shouted with momentum and forcefully swung his sword at the nameless queen. Guo saw this and shouted, reminding him, "The nameless queen has very low HP. You just need to slowly chip away at it." Yu Zhang once again raised his shield to block the nameless queen's next attack and replied, "Got it." Guo continued to give instructions, telling him to maintain their position. Suddenly a faint light shone from a dark corner, and a familiar voice was heard. "Oh, you two are cooperating quite well." It was Eljan. He had been hiding in the corner to observe the situation. Did he think that since they were in the top 30, they would need a player with a good foundation to defeat this monster? His eyes sharpened, but there was another reason that made the nameless queen afraid. At this moment the nameless queen's eyes turned a cold blue. She attacked Yu Zhang fiercely as if injected with blood, and Yu Zhang struggled to cope. Yu Zhang keenly noticed. Her attack style suddenly changed and her speed is increasing. "I can't endure attacks like this." Just then a blade grazed past him and shattered fragments flew everywhere. Yu Zhang cried out and his shield shattered and fell from his hand. In the blink of an eye something flashed past. Guo seized the momentum and slashed at the nameless queen's body once more. Suddenly she faltered. Guo couldn't help but exclaim, "I was used to her attack patterns, but it's really hard to dodge new attacks." Seeing her rapidly sliding form, Guo felt a bit uneasy, and at this speed Guo closed her eyes in resignation. Damn it, it's too late. But contrary to what she thought, the nameless queen suddenly disappeared. Guo cautiously opened her eyes and saw her body lying limply on the ground. Eljan had appeared at some point, smiling and effortlessly dispatching the nameless queen with his weapon. Guo looked up at him with startled eyes. Cold sweat trickled down both her cheeks. Immediately after, she pouted angrily and spoke each word clearly. "You stole the last hit." Eljan, unperturbed, slung false calamity over his shoulder and looked elsewhere, letting Yu Zhang run over in a rage, cursing, "You coward. Hiding until now only to steal the last hit. You broke the doorknob, preventing us from leaving here." Only then did he return to a playful attitude and open his mouth. "It's fine, I saved your lives, didn't I? Is there a problem?" Guo's eyes widened, bloodshot with rage, and she screamed, "You?" Suddenly, a system notification popped up, drawing both their attention. "You have successfully defeated the nameless queen. At least one female player is required in the party." You have completed the requirements needed to activate the hidden quest of the ancient ruins forgotten civilization. Guo was puzzled. A female player and another hidden quest, Yu Zhang also said, unable to understand. What are you talking about? When they both turned around, Eljan was nowhere to be seen, making them almost spit blood. Damn it, that bastard disappeared again, but Yu Zhang didn't care much and mumbled, let's just ignore him. Anyway, isn't something strange? Why didn't any items drop and why didn't our levels increase? Is it not over yet? As soon as he finished speaking, the nameless queen's deep resonant voice echoed again. Guo was startled upon hearing it, widening her eyes and clutching her head in pain, collapsing. The voice continued, your body. At this moment, the nameless queen's eyes gleamed with blue light and she menacingly opened her mouth. Gao, come out. Guo tightly gripped her head and screamed in pain. The nameless queen was still smiling wickedly, and then her entire body transformed. Her body turned black but possessed an invisible power. Suddenly, darkness enveloped everything, and a second later, Guo slowly rose from the smoke. She then laughed heartily, triumphantly. Her eyes glowing with an eerie golden light, she held the nameless queen's staff in her hand and commanded, dirty man, kneel before me. Yu Zhang broke out in a cold sweat, staring blankly, unable to understand what was happening at this moment. Eljan looked that way and mumbled, the requirement to enter this dungeon is a party of at least 2 members and at least 1 female player. This is why. At this moment, Guo wondered in her mind, what's going on? I feel like I can move on my own. While Yu Zhang was worried outside, something appeared. The system board gave him a quest. The boss's soul has possessed your party member who was always with you. Now is the time to decide to defeat the nameless queen. Guo 01, reward unknown. Penalty, XP loss, unable to use acquired gold, unable to log in for 1 day. After that, another notification appeared. Quest, Guo, forget your past relationships. You are now the owner of the dungeon. Defeat the invaders, 2 or more prohibited. Reward unknown. Penalty, massive XP loss, unable to use acquired gold, unable to log in for 7 days. After reading the notifications, Guo said in disbelief, this is absurd. Why are the entry requirements like this? Yu Zhang cursed inwardly in annoyance. Damn it, what is this terrible monster? Eljan recalled the mystery. He realized at this moment that the requirement to enter this dungeon was a party of at least 2 members and at least 1 female player. This was why. Then he thought to himself, I had 3 different plans to clear this round alone, but I guess I'll just sit back and reap the benefits. Yu Zhang was startled to see something approaching him. But before he could react, he was shattered and sent flying. The attacker was none other than Guo. She was slightly confused. She from the ancient civilization was caught in the war between demons and dragons. The last empress, Rhodia S. And then she became excited again. I declare the return of Rhodia. Foolish man, Guo was slightly annoyed. Sorry brother, still the penalty for my defeat would have been worse, wouldn't it? It's better for you to die. Anyway, only after Yu Zhang's defeat could I know what the reward was. She reread the previous notification. Forget your past relationships. You are now the owner of the dungeon. Defeat the invaders. 2 or more prohibited. Reward unknown. Penalty, massive XP loss. Unable to use acquired gold. Unable to log in for 3 days. She wondered. Strange. Still no reward? Just then, Eljan was getting off the chair and she immediately remembered, that's right, that bastard is still here. The war isn't over yet. He swung false calamity high, looking cool. Shall we begin now? Guo cursed angrily, dirty man, but her remaining attitude was also fierce. You damn crazy bastard. Hearing that, she paused slightly. Not understanding what was happening, she quickly composed herself and swung her staff, firing a lightning beam. Eljan swiftly dodged the powerful attack, making a whoosh sound. He scoffed contemptuously. There's no way I'd get hit by an attack like that. These words further provoked Guo. She gritted her teeth and condensed an even stronger lightning orb, shouting. It relentlessly pursued Eljan as if it had eyes, but he was no less agile, continuously dodging, leaving her astonished. Guo swung her staff of power, attacking. She swung it fiercely, creating a large slash in space, and he too ducked, swiftly dodging the attack. Guo hadn't expected him to dodge and wildly held a giant lightning orb in her hand, shouting, you dirty scoundrel, and hurled it forcefully at Eljan. Suddenly a voice came from the side. What are you waiting for? At this moment he was comfortably lying on the ground. You should attack us. Should I just take a nap with this opportunity? As soon as he finished speaking, he used all his limbs to move far away. Guo silently assessed something, her lips tightly pressed, looking very serious. Then she raised her arms high and Eljan looked up at her curiously. The staff glowed, summoning countless magic circles above her head, and she uttered only one word. Die. He still maintained a playful attitude. Oh, it seems you're planning to work harder than before. Light poured down strongly from the magic circles, and at this moment he finally moved his limbs. Then I can't just stand here either. Eljan performed a series of combat moves, and with a powerful swing of his arm he shattered the lightning beam, leaving Guo astonished. The moment he landed on the ground, all those attacks were shattered into pieces. Guo wondered inwardly, what on earth is this guy? Even as she watched him wield false calamity and approach her, she still wondered. He moves as if he's cleared this dungeon hundreds of times. He playfully poked Guo with false calamity. Ouch, ouch. He kept poking as if scratching an itch. She laughed so hard tears streamed down her face, provoked. Stop it. Eljan laughed inhumanly. Your HP must be almost depleted after the battle. I'll slowly take the remaining portion. This is the end. At this moment his eyes flashed red and the weapon in his hand, his entire body, exuded cruelty. Guo raised her hand to block, feeling very uneasy. Suddenly she stammered, I'm no longer controlled. She looked up, her blue eyes filled with tears, pleading, please don't kill me. He swung false calamity in a circle, gripping it tightly, his face looking innocent. Whether I kill you or not has nothing to do with whether you're controlled or not. She wouldn't have believed this development, would she? Of course not. After that, only blood was seen spurting out from there. Simultaneously, a notification came from the system. You are the first to complete the Nameless Queen raid. Name discovered. You are the first player to sweep the Ancient Ruins Forgotten Civilization dungeon. Rewards are dropping. Eljon grabbed an item and exclaimed, "Oh ho, delicious." Its information quickly appeared. Bronze Sword of Ancient Civilization, C-grade one-handed weapon. Attack power 80, unknown unique ability. Too ancient to have strong attack power, but it glows and reflects the user's face. He glanced at the bronze sword in his hand with delight. I've gotten everything I can. Then he noticed the pile of items on the ground. Quite a few items had dropped when she was defeated. Seeing them, he bent down to pick them up. What a waste, I should pick them up. Just then, someone called out to him loudly. Hey you fool. He glanced in the direction of the sound. Gua was reminding him, don't take it. It was Gua. You son of a bitch, you son of a bitch, she cursed at him, able to leave messages for party members for 10 seconds. Eljon listened blankly to her curses. Damn it, go away, but he didn't care and kept picking them up. Oh, I can't hear anything, thanks for the meal, Gua said angrily. Really, you damn bastard, I told you not to pick them up, she screamed. You, who are you? As she screamed, a notification appeared from the system. Would you like to leave a name? Simultaneously, Eljon slowly stood up and proudly replied, Sang. A pounding sound echoed, and Yahu's blank expression also appeared. This was when she was going crazy at her senior's words. There's no way I'd get hit by an attack like that. Eljon sat in the capsule rewatching the battle scene. Oh right, I started recording everything while I was hiding. Gua's expression was so funny that I filmed it. But looking at her face, he mumbled, the entire raid was recorded. Now that he thought about it, he chuckled lightly, feeling a little satisfied. This is my first raid video. Eljon sat in front of the computer singing comfortably. It's a bit boring. Should I edit this video and upload it to the community? Of course, I need to edit my face. In the dark space, a phone rang. He lay comfortably, even as the phone continued to ring. Notifications continuously popped up on the phone, and in an apartment in a bustling residential area. Sounds continuously came from the upstairs room. A water glass hit the corner of the wall and bounced out. Yujang screamed wildly. The more I think about that perverted bastard, the angrier I get. Gua sat nonchalantly, filing her nails. What's wrong? You seem quite good at smashing capsule rooms. Hearing that, Yujang became even angrier and said, Are you crazy? Because of that bastard, we've all become a laughingstock. As soon as he finished speaking, Gua stopped filing her nails. Power emanated from her body, intimidating Yujang, who was terrified. Her eyes widened bloodshot, and she broke the nail vial in her hand. How dare you speak to me so carelessly? Do you know whose face that is on the internet right now? At this moment, she too couldn't hold back and screamed, That perverted bastard only covered his own face and uploaded the video. Yujang nodded. That's right, Gua. Just thinking about it makes me furious. He gritted his teeth and said, Sister, I'll find that guy. In her mind, she pictured the beautiful image she had planned. I wanted to be recognized as a pretty, brave, and mysterious girl, but why did this happen? The image of her being possessed by the Nameless Queen resurfaced, making her slightly annoyed. Why is my first title Pretty Boss? I'll get revenge. Even so, Gua's eyes were filled with determination. Then she sighed again and crossed her arms. Anyway, thanks to him, I'm starting to get famous, so I should use this. Just then, a loan shark subordinate approached Yujang. Boss, I'm back from the fundraising, and he turned to Gua. Sister, are you all right? Yujang looked at him and replied, You're here? He asked as if something occurred to him. Oh, by the way, boss, do you know someone named Hong who works at the construction site? Yujang glanced and replied, Yeah, why? Said he couldn't pay back the money? He immediately nodded. Yes. He said he got hurt and can't work, so he can't pay back that much interest. Hearing that, Yujang's eyes narrowed and the corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. Then bring that guy here. Cruelty emanated from his entire body, and he looked at the room behind the door and said, I'll make him pay the price with his broken body. Like these guys. Inside the room were numerous players lying in capsules. Some were sweating in fear, while others continuously moved as if wanting to escape. The Gua sisters calculated inwardly, soon we'll be in the top 20. The money we earn from the game will exceed the usury. But there's still a long way to go to cover the cost of setting up these capsule rooms. Time is of the essence. That perverted bastard, I'll kill him. The next day, in Professional Gamer Research Lab Team Sunka, a voice suddenly exclaimed, Hey, look at this. A player sitting in front of a computer said, It's a B-Boss combat video. Another asked again in disbelief, Did you just say C-grade? I thought there were no such monsters. The brown-haired player with a slightly startled and confused expression widened his eyes slightly. That's not the problem. He was watching scenes of Eljon agilely dodging Yahu's attacks. Then came the scene of him dodging lightning beams. Before the surprise could fade, he saw him smashing lightning beams with his bare hands. All had to shout, Who is this crazy bastard? The purple-haired player was also blank. Are you saying he defeated a B-grade like that? The brown-haired player replied. That's a truly murderous spinning attack. There was a slightly innocent and worried expression on his face. If we have someone like this, how are we supposed to make a living? The purple-haired player shed tears. This is cheating. I have to take care of my dad's noodle shop too. Only one person remained silent, and that was Taikong. He was merely evaluating silently. Inside the office, a blonde man was very excited and immediately sent a message to his best friend. Message that friend right now. I want him on my team. It was Director John. Hearing that, the bodyguard asked what his annual salary was, but John shouted again, "That's not important. Give him whatever he wants." The bodyguard asked again, "Should I just send one message?" De Jong was so excited he nodded. "Are you crazy? By now he must be getting thousands of messages. Sending just one will surely get it buried. If the Chinese team gets him, it'll be because we were slow." As the bodyguard picked up his phone, a notification arrived. He immediately reported, "I just received a message from Stan Water." John waited seriously upon hearing that. The bodyguard contacted Elgin. "We contacted you because we were impressed by your video. K is the headquarters for the most professional gamer team. Would you like to join our team to make your dreams a reality? We guarantee you the best treatment." The message sent contained only 3 words, "I agree." De Jong held his phone and stared at the message. This silence made the bodyguard fearful. Suddenly his voice echoed, "Director, call an ambulance." Taikang was thinking to himself, that monster seems to reflect his own personality. Recalling Elgin dodging the Red Demon's attacks, he was certain, just by the way he moves, it's as if he's fought hundreds of times. It's clear, he compared inwardly. This guy is a step above. No, it's a bit strange. Why is he bare-bodied? He's definitely several steps above me. Taikang clenched his fists in jealousy. At this time on an unknown island, space was faint and dark red colors were darkly intertwined. Before a monster with sharp teeth could even appear, its body was already split in 2. It was Elgin who had sliced it with false calamity. The monster's information appeared. Phantom sewer snake, rank D, attributes, poisonous, cold-blooded, habitat, unknown island, size 1M. A snake that lives in sewers, surviving by eating monster corpses. The monster's body was separated lifelessly. A notification sounded again from the system. "You have entered the hidden dungeon, Rotten Sewer." Elgin held his collar unpleasantly and covered his nose. This smell." Another notification arrived. "The name of the first visitor has been recorded in the Cosmic Archive." Recalling that time, Elgin was slightly disbelieving. "It's truly an honor. It's a bit shocking. I thought the views would be quite high, but I didn't expect it to reach the main page of the official website." Recalling the notifications on his phone, he thought inwardly, "On the main page, gamers worldwide are discussing it." He smiled faintly and scratched his ear, slightly annoyed. This kind of thing is a bit bothersome. For someone who has played this game for 15 years, it's a piece of cake. Perhaps I've overestimated the top rankers too much. At this moment, a red monster appeared again, and its information was also updated. Sewer snake, crystal, rank B, attributes, poisonous, energy burn, cold-blooded, habitat, unknown island. Size 3 meters, a sewer snake that has evolved with a gigantic body from living long enough. He evaluated it, then leapt onto its body. A creature that can smash a mountain in one hit, and a creature that masters everything with a single slash. I once underestimated myself by trusting the future big corporations too much. Elgin repeatedly stabbed the sewer snake crystal's body with false calamity. That doesn't mean I have reason to be arrogant. He landed on the ground. The offer of being a professional gamer wasn't bad either. He smiled faintly with sharp eyes, but now is not the time to be foolish. Can my firm resolve overcome all of this? The scene changed. Simultaneously, De Jong was unconscious in his chair. At the same time, a colossal statue stood before Elgin. It said, "Welcome to the Rotten Sewer, stranger." This was the hidden NPC, the crying pieman statue. When he didn't answer, it asked again, "Stranger, I have no right to ask, but would you grant my request?" With a hint of expectation. "If you grant my request, I will give you all the gold behind me." Elgin did not hesitate and chose decline. The crying pieman statue watched him make his choice as if frozen. After that, "No, please don't destroy me." He still whistled calmly. He must be in great pain. "Please end this suffering," Elgin thought inwardly. Destroying the statue is an easy request, but if I agree, Pieman will disappear and the reward will be too small. I won't do it. Seeing that it couldn't persuade him, it changed its approach. "If you cannot end my suffering, then avenge me on the one who made me like this." As soon as it finished speaking, the surrounding air darkened slightly. It pleaded again, "Please find and destroy that cursed statue." Crying Galatea statue. A notification immediately appeared from the system. Pieman's request quest discovered. Pieman's request, destroy the crying Galatea statue. Reward unknown. 2 more options appeared. Accept or decline, an excited voice rang out. Elgin happily mumbled to himself on the boat. Awesome to get this quest. A player named New Warrior once mentioned it in an interview. It was the reward for this quest that made a gamer who was stuck in the top 10 become number 1. Is this quest hard to complete? He recalled what the crying pieman statue had just said. "I was originally human, a famous sculptor. Who would have expected it?" Hearing that, he was slightly disappointed. "All right, let's stop here." He stood on the boat and shouted resolutely, "All right, it's really time to start now. I'm on my way to defeat the one I hold many grudges against. Let's go to the tropical forest." Suddenly, something was approaching, emitting a threatening force. It turned out to be Gua, swinging an axe, hitting his boat and splashing water. What she hadn't expected was that he could dodge and was now behind her. "Is she trying to attack me?" She turned around angrily and said, "I finally found you, you bastard. I'll return everything you did to me." As soon as she finished speaking, an even more powerful voice echoed, "That's right, us too." TX opened his mouth wide and laughed. "We've come for revenge." Trashkin also spoke roughly. "So you shouldn't have been so arrogant." Everyone shouted in unison, "You can't escape, you bastard." He looked around and thought inwardly, "I can't remember all these guys' faces. Everything really turns into a mess wherever I go." And he asked, "How did you know I was here?" Hearing that, Gua said proudly, How did you think I did nothing during this time? Do you think you can take on all these guys? He was slightly worried. I know most ways to defeat bosses, but PK will be a bit harder. Seeing their murderous aura, he admired, but one thing is for sure, they didn't just come to kill me. Elgin lightly licked his tongue and calculated, I can use them. Suddenly the spot where he was standing shattered into pieces from an explosion. They stabbed his black cloak with swords, spears, and arrows. He disappeared. Someone wondered, what are they after? Gua heard his voice. That's just my afterimage. She saw him leaning against a pillar, mocking them. Damn it, you bastard, that's your cloak. An afterimage. He made everyone calm down. A halo shone behind him, tempting them. Don't you want to accompany me on a secret exploration? They were all puzzled. TX reacted first, swearing, bullshit, Hatman cautiously warned. He's trying to trick us again. Eljan reached out his hand and winked confidently. Everyone knows what you want, information, right? He stood with his entire body glowing. Hidden dungeon boss, quest information, and pioneer, so that's why you followed me, right? Right? The two fools were slightly surprised that he had seen through their intentions and then looked down at their bodies. Wow, I thought my outfit was quite unique. Following this, he reached out his hand again, inviting them. Anyway, if you want, I'll give you special information. Gua seemed to waver. Pioneer? She bit her lip, slightly confused. As everyone fell silent, he asked again, what are you going to do now? Do you want to come with me? Thus our team was formed. The first was the usurer Yahoo and Yu Zhang. Next were Preparer B, Dong B. 3 beautiful archers. Finally, the general public. 4 people said with slight annoyance. The general public, really? He calculated. I sent the rest of the party away for contingencies. There was one person with a sturdy physique, none other than Tank, a professional gamer from the Sun K1 Guild. Elgin looked at Tank, then quickly turned around and admired. Damn, that's Tank. He recalled memories from his previous life. The new warrior Tank was #1 nationwide, the ace of the national team, and the best warrior player in the game. Tank, who was Rookie of the Year, is now before me. Suddenly, his expression changed to a slightly foolish one as he thought about something. It's a bit suspicious, but I don't think I angered Tank. Did Tank come to kill me? Should I consider it an honor? A sword passed, cutting Gua. Damn it, there are too many bugs here. The experience is terrible. At this moment in the tropical forest, she gripped the sword in her hand tightly. Only D-rank monsters are appearing. There's no way a hidden dungeon could be in a place like this, Eljan replied. There is. We'll arrive soon. As he turned around, TX was complaining. It's so hot, I'm drenched in sweat, even my underwear, the big-nosed man shouted. Ah, Hatman said fearfully. He's crazy. TX continued to demand, where's the water or some fruit? Seeing this scene, Eljan recalled False Calamity. Gua was still curious. Who exactly are you? How did you know there was a dungeon here? He returned to an indifferent attitude and replied, I just happened to find it while searching online. Hearing that, she retorted unpleasantly, don't try to fool me. Dungeons are created by monsters and NPCs, and even the GMS don't know their locations. DX Machina. GMS is an acronym for Game Masters, she screamed as she scratched herself on a tree. Ah, what is this? Where are we going? Are we going the right way? All the space suddenly darkened. Gua called him again. A colossal circus appeared before them. She wondered, a circus? Why is there a central circus here? This is the hidden dungeon, puppet theater. Eljan excitedly rushed forward. I'm going first right now. Yu Zhang frowned. That guy plans to hog everything, and he too ran after him. Stop! A notification immediately came from the system. You have entered the hidden dungeon, puppet theater. Inside, scarecrows with evil weapons appeared. A notification came again from the system. The puppeteers behind the curtain are on alert. The creatures on stage have awakened. The clowns have begun their performance. They were Murderous Scarecrow, C-rank attributes, Slave, Shadow, Villain, Umo, Puppet Theater area. A ragged scarecrow made of straw 2 meters tall, usually wielding a long scythe. Already a scythe flew and Eljan and Yu Zhang quickly dodged. He shouted in surprise, wow, another one appeared. Serial Killer Clown, C-rank attributes, Slave, Shadow, Villain, Confrontation, Puppet Theater area. Another sharp-toothed monster, Gargoyle, C-rank attributes, Slave, Shadow, Villain, Warrior, Puppet Theater area. 123 indiscriminate size 3 meters. He always despised those who acted like clowns. On his feet were already other shoes. Red Demon leather boots, C-rank defense 50. Fire attack 30, movement speed 30, earthquake ability, unique fusion. He asked, is there anything scarier than falling off a stage? And stomped heavily on the ground. The entire ground shook and cracks widened, shattering into pieces. The clown monsters staggered and fell into the cracks. It turned out he knew that earthquake damage would be doubled for clown and scarecrow monsters. Moreover, because they had the slave attribute, the damage would be doubled even further. However, they quickly got up and threw scythes at him. He ducked to dodge. The serial killer clown also threw toys it held in its hands to attack. Eljan deftly dodged them all. In other words, each attack will deal 4 times the damage to you. In the blink of an eye, he stabbed the serial killer clown's face with False Calamity. He cunningly asked, what should I do? I want to get hit, but my body automatically reacts so you can't hit me. Eljan stomped heavily on the ground again and stones shattered into pieces. The clowns and scarecrows were enveloped in a dust cloud. They suffered immense damage and endured in pain. At this moment, he stabbed the gargoyle's head with False Calamity. The serial killer clown seemed not to give up and rushed at him. Once again, False Calamity stabbed him from under his jaw upwards. He single-handedly defeated all the monsters, and his appearance with False Calamity in his hand was like an Asura. Taikon was also slightly cautious. Truly amazing. He killed C-grade monsters in an instant. JB silently evaluated. Honestly, this person lacks nothing. When he arrived at the giant demon bronze dungeon, he had already defeated it. As a player, it's annoying, but I'm more curious about his abilities. I joined this raid because I wanted to see it for myself, and it's beyond imagination. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, drawing her attention, "Give us those equipment." It turned out the crowd was angry. This is no longer teamwork. You killed all the monsters. We also have a right to the rewards. Elgin glanced at them, rushing fiercely. If it's teamwork, it should be fair. JB was slightly helpless. Indeed, Gua also couldn't understand. Why are they complaining? Tank was thinking something else. But he can't say anything. I also have no reason to defend him. What they're saying isn't wrong. TX pointed at him and challenged, "Aren't you even thinking of hogging the expensive equipment?" "Right?" As soon as he finished speaking, he replied, "I'll give them." That guy was so surprised his eyes almost popped out. "You don't need them." Elgin happily reached out his hand. "Let's divide the equipment fairly. We're a team, right?" That guy hesitated, mumbling, "He's a better person than I thought," he continued. "Since we're a team, we should be fair." Hatman felt guilty. "We're the bad guys." On this side, he had already sensed the danger and inwardly admired these foolish guys. He would never be that kind. He definitely has something up his sleeve. He's clearly using them. Yu Jiang, seeing her expression so clearly, immediately reminded her. "Sis." TX has a triumphant look on his face as he gives orders. "Hey, quickly open the door to the next floor. Let's keep fighting together." Eljan merely nodded. All right, so now everyone, I'll open the door to the next floor." Gua wondered, is that guy taking the lead now? The colossal door was slowly opening. Inside stood numerous large pillars, and next to them was the crying Galatea statue. A message appeared on the system. "You have entered the hidden dungeon, Puppet Theater." The two exclaimed in surprise. "Wow, it's wider than I thought. Isn't it amazing? From the outside, it looked just like a hut." The crowd looked around, touched things, and exclaimed in admiration. "This is really dilapidated. It looks like a boss's lair, but what's this statue? It's too sturdy for anything to pique their interest." An important notification was sent again. The puppeteers behind the curtain are enraged. The big-nosed man picking his nose wondered, is this really the boss room? The system notification sound rang again. "A boss monster has appeared." TX quickly turned around and asked, "Where's the boss?" However, what he saw was the big-nosed man, his head severed, blood gushing everywhere. He screamed in surprise and his eyes widened at the loud sound. Yu Jiang turned around. Hatman asked in confusion, What's going on?" Just then, Trashcan's neck was also severed. TX, terrified, collapsed to the floor and screamed in horror. What in the world is happening?" Gua also stared in one direction in horror and shouted loudly, "It's because of that." She pointed at the crying Galatea statue and declared, "That's no ordinary statue." Gua pointed at the statue's blood-stained fingers and said, "No, that's a monster. Look at the blood on its hand. And its position is different too." TX and Taikong heard that and followed her gaze in horror. Eljan, who knew everything beforehand, smirked and muttered to himself. As expected, Gua is very quick-witted. Exactly. He looked at the statue. The boss was only defeated 5 years after it was discovered. Crying Galatea. Crying Galatea is based on the Weeping Angels from the famous British TV series Doctor Who, which aired in 1966. This information was very well known. Just then, "You be charged with her sword. You damn bastard, you're a monster." Meanwhile, Elgin continued to analyze inwardly, especially because Galatea had been transformed into a very grotesque form in the darkness. At the same time, the sword struck the statue. She was startled by the recoil. Immediately after, Dongbi also thrust forward with her weapon. "Sister, watch out." She slammed her staff hard into the ground and magic orbs quickly shot out lightning beams. Lightning the size of an arm flew towards Galatea, however it wasn't as effective as she hoped. Dongbi's eyes widened in surprise. "It can't be destroyed?" Then Yubi's gaze sharpened and she shouted loudly, "This is absurd. How can we defeat this?" At this moment, Taikong also thought to himself with a serious expression. As the boss moved to attack, Guo broke out in a cold sweat, turned around and exclaimed, "It seems our attacks won't be effective until the boss moves. Has anyone seen it attack?" JB calmly informed them. "We don't know when it will move, but once it does, we won't be able to block its attacks," Yu Jiang continued. "Then now we need to synchronize our timing and skills." TX, utterly terrified, stammered, But how can we make it move?" The atmosphere instantly quieted, and at the sound coming from behind the three of them, they turned around, slightly frightened. It turned out Elgin had appeared behind them at some point. Seeing him, Yu Jiang immediately became angry. "Hey you bastard, what are you doing? You brought us here." He continued to hurl curses loudly. "The door is locked, so we can't leave now. Did you come here without a plan?" He merely let out a light sigh and cleared his throat. Elgin raised one finger, acting cool, and said, "There are only 2 ways to escape this dungeon. First, by dying." He raised another finger. "Second, by defeating crying Galatea." Hearing that, Gua immediately retorted, "We fought as hard as we could. How can we defeat something indestructible? And we can't even see its attacks." Elgin replied somewhat playfully, "When did we say we would defeat it together?" She exclaimed in surprise. "What?" He then raised his middle finger. Elgin declared confidently, "I'll defeat it myself." At these words, all the team members froze, and veins bulged on Gua's face in anger. TX asked, unable to understand, "Then why did you bring us here?" Elgin replied nonchalantly, "Naturally, because you're useful." Gua was speechless, staring in disbelief, but he wore a harmless smile. Amidst their astonishment, he lightly commanded, "Pay up." Taikong looked up at Elgin in disbelief. Gua frowned and shouted loudly, "What nonsense are you spouting?" He sighed as if it were obvious. "You're just trailing along, aren't you?" So you should pay up, right? If you don't, I'll just be a free driver. I'll defeat crying Galatea, so pay the survival fee. As he finished speaking, Yu Zhang became angry. We're trapped here because of you, but he still calmly explained. Who had the time to bring you here? Didn't you greedily covet the weapons and crawl in yourselves? Pay up quickly. You don't want to be trapped in a fight with a boss you can't defeat. Guo thought silently. She gritted her teeth and asked, Then how much do you want? He smiled and replied lightly, 100 million gold. Her face contorted in anger. Yu Zhang, standing nearby, couldn't hold back and charged with his sword. What, you damn bastard, do you think you can act so wild just because we're talking? Eljan cowered, feigning fear, and said, Oh dear, how scary. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Zhang's head was severed by something and fell. Guo cursed inwardly in anger. You idiot, you need to assess the situation right now. So Guo said, You'll have to pay double the fee, she exclaimed in surprise, her eyes wide. What? Why do I have to pay for my brother? He replied nonchalantly. Because you're family. Suddenly a small sword came very close to his face. Guo threatened in return. Don't mess with me anymore. I can take the penalty with the others and end you here. How can I trust you to keep your promise? But he smiled again and replied nonchalantly. If you don't trust me, then put down a deposit. A system deposit works by placing money in a third-party space until the other party fulfills their promise. In other words, it's a secure deposit method. A system notification appeared. Kong Wan Wu has opened a deposit account. Condition: defeat crying Galatea. If the payer is dissatisfied with the recipient, the money will be returned. The third-party space has no owner and is entirely preserved by the rules. Guo was lost in thought for a moment. On this side, Dongbi and Bai were also waiting anxiously. Then Uljun explained again, and if you defeat crying Galatea, you'll receive a reward, he declared. I won't touch it. The people present here had different thoughts. Dongbi and Bai evaluated inwardly. Crying Galatea must be a B-grade boss. Taikong was also slightly disbelieving. Then I could get a B-grade weapon for being the first in the world to defeat it. But the highest grade weapon on the market is only C. They wondered at Elgin's decision. He's truly crazy. If we get that, we could get ahead in the world. Guo was also suspicious. I don't understand why he's refusing a B-grade weapon. Does he perhaps have something better? Elgin stood smiling and waiting. What truly difficult demands, thinking about the companions he was with. When we're on the same team, you can get my share. He calculated when they would return. And if I upload that fight to the internet, I can get views, sponsors, advertising revenue, and even dangerous killing scenes. If I stop fighting midway, the video will be deleted, so I can't miss this opportunity. As the small sword in her hand moved slightly, Elgin raised his chin. Seeing that, he attempted to reconcile, raising a finger. All right, this choice isn't bad either. There are 6 of us here, and the fee is 100 million, so how much does each person have to pay? It's only 40 million gold. Before Elgin could finish speaking, a system notification sound rang, startling him and making his eyes widen. EUD has deposited 200 million gold. JB also followed suit. Ran has deposited 100 million gold. Silverin has deposited 100 million gold. TX, shedding tears, made his deposit. Bronzer has deposited 100 million gold. Jang TX has deposited 100 million gold. Taikong also followed suit. His face hardened. Combat G has deposited 100 million gold. Elgin bit his lip tightly, suppressing his inner excitement. He looked at the people before him and thought to himself, I only hoped they'd pay 100 million, but this is great. It seems they really want to kill him, Guo reminded him. Keep your promise. Defeat crying Galatea and give all the weapons to us. Don't take anything. Elgin gave a confident smile. He walked thinking, they'll surely be overjoyed to get these weapons and be the first. These will help them do well in the future. His gaze sharpened. If it were me, I would have just died and given up, he commanded. When I give the signal, don't look at crying Galatea. After speaking, he alone raised his head and looked at her. 5 years after crying Galatea was discovered, collective intelligence. Inductive records experienced unpredictable changes and hidden options. Only after collecting all of this did some people consistently enter and get killed. Elgin, equipped with a small shield, swung his arm and defeated this extremely fearsome monster with one hand. He suddenly turned his back to the crying Galatea statue. Information simultaneously appeared on the system. Bronze shield of ancient civilization, C grade, created with ancient technology. Elgin smiled slightly and commanded, Close your eyes. Jay and Bai immediately obeyed him. At the same time, Elgin raised his shield to observe Galatea's situation. The shield's surface was so shiny that her face was completely reflected in it. Immediately after, Galatea silently swung her long, sharp claws, attempting to grab Elgin's head. However, he tilted his body sideways in time to dodge. She didn't stop, slashing diagonally with both hands. Elgin again leaned back to dodge. Next, he thrust False Calamity straight into crying Galatea's eye. She immediately swung her pointed arm, chasing after him. Galatea wildly swung her claws, attacking Elgin, but he still easily dodged everything. Her sharp teeth were always bared and she made sounds. Her information was updated in the system. Crying Galatea B-grade attributes. Seeking attention. Secret of the Hidden Puppet Theater. Size 2 meters. Elgin moved around like an eel to dodge her sharp claws. Crying Galatea cannot be destroyed if someone looks at it, but if no one looks, it immediately transforms into a monster and attacks the nearest player. This is the terrifying aspect of crying Galatea. Seeking attention attribute, Elgin shouted loudly as he fled. Open your eyes. Gua's eyes widened in surprise, and he glanced back. He saw crying Galatea return to its state of stopping, covering its face and crying. Elgin remembered what he had tried earlier. When they lost their heads, the information I learned was accurate. Its attack pattern will reset every time it stops. Its essence is so, he smirked. Alright TX and Gua, focus on my commands. Now I'll close my eyes in a ready stance. Light flashed, blurring one side of the room. Bai, Dungbi and JB heard him and tightly closed their eyes, sweat dripping down their faces, feeling very worried. They couldn't understand. We're in the middle of a fight and all we have to do is close our eyes. At this stifling feeling, Taikong had to curse inwardly. Damn it. In this strange situation, only one thought came to the team members' minds. Gua tightly closed her eyes, trying to suppress her emotions. I really want to see what's happening. Small bolts of lightning quickly flew towards Elgin. He immediately fled, and glancing back, he saw Galatea's shadow appear beside him. She raised her hand and strongly struck his shield. The shield immediately cracked. Seeing the broken crack, Elgin admired, as expected. This kind of barrier is too thick, but I'll do it. After that, Elgin said nothing more and took out False Calamity, continuously slashing Galatea. He had already turned behind her, encouraging himself, when I'm in peak condition, I can even defeat A-grade monsters. Next, he swung False Calamity and shouted loudly, Elgin, you're not dead yet. JB tightly closed her eyes, trying to suppress her thoughts. I really want to see, but if we even glimpse it, crying Galatea will turn back into a statue, TX thought to himself. Besides, who knows what that Stan Water guy will say next? Should I stop him? A thought flashed through his mind. Stop him. Gua was extremely curious. Wait, what would happen if I looked at the boss? And then she suddenly closed her eyes. It would move the statue and kill him in an instant, then she judged. He's wearing nothing, so his defense must be terrible. Should I try once? Just then, a system notification rang. You are the first player to successfully raid crying Galatea. Gua opened her eyes in surprise. What? She looked behind Elgin. Galatea was still covering its face and crying. It looked unharmed, but upon closer inspection, one eye was damaged from being stabbed by Elgin. Its head had a deep gash, and its entire body was covered in cracks. Elgin tightly gripped False Calamity in his hand and raised it high. And he raised his head, looked at it, and smiled slightly, looking very cool. It reappeared on the system. Crying Galatea defeated 1-1 deposit transferred. He replied joyfully, thank you. 700 million gold, my bank account will be full again. Meanwhile, Gua was slightly angry, watching the congratulating crowd from across the way. What? I feel disdain, but I can't do anything. At least it's better than being eliminated midway. Suddenly she felt something, and Gua quickly turned around. How what? Why is there no reward? She shouted loudly. The boss has been defeated, so why are there no rewards? At this moment everyone looked at each other. TX stared at Bai with a bewildered expression. We even received a notification that we were the first, so how can there be no benefits? Suddenly Gua's body felt something again. She remembered the image of herself when she was possessed by the nameless queen and when Elgin defeated her. At the same time, the system notification sound rang again. Crying Galatea is wailing. The body sealed within the statue is awakening. The entire statue was slowly cracking. In an instant, the statue exploded. An important notification was sent from the system. The true boss of the inverted world has awakened. Zombie exclaimed in surprise. That came out from inside the statue. Galatea, a black shadow broke through the stone floor and appeared outside. TX broke out in a cold sweat, clinging to a sliver of hope. We can't do anything when we look at it, but if it moves we can strategize. However, the shadow slowly opened its red eyes. Its entire body was gray and the shadows swirling around it created a very dangerous aura above its head. Snakes writhed frantically. Its red glowing eyes were horrifying, and the system immediately displayed Medusa A-grade attributes. Darkness summoned snakes, monoburn area, secret puppet theater, floating island, rotten wasteland, size 2 meters. A legendary monster whose existence was hidden from the demons of the tower. Information about this being said it could neutralize magic for thousands of years. Excerpt from the Horus's manuscript on intermediate demons. At this very moment half of Yahoo's body was slowly turning to stone. She shrieked in horror. What is this? Even Zombie couldn't escape the fate, her body turning to stone. The same happened to Unbi. She stared blankly as her body slowly stiffened. Didn't he say we had to look at it, and now we shouldn't? How could the attributes suddenly reverse? Suddenly, something flashed in the darkness. Gua quickly turned her head in surprise. Elgin also suddenly sneered. He hadn't been affected at all because he had closed his eyes from the start. Gua saw him and, trembling all over, screamed, You damn perverted bastard, you're worse than sewer rats. You knew this would happen, didn't you? Why didn't you tell us, you son of a bitch? Meanwhile, JB could only sigh in relief and accept reality. It's too shocking. I shouldn't have interfered in other people's business out of curiosity. Then she suddenly changed her expression and growled angrily. Brother, I'll remember your face. Elgin opened his eyes and looked at them in surprise. What are these guys talking about? You were trying to kill me. He looked around and muttered upon seeing everyone completely turned to stone. In this era, information and experience are as valuable as money. Isn't it enough that you found out the location of the hidden labyrinth? His gaze sharpened. Knowing it doesn't mean you can conquer it. Now Elgin lowered his head and didn't look at the Medusa behind him, but his momentum was not at all inferior. Now I have to play with Medusa, right? He silently assessed it. When Medusa awoke, it stood still. It had petrification attributes, so one shouldn't look into its eyes. Elgin gripped false calamity tightly in his hand and silently calculated. Nevertheless, since I know all of Medusa's attacks, this is a golden opportunity for me. He picked up his shield. As long as I keep holding the bronze shield. Before he could finish his thought, he found danger ahead. A dazzling light suddenly flashed. Elgin quickly dodged, and a stone pillar was immediately shattered. He widened his eyes in surprise but quickly calmed down and stepped back onto a stone. No way, someone's sturdy leg was bending. It turned out Taekong had just unleashed that spin kick. He sighed in relief and looked at him with cold eyes. After dodging that attack, Elgin asked in surprise, "Taekong, how is he still alive?" he suddenly thought with an interesting smile. He also realized what was happening and closed his eyes. Without him having to wait, Taekong called out, "Elgin?" and he equipped an iron arm onto his body and declared, "Let's fight." A thought suddenly flashed through Elgin's mind. That means he finds the current situation a bit interesting. While others were filled with ambition, surprise, or fear before the new boss, he was the only one focused on himself. Taekong took a breath and in the blink of an eye moved in front of Elgin. As Taekong raised his hand and grabbed his shoulder, Elgin winced in pain. Feeling electricity course through his body, he quickly broke free from the grapple, and instead charged at Taekong. Nevertheless, Elgin was surprised to sense danger, but he couldn't stop. After that, he received a knee attack from Taekong. When the smoke cleared, it was seen that he had blocked it with his shield just in time. The two stepped back and cautiously observed each other. Elgin again put on a cunning smile. "Calm down, I just need to use the movement speed increase option." Taekong on the other side assumed an attack stance again. His blue eyes flashed and he once again rushed towards Elgin at the speed of light. A punch flew and the shield blocked it once more. More cracks appeared on the shield. While Elgin was worried, Taekong delivered another kick. He inwardly shouted, "No!" It turned out Taekong's goal was to knock Elgin's shield away. He squatted down and stared at the shield rolling in front of him. At this moment, Elgin gritted his teeth in annoyance. "I'm relying on the Red Ogre's leg leather." The two played for the same amount of time, but how could he be so strong? He stared at Taekong's back in annoyance. At this speed, he could solo C-grade monsters at least. Suddenly, Taekong assessed and said, "Just as I expected. You're not good at PK. You won't be able to block my attacks continuously with this lousy equipment. I'll end this with this." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged at Elgin again. At this moment, False Calamity and the shield were firmly gripped in his hands. He suddenly smiled faintly. Elgin uttered a few unknown words in a low voice. "Too many, more than I thought." He continued to smile and say, "With standard stats." After that, Elgin's eyes shone as he observed something. He looked at Taekong's hand and thought, "Wanderer's gloves," and then assessed his entire body. Stonecarver's armor, Victor's helmet. Finally, strong legs and gambler's confusion. That was the attire of the former god of combat. Elgin saw Taekong's powerful punch coming. "I was once a huge fan of the god of combat Taekong, with those Wanderer's gloves. When he defeated countless strong enemies and rose to number 1 in Korea, I was more excited than anyone." At that time, Elgin hugged his game console and cried with joy, "How many times did I cheer for him and call him senior, even though I was older than him?" Returning to the present, he also greatly anticipated fighting him. The perfect image of the god of combat was completely ingrained in my mind. I imitated those skills countless times, Elgin declared confidently with a loud voice. "How could I forget?" Immediately after, Taekong punched him again. Elgin dodged 2 or 3 attacks in a row. The power of the punches continuously pressured him, almost completely cornering him. Nevertheless, Elgin used his agility to dodge and approached Taekong. He watched his movements and broke out in a cold sweat in surprise. "No way, he's dodging my attacks as if he's fought me hundreds of times. It's like fighting a giant fly." In the blink of an eye, Elgin approached him, filled with murderous intent. Above all, Taekong was horrified by his excited face. What is that creepy smile? He seems to enjoy getting attacked more. He couldn't stand it anymore and gritted his teeth. Taekong furiously punched Elgin in the face. "What are you exactly?" But before he could even swing his fist, he faltered as the sharp tip of False Calamity was plunged in front of him. Taekong quickly swung his arm to protect his face. Unexpectedly, Elgin was even faster, and he directly stabbed his left thigh, and he inwardly rejoiced. Weak jaw. After that, Elgin pulled out the sword and stared at Taekong with a triumphant look. Fatal weakness was what had once made Taekong retire when he was a boxer, so he was extremely sensitive to attacks on his jaw. He was constantly shocked by Elgin's sharpness. Taekong continuously gasped, thinking inwardly, "My HP is constantly decreasing." After that, he clutched his stomach, frowned, and asked, "What did you do?" Elgin didn't answer and raised False Calamity, thrusting it straight towards Taekong's stomach. "See you next time." A loud sound echoed, and his gaze instantly paused. Taekong on the other side unexpectedly sneered. When did the situation reverse? He put all his strength into strongly hitting Elgin's shield, shattering it. He looked at it and slightly sneered, thinking inwardly, "This guy knows I used the bronze shield to deal with Galatea." As the two separated, the shield in Elgin's hand shattered into pieces. Taekong lowered his arm and gave a provocative smile. "Just wait. I'll get that bronze shield and defeat Medusa before you." He was drenched in sweat, but his eyes still shone with confidence. "No one can defeat a monster I couldn't defeat." Elgin heard that and stared at Taekong with a serious expression. He reluctantly accepted this grandeur. It reminded him of the spirit of a hero from another era and the spirit of a mountain, just as he had expected. His gaze was deep in thought and very admiring. After that he sighed. What should I do? You know I can defeat it even with my eyes closed, right?" Taekong was slightly surprised to hear that. What? Elgin didn't answer and suddenly turned around and left, and Taekong shouted in anger. No way, how can you defeat a monster with your eyes closed? It's a ranked monster. He confidently raised 2 fingers and replied. There's no time to explain and no reason. Just watch the Neo video when it comes out. Taekong broke out in a cold sweat, looking at the terrifying Medusa and its red eyes, thinking inwardly, is he joking? No way. He's actually going to do that. Elgin went to an empty spot, took a deep breath, closed his eyes and thought. Let's review Medusa's attack patterns again. Medusa's conquest difficulty was still 5 stars, 3 active skills and 1 inactive skill, a 33 chance of a random attack appearing. An image of Medusa surrounded by magic circles floated in his mind. Above all, I have to predict and dodge this with my eyes closed, he seriously told himself. I have to focus only on the sounds I can hear and what my body can sense. After that, a gloomy silence followed, and then a loud sound echoed. Elgin happily introduced himself. I'm Stan Water, he triumphantly smiled and announced, continuing from where Galatea was crying. I'm going to fight Medusa. Did everyone prepare their diapers? Elgin recalled the scene where his shield broke. Normally I would have used the bronze shield. Oh dear, he said with an extremely regretful voice. The shield broke due to my companion's betrayal. However, it didn't greatly affect Elgin. He casually told everyone, no problem. Shall I defeat it with my eyes closed now? My ears are sensitive, so it'll be fine. Medusa had 3 active skills and 1 inactive skill. Medusa's body was very large and numerous snakes writhed on its head. She emitted immense power. Countless thorns were summoned. The first was Hell's Trap. Ice thorns sprouted from the ground. Since one couldn't see them, one had to focus on listening. Next was the second skill, Hell's Lava Fire. Elgin also felt it difficult to deal with and said it's very hot and creates immense flames. And of course, since one couldn't see, one had to focus on listening. He took a stance for the next stage. After dodging 2 random attacks, Elgin closed his eyes and cautiously attacked her weak spot. Crawl on the ground to perform a physical attack. You have to close your eyes, so you need to remember Medusa's position. Medusa gradually began to feel uneasy due to his overwhelming power. Elgin seized this opportunity. At that moment, the third attack skill. He loudly shouted that Jack Moon would be cast. A monster from her seal flew straight at Elgin. Brief information about the Jack Moon skill. B-grade warrior, poison resistance, magic resistance, giant puppet theater area, evil alley, size 15 meters. This snake came from the depths of mythology. The scales covering its entire body give it immunity to poison and magic damage. Elgin seemed prepared for this situation and displayed a very confident and triumphant smile. This monster is large enough to break your will to fight, but don't worry. It's just a summoned creature. This monster's attack pattern was quite simple. Jack Moon opened its mouth and charged straight at Elgin. He held his sword and directly confronted it. He anticipated its skill and tilted his body sideways to dodge. A headbutt is what it's going to do. Since I can't see, I have to avoid it as much as possible. Understood? Elgin put all his strength into stabbing Jack Moon's skin with his sword, reminding himself that it could only resist magic. Therefore, the biggest enemy is physical attacks. To defeat it, one must calmly attack continuously. Suddenly a strong wind blew and Medusa observed him with a cold face. She looked at his face and said with a trembling voice, I can't die like this after making such a mistake. If it's you who kills me, you'll grant my request. Medusa recalled a sad past and revealed something about her child. I was once human. I fell in love with a black dragon and bore a child. Now death is near, I can't do anything more. But when I think of that child, I can't die and leave it alone. Even as her body was slowly disappearing, Medusa spoke her last wish. So please kill it and send it to another world. He heard that and replied in annoyance. You want me to kill a child? Don't talk nonsense. She gave a strange smile and sent a notification. Kill Medusa's child, accept or decline. Elgin heard that and said with a smile, anyway, I finally got it. The next quest was about another secret. An image of a person clad in armor and the name Bronze Golem C grade. The second was the nameless queen B grade. The third was her. Crying Galatea B grade. And finally Medusa A grade. Elgin clicked accept. Suddenly he discovered something. Elgin reached out his hand to grab it and asked, what fell? He speculated. It seems accepting will give me additional equipment. Elgin looked at the key in his hand and asked, what is this? Dark key D grade. Nothing good will come from touching it. Early morning in the city where Elgin lived. At this time he was still sound asleep in bed. Suddenly Elgin's eyes shot open, drooling. He glanced down and saw a snake moving. It smiled brightly and greeted him. Elgin got up, still itching, and muttered inwardly, I guess I should go outside. The sky was truly beautiful today. Suddenly a man's voice echoed from the phone. Yes, this is Africa. Regarding the contract. Yes, did you see the notification section at the bottom left of the website? A cityscape with numerous skyscrapers appeared. He continued to introduce information. Pay your rent every Monday morning. Only cash is accepted. The discount depends on your current situation. I'm a bit busy right now. Now Elgin was looking at houses he could rent. She happily showed him around and said, this house is much cheaper than the market price. You won't find another one. All furniture is provided, so you don't need to spend extra. There's a gym and a swimming pool on the 4th floor. It's completely free. Feel free to go and exercise anytime. The person on the phone asked, I'll explain everything in a document. What's your account number? He praised the house she introduced. The snake is quite good and there don't seem to be any bugs around. She replied very confidently, of course. So when will you move in? At this moment the voice on the phone seemed to shift from calm to surprise. Yes. Streamer Stan Water. Yes, I'll send an employee. Who? He immediately snatched the phone and hit the boy on the head a few times. He was sweating nervously and quickly changed his tone. Yes, hello streamer Stan Water. I'm Hong Hongjun, team leader of Africa's service team. It's an honor to speak with you. Your promotional information is garnering a lot of attention. Rumors are spreading that a new super rookie has emerged. Viewer numbers continue to increase, breaking sponsorship records. It's truly amazing. If you could spare some time to visit Africa, please wait a moment. Tell us where you are and we'll come pick you up. No problem, Elgin replied nonchalantly. Just send me the information by the payment date. Before Hong Hongjun could finish speaking, he cut him off and hung up, having intended to say, no need to worry. When you have time later, Elgin looked at his phone extremely displeased and questioned, I didn't like or tag anything, so why did it get a like? Clearly he'll try to kick me out of the brand or make me a partner. You can't not know that you'll just discard me like trash. Holding a glass of water, he drank and affirmed, I've lived that way, and it won't happen again. Fast streaming platforms, game companies, telecommunications groups, none of them can be trusted. Suddenly, a computer fell from the sky, making him spit out water. Looking at the ruins beneath his feet, Elgin was dumbfounded. He was extremely angry and shouted, looking up at where the computer fell, what the hell? What if an honest, upright citizen was passing by and got hurt? Before he could regain his composure, screams from inside the building left him speechless. His face was filled with unease and cold sweat trickled down. Elgin stared at it with wide eyes. He quietly left as if nothing had happened. Anyway, he wasn't hurt, so let's just leave it. I can distinguish between reality and virtual, so I can ignore it. After that, screams continued to echo from inside the building. Yu Jang cautiously spoke, seeing his sister acting wildly. Why did you break a good screen? Gu screamed desperately. Seriously, I'm going to kill that damn pervert. It's so unfair. Even though he tricked us, the viewership of that kid's video keeps increasing. She looked at the screen and said loudly, how can he manipulate the video so a paid video can rise in the trending charts? I paid money to watch it out of curiosity. Gu continued, he got famous thanks to the Medusa we hunted. He couldn't say anything and just listened patiently. The more she spoke, the angrier she became. Gu covered her face and cried miserably. I'm so mad I could die, Yu Jang, a little scared, advised. Sis, you're distracted. Calm down, you probably need a drink. Just then, the skinhead man returned. Boss, I'm back, he said. Where were you? He saw her sprawled on the table with sharp eyes. Was your sister here too? Suddenly he said, I saw her in the Medusa raid video in the dungeon. Gu was startled by the clumsy live broadcast. He happily took out his phone to brag about his achievement. I watched all the videos where she died. Now I'm her fan. Her blood boiled and she wanted to hit him, but Yu Jang stopped her. Calm down, it's not that, he added. I was going to join her fan club too. Suddenly, Gu froze in surprise. She turned to him and asked, Brother, how many members do we have on our YouTube channel? About 3 hours later, Blue Anon collapsed, kneeling on the ground. Elgin speculated inwardly with a solemn expression. It was a raid. No, it was a solo hunt. There were several arrows stuck in its body, so it must have been an archer. Elgin quickly moved forward. Someone is trying to raid this archer. No way. Arriving in front of the stone door, Elgin stopped to observe everything. Suddenly, an immense heat emanated from inside the door. He felt a slight pain. Looking at the HP value, Elgin was astonished. He quickly hid behind a rock, avoiding the poison, and continued to wait and observe. All I have are a few stones and poison and no armor. I almost died in the most foolish way. At this moment, a monster slowly walked out. It opened its mouth and roared several terrifying sounds. He thought inwardly with a calm expression. I'm sure I haven't fought this before, but having just seen its appearance, Elgin was certain it was a gorgon, a grade attributes. Darkness, beast, poison, lava, size 3 meters. A lot of information about it flashed through his mind. It was a monster with balanced stats in agility, strength, and racial traits. It even had the rare trait of lava energy. He began to feel that fighting the Gorgon would be disadvantageous. Basically, this situation was quite difficult. It was currently the top-ranked opponent among Zem's enemies. Suddenly, a person appeared before him. He exclaimed in surprise, but who is it? His body was covered in scars. He moved gracefully. He held a bow in his hand. Seeing it, Elgin was astonished at the speed, which was much faster than he had imagined. With immense power, numerous arrows were fired, shattering rocks. And Elgin watched with wide eyes in surprise. He leaped high, aimed at the Gorgon, and fired dozens of arrows, causing the Gorgon to fall in pain. He landed softly on the ground with a calm expression as if he had expended no strength. He looked at the ruins before him and then sighed. Elgin looked at it with delight and thought inwardly, it must be Drake Cat. He couldn't help but admire the fierce battle he had just witnessed. Professional players and top rankers are evaluated based on various lists beyond just their ranking. Drake Cat, you've mastered the archer character in an extraordinary way. He held the absolute #1 position in PK rankings. Some even acknowledged him as the true global #1. Because of Drake Cat's accuracy and agility, others gave him a nickname. Thus his nickname became One Shot, One Kill, 1 in a Billion. Elgin added by introducing him. He became famous in Korea. He even earned the rather cute nickname Drakey. But there was a turning point. One day he suddenly disappeared from the game entirely. It was an unsolved mystery. No one knew why he quit the game. He was truly so mysterious, that made him a legend in everyone's eyes, he affirmed. Returning to reality, Elgin suddenly realized something was wrong. He was cornered, but Drake Cat didn't panic. He prepared for the next step. Noticing this good opportunity, the Gorgon quickly rushed at him. Drake Cat wore a cunning smile as if waiting for prey. He skillfully dodged sideways. It turned around in a rage, about to use its second skill, but slipped due to the sticky slime and fell. Elgin observed from a distance suspiciously. Looking at the liquid on the Gorgon's arm, is it snail slime? Elgin and it realized at this moment. There were a few throwing daggers on the ground. Hell's throwing dagger B grade. Elgin smiled in admiration. Could he have set up such a trap in such a short time? He couldn't help but marvel, recalling Drake Cat's incredibly cool moment of dodging the Gorgon's attack. Truly amazing, he smiled triumphantly and thought inwardly. The Gorgon has 5 HP left. Good. Drake Cat summoned a sword. This is part of the attributes of the loser's sword. B-grade one-handed weapon, unique Contempt skill. Contempt has a 5 chance to kill enemies with less than 5 HP. He infused his strength into it. Drake Cat confidently affirmed that this was his 20th attempt. Now was the time for the 5 chance to shine, but unlike him, Elgin was extremely anxious. Drake Cat, holding the sword, rushed at the Gorgon at full speed. Let's go. Suddenly, the eye on its forehead shone brightly. He began to be slightly wary. Mana burn, but he was still very confident. He took a swing at it, declaring it had no effect. The sword pierced directly into its forehead. The power within the sword grew stronger, causing the Gorgon immense pain. It collapsed to the ground with a thud. As Drake Cat watched, he quickly said with joy, "I did it. I finally defeated the Gorgon." Suddenly Elgin shouted, "Don't move," his voice echoed to Drake Cat, freezing him. It hasn't fallen yet. At this moment the Gorgon spewed out a snake-headed tail. Gorgon's tail B-grade, attribute poisonous. He froze upon seeing it, but Drake Cat was even more surprised at this moment, because before his eyes was Jack Moon B-grade. Elgin had summoned Jack Moon with an A-grade dark ring. He quietly approached from the shadows and said, "I didn't intend to interfere." Drake Cat asked, "Did you summon it?" He happily nodded. Originally, the meta used by the shock archer Drake Cat was to create earthquakes and arrow rain from a distance. It was truly an overwhelming combat style. The shoes Drake Cat wore when fighting it were red demon leather boots, one of the items he used. Elgin speculated inwardly. If he really killed the red demon first and used the earthquake meta, it wouldn't have taken him long to fight the Gorgon. Turning back to Drake Cat, he smiled gently at Elgin and said, "I owe you one this time. If I died here, I wouldn't be able to sleep while the game blocks me from logging in." At these words, Elgin's mind sharpened. The system continued to announce the first friend. Gorgon, Global Number 1, Drake. Gorgon Horn Fragment. A grade. He bent down to pick up the item and conversed with him. "In my family there's a saying, repay double, seek tenfold revenge." Drake Cat was extremely moved and vowed to himself, "Since you saved my life, I'll save yours more than twice." Elgin was overjoyed to hear that. Success. He wanted to throw a celebratory party in his mind. Drake Cat's words echoed in his head. "The number 1 PK player just promised to save my life twice. Compared to that, the rewards from the Gorgon are nothing," in his mind. But in reality, Elgin replied very humbly, "All right, I'll probably have to use it once now." He smiled and informed him, "I'm going down to the deepest floor of the Cradle of the Abyss." Drake Cat was slightly bewildered and asked again, "What, but this isn't the last floor?" Elgin then passed him with a calm expression, staring intently at the stone door. Elgin felt a sense of unease. If the information I got from this hidden fragment is correct, it must be behind this altar. Suddenly a light flashed. The hidden lock beneath the stone slowly cracked open. He burst out laughing with joy. Now Elgin held the D-grade dark key in his hand. Nothing good would come from touching it. He stabbed straight towards the lock. Drake Cat simply watched him with wide eyes. Suddenly, many cracks appeared in the ground. The ground collapsed and the two fell. Drake Cat exclaimed in surprise, "What the ground is now?" The system appeared. Entering the hidden dungeon, Cradle of the Abyss, 8th floor. The name of the first visitor will be recorded in the Cosmic Archive. The missing boss will appear. Now he understood. So there was another secret. Elgin smiled and said, "The monster I'm targeting last is the monster trapped underground, none other than Medusa's child, the basilisk." The secret of Medusa's child was slowly revealed. The black dragon feared his child the basilisk would rebel, so he imprisoned it. His mother Medusa was sealed in a statue forever. Thus the basilisk was completely separated from its mother from birth and always harbored burning rage towards the black dragon. Elgin sighed, feeling a little pity. Truly cruel. Fearing losing his throne, he swallowed his child in a cave. The black dragon is truly a coward. Drake Cat stood beside him and spoke. "I don't know much about this hidden boss." Suddenly he smiled excitedly. "But I'm heated up now too." He looked at it and subtly understood. As soon as he finished speaking, Drake Cat aimed his bow at the mountain wall and continued to fire, surprising Elgin. It turned out he was attacking the basilisk, but Drake Cat's arrows were reflected back at him. Drake Cat frowned with a puzzled expression. "What?" he replied. "That's due to the nature of the abyss." Elgin continued to explain to him. "It's a passive trait that reflects 90 of damage to the enemy. Thanks to its high defense, it hasn't taken any damage yet. But this is quite annoying." Suddenly the basilisk raised its head towards the two of them and then opened its mouth filled with poison. Elgin immediately announced, "It's going to breathe now," he shouted. "Dodge quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, the basilisk spewed out poisonous substances. Its power broke through all obstacles, sending shivers down their spines. A moment later the basilisk stopped. His attack made Drake Cat quite anxious, and he said honestly, "The poison is so strong that I feel like I'll get hurt just by touching it." Suddenly Elgin's voice echoed, "I'll go up first." That greatly surprised him. Drake Cat knelt and watched him jump onto the 8th floor with joy. He quickly warned, "The entire 8th floor is a sea of poison. There's nowhere to step." As soon as he finished speaking, "Where do you think you can stand?" He paused. Now before his eyes was Elgin, standing on the body of the weakly which he had just summoned. Elgin affirmed that the weakly's poison resistance was beyond imagination. He smiled triumphantly. As long as it's here, it won't take any damage from the poisonous substances. A moment later, the recovered basilisk continued to spew poisonous substances at the two of them. The weakly skillfully dodged the attacks, giving Elgin an opportunity. But suddenly the ground shook, causing him to lose his balance on the weakly's back, and Elgin missed it and hit its body. At this very moment the basilisk flew like lightning, trying to crush his head. But luckily an arrow struck its eye. Elgin mumbled his name in a surprised voice. Drake. His appearance was so cool that he couldn't help but admire him. Elgin laughed, moved. Truly a cool savior. He quickly composed himself and counterattacked his attack. Now the basilisk's poisonous substance seemed to have spread through Elgin's body. Drake Cat asked, a little worried. But can you really survive his poisonous substance? He smiled bitterly and said honestly. Honestly, I'm thinking about it right now. Drake Cat began to calculate the battle with the basilisk. It will take about 2.5 hours to get out of the dungeon and up to the first floor, and the time for my blood to run out from the damage of the nest is about 3 hours. The time might be shortened a bit. Can I block the basilisk's poisonous substance during that time? Suddenly, he had a good idea. There's one way. Follow me and you'll see for yourself. He nodded in absolute agreement and smiled. I trust you. 6th floor. As soon as they descended to the floor, the two hurriedly fled. Elgin explained and commanded, that sound is the poison gas attack. As they sprinted to the 5th floor, the basilisk exhaled a poisonous mist. Drake, running, wondered, how can you tell the difference between its poisonous breath and poisonous mist? Elgin answered honestly. I can precisely recognize the sound and activation effect. Drake still didn't understand what he meant. Elgin explained, the poisonous breath takes 350 frames to launch, and the poisonous mist takes 370 frames. Can't you feel the 20-frame difference? Besides, when it uses poisonous breath, its throat moves up and down, but with poisonous mist, it trembles. On the 5th floor, the two lay flat on the ground. It was a 3-stage pitch grenade attack. All the scales flew at a 45-degree angle, so lying flat on the ground allowed them to dodge. Upon reaching the 4th floor, Drake also marveled at its power. Monsters at this level could melt enemies with just their poisonous breath. Elgin agreed. It was too strong. I couldn't kill even one. On the 3rd floor, the basilisk spewed a very potent black gas-like liquid. Elgin frowned, thinking, it still has 80 of its health left, and we haven't even climbed halfway up the dungeon. Drake warned loudly. Hey, if you keep standing there, you'll get poisoned. Elgin closed his eyes, moved, and then said, let's see, I think it's time. Suddenly, he discovered some pillars and rejoiced as if he had found gold. Elgin ordered, let's go through these pillars, and Drake followed but wondered, wasn't that a detour from the escape route? Why are we going that way? The basilisk's speed was too fast and caught up to them, and Drake paused for a moment. At this point, small lightning bolts began to gather in the sky. Elgin laughed joyfully. Yes, perfect timing. The lightning struck the ground directly in the middle of them. The blue oni revealed its formidable teeth. Elgin said, delighted, thanks to you. I've bought some time. Then, pointing at it, he declared, I choose you. He encouraged, let's go. The blue oni led Drake from astonishment to astonishment. The blue oni charged at him with a terrifying roar. The two creatures approached each other and soon merged. After a moment they successfully transformed and their equipment fused. As the blue oni tried to stop the approaching basilisk, it snarled with a determined expression. Drake, startled, asked Elgin, did you really summon it? He replied nonchalantly, of course. Fortunately, the timing of this blue ona's appearance was perfect, Elgin explained, smiling triumphantly. This monster will relentlessly attack any creature that invades its territory, even a monster 10,000 times stronger like the basilisk. Observing the current situation, Elgin thought, moreover, its power is so great that it could be mistaken for C-grade or higher. As soon as he finished his thought, the basilisk gripped its hand tightly, preventing it from attacking further, and made it groan in pain. Oni Onma, the basilisk crushed the blue ona's hand, increasing its power, and the blue oni screamed in agony. Seizing this opportunity, the basilisk charged, gathered and prepared its poison, then unleashed it upon the blue oni. The blue oni received it all with wide eyes and moaned, on, oni. Now only the dry bones of the blue oni remained before his eyes. Drake felt pity for the blue oni, but Elgin was very pleased. Good, suppressed it for 10 seconds. Looking at the stairs before them, Elgin calculated, the basilisk now has only 50 of its health left. He glanced at it once more and decided to take a gamble. Its health has dropped significantly. It's worth a try. Seeing its two prey flee so far, the basilisk also sped up, breaking through all obstacles. On the 1st floor, Elgin, seeing the basilisk, honestly admitted, this basilisk still has immense vitality. I don't want to say this, but it feels like it will still take a long time to get out of here. Suddenly, Elgin laughed and asked, what are you talking about? After fighting so hard to get here, how can we give up now? Recalling the battle with the blue oni, he confessed, it's time to unleash the secret weapon I've prepared for so long. At this moment, Elgin exclaimed, now is the time to shine. Information about the Amalgam leg leather B grade. This weapon was created by fusing the leg leathers of the red oni and the blue oni. He wore it on his legs, and his power seemed to increase by 200. His face filled with confidence. He smiled and asserted, everything I prepared for dungeon combat is complete. Everything will go according to plan then. Stomping hard on the ground with those shoes, he declared, you will taste the most cruel damage inflicted by a demon in every corner. The shoes emitted several flashes. Now it's showtime. Just one stomp with those shoes caused a terrible earthquake. The basilisk, realizing this earthquake was far more severe than expected, was already falling to the floor below. Drake marveled at this sight. Glancing at the deep, large hole he had created, Elgin exclaimed, "What incredible power," Elgin thought. The habitat of these monsters is basically deep caves, so there are very large spaces between floors. Since the basilisk fell from the first floor to the second, will its health decrease a bit? Imagining the basilisk falling, he said, "As it falls, its corrupted nature will reflect all damage, and it will scatter into every corner." Elgin smiled meaningfully. "But those floors are already weakened by the basilisk's rage and all its poisonous substances. And now the impact of the fall is added," he deduced. "Therefore, as the lower floors break one by one, its form will gradually blur," he silently asserted. "It will fall deeper and deeper. And each time it does, it will lose a lot of blood." The basilisk fell miserably, destroying the floors, unable to control itself. The basilisk fell deeper and deeper. More and more stones from the floors fell. The floors would be destroyed all the way to the bottom, up to the 8th floor. After several collisions, the basilisk eventually returned to its starting point. It raised its arms towards the blue sky. "Destroyed," Elgin smiled and declared. "It will take a long time to crawl back up. In the meantime, the holes damaged by the instruction will recover. Now it's a race against time." Suddenly, the two paused at a sound coming from below. Elgin felt uneasy and ordered Jack Moon to take a defensive stance. "Keep throwing stones at it." Elgin happily praised Jack Moon. "Jack Moon, quite a useful ally." Drake grimaced and said, "Completely useless." He thought, "I should go get some popcorn." The system continued to send notifications. "You are the first player to defeat the basilisk. You are the first player to purify the cradle of the abyss. You have completed the hidden quest, Medusa's motherly love, kill the child. Reward, corrupted heart armor a grade." The basilisk's heart thoroughly dried to size. Elgin had to go back down to the 8th floor. He was very pleased, thinking, a good item. I never thought I'd get such a wonderful item. Truly amazing." At this moment, Drake mentioned his uselessness. "I couldn't do anything, so I'm a bit embarrassed to take credit for this bottle's outcome. I received the quest to kill the basilisk, but I contributed so little that I didn't get a weapon." Elgin politely didn't mind. No, it was perfect for an impromptu collaboration. Besides, you didn't monopolize the dungeon layout. "Why don't you collect weapons with me?" Drake smiled and said, "No need to ask. Do as you please." Elgin raised an eyebrow, thinking he's quite polite. Then he suddenly wondered, "Oh, by the way, earlier when you left your name on the leaderboard, you said, 'I'm Elgin,' right? What's going on?" Drake was silent for a moment, and Elgin thought he didn't understand. Then Drake confessed, "Recently some big guilds have put out bounties to kill you." Elgin was astonished and at the same time felt considerable anger. He asked himself, "They put out a bounty to kill me?" Not understanding what had happened, Elgin asked Drake again, "What are you talking about? What did I do?" Drake showed him the evidence. "There's even a bounty on you." Several notifications appeared. "We are looking for all players named G who have committed abnormal and malicious acts. We are looking for someone to solve the increasing problems of intentional mischief, monster stealing, looting, illegal PK, etc." The bounty was. Elgin muttered, "This is truly ridiculous. Except for the disgusting act of running around naked, I haven't committed any sin." He was furious. Drake sadly advised, "Why don't you go into hiding for a while? It seems many people are leading this." But at this moment, Elgin's blood seemed to rush to his head. He heard nothing. He laughed once, then clutched his stomach and burst into laughter, surprising even Drake. Elgin thought, "They want to catch me? How cute." Now a flock of chirping chicks gathered and begging for food came to his mind. He imagined countless novices swarming him like a flock of chicks. "Isn't that wonderful?" Elgin added. "I'll have to get rid of those chicks before they grow into fighting cocks, right? Otherwise it'll be a big problem." At this moment in the harsh desert level 8 area, many people were gathered. Suddenly a scream was heard. What, damn it, a war was about to begin. The two continuously fought. "If you bump into someone, shouldn't you apologize?" "Why should I? You bumped into me." Another man simultaneously thrust his sword into a monster, and the man on the opposite side continuously spoke loudly in anger. "Hey, I caught it first. Give it back." "Take your hands off it," he replied, "or I'll cut them off." The other person began to pick a fight. "Damn it, want to fight?" The members of both groups shouted brothers in unison and charged, unwilling to back down. Seeing the situation worsen, someone's voice was heard. Everyone listened with startled eyes. "Perhaps everyone has forgotten the purpose of coming here. Don't waste your strength." Now before them was a shining stage in the middle of this arid desert. Gu was the owner of that voice. She radiated a dazzling aura and a bright smile, emphasizing, "Today we have only one goal." Everyone shouted, "Destroy the dirty puddle." The people below were still surprised by her appearance. She was the leader of the YouTube guild, Pretty Boss. Gu continued to incite the crowd. "Don't waste our blood on internal strife. Who is the target of our weapons?" They shouted in unison. "The dirty puddle," she repeated. "Who is the target of our revenge?" Everyone replied. "The dirty puddle." Finally, Gu shouted with all her might, "Who is the damned bastard we must defeat?" The crowd took a breath, then responded in unison as if to make the arena explode. "The dirty puddle." Yubi watched the crowd for a while and wondered, "How did you find so many people?" The team recruited from the secret fan club was only about 100 people, but there are over 500 here. Gu quietly approached and answered, "It's not just us. Many Chinese streamers have come." Yubi asked, puzzled. "Chinese? Why?" She explained, "A giant Chinese leader has put an enormous bounty on him. Wundi will give a big reward to anyone who takes Elgin's life." This was his announcement. We are looking for warriors who can hunt that damned bastard and prove the dominance of our nation. Gu said, that means Chinese players don't want Korean players to get attention, she introduced. There are 3 main factions here. Our Udi team, the Yan Alliance team, and the bounty hunters aiming for Wang's bounty. She smiled, thinking, all these people just want to catch the dirty puddle. It's a bit embarrassing. I thought it was excessive, but we'll definitely take him down 100. Gu approached a player and thanked him. Thanks to you, we were able to find him as a team leader. Thank you, Drake. It was Drake. He firmly replied, we cooperated for a short time by chance, so I know a little about him. Gu raised an eyebrow and asked, I see what you're receiving. Tell me, how did you find his current location? Drake quickly replied with a cold expression. I tracked him. I also got information from the PK Alliance. She crossed her arms and immediately asked, all right, what do you want in return? He replied, money. Yubi didn't hesitate and retorted, are you planning to kill him and take both our and the Chinese bounty? Drake, with some mitigating factors, said honestly, I can't get a reward from the Chinese. The amount I receive will be donated to your guild, so pay the fee. She looked at Drake, delighted, and continuously recalled the battles that had built his reputation, thinking, Drake, he's not on any official leaderboard, so his rank is unknown, but he's very famous in the game community. He doesn't seem to oppose the Udi team, so this problem is resolved. Gu smiled happily and said, all right, as long as you kill him properly. Drake nodded. She turned around. See you later. Suddenly Drake said, wait. Gu was curious. Drake smiled and asked her, are you going to kill him and complete that quest no matter what? The next day everyone fully prepared their weapons, waiting for him to appear. They impatiently shouted, come out. Someone strongly said, we'll skewer you and roast you. Gu held a scroll in her hand, smiling triumphantly. I spent a lot of money to get this level 4 chain lightning magic scroll. I can't let him die first. I have to stab him with my own sword, right? Suddenly a light began to appear. It grew larger and larger, and as soon as she saw it, she quickly cast a spell. Die. At this moment everyone cooperated and attacked, continuously aiming at the flashing light, causing a considerable explosion. She gritted her teeth, asking herself, will it work? As the smoke cleared, the shadow of a pile of dung appeared. They were startled and speechless. That's poo. She froze, then screamed loudly, poo. Suddenly the pile of dung swirled in a sandstorm and dust filled the air. A dimly bloodied camel reappeared. The crowd was bewildered. What? I just saw a giant pile of dung in front of me. Why is it a camel now? We shot a camel. Gu gritted her teeth. This is absurd. Did I get wrong information? Damn it, I used an expensive scroll too. Suddenly she widened her eyes. What is that? She looked at the ground and asked herself. An earthquake. Just then he appeared before the people, his face triumphant. All right, I've done as you wished. This is my gift. Enjoy the terror of your first encounter with underground creatures. Suddenly something incredibly massive burst out from beneath the ground. Her brother, who was about to kill Elgin, froze with suspicion. Wasn't it daytime just now? Why did it get so dark so suddenly? Everyone stared at it blankly. A terrifyingly gigantic sandworm summoned by Joey stood before them. He stared at it and screamed, what is that? Thick dust covered the vast desert. From behind a nearby rock, Elgin scoffed and asked lightly, Drake, did you get all the bounties? He slowly nodded and replied, the allied guild members will want to backstab each other. They all value other guild leaders by money. As expected, Elgin smiled deviously. Of course I expected this from them. An assassination list suddenly appeared in the system. Number 1 was to kill the damned bastard for a bounty of 200 million gold. Number 2 was to kill Jang TX, the guild leader of the Anon Alliance, for a bounty of 50 million gold. Number 3 was to kill guild leader Yahoo for a bounty of 50 million gold. And finally, number 4 was to kill vice guild leader Yu Jang for a bounty of 50 million gold. Elgin thought for a moment and then asked Drake, did you spread the rumor that I would expose all the truth tomorrow at 2 p.m.? He immediately replied, done. They fell into the trap more easily than I thought. Everything went smoothly, he said, pleased. And instructed Drake, good, you don't belong to any guild, so there's no reason to suspect you. While I fight tomorrow, take this opportunity to assassinate them and collect the bounties. The wind rustled. Elgin asked again, what's your plan? Drake thought for a moment and replied, there are over 100 people now, and there will be more tomorrow. He agreed, I think so too. He frowned worriedly. They've all come here and are very elite, trained to catch you. Especially Wang from China, he'll be our biggest obstacle. As he spoke, Drake suddenly paused, looking at him. Elgin casually said that Wang meant him and what? Unknown. He suddenly stuck out his tongue and exclaimed triumphantly, if anyone asks his name he has to say, flowing sound unknown. Drake stared intently at him and seemed to realize something. He exclaimed in surprise, you know Wang Si, wait, what are you going to do with that crowd? Elgin wore a mysterious expression. You'll know the answer tomorrow. An unfortunate camel lay in the middle of the desert. The sky was getting darker. A series of massive explosions erupted. The monster wrapped all the soldiers in a whirlwind, tearing them to pieces. This monster was called the A-grade sandworm, with attributes of hard wings, dry land, habitat in the harsh desert front area, Area A51, dark elevator and abyssal tunnel, and a size of 50 meters. A red-haired soldier screamed in panic, where did it come from? Other soldiers continued to scream, terrified of the sandworm. The situation was critical. Yu Jang had no choice but to grit his teeth. The sandworm revealed its terrifying mouth, extending 5 sharp blades. The ground suddenly shook violently. In the blink of an eye, the ground cracked, and a few unfortunate soldiers fell into the abyss. The sandworm roared in fury. Someone screamed, earthquake, that monster is causing an earthquake. A soldier cried out in fear, my God, what are you doing? In an instant the soldiers fell into chaos and became uncontrollable. Shouldn't we do something to stop it? Gua suddenly appeared and reassured them. Don't panic, she reminded them loudly. The sandworm is an earth attribute monster. That means ice will deal 4 times the damage to it. She immediately commanded, mages use ice rays to attack. The mages quickly followed orders and zapped the sandworm's head with electricity. The axe-wielding soldiers continuously rushed in and chopped at the sandworm several times while it was off guard. The sandworm writhed in pain. The leading soldier commanded directly, all guild members immediately rally. That thing is an A- grade monster. As soon as he finished speaking, numerous soldiers rushed in and attacked the sandworm. The sky grew increasingly yellow. Gua shouted with all her might to encourage the soldiers. Charge, everyone must defeat it. Yu Zhang gritted his teeth and said, we heard rumors about that monster. He whispered deviously to Gua, if people defeat it too early, away from other guilds will end everything. She chuckled. We still have plenty of bullets. Lightning bolts flashed and pierced the sandworm. Gua, sweating, still shouted with difficulty, just a little more. Suddenly, TX burst out, laughing mockingly at her. Hula hoo, she exclaimed in surprise. Zhang, TX, that guy. He turned his eyes towards the monster and reminded her. It's starting its defense, TX calmly instructed. If you can keep dealing damage like this, it will definitely fall. He scratched his nose and laughed foolishly. Gua, after this mission I have something heartfelt to tell you. Just then a flash of lightning streaked across her face. Before she could be surprised, it directly struck TX's head. Gua was startled and looked at the weapon stuck in it. An arrow. What? As a person fell before her eyes, Gua became extremely angry. Even if we can't assassinate Stan Water, why kill Zhang TX now? I need another comrade right now, even if they're dying. A thud was heard again. Another person next to her unfortunately died instantly from an arrow. Gua shrieked in panic. Brother? She frantically looked around for the culprit. Behind a large rock far away stood a man's shadow. That person was none other than Drake. He glanced at her with an indifferent expression. Gua's eyes widened in disbelief and she cursed. Damn it, when were you there? Drake coldly pressed the crossbow in his hand without expression. An arrow flew through the wind, and from the sky nonchalantly descending was none other than Elgin. Scoffed, even a beginner like me can defeat a sandworm. Doing a good deed is a small matter, right? Thick smoke rose from the ground and the camel lay haphazardly in the middle of the desert. Elgin laughed triumphantly. No one will know that I summoned Mugen and hid myself, because he has high magic resistance. As the sandworm fell, the maid shouted excitedly, it's down. Soldiers everywhere burst into tears. We succeeded. We hunted an A-grade monster. Is it really a grade? We won. Suddenly, someone interrupted with a cold voice. No. The ground shook violently, and the soldiers, before they could rejoice, were panicked and terrified. What again? Everyone screamed in fear. It's still alive. Elgin slowly approached. He said with a confident voice, you guys will never win. Elgin wore an evil and cold smile. He arrogantly looked up at the sky. A is the victor. Other soldiers burst into mocking laughter. What nonsense are you spouting? Who? He pointed at his face and shouted, are you trying to steal the loot? Elgin chuckled. I couldn't have completed this mission without help, but a wicked flame suddenly burned in his eyes. I can't believe I'm the one who killed that monster. Elgin silently assessed the sandworm. In my memory, it took me 5 years to defeat the sandworm in my previous life, and now only 6 months after the game started. 10 times faster. Suddenly someone shouted his name, and he quickly turned around. Stan Water. Gua, with a sword in her hand, lunged at him wildly. Electricity surged from her body. Gua roared in fury. You let your guard down, you damn bastard. The sword, exuding a terrifying aura, plunged directly towards Elgin's chest. Yahoo stabbed the sword directly into his chest. She screamed wildly, die Stan Water, you wouldn't have known he'd know him. She gloated, looking at the base defense value. Her voice was filled with satisfaction. You won't survive this attack. As she spoke, she suddenly fell silent. Gua stared intently at his black body, unable to understand. His skin is black, Elgin suddenly called her. Hey, he mocked with a sneer, you're looking at my body so explicitly, even though we just met. Shameless. Black smoke suddenly erupted from his body. It powerfully pushed Gua back several meters. She felt a tearing pain in her body. Gua gritted her teeth and startled asked herself, how did I take damage? It can't be reflected damage. The black smoke briefly appeared and disappeared, then seeped back into his clothes. Elgin blinked and looked at his chest. This power is called Corrupted Heart. A grade armor, defense 50, can use corrupted attribute. It was made by drying the basilisk's heart and cutting it to fit his body. He admired the armor he possessed. My brief worries were in vain. This holy relic is truly the best. The corrupted attribute of this item flects over 90 of damage back to the attacker. From a distance, someone called out to him loudly. Elgin, are you alright? Drake had witnessed everything from the beginning. He couldn't help but worry about him. Didn't he just take a fatal hit? How can he still be standing? His HP too, Elgin casually said. It feels like an ant bite, he added. No need to worry. He flew into the sky. Because everyone who attacked together has all died to the sandworm. Then Elgin landed back in front of Drake. He explained in a small voice, because of the damage I dealt, I became the only one who killed that monster. He stepped on the loot with an arrogant expression. Thanks to that, I got another top-tier item. A cloak called Sandworm Shell. A grade, defense 500, can use dirty play and persistence attributes. Elgin quietly thought to himself, The passive attribute of the sandworm shell is called persistence. It activates when the wearer takes damage while at full health, and even if the damage exceeds 10,000 HP, it will always leave 1 HP remaining. In other words, even if a meteor destroys this entire planet, I will always survive with 1 HP. He took out a red potion and chugged it down. With these 3 items I won't even need recovery potions. After drinking, he threw it away mercilessly. He clenched his fists in excitement. Good. I've obtained 2 of the 3 super rare items I was aiming for. Elgin shouted with joy, making the ground shake. I'm so happy. Gua, look carefully. Isn't Drake really cool? Drake smiled awkwardly. Well, I just saw a pervert in a black tight-fitting suit and a cloak. He was very pleased with his appearance. Really, with you there's never a dull moment. So I'll keep following you. Elgin winked meaningfully at him. Drake suddenly remembered something and reminded him. By the way, guild leader Yahoo's skill was amazing. She dodged all my arrows and escaped, even attempting a final attack. As they were talking happily, someone shouted, interrupting them. Stop right there, you damn bastard. Numerous soldiers did not succumb to his power. They roared in anger, cursing, that's our monster. First you dressed like a pervert, and now you're even stealing our prey? Are you trying to steal all our efforts in broad daylight? Elgin sneered with a bored expression and replied, isn't it too late to ask now? You guys were hiding like sandworms earlier. Now you're making demands? He grabbed Drake's shoulder and said happily, Drake, let's go. The soldiers tried to attack him, but Elgin disappeared in an instant and they roared in anger. What, you damn bastards, where did you hide? They looked around, searching, but no one was around the desert. They were so angry they could only curse. Damn it, those guys disappeared. Meanwhile, smoke filled the desert and 2 shadows lay stretched out on the sand in the distance. Elgin used his cloak. The sandworm shell has a dirty play attribute that reduces the chance of 2 other players seeing you by 50. He chuckled, cursing in excitement. These foolish guys, for beginners who are playing this game for the first time, this attribute is enough to fool them. Now all I have to do is find a safe place and log out. Suddenly, Drake and Elgin's stomachs growled at the same time. The 2 covered their faces, wanting to hide underground. So embarrassing. Elgin looked at his hungry stomach. Since I'm naked, the sound coming from my stomach echoes too loudly. In a school under a cloudless blue sky, a phone was playing news about a game, the announcer quickly concluded. That concludes our assessment of Archon, one of the 3 major bosses in the rookie zone. The next video will cover King Cobra Forest. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. This was Stan Water. Goodbye. The students watching the game continuously buzzed. As expected, it's Stan Water. The best. How can he explain so perfectly while fighting Archon? A student was staring out the window indifferently. Suddenly, someone intentionally called his full name. Hey, Matier gang? He turned back indifferently. The orange-haired leader, along with the black-haired guy chewing gum, approached the student to pick a fight. He frowned with a disgusted expression. What? This student was known as Matier gang, and he was a member of the professional gamer team Sunka 1. The orange-haired guy flinched at TAE gang's displeased expression. Sweat beaded on his face. The orange-haired guy awkwardly began to speak. Nothing, just what we talked about before, just wondering if you got it. TAE gang didn't seem to care much and picked up his bag. TAE gang picked up his bag and left, and before leaving he said to the orange-haired guy, if you mean the hunter's scarf. I got the C and the armor of courage C. He shed tears of emotion. Oh really? Thank you. Of course we too. He cut him off. No need to thank me, just have enough money ready. The orange-haired guy, seeing TAE gang about to leave, kindly reminded him. Where are you going? Activity time hasn't started yet. But TAE gang didn't listen and went straight outside. He thought regretfully, I thought we could game together. Outside it was a bright and sunny day with clear skies. TAE gang walked, talking to himself. I can't just keep earning such small change. He put his hands in his pockets and fell into deep thought. Professional gaming teams have rules prohibiting team members from engaging in commercial activities. That policy allows them to monopolize gamers. If I leave school now, I'll have nowhere to go. He looked at the road ahead with a gloomy expression. I hate going back to the dorm even more. My seniors keep calling me to do chores. And there's no one home. My parents are busy all day earning money for my sister's treatment. TAE gang was slightly anxious. I want to debut officially and participate in competitions soon, but because of past events and school interference that wish is still far away. He sighed in disappointment. As a rookie who hasn't officially debuted, I don't get a single penny from sponsors or advertising. I have to find a way to make money somehow. Just when I was racking my brain, something suddenly flew at my back. TAE gang quickly reacted and snatched the newspaper with his hand. He scanned it with his eyes. What is this? It was an advertisement for the Pacific Cup tournament with a headline of a 1 billion won prize. A calm and blue sky. Birds chirped peacefully in front of a house. Inside the house, however, curses echoed loudly as if reaching the sky. Elgin's aunt interrogated his uncle. So, this is how you plan to divide father's inheritance. The second eldest brother also didn't back down and raged. Brother, you said you'd give a larger share to your younger siblings. Elgin's uncle retorted sarcastically. What are you talking about? You have your own share. And anyway, I'm the eldest son, so shouldn't I be given the largest share? Elgin sat quietly in a corner watching the bloody inheritance dispute. Don't you think this conversation is more related to us? He sighed and reminisced. It had been a long time since he visited his uncle's house. His uncle had yelled on the phone that the memorial service would be held soon, so he had to come at least a week in advance. He remained silent, but suddenly his uncle focused on him. He glared at him. "Oh, Elgin, you rascal, you're crossing the line now." He was bewildered. His uncle suddenly started showering Elgin with curses. "How old are you this year? You should be going to college, finding a job and earning money. Do you still expect us to cover all your expenses and always look after you?" He pointed at Elgin's cousins and loudly lectured him. "Look at your cousins. They haven't depended on their parents since they first went to school. Why can't you be like them?" The eldest and second eldest brothers smiled with satisfaction. They even glared at Elgin with challenging eyes. His uncle yelled so loudly that the sky seemed to shake as if someone had provoked him. "All you do is slack off playing games. Don't you realize how big the gap between you and them has grown?" Elgin sighed and said irritably, "Oh my God, he says things like this to make it seem like he genuinely cares about me." The two young children ignored the nagging and tapped on their phones. Elgin's younger uncle, his uncle's younger brother, stepped in to mediate as the atmosphere was too tense. "Brother, I think Elgin is also thinking deeply about all of this." His uncle even scolded him. "Funny, what would he be thinking?" his uncle's brother admonished him. "All right, shall we get back to the main point now? We need to discuss this together." When his uncle's brother said this, Elgin couldn't help but concentrate. "It's about Grandpa's inheritance. As we all know, he passed away, so it's no longer surprising." He suddenly interrupted and laughed gleefully. "So how much is left for me?" His uncle's brother thought for a moment and then replied, 20, and there will be a few more zeros after that. Think of it that way," he shouted excitedly. 200 million won? Elgin's unreasonable uncle immediately got angry and yelled at him. "Now listen to me, you brat. Do you think that much money is a joke? You're too delusional to even know what it means." Elgin pouted slightly in disappointment and thought to himself, "So it's only 20 million won? There's no hope. I was wondering what these people would say if they knew I earned 400 million in 3 months. Elgin's younger uncle scanned the documents in his hand and said, "But these documents seem quite complicated." As he was at a loss for how to resolve the situation, someone suddenly stepped forward and said, "I'll help you." His uncle's brother exclaimed in surprise. "Huh?" Elgin quickly offered a solution. "I'll submit these documents to the district office and request a cadastral survey and official papers for land division. It won't take long." Seeing him suddenly become so smart, his uncle's eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't help but deliberately blame him. "Why are you interrupting adult conversations?" He smiled innocently and nonchalantly. "I was just trying to help, but if Uncle doesn't want me to participate, that's fine." But Elgin didn't stop and continued to lay out the methods. "It seems the division request hasn't been filed with the local court yet, so it will take at least a week to process. Uncle, after that, if you go to the registry office and delete the registration number, a new number will be assigned after that." The eldest brother and Elgin's cousin looked at him with suspicious eyes, seeing him suddenly become so clever. But he didn't care and continued. "Only then can the inheritance registration process be transferred to Uncle, but Uncle needs to prepare the land transfer application and official seals in advance. He needs to prepare the appropriate seals and a suitable agent to oversee the procedures." His uncle's brother was very satisfied and praised him. "Brother, now that I think about it, we really need Elgin's help," the second eldest brother said happily. "That's right, everyone, we'll all entrust the inheritance matters to Elgin." Elgin smiled with satisfaction, having achieved his goal. He even glanced at his uncle with a pleased smile. "All of this is what I learned in my past life when Uncle scolded me." "Uncle," someone suddenly asked Elgin a curious question. "By the way, Elgin, what have you been doing lately?" The previously silent eldest brother suddenly said sarcastically, "Don't you plan to go to college?" The eldest brother kindly advised Elgin. "Yes, it's a bit late for your age, 21, but if you start studying now, you might be able to get into a lower-ranked school." The second eldest brother also continued with concern, "Child, my brother and I can teach you. If you don't know how to study," he pretended to be friendly, "you'll be able to get into college without any problems." His face clearly showed his disdain for them. Elgin's eyes glowed red, and he glanced at the two young children fiddling with their phones nearby. Unfortunately, they came into his line of sight. Elgin's uncle suddenly got angry and shouted. He furiously scolded the two young children. "Look at this, you're on your phones all day, your eyes are always glued to that screen." He deliberately glanced at Elgin. "Do you want to fail like your brother Elgin?" he thought, opening his eyes wide with fatigue. "He always starts with the children. I know what kind of pressure those children will face from their parents in the future." He recalled the cruel advice adults had forced upon him in his childhood. "Your brothers are all in medical school or law school. Do you think studying all night is enough?" The young girl was also severely suppressed. "You must become a doctor or a lawyer like your brothers. Your parents always thought this was good for you." Elgin glared at the eldest brother's hypocritical smile and reminisced. But 15 years later, the eldest brother, who was a salaried intern, caused a major medical scandal and was fired from the hospital, becoming an alcoholic. He looked back at the second eldest brother's arrogant and conceited expression. The second eldest brother, a lawyer, failed in business due to his characteristic arrogant personality and had to get divorced. In the end, they used all of his uncle's salary and pension, and they tried to touch my property. The more Elgin thought about it, the angrier he became. He gritted his teeth and resolutely told himself, "But I didn't come back to this life for the same thing to happen again." Suddenly a car horn blared outside and Elgin's uncle shouted in annoyance, "What? Who is it? Wasn't everyone already here?" Without knowing what was happening, his uncle angrily rushed outside and shouted, "Damn it, what rude person is parking their noisy car in front of someone else's house? If you want to park somewhere else, go somewhere else." As soon as he saw the large truck, his jaw dropped in surprise. "Ha, damn truck, who did you come here for?" Elgin walked from behind and explained hesitantly, "Oh, I'm sorry." His uncle laughed, pretending to be harmless. "Actually, it came for me." A man's voice echoed from inside the truck. "Customer, your ordered item has arrived." As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling light appeared. What was delivered to Elgin was a luxurious sports car reeking of money. The eldest and second eldest brothers unconsciously shouted, unable to believe their eyes. "That's a Moshi Crocodile 321. The young boy also stared at the sports car in surprise. "So cool." Elgin quickly signed for the delivery, and didn't forget to exchange a few words of greeting. "This kind of service is truly unprecedented," he politely replied. "This delivery service is included with your ordered item." After speaking, he gently approached the car and opened the door. Elgin gave a cold laugh to everyone there. He added a word of caution. "All right, now that all the basics about the inheritance process have been mentioned, if any other problems arise, call me. I'm busy, so I have to go now." As soon as he finished speaking, he drove off, leaving everyone bewildered and choking on dust. His uncle couldn't believe his eyes. He kept staring in the direction he had left. The space became quiet, suddenly. His uncle started scolding the young children. "Look at this. You're on your phones again. How many times have I told you to study?" He habitually started bad-mouthing him. "Unless you want to end up like Elgin." As he spoke, he suddenly paused. The two young children continued to tap on their phones. The young boy happily said to his uncle, "But we all want to be as cool as our brother." On the phone screen, a video was playing and the presenter's voice was heard. "Like, share and subscribe. Thank you. This was Stan Water. Goodbye." On the highway, Elgin was driving fast. He sighed and said irritably, "Ah, it was a real waste of time. I tried to give them a chance, but," he laughed mockingly. "Anyway, that's what happened today." A strange object was placed behind Elgin's car. He shouted excitedly, "The big event everyone has been waiting for has finally opened." A thrilling competition was taking place in the South Atlantic of the Amazon forest. The announcer shouted excitedly, "The Suja Asia tournament finally begins." He enthusiastically welcomed everyone. "Thank you for joining us, ladies and gentlemen. Which invincible winner will take home the CUR 1 million prize?" Two pretty rabbit assistants were also present. The announcer continued to shout, "Wow, today's match is ready to begin. This is the first match to celebrate today's opening." He pointed to the stand where a warrior was standing. He introduced loudly, "Today's first player is a member of the Secret Alliance. Based on his impressive skills and previous experience defeating opponents in this tournament, warrior number 48, Dao." He wore an evil smile. The announcer pointed to the remaining opponent and shouted, "And the new warrior for this event, number 9, Mateus." The announcer's voice continuously echoed. This is the first match of the opening ceremony. Tae Gang carefully evaluated his opponent. The announcer shouted, "Number 9 Mateus versus number 48 BK." The audience continuously cheered for warrior Dao. "Wow, BK Dao." Someone felt curious about the new warrior Tae Gang. "Wait, who is that person?" The audience mostly used temporary avatars to hide their identities, and they continuously scrutinized him. "Didn't the voice he just spoke sound like a Korean person? No way. I'm not betting on Korea. Japan will never lose." Clearly, young kids are hiding behind fake avatars, messing around to bypass the rules. The announcer's voice suddenly boomed. "Ready, start." As soon as he finished speaking, Dao darted like a sword through the wind, trying to attack Tae Gang. "It'll be over soon." Special attack. With a quick thwack sound, a fist landed squarely on his face, messing up his teeth. Tae Gang seized the opportunity and landed another blow squarely on his abdomen, but fortunately, Dao managed to dodge. His movements were so fast that Tae Gang paused for a beat. "I haven't even reacted yet." He took a deep breath and quickly regained his composure. Dao ran forward angrily and counterattacked. "You brat." A fist grazed across Tae Gang's shoulder. While Dao was stunned in surprise, Tae Gang raised his foot and aimed for his chin. Kick landed squarely on his face, making his eyes widen in surprise. Not only that, but Tae Gang swung his arm and punched his jaw in an instant. The notification panel showed Tae Gang as the winner. The announcer shouted in surprise, "No way. Against all predictions, the popular player PKE has been defeated. The new warrior Mateus has won." Amidst everyone's astonishment, Tae Gang coldly brushed his foot once. The audience screamed in shock. "What? Where did this person come from? Did anyone bet on him? His odds were 8-1, damn it." Tae Gang quietly observed the audience below during the match. He thought to himself, in illegal matches like these, players have to hide their identities, so they usually use basic combat styles of fake avatars. And those who don't know how to clumsily adjust their equipment are no match for me. Victory is mine. People continuously cheered for Tae Gang. "It's sad to lose money, but keep your head up. Damn it, this moment has come. I have to win the next match." "Who's next?" He pursed his lips and meticulously calculated in his head. Out of 50 participants, only 25 survived. More than 12 were eliminated and 7 gave up. To be in the top 3, I have to fight and win 3 more times. The announcer suddenly boomed, hyping up the atmosphere. The atmosphere was hot from the start. the next match is about to begin. The screen immediately displayed the next match. Tae Gang vs Moon Warrior. At the sight of this familiar name, Tae Gang couldn't help but be surprised. Surely that bastard isn't here too? A black shadow descended through the wind onto the stand. He appeared amidst the noisy chatter of the audience. It's Stan Water, it's him. Really? Tae Gang quietly evaluated him, then sneered. It's a fake. Tae Gang stared at him and thought to himself. That dwarf bastard was 2 meters tall when I met him in prison, but now he's at least 20 centimeters shorter. No way. No matter how much you eat, you can't shrink that fast, he coldly challenged Tae Gang. Bring it on, the announcer suddenly shouted. Start. He quickly drew his weapon and crouched into a fighting stance. He contentedly sneered at Tae Gang. Bring it on, none of your attacks will hit me, he was silent. Tae Gang suddenly sneered contemptuously. While he was stunned and surprised, Tae Gang suddenly disappeared. In just 1 second, he appeared in front of him, ready to land a blow on his face. He quickly retreated. But unfortunately, he couldn't avoid Tae Gang's consecutive punches. He landed a punch on his face. While he was stunned, he raised his foot and delivered a kick. He groaned in pain. He angrily counterattacked, directly slashing at Tae Gang. He focused on the weapon in his hand. It was known as the soft fur of the dungeon hedgehog. C-grade one-handed weapon. Attack power 250, poison 50, can use soft privilege. Tae Gang's eyes focused on analyzing his attack. He was engaging in close combat, but for him who used a long-range combat style, his stamina would definitely be very low. Tae Gang looked at him and smiled triumphantly. Unfortunately, you have a lot of reserve stamina, so you should create a close combat avatar, not to mention this bastard's speed is slower than a real person. How can you act like nothing's happening in front of me? Tae Gang raised his fist into a ready stance and thought to himself. You deserve that. Tae Gang frowned and growled softly. Alright, time to put on a show. A red light intensely surged from his gloves. Rare two-handed gloves, C-grade, attack power 350, fire attack 100, pierce privilege usable. Tae Gang and the monster rushed at each other with lightning speed. The monster gritted its teeth in momentary fear and muttered, Damn it, this guy is faster. Tae Gang's forged gloves swung powerfully. They crackled with electricity, hot like flames. Tae Gang leapt high, intending to strike the monster's head with all his might. The audience screamed wildly. Wow, that person might really be a pro player. That fire fist is amazing. The light in Tae Gang's hand indicated that charging was complete. He gritted his teeth and focused all his strength on the back of his hand. Flames blazed as if incinerating the surrounding air. Tae Gang roared with a voice full of anger. This is the strike I've waited for. Take this. The monster stood dumbfounded. The audience below the stage whispered nervously. What, is Stan Water really that weak? Could he really lose in just 2 rounds? Tae Gang suddenly paused. Elgin's battle scenes flashed through his mind like a flood. He had fought Elgin directly. At the very moment of his humiliating defeat, Elgin had smiled and bid him farewell. Flames spewed out at the monster. The monster was sent flying several meters backward by his power. Tae Gang clenched his fists and fell silent, lost in thought. Someone who can fight me one-on-one, something I thought impossible, has become a reality. Someone who solo-cleared dungeons that even pro players failed. He glared at the monster. You lack his aura, don't you? Tae Gang roared, enraged by the monster's deception. Reveal yourself. The monster's mask fell off. A middle-aged man appeared. People immediately gasped in surprise. What? Western Lord Zucker is the 3rd-ranked player in China, 6th in Asia. The monster chuckled slyly as his identity was revealed. Damn it, he roared in an angry voice. I wanted to hide my fighting style. The monster took out his remaining weapon. He said in a cold voice, It would be truly boring to give up victory in this situation, wouldn't it? You might get the prize money, but at least the gamblers should curse you. Tae Gang carefully assessed the monster's abilities. The monster's body was covered in sturdy armor. The monster arrogantly beckoned Tae Gang. Come now, little boy, it won't be easy this time. Tae Gang clenched his fists and rushed at the monster, intending to pummel him. He used a series of punches to completely overwhelm the monster. Suddenly, the monster gave a sly smile. He shrugged his shoulders and said nonchalantly, It had no effect at all, didn't I tell you? The last round was just luck. A cold wind blew and the monster furiously slashed Tae Gang in the middle of his body, sending him flying backward. He barely held on with both arms raised. His attack had missed, so the damage was minimal, but I had put all my strength into it. Despite the unfavorable situation, Tae Gang still carefully sought a way. Moving at that speed with such a large body is unbelievable. First, I need to widen the attack range, he thought, then bent his legs to create distance from the monster. The monster realized what he was trying to do and laughed gleefully. Are you already trembling? Why is this little Korean guy cowering like a turtle instead of advancing? The monster drew its gigantic sword, swung it at Tae Gang and said, This is the divine power of Great China. As soon as he finished speaking, the monster swung his sword powerfully, and a lightning-fast flash flew straight towards Tae Gang. He gulped and muttered. A long-range attack. Tae Gang gritted his teeth and immediately acted. As flames tried to engulf him, he slid backward, avoiding the dangerous attack. Unfortunately, the flames from the monster's sword tightly wrapped around Tae Gang's body. Seizing the opportunity, the monster ambushed him from behind. As Tae Gang gritted his teeth and turned his head, a fiery slash came down. The ground violently shook from the immense power emanating from the sword. As the thick smoke cleared, Tae Gang was seen holding off the monster's sword with both arms. The monster continued to mock him. Your HP seems to be almost at rock bottom, doesn't it? What are you going to do, Korean boy? The monster powerfully brought down its sword, intending to cleave Tae Gang in half. The monster growled lowly. "Accept death, even if this is just a cheap duel." Tae Gang gritted his teeth and desperately held onto the sword. Unfortunately, he couldn't hold on any longer. He reluctantly said, "Stop, I give up." As soon as he finished speaking, a system notification rang. "The winner of this match is Goi Moon," the audience chattered loudly among themselves. "Oh my god, who would have thought that Western Lord Goi Moon would come to fight himself? Did you see the expression of that Korean player when he raised his hand and surrendered? But what is a pro player, a $6 million level player, doing here?" The monster scoffed, calling Tae Gang a pathetic Korean boy. The audience below continued to debate. The next opponent is the third player. Who is he? I don't know, he's from a completely unknown team. I still bet on the second player. Of course, there's no one to rival that person this season. Tae Gang didn't care what they were blabbering about. He silently descended from the stands. As he walked, he thought resentfully, damn it was a waste of time. Western Lord Goi Moon was truly strong. He just recalled the moment Goi Moon's blade swung through the wind. His close combat style used immense speed and physical attacks. Tae Gang recalled the moment he ambushed him from behind. Even if he disguised himself as Goi Moon using threatening water attribute skills, he must have been very confident in his fighting style, using stealth skills to be able to use it. It was different from his usual skills. If he had faced the real Stan Water, who would have won? The more Tae Gang thought about it, the more his anger welled up and tears came to his eyes. He consoled himself. "Anyway, I didn't earn a single penny from this match. Just consider it a lesson learned." Suddenly, someone called out to him. An arm clad in armor. Elgin appeared majestically in red armor. His gaze was fixed on Tae Gang. He frowned, staring intently at him with confusion. Who is that guy? Does he know me?" Tae Gang walked past Elgin without a word. For a brief moment, Tae Gang heard him ask, "I still have one question up there." Elgin reprimanded him resentfully. "If you had hit that bastard's belly, it would have been perfect. Why hit his jaw of all places? Why make a mistake at such a critical moment?" Tae Gang was dumbfounded. "What on earth is this person talking about?" he stammered in reply. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. "So Stan Water isn't as strong as I thought." Tae Gang gritted his teeth and didn't answer. After that, he turned around and left resentfully. "I don't know what you're talking about. What does how I fight have to do with you?" Elgin suddenly spoke to Tae Gang in a low voice, stopping him. "Then I'll tell you." Elgin walked out of the arena. He waved to Tae Gang and said, "In the next betting match." Tae Gang was immediately dumbfounded. Elgin emphasized to him, "Be sure to bet everything on me." Instantly, Tae Gang recalled Elgin's appearance. He immediately realized something. He shouted loudly at Elgin, "You're Stan Water," the announcer shouted excitedly. "Next match. Player number 21, Stan Water versus player number 3, Goi Moon." The monster scratched his ear and said annoyedly, "Tisk tisk, what a bunch of spineless Korean guys." Elgin silently ascended to the arena. The monster looked him up and down, then arrogantly beckoned, "If you do well, come over here." Elgin crouched and drew his weapon, preparing to pummel the monster. The blade scraped the ground, creating a deafening sound. Elgin suddenly slammed his weapon hard into the ground, and the entire arena shook like an earthquake. The monster gritted its teeth and widened its eyes in disbelief. "What? The arena is shaking, my feet are wobbling, and I feel like I'm going to fall," he roared in an angry voice. "He's making it impossible for me to stand steady." The monster, taken by surprise, didn't realize that Elgin had already rushed in front of him. He frowned and said in a provocative voice, "I've rushed at you." As soon as he finished speaking, Elgin slammed his palm hard into the monster's face with all his might. The sound of a video was playing on a phone. If you enjoyed our video, don't forget to share and subscribe. If you liked Stan Water's video, hit the like button and leave your comments in the comment section. There were countless video clips on the screen. All my videos ranked high in popular searches, and even newly uploaded videos instantly garnered 1 million views. The higher the viewership, the more money I earn. Elgin ran down a secluded road, muttering to himself, "Moreover, I've earned quite a bit thanks to advertisers." But he didn't stop, continuing to run, determined. "But compared to my future plans, this is still nothing. I have a long way to go." Something whizzed by in the distance. Is there no way to get stronger, other than invading dungeons? As he ran, a piece of paper stuck directly to Elgin's face. He raised his hand to pull it off. Elgin read the information on the paper and couldn't help but be surprised. At this time there was a shining arena among the tall trees. Illegal Fighting League tournament. I've already grasped the opponent's information beforehand, so I can see all their movements like the back of my hand. Simply put, this match is a sure win for me. He sat quietly in the excited crowd clad in red armor. Elgin wore a confident and triumphant smile. "Anyway, I've participated in this tournament too many times. It's like a daily routine, so my predictions of wins and losses are almost like prophecies." He suddenly spotted Tae Gang in the arena and asked himself, "Isn't that Tae Gang?" Elgin sat in the crowd with his arms crossed, silent. Tae Gang also participated in this tournament, unexpected. "I don't know much about him." He looked at the monster and muttered inwardly, admiring its surging momentum, that massive body, that nationality. Then his opponent must be Western Lord Zucker. No wonder there were so many rumors that he would participate in this illegal league tournament. Elgin thought for a long time. But this top Asian player is still unrivaled except for the god of combat. even though Lord Zucker is more powerful right now. I respect TAE Gang very much, but I've already bet all my money on this match. He widened his eyes and showed resolute determination. All right, Elgin, clad in red armor, excitedly waved his hand and cheered. Go Mateus, get strong. The young man entrusted all his hopes to the monster. 10 minutes later, the monster, holding a spear, rushed fiercely at TAE Gang. He deftly dodged the fierce attack. He outside scolded with an annoyed and angry voice. What, hey you bastard? Why are you so careless? Even Stan Waters' skills don't work. TAE Gang immediately counterattacked with a fire fist, aiming at the monster. He punched from below upwards, striking the monster's jaw, rendering him unconscious. Elgin asked inwardly with a confused expression. Why did he suddenly change the direction of his attack? He breathed a sigh of relief and thought, after all, I managed to protect 3 million gold thanks to TAE Gang's carelessness. Moreover, the money has doubled. His next opponent will surely surprise everyone. Elgin rushed in like the wind from a distance. He slammed his palm hard into the monster's face, knocking him unconscious and sending him flying backward. Blood gushed from his nose. The monster gritted its teeth in an angry voice, groaning in pain. He raised a shining sword high and brought it down on his opponent. The monster gritted its teeth and shouted loudly. Swinging the sword with all its might, the sword sliced through the air and dust filled the air. He stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what had happened. TAE Gang, sitting outside, also startled and realized. Damn it, Elgin crouched, preparing to punch with the Earthquake Golem's Infinite Iron Fist C grade. Attack power 300, Earth attribute attack power 50, unique ability to cause earthquakes when used. Only now did the monster recognize him, but it was already too late. He tensed up, biting his lip tightly, thinking inwardly. No matter how high the attack power after use, it will be incapacitated for 0.5 seconds. Was that its characteristic? So he tried to push him away with the strongest possible attack. Then the best way to defeat him is to punch him. The monster's face distorted and deformed. He withdrew his arm and with surging momentum pressed close to him, continuously attacking. He thought to himself with confidence, this should be enough to decide the outcome of this match. The monster screamed in pain, its teeth a mess, its face hit by an explosion. He pushed me away. I need to get closer. The monster quickly regained its composure. He confronted Elgin head-on, surprising him. Elgin lowered his face and threatened in a sharp voice. Unfortunately, that won't happen easily. His eyes blazed and he clenched his fists. He prepared to use the Silver Lord Glove's C grade. Attack power 270, Earth attribute attack power 60, accompanied by a tornado. Elgin's voice slowed down. Soon you'll be in tatters. Elgin slammed his fist into the ground and an earthquake occurred. Surprising the monster, he gritted his teeth, his face flushed with blood, both surprised and worried. Another earthquake? How can a person do that? The monster grinned in pain, kneeling on one knee. He touched something on the ground and wondered. The monster's hand held fine grains of sand, he thought with worry and fear. The entire ground here has turned to sand. Countless lightning bolts shot out and a tornado enveloped him. Special skill tornado. Mayang suddenly appeared in my head during training. He was once called Macho because of his playstyle that no one could stop. He was one of the top-ranked Korean players along with TAE Gang, but unlike TAE Gang, Mayang couldn't do it. Dropped equipment. His heyday only lasted a year and he disappeared after a game error incident. Because of that, the winner of the match almost got disqualified. It will probably be about a year and a half before he can participate in a match again. Fortunately, thanks to technical support, I was able to grasp his strategy to prepare for the tournament, and this will probably cause damage to many people in the alliance. Elgin laughed with arrogance. Let's use it right now. He rushed at the monster with lightning speed, and the monster, terrified, took several steps back. The monster, sweating profusely and nervous, stammered. This isn't just an earthquake, it feels like I'm being sucked into him. A murderous aura emanated from the shining sword. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, if I attack now and fail, he'll use me. Now Elgin stood before him, filled with murderous intent. A sharp gaze, as if to devour the opponent, emanated through the mask. The monster was greatly shocked, its face pale and drenched in sweat. The sword suddenly glowed, and a fireball shot up. He swung the sword at the person in front of him without hesitation, cursing. Damn it, he appeared right in front of me without a scratch and mocked me. How about you get a little closer? Her eyes were now wide with shock and fear, and before she could say another word, Elgin decisively punched her in the face, making her shriek in pain and leaving her face disfigured. It wasn't just one punch, but countless blows, giving her no chance to retaliate. Under the barrage, she couldn't even keep her eyes open, screaming in agony yet unable to give up. No, it can't be. He didn't forgive her and rushed forward asking, what did you just say? Apparently, thanks to her sturdy body and immense strength, she could endure quite a bit. Elgin mercilessly gathered all his strength and landed a single blow. She was sent flying several meters away. He lay on the floor, covered in wounds and unconscious. The audience gasped in excitement and surprise. He stood on the arena, radiating killing intent. The audience continuously commented, "What is this? He fights like a hacker. Amazing!" The arena erupted in cheers. What immense power! Finally, the victory is decided. TAE Gang's body was tingling with impatience. He's really strong. No, Elgin was shining on the arena, and his hands were clenched in determination. TAE Gang wore an exciting and thrilling smile. Unbelievable. Something is rapidly approaching. Elgin drew his sword into a defensive stance, his face pale, screaming in fear. He gritted his teeth tense and thought, Truly insane. The eyes of the approaching entity flashed with a deadly red light. Elgin, confused, thought to himself, what on earth is this thing? Its eyes shone even brighter, dyeing the surroundings red. He glanced with wary eyes. Elgin risked danger and rushed to fight the enemy before him, shouting loudly. Yahoo! Young-ho blankly followed him, thinking, what on earth happened? Blood splattered everywhere from the collision. 1 week ago, inside a cafe in Gangnam-gu, the cafe was luxuriously decorated. She sighed boredly. Young-ho sat quietly in her chair, waiting patiently. Did I come too early? I'm suddenly worried. She was Hong Young-ho, the youngest PD of LGB Broadcasting's radio program, First Step to the Throne. Young-ho busily groomed herself, checking her teeth in the mirror, thinking to herself, is my makeup smudged? Her eyes sparkled with hope. I still can't believe it. I didn't think he would reply to me. Stan Water, I don't know what kind of person he is. This meeting had been arranged recently. I really didn't expect a mail to come to my email. He was someone she had coincidentally met while looking for a guest to appear on the First Step to the Throne program, streamer Stan Water. Currently the talk of all media for his astonishing skill control ability. Famous brands are even trying to advertise on his channel to make him globally renowned. Before people realized it, he was already a celebrity. She sat in her chair dreaming, would someone like him reply to my email? On the computer screen was the email she had just sent. Young-ho encouraged herself inwardly. Let's not overthink it. I have to try first. However, Elgin's email replied, I will go. The phrase I will go was etched into her eyes. Young-ho leapt with joy, holding her laptop in pure happiness. Returning to the present, she was still immersed in joy, mumbling, I was sure he wouldn't care about the offer, but I didn't expect such a famous star to be interested in a new program, and from a small broadcasting station at that, especially since the First Step to the Throne program had almost no support. Thank goodness, everyone was very excited about the news. Young-ho recalled the moment she broke the news to everyone. Holding a shining black card in hand, the editor frantically said, Hey, what's wrong with your bangs? Come here, where's the curling iron? Did you bring the company credit card? Order some expensive food. Deputy Director Hong, please get me that perfume over there. Another person rushed over with clothes, laughing, Take off that plain jacket and wear mine. The pink-haired one also chimed in. Now all departments are counting on you. Hong Young-ho, save us. The respected CEO, back in the present, fiddled with a straw while waiting, mumbling, I'm really worried about where to start talking. I shouldn't make any mistakes or mispronounce anything. Young-ho bit the straw and looked up at the ceiling, gazing into the distance. A person completely covered in sunglasses, a mask, and a hat appeared. Elgin was walking in mysteriously. He was completely covered from head to toe. She waited, then saw Elgin and was surprised, thinking to herself, Is that Stan Water? Young-ho sprang from her seat, still biting the straw, and waved her hand, shouting loudly. He stood indifferently with his hands in his pockets, showing no reaction, confused, thinking to himself, why is that woman talking with a straw in her mouth? The sunglasses were neatly placed on the table. Her voice was slow. Nice to meet you, Stan Water. The two made eye contact. Young-ho waited nervously and patiently for Elgin to speak. He remained silent for a long time, then spoke shyly. Then? Are we having a staring contest right now? She suddenly remembered, her eyes wide, and forced a smile. Young-ho scratched her head and grinned. I'm sorry, I didn't expect you to come dressed like this. You always go around naked. Elgin's eyes widened in surprise, and he awkwardly said, That's only in the game. This is reality. He stared at her, thinking to himself, Wait, she came 2 hours early? Did I misread the time? But I came according to her email. Elgin sat opposite her, watching her blankly, and evaluated inwardly. Quite some time has passed. LGB's PD Hong Young-ho's program First Step to the Throne, abbreviated to Path to the Throne, is the program that will make the obscure small channel LGB #1 in the Korean game broadcasting service. Although no one realizes its potential yet, this broadcasting station has perfected VL streaming technology since its debut. This is what's holding me back. He stated his conditions in a serious and cold voice. The broadcast content is already prepared in my head. However, it seems difficult to transmit it clearly in HD with the current broadcast equipment. So I need professional help, Eljan continued, seeing Young-ho's eyes wide and sparkling, waiting. Since I want to provide this project to viewers, the video must be high quality. Unfortunately, 5 years later, LGB faced management difficulties and had no choice but to cooperate with Chinese investors. After Path to the Throne gained popularity, the company was helplessly disbanded without fully utilizing its potential. Young-ho smiled brightly and said happily, Our company president is a fan of Stan Water. He really wants to meet you. He humbly declined. No, there's no need to exaggerate. If he really wanted to meet me, he would have come himself. She quickly corrected herself. It's true, as soon as he heard that Stan Water replied, he had a heart attack and was immediately hospitalized. That's why he can't come here. Elgin sighed deeply and said helplessly, Don't be confused at times like this. Young-ho excitedly asked, By the way, what content genre are you planning? He reminded her with worry and tension. You're a bit too enthusiastic. You might be disappointed, you know. Her eyes sparkled and shone with excitement. If it's something Stan Water came up with, I'll never be disappointed. Whatever he does, it's sure to be #1 on the charts. LG closed his eyes, helplessly giving up, judging inwardly. My point is, even if I pick my nose during a live stream, it'll still be #1? He slightly lowered his mask and wondered to himself. Before coming here, I hesitated about how to persuade them, but perhaps there's no need for that. LG seriously placed his hands on the table, faced her, and firmly said, I will challenge the Tomb of Courage. Young-ho's eyes sparkled and her jaw dropped in shock and surprise. He lowered his mask, and she barely saw his sharp eyes and grinned, thinking to herself, "Of course I have another reason," she shouted loudly and confidently. "Stan Water will definitely succeed. Good luck," LG urged with a hardened face. "Hey, calm down a bit. The atmosphere is getting awkward." A cafe staff member approached and reminded them, "Customers, you're disturbing other guests." 1 week later, the sky was cloudy and dark. In the game Tomb of Courage, he stood before a tall building, ominous dark clouds looming. Elgin stood proudly in the thick dust and asked, "Is this scene being live-streamed right now?" Flames appeared, revealing Hong Young-ho recording and guiding. She explained, "Oh no, it can't be broadcast live right now." He heard that and was startled. Young-ho watched from outside and explained, "There's a lot of work to do, like editing the HD footage, adding timing and subtitles, and adjusting the layout." Tomb of Courage is a dark dungeon based on the 108 Sins of Humanity. Challengers must defeat randomly appearing monsters on each of the 108 floors. The level of the monsters that appear increases in difficulty as the floors go up. A tall building divided by floors. Floors 1 to 15 are C grade, 16 to 30 are C grade, 31 to 45 are B grade, 46 to 60 are B grade, 61 to 75 are A grade, and 76 to 90 are A grade. Black veins were clearly visible on Elgin's neck. He thought, even 15 years from now I won't be able to finish playing this game. Elgin looked ahead with excitement, smiling confidently. The last information I remember from the future is that the 106th floor was cleared. Although this game has been out for 10 months, the current highest record is only the 45th floor. The black veins gradually spread up to his neck. He thought seriously, "Of course, breaking records is cool, but honestly I'm not interested in raising my rank." Elgin smiled slightly and mumbled to himself, "My real goal is to find clues about the last 3 weapons." He was excited with Young-ho shouting confidently, "Should I just stand outside? Should I participate too?" "Look forward to how many floors I can climb," she shouted loudly in excitement. "Amazing, let's start right away." Elgin rushed forward excitedly, shouting loudly, "World record, here I come." Bloodstains splattered on the wall like rain. Elgin gripped his weapon in hand, desperately trying to fight. He shouted with all his might, swinging his sword and slashing. Elgin was exhausted but still tried to calm himself and stand up. "Wake up, if I keep going like this I'll die, damn it. I can't lose here." He became even more determined before the giant monster and tried to stand up. "I've already been surpassed by too many rankers." Elgin's eyes were filled with unyielding fighting spirit. "At least in this life I have to defeat them," he decided, gripping the sharp blade and rushed forward. "Charge." A moment later, Young-ho stood blankly, speechless. She looked at the opponent's passionate appearance with confusion, wondering what just happened. Elgin shouted joyfully, "I won, former Slime Queen C-grade attribute regeneration." She was slowly dying and disintegrating before them. He wiped the sweat from his face and sighed in relief inwardly. "I almost gave up the challenge, that was really dangerous." Young-ho asked in surprise, "It's just a slime? How did it take 2 hours to fight the Slime Queen?" Elgin immediately explained, "What are you talking about?" "Actually, the Slime Queen is the monster with the widest attack range in the game," she asked again in shock. "How slime has that?" he firmly asserted. "There's no strategy to avoid its unique movements. P-grade packaging. Not only that," Elgin continued to explain the serious consequences, "if I had taken that area damage, a squishy like me would have been flattened without fail." Young-ho just nodded and let it go. Ahem, he asked again as if demanding an answer. "What?" she had to reply gently. "You did well." Suddenly, LG realized another important thing. "I wasted too much time on the first floor." He quickly regained his composure and prepared to fight again. "All right, now that we've defeated a relatively difficult monster, the next floors will be easier." Young-ho asked again. "A relatively difficult monster," Elgin reminded her. "Shall we keep this pace?" She followed the opponent's will and responded, "Let's do that." They quickly passed many floors, encountering various fierce monsters. The system immediately announced, "You have arrived at the 46th floor of the Tomb of Courage." The next monster they encountered was the gigantic Kaidamaru. As soon as she saw it, Young-ho shrieked in surprise, "My goodness, you're amazing. You came from the 2nd floor to the 46th floor without a scratch." Kaidamaru noticed their presence and opened its mouth wide, sensing them. It was a B-grade, 45 meters tall. Its attributes included gigantic stealth, earthquake-inducing, bloodline-related, inhabiting decayed and fiery lands, and a member of the Giant Kingdom. She immediately exclaimed in admiration, "Truly magnificent." Elgin greeted it with great excitement. "Long time no see, Kaidamaru." He moved around to assassinate it, but still didn't forget to mock it. "I didn't expect this guy to show up. What an unexpected gift. All right, shall we charge?" It understood Elgin's intention and cast its first skill. At the same time, he quickly bit his hand, using his blood as power. Elgin leaped high and swung his blood to block Kaidamaru's counterattack. One of the toxic attributes of the basilisk snake species. It splatters blood, turning the target's body poisonous. Its blood-stained foot swelled and it shrieked in pain. Kaidamaru gradually grew enraged, roaring as its body melted in the red blood. He looked at it and explained excitedly, "It's getting hot, isn't it? That's the basilisk snake's poison. A monster 2 grades higher than you." Its other foot stomped the ground below to track Elgin. Now Kaidamaru rampaged, destroying everything around it. Before its terrifying appearance, he just quietly observed the opponent's next move. Elgin quickly leaped onto a rock, using it as a foothold, and thought triumphantly, "Just as I expected, your stamina is truly unbelievable, but your attack patterns are too predictable. You're no match for me." In previous battles, he had already gained experience. One of Kaitamaru's characteristics is stealth. Elgin easily recognized its characteristic. Its habit of hanging upside down doesn't seem like a natural trait for its size. This is why other players usually get too close and take the first hit. He opened his eyes wide and observed carefully. However, at the same time, Elgin had a sly smile, and there was no way to hide its unique scent. As soon as Kaitamaru rushed to attack, he quickly seized the opportunity to dodge the attack. It opened its mouth wide in rage and summoned flames. A moment later, Kaitamaru furiously spewed flames at Elgin. He exclaimed in alarm, "No, stop." He immediately took out the ring in his hand and exerted its power. Distorted Ring of Malice A grade Jack Moon summonable once unique. In a critical moment, Jack Moon appeared and saved Elgin's life. He quickly drew a sharp sword and rushed forward. With just one swing of his sword, Elgin powerfully stabbed its heart. Kaitamaru's arm was immediately severed. He seized the opportunity to leap and swung his sword to finish it off. Elgin smiled brightly in excitement. As soon as your initial surprise attack failed, you already lost your chance. Die in the darkness. A moment later, it fell into his hands. The system immediately announced first in all servers. Boss of the 46th floor of the Tomb of Courage, the lone Kaitamaru has fallen. He carefully approached Kaitamaru and observed it. The system immediately asked if he wanted to receive the rewards. Only after confirming its death did Elgin let out a sigh of relief. After the battle, he tiredly wiped the sweat from his brow. It took longer than expected. Suddenly, Jane felt something strange and saw Young Ho stammering out each word. Really? She gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape. Incredible. Overwhelmed with joy, Young Ho leaped up and down, praising continuously. This is truly amazing, the world's first clear of the 46th floor. She even burst into tears of emotion, praising, "You even surpassed the 45th floor, which is known as the Hell floor. Oh, top-ranked players from France, the USA, and Korea couldn't even achieve this challenge, but you did it. Stan Water, I can't believe I'm witnessing this historic moment with my own eyes," he humbly replied. "Well, I've only cleared 46 out of 108 floors." Suddenly, a black aura emanated from the sword in his hand, startling Elgin. "This is the main body fusion material of Kaitamaru B grade." Young Ho unexpectedly asked, Material? It's only B grade, so it doesn't seem like a good item." Elgin immediately reassured her. It's not bad." Following this, he took out a pair of shoes for the task. Since it was a main body item that could replace any fusion material, Elgin poured magic liquid over it, and she was flustered. The shoes turned pitch black from the water, and at this moment item fusion began. Do not disturb while the item is merging. As the shoes in his hand floated, his eyes gleamed with delight. Young Ho's eyes widened and she exclaimed with joy, "Who knew such an attribute existed? I've never seen a fused item before." Elgin smiled and asked, "With this, the view ranking is definitely guaranteed to be high, right?" She very happily congratulated him loudly. "Amazing, world's first 46th floor clear fused item. Viewers will cheer enthusiastically." He strode forward with vigor, ready to face the challenge. "So to speak, it's time for it to appear. I must get my hands on it. It's the last key of the 3 ancient relics, making this journey worthwhile." The moment the system announced, "You have entered the 47th floor of the Tomb of Courage." At the same time, Elgin sensed an approaching danger. The demon of lust chaos. A castle shrouded in the gloomy mist of night. As soon as Elgin set foot here, a notification appeared. "You have entered the 47th floor of the Tomb of Courage." Suddenly he felt something strange and paused. As expected, unusual movements were detected around Jane. Just when he thought it was a critical moment, he quickly dodged the attack. Young Ho asked in confusion, "Since when have you been flying and what kind of dodge movement is that?" However, El paid no attention to such things and focused straight ahead, thinking, "Finally it's here. My wait was worth it." He wore a sly smile as if ready to face the next mystery. At the same time, in the dim shadows, the mysterious wings of a fallen angel were revealed. As soon as he saw it, Elgin recognized the demon of chaos. She gave him an alluring smile as if inviting him, and he stared at the opponent with a hardened expression. "Yes, that's the demon of lust. She looks beautiful but weak." However, on the contrary, Elgin looked worried. "Considering the current situation, it will be difficult." Young Ho asked, puzzled, "Huh?" Before they could react, the demon of lust charged forward with a gigantic scythe. She swung it fiercely to attack and he barely dodged. One of the demon of lust's abilities is to change attributes. Both were aghast, jaws dropping at the speed with which the demon of lust swung her weapon. It can switch between 2 forms, physical damage and magic damage. Once a combat form is chosen, it cannot be changed, and this demon of lust is using the physical damage form. Moreover, she continuously launched assassination attacks at a rapid pace, and Elgin barely dodged. If it had been a magic damage form, it would have been easy, because weakly has magic resistance. The demon of lust's speed was so fast that he had to move skillfully to avoid being in danger. However, the more he dodged, the more powerfully the demon of lust charged, putting Elgin in a difficult situation. Strong attacks poured down like rain throughout the castle. He struggled even more to cope. Elgin assessed the opponent as fast. Moreover, each attack is accompanied by a wave, making it really difficult to dodge. "I shouldn't prolong the fight." Seeing her launch assassination attacks closer and closer, Elgin had no choice but to grit his teeth and act. This is truly dangerous, but I have no choice. It's all or nothing. He turned his body to face her directly, praying inwardly, please let this method work. At that moment the demon of lust reached him, and Elgin countered, activating the persistence that erupted from his evil sand armor. He gritted his teeth, ready to stand up again. Following this, a ferocious power emanated from Elgin's body. But not everything was that easy. Because she quickly dodged the attack and approached him even closer, the demon of lust seized the opportunity to swing her scythe, delivering a fatal blow to Elgin's body. Fortunately, he quickly rolled sideways to dodge the attack. Young-ho worriedly assessed the situation. I don't know what he just did, but it doesn't seem to be effective. That monster is incredibly fast and strong. What should I do? Elgin maintained his composure, drinking a potion. No, it's okay. Her defense is weak, she was flustered and reminded him loudly. The problem is I can't hit her. She's the fastest monster I've ever seen. Suddenly the demon of lust unexpectedly charged, and Young-ho exclaimed in surprise, warning, here she comes. He flexibly turned his body and fled, but didn't forget to keep an eye on all the opponent's movements. First, I need to deal with that speed. Elgin clenched the item in his hand and calculated. It's still too early, but I have no choice. I have to use it. Without hesitation, he swung his hand, spraying all the liquid contained within the item as an attack. She looked up in surprise, and immediately the liquid rapidly flew towards the demon of lust. Now she was very surprised by her messy appearance. It was Slime Queen's secretion grade D, a concentrated liquid made by boiling the Slime Queen's corpse. Young-ho looked at it, flustered and shouted, arguing, what on earth have you done? Are you trying to get KCC to shut down our channel? She seriously reminded him, don't do such provocative things anymore. Elgin replied unpleasantly, if she's that fast, what can I do? In front of her messy appearance, he explained, don't you see her feet are a mess? Do you think she's that provocative, pervert? Young-ho, still seemingly angry, retorted, are you crazy? I'm not a pervert. While they were still bickering, the demon of lust's eyes sharpened with rage due to hatred. Like lightning, she charged to attack Elgin. He barely dodged the attack. For a moment, an explosion occurred. She flusteredly observed, it's much stronger than before. Elgin realized the problem and hurriedly explained, that's her ability and desire. She asked again, disbelieving, what kind of monster ability? He still calmly resolved the question, if she receives a strange influence, her power increases. I accidentally activated it with that liquid. Young-ho immediately scolded him. Of course, who wouldn't be angry if they got liquid on their body, you pervert? The demon of lust's attack speed was slightly slower than before, and Elgin was slightly relieved. It seems a little slower. A moment later, her scythe fiercely struck his position, and at that exact moment, item fusion was completed. Seeing that, Elgin was delighted and gave a knowing smile. Delicious, he turned his body, ready to confront the demon of lust head-on again. She was immediately flustered upon seeing his reckless action. It turned out Elgin had successfully equipped the item. Shoes, Kanchamalu A grade, movement speed 70, unique special skill Flame Walk. He charged forward with a confident, triumphant smile. The demon of lust was no less fierce in her charge. The advantage of item fusion is creating a higher grade item. The very moment she approached, Elgin swung his leg, extending his shoe. Come here, special skill. The special skill of these shoes is Flame Walk, which inflicts fire damage on anything they touch. As his heel almost touched the tip of the scythe, a small spark flashed, turning the surroundings into a lava lake. The fierce power of the shoes quickly sent the demon of lust flying, and a bright light poured down as if to announce her death. It was powerful enough to cover a wide area within a 10 meters radius with fire, and all the firepower was concentrated on the demon of lust. The events that just occurred left a huge crack in the ground. This is Mayung's heyday playstyle with earthquakes and whirlwinds. Even he couldn't believe how terrifying that power was, so he could only stare blankly. Amazing. Although this was someone else's idea, I should be careful not to imitate Mayung too much. People might pay too much attention. Young-ho, who had just witnessed that sight, jumped with joy. Success, that's amazing. Viewers will be surprised. She continuously showered Elgin with proud praise. He set a new record by clearing the 47th floor. He also soloed 2 monsters that no one had ever defeated. Young-ho also mentioned the reward. You also got a B-grade weapon. Tiger Blade B-grade 2-handed sword. She continued to ramble on about various things, and he too was enjoying it. It will definitely sell for a high price at auction. Currently, he is also the first person to enter the 48th floor of the Tomb of Courage. Young-ho excitedly asked him how he felt and how many more floors he planned to clear when it was his turn. Elgin scratched his head, embarrassed. In fact, he had resolutely decided, I'll stop here. Hearing that, she asked, surprised, Huh? In an old desolate castle, a soft voice was heard from somewhere. 100, thank you everyone. That voice was Yahoo's. She continuously whispered sweet words to the viewers. Now I'll end the live stream. As always, I welcome new viewers. Thank you to everyone who watched the channel. Before the live stream ended, she made a heart shape with her hands to attract viewers' attention. In the next live stream, I'll hunt a B-grade monster. Please watch it. Love you. After that, Gu waved goodbye one last time. Goodbye. Immediately, the screen went black, leaving only deep darkness. As soon as the live stream ended, she angrily slammed the table. Her attitude changed 180 degrees and she swore in an enraged voice, Love my foot, I'm so angry. Why do I have to live stream like this? Gu let out all her anger as if about to explode. Monster hunting. The guild, everything was going well. It's all Elgin's fault. If I hadn't lost all my money because of the penalty, and hadn't lost the deposit and had money, I wouldn't have to do this nonsense, but she bit her hand again, thinking, but now, without this broadcast income it's too hard to run the guild. I have to kill him. I have to find him and confront him. Suddenly, Yu Zhang's grumbling was heard. I should write a complaint to the YouTube administrator that video is pornographic, the scarred man also tiredly said. I even posted on the Mommy Cafe bulletin board to report that damn bastard. Guhu praised them. Well done. Although it won't have a big effect on him, it's better than nothing. Her eyes sharpened. Anyway, what Guhu was aiming for was the drinks and food on the table. Immediately, her favorite program appeared on television, and she instantly became delighted. Time to watch TV. Guhu comfortably leaned back on the sofa. Watching this program is the only way I relieve stress every day. Now, her sister was relaxed, like a gamer in the game, and she forgot her brother. Elgen immediately appeared with OMJ, coach and leader of Team Sun K1. Yes, today we have a special guest on our From 0 to 1 program. Everyone be careful. You might be surprised. She happily listened to him on the small screen. Alright, I won't be surprised, Mr. Dion, but who is it? Suddenly, Young Ho appeared with Dion's energetic voice, giving Guhu a huge shock. He is Elgen, the most popular YouTuber right now. First, let's hear from PD Hong Young Ho, who is in charge of the broadcast. As soon as she heard this news, she screamed loudly as if going crazy. Damn it, it's terrible. Scene change. In a luxurious restaurant, Elgen, covered in clothes, asked worriedly, Hey, what happened? Young Ho sadly shared. In the end, I received a warning from KCC for the video's promiscuity. He replied as if not surprised at all. Oh really? She continued to pour out her heart. I also knew this would happen when I had to film someone almost naked like you. Suddenly, Elgen became suspicious upon hearing that. Does she think I'm ugly, or am I thinking too much? However, Young Ho continued with a mysterious smile. But she added with a smile on her face, the viewership is skyrocketing. If the video quality is high, everyone will watch it. He was relieved to see that. Really, that's a relief. Everything should go that way, she also calmly informed him. There's still a surprise at the end of the broadcast. Elgen repeated the last part, curious. Suddenly he remembered everything. That incident happened a week ago. Young Ho asked disappointedly. Why do you want to go to the Tomb of Courage again? There are 108 floors. Elgen smiled softly and explained. I filled one episode's worth. Did my salary go up? In his mind there was an immense sense of triumph. The Tomb of Courage is a good title. It's a shame to clear it all at once. This tower is a good place to make money. It's a shame to use it all at once. If someone breaks my record, I'll jump back in and clear 1 or 2 more floors to extend the tower climb. She immediately got to the point. Why did you go to the enhancement center? Young Ho asked curiously. Wasn't that the Tiger Blade B grade you just picked up? Then she realized the opponent's intention. Enhancement, you're going to enhance it. This sword is already good enough. If you succeed in enhancing it, its value will skyrocket. Elgen calmly replied softly. Well, if it succeeds. As he spoke, he put a crystal shard into a cup. Young Ho exclaimed in great surprise. Oh, the system immediately displayed the progress. Enhancement successful. You have obtained Tiger Blade 1. She happily congratulated him. You succeeded. Suddenly, Young Ho had a question. It was because the blue light flashed again, signaling, Enhancement successful. You have obtained Tiger Blade 2. Enhancement successful. You have obtained Tiger Blade 3, she exclaimed loudly in astonishment. 3 consecutive successes, Young Ho happily speculated. Its stats must be incredibly high by now, right? Suddenly, a series of notifications appeared, making her dizzy. Enhancement successful. You have obtained Tiger Blade 4. Enhancement successful. You have obtained Tiger Blade 5. As the notifications continued to ring, Young Ho realized something was wrong. Enhancement successful. You have obtained Tiger Blade 6. Enhancement successful. You have obtained Tiger Blade 7. She hurriedly shouted for Elgen to stop. Hey, are you still going? The durability. Before she could finish her sentence, he threw in another crystal shard, and Young Ho's eyes widened in astonishment. What? Light appeared from the sword again, and a message saying, Enhancement successful. You have obtained Tiger Blade 8 inches appeared, and she immediately froze at the sight, exclaiming, is Enhancement 8 this easy? However, at that moment, the sword shone brightly again, and a message saying, Enhancement successful. You have obtained Tiger Blade 9 inches appeared. However, Young Ho broke out in a cold sweat at the sight. My goodness, Enhancement 9. I know it's an unexpected situation, but everything is happening too fast for me to react. She immediately stopped him. Elgen, put down that enhancement stone. The success rate is too low. Calm down. You've pushed yourself too hard. Calm down. Despite her dissuasions, he ignored them and decided on further enhancement. Elgen's eyes widened as he made his resolve, remembering how much his previous failures had tormented him. Elgen smirked, but Young Ho, not noticing anything strange about him, quickly rejoiced. He stopped. So a 9 enhanced weapon is enough, right? She was delighted, thinking she had persuaded him to stop. Best night, a 9 enhanced weapon. However, suddenly, he unhesitatingly threw another crystal shard into the cup, attempting to enhance its power. Young Ho had to quickly stop him before she could finish her last words. The audience will surely be excited, right? Immediately, a flash of light burst from the sword. The system beeped, indicating enhancement failed. Sword split in 2. The Tiger Blade 9 was destroyed, slowly melting into nothingness. He looked at her with strange eyes. Elgen merely shrugged, maintaining an innocent expression. Immediately, a deafening thud echoed from Young Ho's side. She fainted and fell to the ground, and everyone was flustered, trying to wake her up. Hey, Young Ho, wake up. What do we do now? She's not opening her eyes. Call an ambulance. quickly call an ambulance, Young Ho said with a voice full of guilt. At least people are in an uproar. This person is truly unreliable. Someone said it's such a waste. Even though it's not mine, Elgin folded his arms and consoled her. What can you do if it's broken? A better item will appear. She was speechless in reply. Do you really think so? But he wore a triumphant smile. Speaking of that, it's not a waste because Elgin had anticipated this. He was very satisfied. It was an item with potential. It would be known later, but the tiger blade was actually a bad weapon for its grade. The true value this time was to let everyone know that it would be destroyed if the enhancement failed. He insisted, even more convinced, that it was a secret item. Young Ho quickly brightened up as usual. Anyway, thank you for letting us broadcast the next episode, Elgin happily cooperated. No problem. As long as the salary is high, she agreed to the arrangement. Whatever you ask for, we will try our best to accommodate. Suddenly, Elgin's phone vibrated with a notification, making him curious to check it. Elgin carefully read the text on the screen line by line. Invitation. I've received this before. Elgin quickly guessed the problem and made a call. This guy sent 2 emails. Suddenly, he realized he had missed something and his eyes widened. Elgin quickly rechecked his phone while Young Ho was flustered. He meticulously reread the letters and affirmed, "No, it's not an error." Elgin quickly realized something new. This email was sent to me and to the Demon Berserker account. John spoke seriously on the phone. He hasn't signed with anyone yet, has he? We can't let him get away. Invite him to join us immediately. A worried voice came from the other end of the phone. But we can't reach him. We don't have his email or phone number. His YouTube comments are the only way. He didn't give up and continued to urge. No, if we lose him to a foreigner, it'll be a disgrace to the entire nation, the other party asked. So should I keep commenting? Dia Yang instructed. Yes, keep going. As soon as he finished the call, he immediately typed on his computer keyboard with firm resolve. Ma Dongguang, he has all the conditions to become a pro player. The Berserker's playstyle is simply to charge and overwhelm opponents with pure strength. Thoughts continuously flowed in John's mind. Watching him completely turn the tables in the Sadie tournament, he shows perfect control. And not to mention his combat sense, he's a hit every time he appears, sending the audience into a frenzy. I am Joseph, standing behind him, observed everything and asked, "This guy, Ma Dongguang, is he really strong?" He retorted, "Did you watch the video I sent?" I am Joseph replied calmly. "I don't watch illegal gambling league videos. This is I am Joseph, the #1 ranked pro player for Sun K1. Then I am Joseph started complaining again. Yes, I heard he defeated the Western Overlord, but that pathetic guy's skills deteriorated from playing too long in illegal leagues. I could beat him 100 times if I wanted to. He folded his arms and gave a contemptuous smile. Besides, why would a guy who was earning money in the underworld come all the way here and play by our rules? Dia Yang, still focused on the computer screen, replied, all illegal leagues have been banned and the government has dismantled them at our request, so all players will have to stop doing such things soon. He even boasted excitedly, now is the best time to recruit Ma Dongguang. I am Joseph immediately froze at those words, but after a few seconds he spoke again. Director, I am Joseph annoyedly shot back all the skeptical glances. Why don't you pay more attention to me? Dia Yang also loudly reprimanded. Shut up, what right do you have to speak? Go train. He brought up the money issue again. My salary is too low. Suddenly the phone rang, making both of them pause. Dia Yang checked the phone with little interest. What now, is it a spam call? I am Joseph frowned, feeling disrespected. Stop it, seriously. After a few seconds of no response from the other end, he suddenly became curious. I am Joseph approached Section Chief O, looking worried, and asked. Immediately, he was shocked by the sight before him. He had fainted. I am Joseph immediately panicked and shook John awake. What is this, Director? Wake up. Was he so shocked when I asked for a raise? At this moment, a small notification appeared on the computer screen. It was Elgin's reply. After participating in that illegal tournament, I created the Mong King account to upload that PK video. I didn't think people would recruit a player who fights in gambling leagues. It's unbelievable that a fake Mong King account was invited to a pro team before Elgin. This was the best deal yet. Although he had received many emails after raiding the Nameless Queen, at that time he gave up due to strict regulations and too little money. But now is the time for the government to push for more investment in esports. He was extremely excited for his next journey as a pro player. The name Ma Dongguang was an unexpected twist. How should he proceed? Scene change. In the Sun K1 team's training room, John announced excitedly in a lively voice. Everyone, we have a guest. Behind him stood Elgin, completely covered in black clothing. Nice to meet you. He introduced himself in a cold voice. I am Ma Dongguang. Immediately, everyone in the room buzzed. Why is he wearing a mask, even a voice changer? What kind of concept is this? I am Joseph, with his arms crossed, asked annoyedly. Nice to meet you. But why are you wearing a mask? Elgin replied curtly. Because of scars. Not stopping there, he tried to make it more awkward. Then why are you 2 hours late? We agreed on 5:30 and it's 8 o'clock now. Dia Yang interjected to explain. It's because of the rain and traffic. It's not his fault. I am Joseph, with a displeased expression, found fault. That person who's about to join the team, why are you calling him by name like that? Dia Yang loudly retorted. He hasn't signed yet. Not yet, you idiot. Why are you complaining now? But I am Joseph also didn't back down and retorted. Because he took up my training time. Amidst their tense argument, Elgin quietly observed, truly nostalgic. Team leader Dia Yang and Iceface I am Joseph, I remember them always fighting like this, even in front of many people. Despite his cold exterior, his eyes held a glimmer of admiration. They're really close, standing so close even I'm getting excited. But Elgin quickly regained his initial cold demeanor, but now I have to appear arrogant, otherwise I won't be accepted. I need to be decisive, thinking so. He immediately spoke in a strong voice. Who told you to be here? These words were so powerful that they silenced everyone. I am Joseph, angered, retorted. What did you say? Elgin confidently replied. I told you, you don't need to be here. If you want to meet me, come directly. This idiot said he'd wait for me, so why is he angry? De Young was also slightly flustered and explained, I told him to wait for you. Suddenly, murmurs broke the atmosphere. Oh, he's confident. A bit arrogant for someone without a name on the leaderboard. They were Run Ho Ho, ranked 5th in Korea, and Song Bio Jian, ranked 7th in Korea. He gave a bold smile. Can I beat you up? Next was the appearance of Choi Jun-seo, ranked 9th in Korea. Do you think the skills you gained in illegal leagues will work in a professional environment? John immediately found himself in an awkward situation and tried to calm everyone down. Everyone, what's wrong? I'm sorry. I thought everyone was friendly, but maybe it's because they missed training today. I am Joseph, interjected with little interest. He'll have to take the entrance exam soon, right? I'll personally confirm if his skills are as good as rumored. His eyes were full of contempt. He's someone who created and operated illegal leagues without anyone knowing. Who knows if he cheated? Are they trying to recruit someone good at PK into a pro team? Get a grip. I am Joseph annoyedly rolled his eyes and asked, so who's going first? Everyone murmured and volunteered. Me. Everyone knows I'm good at BK, another person volunteered. No, me. I'm the lowest ranked here, so I'll start, but he refused again. No, since you're standing up there, you have a chance. I am Joseph's gaze turned back to TAE gang. Why don't we give a chance to the person standing there? With just one glance he understood the other party's intention. Elgin was slightly surprised by that fact, but he immediately refused. No, I've already done it. Baeong Jian, seeing this, turned around and blamed him. Coward, how can you back down when you have such an opportunity? I thought you'd be braver after the military, but I was mistaken. I am Joseph also sighed, speechless. Fine, it's fair for him to fight the lowest ranked person, so you can go. Suddenly he spoke again, slightly surprising him. No need, he explained the reason in a cold voice. I don't have time to beat everyone. Everyone was astonished by Elgin's words. It's bothersome. Come up here. I'll fight all 4 of you. John, flustered, re-explained the exam regulations. Ma Dongguang, the entrance exam is only a one-on-one match. We can't even change the rules for you. But I am Joseph didn't think so. Director, this is an insult to us, so please let us handle this ourselves this time. So he, Junho, Baeong Jian, and Jun-seo formed a team of 4. They excitedly said to each other, all right, let's see what he's got. Despite the numerical advantage, Elgin remained calm and took out his mask. He calmly put on the mask to amplify his power. Picaresque mask, a grade, unique, special skill, serial killer, usable, karma value calculated based on lives eliminated. When equipped, power increases proportionally to lives eliminated. For each life eliminated, power increases. This effect only applies to the player who activated the item. Immediately, a sharp, cold light gleamed in Elgin's eyes. He was ready to fight this battle with everything he had. Baeong Jian asked with a contemptuous smile. 1 against 4, do you really need to go that far? He was Song Baeong Jian, ranked 7th in Korea. A swordsman who uses swords and exhibits graceful movements. His skills require speed, strength, and stealth attributes. Jun Ho still replied calmly. Anyway, he's someone the director is interested in. If we go too hard, it'll be difficult to face the director. He was Run Ho Ho, ranked 5th in Korea. A magician who uses lightning and can combine electrical shocks. And Choi Jun-seo's nobility, ranked 9th in Korea. Healer who possesses high speed and strength attributes to protect himself. Furthermore, he has a sword with unknown power. Finally, I am Joseph, ranked 1st in Korea, Iceface. He uses 2 shields for both offense and defense with high HP in his famous headbutt technique. Because of this, he is also called the Mammoth Tank. Elgin felt the passionate atmosphere here and admired. Wow, look at this team. How can a rookie fight against ranks 1, 5, 7, and 9 simultaneously? And it's even 1 versus 4. Behind his mask, he smirked deviously, enjoying it. Is that what you guys think? In the equipment room, John observed them carefully on the big screen. He felt it was unfair and said, these guys, do they really want to gang up on him like that? De Young turned around and asked the person next to him for his opinion. TAE gang, why did you back down? With your skills you could have at least tried. It was a good opportunity, he replied quietly to the other party's curiosity. Not very interested. He heard that and didn't offer any opinion. Fair enough. Back to the match. Elgin stood alone, ready to fight. Jun-seo was the first to step forward to start the match. I'll go first. Baeong Jian called out to him again. Hey Choi Run-seo, you enjoy stepping into the arena. All the older brothers are higher ranked. I'm the youngest, so I'll handle it. He was speechless and retorted. This guy, seriously? On the contrary, Jun-ho replied calmly. Let him be. After that, Jun-seo immediately drew his sword and fought. He seemed very confident in his abilities. If you treat me like other healers, you'll be in trouble. Jun-seo introduced himself with a confident smile. I like to fight, but it gets annoying if it drags on, so I'll finish this quickly. He attacked Elgin with a sharp slash. Shockwave. He immediately reacted with the powerful fist in his hand. With just one light attack, Elgin momentarily stopped the immense attack power. Jun Seo, witnessing that sight, made a surprised sound. Ha! Before he could even react, he was sent flying into the sky by his fist. Jun Seo was extremely surprised by what had just happened. So the earthquake tremor is your attack style, he still provocatively challenged. You fool, who said you can dodge everything by standing in the air? But immediately he was grabbed by Elgin's neck. Jun Seo realized he was in his hand before he could even react. Ha! Suddenly, strange cracks appeared in the ground, and the ground split further, creating a large hole in the shape of Elgin's footprint. And he was quickly thrown into the sky after that. He dropped Jun Seo onto the ground below. Immediately he screamed in pain. The screams echoed far away, but it didn't stop there. Elgin even jumped down and powerfully punched Jun Seo's stomach, immediately causing a shocking explosion that covered the surroundings in smoke. Baeong Jian at that sight stared blankly in disbelief, and Jun Ho was also surprised. What just happened? Outside, Yang and T-Gang were also extremely surprised by the sight. Suddenly a person's shadow appeared from the fog. It was Ains. Simultaneously, a system notification rang, and one victim was added to the list, increasing his attack power by 1. Now both he and his weapon had increased considerable power. Roumaru Boots, a grade, flame speed 1000, movement speed 70, unique special skill Flame Tomb. Elgin provoked with an evil smile. So now it's 3 against 1. Taegong recognized the skill he had just used. He applied force to the ground beneath his feet. That's how he could fly so high. Suddenly a sharp sword flew towards him. Fortunately, Elgin noticed it in time, but before he could react, Baeong Jian rushed in, slashing repeatedly. He immediately recognized this attack from the skill he had just seen. Is that Baeong Jian's flowing sword? At the same time, he was even more bewildered. Despite the hidden skill reducing defense by 50 and increasing attack by 50, Elgin skillfully dodged all attacks. How is he dodging everything? Fortunately, Baeong Jian couldn't see him due to the stealth effect. Baeong Jian immediately panicked and swung his sword for a finishing blow. But suddenly, after the attack, a light flashed. It was because I Am Joseph had also rushed in to attack him. He cursed in annoyance at the immense power. Idiot! Elgin quickly escaped I Am Joseph's encirclement. But unfortunately, he too reached his limit. Elgin was hit by a knee attack and collided with the wall. He's probably paralyzed. At least that shield is B grade, so it must have a paralyzing skill. Baeong Jian also appeared quickly. And finally, Jun Ho gasped his skill. Thunder! I Am Joseph smiled triumphantly. You're strong, I admit it. Unfortunately, we're going to attack you simultaneously. Elgin immediately recognized his plan. Your healer is finished, so you intend to deal damage and block at the same time. Jun Ho, summoning his power, already thought victory was assured. He's paralyzed because of the shield. The top 4 players of each class were performing a coordinated attack, and Baeong Jian was also here, allowing him to launch an assassination attack from nothing, further increasing their confidence. Contrary to their joy, Elgin merely observed in silence. He glanced at each person with sharp eyes. Am I surrounded? Elgin immediately stomped hard on the ground. The ground instantly cracked and dust flew, obstructing their vision. I Am Joseph immediately recognized the skill. He mocked Elgin. Do you think using the same fragment again will be effective? Do you think you can remove the earthquake? But what happened next made I Am Joseph pause. He noticed something strange. What? The ground is melting. Elgin walked out proudly from the flames, completely unharmed. Thanks to the unique special skill Flame Walk of the Roumaru Boots, he looked around in a daze and wondered how everything has turned to lava. Elgin explained. My skill melts the ground within 10 miles of me. Do you think you can escape this hell? As soon as he finished speaking, Elgin soared high, confidently declaring, now it's my turn. Immense power overwhelmed Jun Ho. He used his skill to resist. Damn it, my defense skill isn't complete yet. As expected, no matter how much Jun Ho resisted, the power was completely overwhelming, and he could only stand there rooted to the spot. Suddenly a powerful fist struck his chest, giving Jun Ho no time to react. Elgin continued to launch unpredictable fatal attacks at lightning speed, leaving Jun Ho completely unable to anticipate. Indeed, in just one moment Jun Ho's head was caught in his hand without hesitation. Elgin slammed him to the ground with all his might. Jun Ho could only let out a painful shriek. Baeong Jian, standing nearby, said helplessly, oh my god. Jun Ho was defeated so easily. I Am Joseph immediately commanded, come closer to me. You two can't defend as well as I can. Increase your attack power. We have to get out of here. Meanwhile, Elgin successfully activated the 50 area damage reduction skill. He wore a provocative smile. So you guys are trying to escape? Elgin shouted loudly as he ran. Where do you think you're going? Then he immediately gathered his strength and cast his skill. Antonian's Whirlpool Water special skill. Continuously, powerful whirlpools went towards the opponent. In front of that immense power, Bong W said in a fluster. The ground is melting. He stood blankly, and I Am Joseph shouted helplessly. Baeong Jian quickly deactivates stealth. He trembled, his eyes filled with terror, and shrieked. It's too late. As soon as he finished speaking, Baeong Jian shrieked miserably. He was completely engulfed by Elgin's whirlpool water. There was no resistance and everything was in ruins. Elgin stood arrogantly and sneered. Wasn't it supposed to be harder? Now I see it's too easy to defeat you guys. If this is all you have, you trash will all die. Suddenly he noticed something. A shield was flying towards him at immense speed. Elgin immediately realized what was happening. He shouted, I am Joseph, and it was indeed him. That power was not at all inferior to Elgin's. With immense destructive power, earth and stone shattered. I Am Joseph glared at him with sharp eyes. On the other hand, Elgin didn't seem surprised at all. So you're finally using twin shields too. Is the #1 ranked player in Korea going to fight me with everything on the line? Surprising, he smiled excitedly. Truly interesting. I am Joseph coldly cast a skill. He turned his body and delivered a punch of immense power to Elgin. At the moment speed and power exploded, I am Joseph transformed into a whirlwind, delivering a powerful kick to the enemy, instantly shaking the space, and he dodged the attack. But I am Joseph's speed surprised him slightly. Two powerful forces collided. I am Joseph rushed forward, aiming a fierce blow to finish off his opponent. But it wasn't that easy. Elgin immediately retreated, using his leg as a pivot to dodge the attack. I am Joseph turned his body and delivered a punch of immense power to Elgin. The power of the punch exploded as if to incinerate everything. Taegong witnessed everything. He seemed unable to believe his eyes. Taegong thought to himself, the 4 top players of the #1 ranked team in Korea are all professional players, yet they were defeated by one person. Elgin still stood proudly amidst the ruins after the battle. He chuckled lightly. No more traces of them. Taegong thought again. Ma Dongguang, no, the dirty puddle has become much more cruel and stronger than when I encountered him in the Toto League. Taegong couldn't deny that his playstyle was completely different from his seniors or other generation players. He had to admit that he was truly incredibly strong. Yang mumbled blankly. I guess I'll have to revise the contract. Elgin immediately agreed. All right, he thought to himself. Although everything is a temporary item, the quality is undeniable. Compared to their items, mine would be about B grade, Elgin calculated inwardly. On second thought, I was a bit better, but I fought 1 vs 4, so it was still fair. Besides, I only used 2 gloves and a pair of shoes. If I had used more, the situation would have been worse. Taegong yearned inwardly. I want to catch up, I want to be recognized. Taegong looked at Elgin with resolute eyes. I want to stand by his side. His hands were clenched tightly. That resolve was hotter than ever. Taegong told himself, truly cool. Elgin breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, we've arrived. A system indicated that this was a Great Demon Castle. Drake looked around and concluded that the castle was too gloomy. Even though it's in the south, it's quite chilly, Elgin continued. Now we're almost at the entrance. Let's dive right in, he explained as he walked. Today we've come to the Demon Castle to find the last key of the 3 mysterious relics. He remembered that when he proposed it to Drake, he immediately agreed. All right, that sounds interesting, Elgin continued. Drake also decided to participate to see if this journey would be interesting. The inside of the castle was filled with zombies making terrible wailing sounds. Elgin immediately increased his speed but didn't forget to double-check. This castle has a secret passage connecting the central area to the master's room, right? It's also called the back door, right? He suddenly stopped, realized there was a problem and hid in a corner to observe. There were zombies all over the castle. They didn't seem easy to deal with, Elgin discussed with Drake. It's still daytime, so they're weak, but it'll take too long to kill them all. The most important thing is how to eliminate everyone. Suddenly, Drake heard a loud scream and turned around, muttering, a scream, he discovered in surprise. A woman is in danger over there. We have to save her. Elgin stopped him and said, calm down, wait a moment. His eyes were full of caution. Terrible wailing sounds continued to erupt from inside the castle, and white smoke continued to billow from that direction. Suddenly, Jane shouted loudly, it's time, let's go in quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed straight into the castle while Drake was still blank. How aren't you going to help her? Elgin looked at him and smiled slyly. As for points, you can find NPCs later. If it's a player, it's good that she's distracting them for me. Right? We should take this opportunity to do what we need to do. Drake simply fell silent after hearing that. He thought for a moment and then decided, he has a point. Terrible screaming continued to echo. Drake said inwardly, I'm sorry, but if you're still there when we leave, we'll help you. After a moment as he ran, he wondered, but what are we looking for now? Elgin ran as if flying, his face full of joy. Found it. That's the one. Before them was a black shadow making a dark moaning sound. Drake immediately recognized Camilla. At this moment, a notification also appeared in the system. Slanderous Camilla, monster grade B. This woman was buried alive with her tongue cut out for the sin of slandering. The girl immediately rushed at the strangers. Drake fired a light shot and Camilla collapsed while Elgin was surprised. He didn't rate her very highly. Doesn't seem that strong. The unique characteristic of other zombies is self-destruction. He lowered his voice. But this one doesn't have that, Elgin praised. You're quick-witted. Simultaneously, a light flashed and Jane immediately shouted, oh, it's here. Drake still didn't understand what was happening. Suddenly, a resentful wailing sound was heard. Is speaking ill of others such a great sin? The light grew brighter and brighter. Camilla's spirit was purified. Right then, a system notification appeared, stating that the hidden quest, Gather Slanderous Camilla's Feathers, had been discovered. Drake and Elgin stared blankly at Camilla. The girl spoke with teary eyes. Father punished a slanderer like me. Camilla recalled, I had to climb onto the cathedral roof, cut open a pillow and gather all the scattered feathers. I failed and died. The girl hugged the pillow emotionally. It was the resentment. The system displayed the quest progress. Gather Slanderous Camilla's Feathers, current progress 0, Drake realized in surprise. I just realized. He broke out in a cold sweat looking at the feathers scattered on the floor. There are suddenly white feathers on the floor. Drake casually picked up a feather and stared at it. There are too many. Should I go find a vacuum cleaner now? The system notified that the white feather gathering progress had increased by 1. Elgin held a handful of feathers in his hand and confidently declared, this quest was opened for another purpose. The system continued to display the progress reaching 12. Elgin immediately stomped hard on the floor and cast his secret skill, Kanchamalu Boots characteristic. Flame Walk characteristic. The white feathers immediately burst into flames. The system continued to update. Gather white feathers. The feathers have been completely burned by fire. The system displayed the quest completion progress as 1212. Elgin looked at Drake and smiled victoriously. He sprayed, "Isn't this a bit forced?" Elgin immediately retorted, "If you're going to nitpick even with this, then this quest itself is too absurd. You need conviction to pick up 20 million feathers." At this moment the system notified that the quest was completed. Drake couldn't believe this method had worked. "How really?" Camilla said emotionally. "Thank you, thanks to you I've gathered all the feathers. Fortunately, only the white pillow was damaged." The girl flew up happily. If the black pillow had been damaged, it would have been a big problem. Elgin was blank. Drake hesitated. "What is she saying?" Camilla disappeared into the darkness. Elgin looked up at her and suddenly a black feather fell. A black pouch appeared on the floor. The system immediately displayed, "Slanderous Camilla's black pouch degrade. It looks like a pillow but it's actually a pouch. Camilla always used it for bad mouthing." Drake wondered. "A pouch?" Elgin said with a confident expression. "Watch closely. This is the key that will lead us to the boss's room." He immediately grabbed the pouch. Elgin tore it without hesitation. Black feathers immediately flew out. Black feathers began to appear in the sky. More and more appeared, and the sky suddenly darkened. Drake immediately understood. "Oh," he exclaimed, "this is an item that turns a specific area into darkness." At this moment the system displayed, "It's night now and the dead are returning," Jane exclaimed excitedly. "As expected, the demon castle is more interesting at night. We've solved another problem." The system continued to send notifications. "The dead are hovering around." Elgin was extremely excited for this challenge. The secret passage to the master's room only opens at night, so they intentionally placed the Camilla quest here. Drake heard that and wondered, "Wouldn't it have been possible if it had been night from the start?" Elgin answered sharply, "Zombies are more rampant at night. You always have to be careful no matter what you do." Drake simply fell silent after hearing that. Elgin immediately noticed, "Oh, a hole has appeared in the wall." He leisurely pointed it out to Drake. He looked at the hole and speculated, "Probably, that hole wasn't there before, besides it's hard to notice if you don't look carefully." Suddenly a loud scream was heard from behind. The two frowned and turned around. He answered coldly, "Yes." Guhu gasped. She seemed to have just been in a struggle. Elgin's expression changed when he saw her. "What was that Yahoo's scream just now?" Her face was pale and she shouted loudly, "You damn bastard, I've found you. Don't move." Elgin looked at her and mumbled, "Damn it, where did she come from and she's so agitated?" He immediately grabbed Drake and ran away. "Let's go in first before the situation gets complicated." Guhu chased after them shouting, "Hey, I told you to stop." She still shouted loudly with all her might. "Stop!" Suddenly, just then a horde of zombies swarmed. Guhu's face turned pale, and the more terrified she became, the louder she shrieked, "I told you to stop." She shouted loudly and fell into the hole. The zombies broke through the iron bars and chased after them. The light was almost gone. The night castle grew darker and darker. Yahoo was taking a monologue video at this time. "Ta-da everyone, I'm back. It's Yahoo. Did you come thinking we defeated a monster? Last time the speed at which we defeated the monster was very fast, but every journey starts with small steps, right?" She forced a smile. "How could we defeat the boss monster so quickly?" Gua happily continued her introduction. "Today, as promised in the last episode, we'll be filming those who survived among the B-grade monsters. Today's episode is titled Surviving in the Demon Castle. At this time, the A-grade demon castle was shrouded in mist. Gua zoomed in on the zombies roaming the castle. There were many ferocious zombies near the castle entrance. This southern demon castle was discovered by ordinary people a long time ago. She continued to tell the story surrounding this eerie castle, but the monsters at the dungeon entrance are quite fierce. Gua then said, "That's why no one has been able to go deep into the castle until now." She was very excited about today's mission. Today's mission is to wander around this zombie castle and review what's inside. Most of the monsters appearing here are C to B grade, so even one hit can be quite dangerous. Gua didn't forget to wink and blow kisses to her viewers. "Please pray for the successful progress of today's mission." Suddenly an eerie sound was heard, and a zombie unexpectedly appeared behind Gu, startling her and making her scream, "Oh my god, I think I'm going to die." She squeezed her eyes shut but continued to mumble. She screamed so loudly that it even scared the zombie. Gua kept running and found the hand behind her almost touching her. She was extremely terrified. Gua screamed loudly and threw herself forward, then the camera clicked off. Suddenly a door appeared in front of Gua and she gasped for breath. She slumped down next to the door and grumbled, "I really hate the sound of zombies wailing. Do I really have to go this far? But the beauty of a survivor is to escape death dramatically." Gua let out a long sigh. "What can I do? I have to do it to earn money." She took a deep breath and after a moment Gua proudly pushed the door wide open. The zombies rushed at her madly. Gua coldly swung her axe and shouted, "Get lost, you annoying things." She charged forward like a bullet. Suddenly a loud sound came from the door. Gua, exuding terrifying power, immediately resolved the chaos. She lightly brushed the dust from her cheek and muttered to herself, "Good." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned the camera back on. "Indeed, life is a role play, so why not act?" She gasped, the coldness from before gone, replaced by an extremely vulnerable appearance. "Everyone, I thought I was going to die. I was so scared that I unintentionally turned off the camera. I was so surprised." Gua intentionally put on a worried expression. But as I kept running, I found myself deep inside the castle. She shed tears to encourage interaction. What should I do? If anyone doesn't want to see Yahoo cry, please me. Looking at the misty hallway ahead, Gua thought. Her eyes were full of calculation. Of course I shouldn't die. All the zombies in the front part of the castle were C to B grade, but during the day they drop a tier to C grade, she cautiously observed. Their speed has also decreased significantly, so I can run as much as I want, Gua smiled triumphantly, and muttered to herself, but only a handful of people know this secret. So doing this isn't for likes or experience, but just to get a bit popular. Night slowly fell, and the system notified it is now night. Gua focused on the system notification and was surprised. The system suddenly displayed, the dead are returning. Gua froze upon hearing that. The atmosphere became unprecedentedly gloomy. She was extremely flustered. No, it's still too early for night. Zombies suddenly appeared. They were rushing from all directions. The system kept sending notifications. The dead are checking the surroundings. Suddenly, a zombie unexpectedly attacked from behind, almost making Gua's heart burst out. She swung her axe with all her might without hesitation. But surprisingly, the attack had no effect. The system immediately displayed the zombie's attributes as B grade. Undying, poison, self-destruct. Gua was extremely shocked at the sight. She dodged the zombies' attacks with all her might, realizing they were no match for her. Gua screamed loudly and ran away frantically. She was extremely furious. Oh my god, what's going on? I'm suddenly surrounded by C to B grade monsters. Gua finally realized. Indeed, the demon castle reveals its true form at night. Suddenly, she heard a very familiar voice. Yahoo hum. This voice, could it be? The zombies grew increasingly fierce and she escaped by stepping on their heads. Yahoo didn't dare to look back. After running for a long time, she arrived at the spot where Elgin and Drake Cat were standing. Yahoo shouted loudly in anger. Elgin glanced at her and grumbled. Yahoo, gasping for breath, shouted, that bastard, I finally caught him. She immediately challenged. Wait there. As soon as she finished speaking, Gua was surprised. She looked at the hole in front of her with confusion. What's that hole? What are they doing in front of it? After a long time of speculation, Gua answered herself. Could they have found the way to the center of the castle? Before she could wait, zombies quickly swarmed in. Gua frantically kept running. HMPH, no time to worry. She understood that in the current situation, she had to get inside quickly before things got more complicated. Gua shouted as she ran, I told you to wait, I told you to wait, I told you to wait. She shouted loudly and fell into the hole. Gua floundered in the hole for a long time, and it seemed she bled a little as she screamed. Through the hole, Gua arrived at a strange place inside the castle, and she wondered, what is this? Where am I? Is this a flooded tree? Oh my god, is that blood? Nevertheless, she didn't forget to complain to Elgin. That bastard, what did he do? Why did night come so suddenly and early? Elgin quickly flattered. Hey beautiful boss, calm down. Gua got even angrier upon hearing that. Who's a beautiful boss? Elgin calmly declared. You can't be angry with me. Gua was slightly surprised to hear that. Elgin immediately warned, this isn't a fun place. You need to know how to take care of yourself. The air here was filled with a thick smell of blood. Zodiac suddenly appeared. The person who appeared with him was none other than Jack-o'-lantern. An eerie sound was heard. Found you. Zombies swarmed in groups and Drake Cat immediately moved to block the attack. Elgin also immediately cooperated, and Jack Moon was instantly released. Yahoo was not idle either. She slashed the zombies without hesitation. Yahoo angrily swung her axe, startling Elgin. The two argued amidst Jack Moon's bewilderment. Elgin questioned, what are you doing? Are you trying to kill me? Gua was no less fierce. Shut up, you should have gotten in line from the start. She angrily reprimanded. Because of you I have to be in this strange place. Even my brother isn't here. Elgin immediately retorted. Why is it my fault? If you don't like it, just leave. Gua argued. It's night outside, all thanks to you. How can I leave this place? Elgin didn't give in easily. Weren't you filming a survival news segment? Escape this place in despair and increase your viewership. The more she heard him prattle, the angrier Gua became. Because of you I had to film that news segment, she muttered to herself. I want to attack him right now, but the current situation doesn't allow it. Even if I attack him and escape, the outside is still full of high-grade undead. I don't even know how I'd escape them, Gua calculated. If I go with that puddle, I'll be fine, but she realized one problem. Drake Cat, I have to deal with two unofficial ranking players at the same time. Gua pondered for a long time and then decided, alright, it seems I have no other choice right now. I have to follow. At least we should form a party. I'm an Oni, so I'll be useful. The system notified that a party invitation had been sent. Elgin chose to decline without hesitation. Gua, seeing that she had been rejected, angrily shouted loudly, Oh my god, what? Why reject? Elgin calmly replied. Just because I don't want to. He continued to explain. Forming a party isn't my style. Gua continued to question. You liar. Then what about that archer? Elgin immediately retorted. We didn't form a party. We're just hunting monsters together. Drake Cat immediately agreed. He's right. Gua continued to persuade. But there's nothing wrong with forming a party with me, is there? You can have all the items and you don't need to share experience with me. Why not accept the party invitation? Wouldn't it be better if we both went together? Elgin immediately replied. And Gua was slightly surprised. Her axe. Elgin had been eyeing that axe for a long time. He boldly proposed, If you give me that, I'll consider it. Yahoo fell into thought, and with the axe on her shoulder she cursed at Elgin. Drake Cat didn't understand what was happening beside them. Elgin then suggested, "If you want, follow me. It doesn't matter if we're together or not as long as you don't block the way." He smiled triumphantly, but added, "If you can keep up, that is." The three rushed forward quickly, and the scenery in front of them kept repeating the same. Elgin didn't forget to warn, "See those protruding parts on the wall? Don't go too far past them, as rocks will roll down. You can't get through in one go, so you'll have to hide there." He seemed to know every nook and cranny of this place. "There are arrows here, so it's best to duck your head. Don't step on it or you'll fall into an undead pit 500 meters deep." As soon as they entered the flooded hallway, he suddenly stopped and warned, "Wait, there are hidden wires under the water at your feet. If you trip on them, blades will fall from the ceiling, so be careful." He easily led the two following him through the traps waiting there. 5 meters to the right and then to the left. After passing that point, it's the end. "Be careful." Gua couldn't help but be suspicious at the sight. "How do you know all that? Are you the administrator?" Elgin pretended not to hear. "I just studied it in advance. If I were the administrator, why would I play the game? I'd just count money," she muttered to herself. "That Puddle, how immersed is he in this game? So many traps haven't even been discovered yet." Elgin wore a cold expression. He was full of confidence. "Actually, I've never died in this stage. It's all thanks to information. The locations of traps and monsters are all obtained from the data of deceased players. Caution, information gathering, learning, and strategy. The result is my reincarnation." Elgin lowered his voice. "Everyone can call me." He smiled triumphantly and muttered, "Dirty Puddle." He completely enjoyed this challenge. A free spirit, a drop of water that has been stagnant in one place for 15 years, that's my identity, but perhaps because of that child I fit better in this sewer. At this moment, Drake Cat suddenly exclaimed, "I see a light ahead." Indeed, an exit appeared ahead. Gua was exhausted, but Owen seemed quite excited. "All right, we've come this far in one go. The mini-boss will appear soon." As soon as he finished speaking, the system immediately displayed a notification. "Entered Area 503, hidden dungeon of the underground prison." Elgin then revealed, "This is the hiding place of the high-grade monster, Headless Knight Jack-o'-lantern. Activate the alarm in the corner of the prison to make him appear." The three approached the exit, and Elgin discovered something. "There's something there." Drake Cat was surprised to hear that. A giant shadow was slowly revealing itself, and its eyes glowed red. The system immediately displayed the attribute information of Headless Knight Jack-o'-lantern A grade. Drake Cat calmly asked, "Is that him?" "So he's already activated." Elgin immediately noticed something strange. "We haven't even entered that area yet, but someone has already come and awakened him." This was beyond his expectation. "Damn it, who is it? Which player planned to attack this monster so early?" He let out a terrible scream. Like lightning, he rushed forward and swung his scythe with all his might to attack Zodiac. He immediately dodged the attack. Jack-o'-lantern delivered a blow from top to bottom, trying to knock his opponent down. The sound of weapons clashing strongly made the battle even more breathtaking. Zodiac smiled slightly. "He's a bit quiet, isn't he?" He completely blocked Jack-o'-lantern's attack. Zodiac revealed his cunning eyes. "It won't be easy." He immediately counterattacked, delivering a powerful blow to Jack-o'-lantern. He quickly spun around to avoid the attack and then seized the opportunity to counter. Jack-o'-lantern slashed directly at Zodiac's chest, leaving him no time to react. Drake Cat continuously praised from the side. "Good attack." That attack shook Zodiac. Gua, who witnessed the battle, was wide-eyed. Drake Cat then said, "Surprisingly, there was a player who came before us. He seems to be fighting quite well, doesn't he?" Elgin strode forward and shouted, "Steal." While Drake Cat was bewildered, Gua pointed at Elgin and scoffed, "Are you going to steal the credit from someone who found the monster before you? How shameful, thief." He couldn't suppress his annoyance. It was especially unpleasant to hear such words from her. Elgin suddenly became serious. "It seems you're misunderstanding something. I didn't come here to catch Headless Knight Jack-o'-lantern." Elgin's attitude made Yahoo slightly wary. Drake Cat looked at him with suspicious eyes. "What do you mean?" Zodiac was Elgin's target. Come to think of it, he had done his best to get here. His eyes were filled with determination. "I have to kill him immediately before he escapes." Elgin knew who he was. And he was an obstacle, the most notorious player and the most famous serial killer. Zodia Bandu. Elgin recalled the name Zodia Bandu. He had seen this name in a news article. "I recall a news article from my previous life so long ago I can't even remember." That man had the third highest kill count, mostly due to PK. He was famous, more like a monster than a player. Elgin muttered to himself, "Such a figure is hunting right before my eyes." At this moment the battle was extremely fierce, and the target was also an A-grade monster, with both sides having balanced strength. Elgin quietly observed everything meticulously. He assessed Jack-o'-lantern's HP to be almost $150 million, and the floor was turning red. Filled with murderous intent, he rushed at Zodiac like a bullet. Zodiac stood calmly and said, "A grade is no joke. Even though both of us are already falling, it took longer than I expected, but I think we almost got him." He rushed to grab his target and shouted, "Let's finish this." Suddenly, arrows flew and embedded themselves in Zodiac's shoulder, leaving him no time to react. He stared blankly at the arrows embedded in his shoulder. Drake Cat felt that something was wrong. That's a strange reaction." Zodiac immediately spotted the one who ambushed him. He wouldn't let it go. Zodiac immediately turned and slashed directly at Drake Cat. He immediately blocked it. Zodiac smiled cunningly. "What's this again? Was there another player besides me who would come here?" He furiously unleashed extremely dangerous attacks on Drake Cat, but he still maintained his composure and blocked all attacks. The two swords clashed, sending sparks flying, and Zodiac, laughing madly, rushed forward with sharp eyes. Drake Cat swiftly raised his hand to block, his eyes filled with vigilance. Drake Cat immediately counterattacked, and the blow seemed to have an effect. He smiled, pleased to himself. Indeed, the old player was right. Minutes earlier there had been a discussion. Drake Cat had asked if he could try first if it was PvP. Elgin agreed, saying, "Alright, but I'll give you a piece of advice. That guy is known as a tricky and perverted player. You need to avoid close combat." Drake Cat carefully calculated. A normal person would naturally flinch if something was aimed at them. Even in games with pain control, acquired reflexes cannot be overcome. He paid close attention to every action of his opponent. When the arrow was fired, he watched it without blinking until it lodged in his body. Lesh-Nyhan syndrome, a rare insensitivity to pain. That's why Zodia Bandu doesn't know what movement is. Because Drake Cat had never experienced pain, he calmly and thoroughly began to calculate tactics in 0.001 seconds. Avoid close combat without being startled or flinching. This only fueled his competitive spirit further. In that case, I somehow feel like taking on a greater challenge. Zodiac seemed surprised. Drake Cat immediately rushed at him, delivering a powerful flurry of attacks. The two fought fiercely, with neither giving an inch. Drake Cat resolutely launched a frontal attack. Zodiac narrowly dodged by tilting his body. The two continuously exchanged attacks and defenses without hesitation. His attack power astonished his opponent. "Strong, aren't you? You haven't been fighting for just a day or two, have you?" Elgin smiled triumphantly from the side. "That's right, most people thought Drake would be at a disadvantage. Usually, archers are disadvantaged in such narrow spaces." He thought to himself, "But that guy is excellent at close combat, and he also knows I'm watching him from the side." Seeing Drake Cat's confident smile, Elgin was certain that Drake loved PvP more than anyone else, but that mad killer was also a formidable opponent. He easily countered all of Drake Cat's attacks. He calmly thought, indeed his defense and items are good, but his skills aren't very refined. Zodiac looked at him with wary and hostile eyes. Drake Cat carefully calculated, "With so little HP left, if I keep dodging like this." Suddenly he realized with a start, "What? My leg suddenly feels paralyzed. Just a graze and the damage is immense. What should I do?" Seizing the opponent's lapse in attention, Zodiac immediately cast a skill. Claw of the Elite Warrior Wadut's attribute Dismemberment. According to Drake Cat's calculations, after 4 consecutive attacks, the 5th attack deals tremendous additional damage. Drake Cat's arrows had no effect on Zodiac. He laughed excitedly. "Too slow." Zodiac charged forward and arrogantly declared, "Interesting, now stop and die." Before he could even rush at Drake Cat, Elgin appeared and kicked him in the face. He activated Flame Walk, a special skill of the Lava Ring's kick attribute, sending Rodok flying. Drake Cat said with a hint of apology, "I seem to have interfered." Elgin smiled confidently. "No, it's a bit disappointing, but it's better than dying." Drake Cat was puzzled to see Zodiac, after being kicked by Elgin, collide with the wall and become motionless. "But is that guy dead?" Zodiac writhed, exuding bloodlust. "What are these guys? Where did they come from?" Elgin rushed at him, seeing that he was still alive. "This damn guy, he's still not dead. How can he endure this much, even though it's just armor, not a weapon?" he thought to himself. "And he's still enduring after being hit by an A-grade item? Just how much maximum HP does he have?" Zodiac immediately counterattacked. Elgin flexibly bent his waist to dodge. He immediately kicked him. But unfortunately Zodiac dodged. He lowered his voice. "I've seen countless PK players," but Zodiac began to suspect. "I sense some intention from you." He laughed maniacally and rushed at Elgin. "Are you flustered?" Elgin immediately recognized this skill. Dismemberment. Elgin turned his body, stepped on his arm, and used the recoil to leap. Seeing him dodge, Zodiac was annoyed. "Ha," Elgin declared seriously, "don't be flustered. I want to kill you before you even have time to be flustered." As soon as he finished speaking, he forcefully stomped the ground with one foot and immediately concentrated his skill with one hand, intending to finish him off. However, the fight did not end so quickly. Zodiac immediately resisted with a kick, kicking Elgin in the chest. But Zodiac was once again surprised. He burst out in frustration. Damn it, Elgin was unharmed, but Zodiac's equipment was damaged instead. The reason was that Elgin had activated the Corrupted Heart attribute. Corrupted 1 attribute. Elgin, seizing the momentum of victory, delivered a blow that sent Zodiac recoiling without time to react. Zodiac still seemed calm. "You use interesting weapons, and your armor is very cool," Elgin provoked him. Are you just going to attack the armor I'm wearing?" Zodiac laughed loudly, looking extremely exhausted. "These guys, they're starting to get annoying." Suddenly, a massive killing intent erupted from behind. Elgin realized another problem. "Damn it, Jack-o'-lantern has recovered after all." He looked at Jack-o'-lantern, then back at Zodiac, thinking to himself, things have gotten complicated. Elgin had to calculate carefully. To avoid Jack-o'-lantern, I need to kill Zodiac quickly, he cautiously observed, thinking to himself. Perhaps clumsy actions will only show my good side. Zodiac slightly glanced over and called out, "Hey," he noticed that he was looking at him and replied, me." Zodiac made a very attractive offer. "How about we cooperate? I know you want to kill this guy, don't you?" As soon as he finished speaking, he smiled confidently. As if he could see through everything in the world, Elgin stared at him like an idiot. "What are you talking about?" Yahoo seemed to be seriously considering this offer. The system immediately sent a notification. "Zodiac Bandybell has requested to join your guild." accept or decline. Zodiac seriously suggested, shall we join hands, how about it? Yahoo was surprised. Oh, Zodiac grinned cunningly. I know you want to kill that guy, don't you? We'll be good partners. Yahoo was silent, thinking, he called himself Zodiac, right? How did he know I wanted to eliminate that cunning old man? Her inner self was fiercely conflicted. No matter how she looked at it, it seemed like a trap, but she had always been waiting. The opportunity had not yet come. Yahoo had not yet made a decision. Seeing his HP, it seemed possible, and who knew if that guy was any good? Elgin interrupted. Hey, don't listen to that guy, listen to me. If you ignore that guy, you'll be in big trouble. Yahoo was still lost in her thoughts. Upon calmly reconsidering, the situation doesn't seem that bad. Elgin continued to interrupt. You'll be in trouble. Yahoo was annoyed by the continuous interruptions. You're seriously so loud. Elgin continued to persuade. I can roughly guess what you're thinking. It's best to ignore that guy, he continued. He's a madman. Nothing good will come from getting involved with him. I'm warning you out of goodwill. Yahoo was very displeased. Goodwill? She carefully considered. That cunning old man. I don't know how many times I've died because of that pervert. Yahoo recalled again. I can't ignore how much money and potential loss there is. She seemed to be swayed by Zodiac's words. That guy Zodiac, even though his appearance isn't great, if I use him well, there's at least some trustworthy aspect to him. Yahoo, excited, decided, all right, I'll take my revenge this time. She immediately chose to accept. Elgin sighed, looking exhausted. Oh dear, I warned you. I clearly warned you. Drake Cat asked worriedly. Hey Elgin, are you alright? That woman is quite good too. It'll be tough if she becomes an enemy. Yahoo rushed at Elgin and declared, you perverted bastard, are you crazy? I'm even crazier. I'll definitely get my revenge this time. Suddenly her face turned pale and she stopped. As soon as she finished speaking, Yahoo fell to the ground face first. Her whole body trembled. Her HP was rapidly depleting. Why the hell? Zodiac laughed triumphantly from a distance, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, partner. The system displayed Queen Widuz's eyeball attribute A grade. Max HP 50 especially can use Widuz's imprint attribute. Elgin saw that necklace and realized that imprint was an attribute that transfers damage to allies if he takes damage. In other words, if one person takes 100 damage, the remaining 99 members of the team each take 1 damage. The problem is that the person wearing the necklace determines this damage distribution ratio. The moment Yahoo accepted to be Zodiac's ally, he transferred 99 of his damage to her. Elgin gritted his teeth. Damn it. Seeing that, Drake Cat was very worried. Elgin realized too late that he had acted before him. Now he recognized that the armor he was wearing was the Lizardman Kuncho's armor. It had a fast regeneration attribute, and the weapon he was using was the Wadut's Warrior's Claw, dismemberment attribute. Elgin carefully observed, all are B grade or higher. He reproached himself, I should have noticed from the beginning, the place where you can get such items is. Elgin realized that Wadut's cave was his next target. He thought to himself, I was trying to collect all 3 mysterious relics to attack Wadut's cave, but that guy went first. The problem is, how far did that guy go? Elgin's mind was quite confused. The boss of the cave was Queen Wadut's an A- grade monster. Could Zodiac have already dealt with the boss? He tried to connect the information he had. According to his memory, Zodiac was the first to clear Evil Castle. He knew this was happening very fast, but he didn't expect it to happen this quickly. Elgin calmed himself down. If I had been 1 day later, one of the 3 mysterious relics would probably have been taken. Drake Cat asked. What should we do? His HP has almost recovered to normal. He's a formidable opponent. We need to prepare quickly. Surprisingly, Elgin was still calm. Don't worry, Yahoo isn't easy either. At this moment, Zodiac's hand was trembling abnormally. What is it? He looked at his trembling hand with confused eyes and his body gradually trembled. Yahoo lay on the floor, laughing happily. Thanks for what? She screamed maniacally. Do you know how many times I've been backstabbed? Those who mess with me won't die peacefully. Especially that cunning old man. She activated Enraged Commander's Battle Axe B-grade equipment. Max HP 10 especially can use Special Repayment Responsibility attribute. If she is disappointed, she can inflict strange status effects on allies. Here strange status effects vary, such as poison, paralysis, sleep, petrification, etc. Zodiac at this moment clutched his head in pain. Damn it, he began to stumble. Zodiac was afflicted with the worst status effect, sleep. Drake Cat immediately understood Yahoo's intention. So she was begging us to join the party? Yahoo immediately retorted. Begging? Who was begging? Elgin said with great satisfaction. Of course she was going to use it on us, but since she ignored my warning, this result is her own doing. Then goodbye. An eerie sound echoed. Jack-o'-lantern rushed forward and severed Zodiac's neck with his scythe. His head rolled on the floor and Zodiac officially fell in the most painful way. It can be understood that Zodiac and Yahoo brought each other down. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. To break the silence, Elgin shouted joyfully, everything is going smoothly. Both Zodiac and Yahoo have been dealt with. I never thought everything would be resolved like this. Drake Cat thought to himself. Both the villain and the villain are gone. Drake Cat suddenly realized, that guy is still alive. What should I do now? Should I just attack him? Elgin smiled and suggested, hit him in the head with 3 arrows. Drake Cat immediately did as he said. Jack-o'-lantern was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, what? Jack-o'-lantern didn't understand what was happening. What am I doing here? Who are you guys? The system displayed the quest expression of dialogue with Jack-o'-lantern. Elgin was at a crossroads. Will you fight? Yes, no, Elgin immediately asked. Have you come to your senses? Shall we talk a bit then? The system continued to send notifications. Will you fight? Yes, no. Jack-o'-lantern was very indignant. Damn it, I stole things and locked myself in a dungeon, he vowed. I will definitely make you pay a heavy price, Jack-o'-lantern said angrily. Now that I've realized, I'll take revenge on the bastard who brought this damned guy here. Are you coming with me? Elgin immediately flatly refused. I'm sorry, but my grade and equipment are insufficient, Jack-o'-lantern said regretfully. I guess I have no choice. Then as a reward for waking me up, I'll help you. He honestly asked, Are you here to meet the castle lord? I can open the door for you. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung the scythe in his hand forcefully and a magical hole immediately opened. That was the path to the castle lord's residence. Jack-o'-lantern invited them. Come on, let's go. Elgin smiled victoriously. All right, the back door route to the boss room is open. There's a monster with the last divine artifact there, he remembered. If it had been like before, the first clear would have been Zodiac. But what was in the hands of that guy who terrified countless people will now be in my hands. Elgin now realized that history had changed. The unique item would soon appear. A scroll emitting a mysterious blue light appeared. Drake Cat rushed forward. Thanks to him, the problem was easily resolved. Elgin also quickened his pace and ran with him. They shouted, Beyond that door is the boss room. And the boss is probably… Before he could finish his sentence, a huge explosion occurred. Elgin instinctively exclaimed, Ah! A giant gorgon slammed its two hands forcefully onto the ground. Elgin widened his eyes and stared at the massive monster. He called out the monster's name. Gorgon. The system screen displayed the introductory information. Gorgon enhanced grade A attributes. Darkness, beast, poison, mana consumption. Size 4 meters. The Gorgon was enhanced by the Demon King's darkness, making it even faster and more terrifying. After reading, he frowned and found it hard to understand. That's strange. As I recall, the usual boss guarding this place should have been Silverus, or is it something different because I'm the first? The Gorgon was still fiercely rampaging and destroying, Drake Cat shouted. Eljon, go first. He tightly gripped his weapon and said confidently, Leave this to me. That guy and I have some old scores to settle. Hearing that, he asked in return, Are you sure you'll be okay alone? It's considered a weaker type, but it's completely different from the previous Gorgon. It's harder, he replied. Honestly, I'm a bit regretful that I couldn't defeat it back then. I'm a bit stubborn. As he spoke, he recalled his fight with the monster, a series of fierce battles. Drake's eyes were resolute. I've always wanted to challenge it again, and this is a great opportunity. I just got an item from Jack-o'-lantern. Elgin, listening to him speak, quietly pulled something from his palm. Drake subtly curved his lips upward. I want to see how much I've grown since then. Elgin agreed. All right, he said, swiftly passing Drake. He thought in surprise, he's going straight for it. He honestly bid him farewell. Then I won't bother you any further. However, the Gorgon stood in Elgin's way. It brought its massive arm down on him. Suddenly, 2 arrows lodged in its arm. A shout rang out. Hey! Drake looked at it defiantly and declared clearly. I'm your opponent, he sneered contemptuously. Did you grow that big in the blink of an eye? The Gorgon furiously swung its arm at him. Gradually, it was enveloped by the veil of night. A curious tremor resonated. Ah, who am I? The Demon King sat on a chair, head bowed. Where is this place? I remember nothing. A system notification appeared. You have delved deep into the Demon Castle, the Emperor of Heaven and Earth. The name of the first to arrive has been recorded. Elgin, powerfully gripping his weapon, rapidly charged towards the Demon King. His eyes were fixed on him, and the clashing, shifting powers caused a great tremor. Elgin instinctively cried out, Ah! In the blink of an eye, a barrage of attacks sent him flying backward. In the pitch-black night, a swarm of bats appeared. They tightly encircled him as if to protect him. A system notification appeared on the screen. Dark King Bat, Grade D attributes, Dark Poison, Subordinate, Cold-Blooded Habitat, Demon Castle, Hell Battlefield. Size 30 centimeters. Oil and blood-stained bat. A single bite is incurable. After reading, he scoffed gleefully. Tisk, as expected, it couldn't be resolved all at once from the start. Not easy. The Demon King slowly raised his arm. He had no memory. Elgin gazed at him, standing silently before him as the system screen continued to display. Demon King Grade A. Habitat. Demon Castle. When hell and heaven clashed not long ago, a lord seized the hearts of countless angels on the battlefield. He was the king of all vampires, one of the 7 demon kings and Lucifer's most trusted servant. He faintly opened his mouth. Who in the world am I? Since he had massacred hundreds of thousands of angels, all races called him the Dark King. He powerfully swung his arm upward, bringing his colossal palm down towards the swarm of bats, decisively seizing them. He clenched his hand tightly. Elgin watched gleefully. Excellent, the attack pattern is still the same. The first attack is a bloodline attack. Here it comes. He too began to charge towards him with great strides. He tilted his body to dodge his attack. In the midst of a sea of blood, he fiercely fought him. Each attack seemed to tear space apart and shake the skies of hell. Elgin seemed to slide roughly atop the blood flow. Blood poured like a waterfall, dyeing the surrounding space red and black. Waves of power intensely surged. He cautiously observed his wound and instinctively cried out, Ah! A system notification appeared. Elgin, level 37, title, Basilisk Hunter, HP 192,370. He opened his eyes wide in surprise. My HP is halved. I just got grazed and lost so much mana. How critical would it have been if I took a direct hit? He scoffed and charged forward. In the unconscious night, a thought emerged. What is this? Jack-o'-lantern appearing as a reward that will help defeat the Demon King. Elgin suspiciously held the candy in his hand. Drake also held what was in his hand and thought, Do I just put it in my mouth and suck on it? Convenient. It'd be really convenient for busy archers all the time. The system screen displayed the introduction for Halloween candy, grade A, recovers 100 HP per second when used, can be used for a total of 60 seconds. This candy is specifically made by solidifying a concentrated potion created by witches. Elgin opened his mouth wide and ate one candy. Simultaneously, the system screen displayed remaining quantity, 1920, remaining time, 59 minutes, 58 seconds. He inwardly thanked. Thank you, Jack-o'-lantern, he pondered, candy in mouth. Actually, if I catch Jack-o'-lantern, I can get a permanent item, but keeping him alive is far more beneficial. His body felt as if its power had increased, the system displayed. Elgin, level 37, HP 370,370. The Demon King extended his arm towards him. He scoffed. That guy is launching his second attack. Black blood spurted from his fingers, covering the surroundings. Each attack was a cataclysm that shook the world. He skillfully dodged and charged towards him. Elgin gripped his weapon tightly. He marveled, still overwhelming. In the past, I would only have been in this position 10 years from now. Gazing at the chattering swarm of bats, he continued to analyze. Back then, as one of Korea's top 100 gamers, I fought the Demon King for 24 hours. Under the gaze of countless spectators, every spell, every potion. The swarm of bats fiercely flew at him, but now there was nothing. The situation was very chaotic. The Demon King roared loudly, and he had lived behind the game's glory for 15 years, even as he thought he fought bravely, but it was just training. Gazing at him, he understood the 3 items known to be capable of slaying gods. 3 divine relics, the basilisk's heart, the Sangomo leather, and finally the hidden one. A terrible explosion that shook heaven and earth erupted, and it was held by the Demon King right before his eyes. Elgin swung his arm confidently. In this life, all 3 of them will be mine. I'll stake everything from my 15 years of gaming and resolve everything no matter what. The swarm of bats flew forward like sharp blades. The Demon King fiercely charged at Elgin. 4th attack pattern, lightning attack. He unleashed a powerful attack, and as long as I dodge the first phase, the rest will be simple. Even if it's incredibly fast, if I calculate the right distance and timing, it won't be difficult. His body flexibly dodged his attacks. He subtly closed his eyes, and a faint red and black aura enveloped him. He gleefully looked upward. I won't dodge this. A terrible explosion occurred. He brought his massive palm down forcefully. Large spikes slowly erupted from beneath the ground. His figure flickered behind the red blood and mysterious black aura. The system displayed attribute, swarm's limb heart, attribute, Puna heart. He stuck out his tongue, displaying the candy in his mouth, and mocked him. Because if damage greater than HP is dealt, the Amber Team skill activates. The system displayed. Halloween candy, remaining quantity, 1620, remaining time, 30 minutes, 17 seconds. In the faint night, a voice resonated. Ah? The Demon King, covering his eyes with his hand, asked in confusion. Why am I here, my people? What happened to my people? The system continued to send notifications. Demon King HP, 4,741,353, 5,450,500. Elgin noticed that he had been acting strangely since just now. It turned out to be dialogue coming from a memoryless head. Am I able to hear this because I'm the first discoverer? In the quiet night, he wondered. The Demon King they first fought before never said such things. He observed him stretching and evaluated him. He had always only smiled and massacred. He remembered his past self, but the one before his eyes now was different. It was distinctly different from the madness of that time. He was uttering his lines with clear pronunciation. For the first time, pain, not madness, emanated from those eyes. He swung his arm at Elgin, who opened his eyes wide in surprise. Instinctively, he covered his face with his hand. Ah, attribute, Bloodhunter. He looked at his eyes, which had no whites in them. Bloodhunter. It drains the blood of all living beings within a certain radius. He quickly counterattacked. The HP loss was 0.01 of maximum HP per second. It was a terrifying attribute that had killed countless people. The reason for the difficulty in attacking the Demon King is his over 5.5 million HP, more than the Swarm and Basilisk. Drops of blood still clung to his face. Currently, I'm taking 0.01 damage per second. My maximum HP is 370, so 0.37 HP will be consumed. Damage below the decimal point is rounded up to 1 per second. In other words, I lose 1 HP per second. Analyzing to himself, he charged at him like lightning. In other words, I can only survive for 370 seconds. Elgin resolutely pointed his sword at the Demon King. He smiled confidently. But if Bloodhunter is active, you can't use other attacks, right? Plus, I have candy, so go ahead and attack all you want. Due to the nature of this skill, the Demon King also takes 0.01 damage per second. Even if he stood still, he remained motionless. The Demon King's maximum HP was 5,450,500. That means 545 HP will be consumed per second. That damage was the difference between him and me, with my 370 maximum HP. His palm curled into a crescent shape, ready to claw. Elgin provoked him. Do you understand now? You're the one taking the greater loss. Damage on top of damage is a critical hit. He smirked slightly, but it wasn't over yet. He intently observed his face. The Demon King unleashed a powerful attack. The ground cracked. The air, torn by overwhelming force, shuddered suffocatingly. A countdown sound echoed. 5. I tried to decide the outcome with a physical attack, the two brothers scoffed. Too late. The Demon King opened his 2 black eyes wide. Lightning fiercely struck his body. He cried out in pain. A scream shook the battlefield. Ah! He angrily raised his 2 arms upward. Elgin quietly analyzed the passive skill of experienced potent poison. The poison is 4 times stronger than regular poison and lasts 4 times longer consecutively. He began to stumble. Furthermore, if it penetrates the body through blood, it inflicts 4 times more powerful damage, making the total damage 16 times greater. He froze in surprise. Elgin asked him, "Surprised? That is the basilisk's poison," he declared proudly and triumphantly. "My poison also deals 0.01 damage per second, and you directly absorbed my blood into your body. This adds extra damage on top of 4 times the damage. You'll lose 0.05 HP per second, roughly 2700 HP. He looked up at him. "The outcome will be decided in 30 minutes. He angrily gritted his teeth. A faint aura emanated from his horn and a yellow light seeped in. He stretched and roared loudly, and heaven and earth began to shake violently. Elgin gleefully slid quickly through the black aura. "It's been a long time since I've seen you like this," the Demon King roared. Of course, he unleashed a powerful world-shaking attack on him. The surrounding landscape shook violently. He extended his massive palm towards him. "Blood Hunter," he scorned him. "Still relying on that skill? Well, what else can AI do?" He still maintained a calm, cruel smile. Elgin frowned in confusion. He's smiling in such a critical situation. What is he hiding? The surroundings were filled with a cruel and cold-blooded atmosphere. He subtly glanced sideways, then froze and looked up. Suddenly a colossal fireball appeared above his head. He exclaimed in panic. "Impossible!" Elgin gritted his teeth and said in confusion. "Using 2 attributes simultaneously, I was sure he couldn't do anything else while using Blood Hunter." The Demon King stared at him, and he seemed to realize. Black Hand special skill, the most powerful attack with 500 physical attack power. The Demon King's ultimate damage. Damn it, is there something different? Is it because it's the first attack? The Sandworm's cloak will protect me with its Amber Team attribute. He looked down at his flowing red cloak. Elgin frowned and gritted his teeth. He held the Halloween candy, lost in thought. "But that was when my HP was full." He stared intently, then decisively popped a candy. "All right, let's do this. I'm leaving everything to you, Jack-o'-lantern." The surrounding space was filled with red blood. The Demon King delivered a critical blow and charged forward. Elgin took a hard hit and gritted his teeth in pain. Collision of Blood Hunter attribute and candy effect. HP is full, and damage is -1. The Sandworm's cloak can protect me with its Amber Team attribute. He looked down at his flowing red cloak. It only activates when HP is full, the system displayed. Elgin, level 37, HP 369,370. He resolutely put the candy in his mouth. He thought, "Isn't it too wasteful to use candy just for HP?" A strong golden light emanated from around his body. He analyzed inwardly. "Now everything of my life and death is threatened within this limit." The system displayed. Elgin, level 37, HP 369,370. The Demon King gritted his teeth, bowed his head, and remained calm. Elgin, level 37, HP 369,370. He shouted angrily, "Hold me, Sandworm's cloak." Puna's heart emitted internal power from deep within his body. He felt the pulsation of that heart. It reflects 90 of damage back to enemies of a lower grade than himself, and 99 to enemies of a higher grade. If the Demon King attacks me with 500 power, I will return 495 of that damage to you. "Take this," he shouted angrily. In a faint space covered in black aura and red blood, the Demon King recognized the attribute of Puna's heart. He gritted his teeth and unleashed powerful internal energy. It engulfed all space, blood splattered everywhere, and his pale face clearly emerged between the hellishly red-stained skin. Elgin, his face heavily splattered with red blood, gritted his teeth and endured. His eyes were fixed on him, unyielding. "Is that so?" The Demon King, who had not been attacked by any opponent, had a reason to remain in this castle. After countless defeats by numerous players, his sanity vanished. He became a mad monster craving blood. Perhaps this race had a hidden lore. A cry echoed in the silent night. "Elgin!" Stan screamed, waking him. "Are you all right, Elgin?" He shot up, asking confused. "How long was I unconscious?" Drake replied. "You've been unconscious ever since I arrived." Elgin heard him and asked, "What about the Dark King? Surely he's not still alive?" Drake pointed a finger to one side. Following Drake's finger, he looked to see the Dark King, head bowed and silent. Who am I? What will become of me now?" Then he raised his head and sighed. "My body, my people." Elgin's eyes gazed at the Dark King in bewilderment. He happily looked down at his hand. Still alive, the system screen displayed. Elgin, level 39 achieved. Title Basilisk Hunter. HP 1,390. The Dark King cried out hesitantly, "Not me. This castle is now shrouded in dark night." He shouted loudly. "Ah, did that guy get 10 years younger too, like me?" The Dark King continued to mumble words completely different from the lines in his memory. A white light descended upon Elgin. A ring appeared on the floor, the system screen displayed. Blood Hunter's Ring. A grade, physical attack power 2000, dark resistance 50, predator attribute usable, special ability, enemy's blood is my wine. The Dark King. Elgin read the description and smiled contentedly. The last and most threatening and terrifying of the 3 divine relics. It's finally in my hands. The divine equipment set is complete, along with the Blood Hunter's Ring. It always replenishes HP to full upon defeating an enemy. It uses the Amber Team and Puna. When taking a strong attack, it allows survival with 1 HP, counterattacks with reflected damage, and replenishes HP through lifesteal. He smiled triumphantly. This is the ultimate survival meta. Drake, standing next to him, also said softly. Fortunately, our objective has been achieved. Elgin looked at him and smiled kindly. Looks like your revenge was successful too, huh? Drake scoffed. Of course. Looking at the surrounding sand and the Dark King, he muttered. I hit him a lot. Elgin put his hand on Drake's and looked at him confidently, smiling. The two clasped hands and said simultaneously, Mission complete, the system announced. The Dark King has died and night will not fall until he resurrects. Hundreds of millions of people await you. You have successfully made the first attack on the Dark King. This is the first solo attack on the Dark King. Rewards will be silently distributed. The system asked if he wished to leave his name. He thought for a moment. The system continued to display. Solo attack ranking is being tallied. First place Elgin. No deaths, no surrenders. Time 21 minutes 30 seconds. Suddenly, Elgin flinched slightly, bewildered by the reward. Wait, did I mishear? I already received it. Suddenly, an intense pillar of light descended upon the spot where the Dark King had sat. A mysterious box appeared. Elgin looked at the ring on his finger and thought to himself, the Blood Hunter's ring had a low drop rate, but as a first clear I got a 100 chance bonus. He thought for a moment. What other rewards are there? Surely it's not a mimic? Thinking, he reached his hand towards the box and the lid slowly opened. Elgin peered inside the box and there was treasure within. The system displayed. Solomon's necklace. Grade unknown. Dark resistance 10. Special ability unknown 1. Special ability. The necklace was cast off by Solomon, King of Darkness, just before his final battle. Elgin recalled King Solomon, a king renowned for his wisdom. It is said he captured 72 demons and sealed them in a bronze jar. After that he was said to have enjoyed peace, possessing the ability to prosper eternally. He smiled gleefully. Such a story existed, didn't it? The hidden treasures King Solomon was said to have discarded were here. He held the necklace in his hand and thought, no, King Solomon himself was a hidden NPC. No, in fact he was the Dark King. This is a far greater discovery than I expected. Elgin's face was filled with satisfaction. The system screen displayed Hidden Quest. Solomon's last will has been discovered. He held the will scroll in his hand and read, I was once known as a wise king. One day one of the 7 demons that destroy the world plunged me into endless trials. I fought with faith in virtue and wisdom. But in the end I knelt like this. What will become of the people who prospered on this land with me? The one who reads this message will be one who possesses my courage and strength beyond wisdom and virtue. I ask that you help eliminate the name the demon bestowed upon me. Elgin frowned irritably, tapped the system screen and said firmly, yes, Skip, it's your fault for not summarizing your will in 3 lines. Anyway, it'll be saved in the Akashic record, so I'll see it later. The system screen displayed, Hidden Quest, Dark King's last will 01 processed. Elgin picked up the box with relief. Neither the quest nor the necklace is for immediate use, so I'll wait for a while. Revenge will surely come. When this world undergoes great change in the near future, the day this necklace is used will come. Anyway, I finally collected all 3 divine equipment sets. He looked arrogantly at his hands. There are only a handful of people in this world who could kill me. Now is my era. A few days later a scream echoed, Ma Dongguang, where are you? Haven't you arrived yet? He hurriedly replied, yes, something urgent came up on my way. There wasn't anything particularly special though. He asked curiously, but what did you want to meet me for today? The other party replied with a laugh. I have some surprising news. Ma Dongguang calmly inquired about the news. The person told him, we've set a date for your debut match. Meanwhile, he had been apprehended at the police station on charges of indecent exposure for walking around shirtless, in a spacious room with a view of the blue sky. A sound echoed. The phone on the chair rang. Elgin pressed hello. A greeting came from the other end of the line. Hello, Elgin. He, having just showered and drying his hair, replied, yes, who is this? The person introduced herself. This is Hong Young-ho, PD of LGB's Lotto Betting. He recognized her. Ah, Young-ho, long time no see. Before he could finish speaking, she rattled off a string of complaints. Did you save my number? That's really too much. I thought we became quite close after the broadcast. How could you not save someone else's number? Elgin, do you know what I saved your number as? The most important guest in the program's history. I even added 2 heart emojis. I'm really hurt, Elgin hurriedly replied, putting on his clothes. All right, I'll save it now. I'll save it right away. Hong Young-ho excitedly asked. Did you really save it? He replied coolly. Yes, she excitedly asked. What did you save it as? He answered truthfully. BDLGB Hong Young-ho. She was disappointed. Just a stiff title. Where are the hearts? He hesitated. I'll think about it, but what did you call for? Hong Young-ho, bustling around, replied, I'm currently writing a new content script and I called to ask if you'd like to appear again. Elgin, busy preparing food, replied, I'm sorry, but I'm quite busy these days, so it might be difficult. I'll check if my schedule opens up around the middle of next month. He said playfully, shall I guess who you just mentioned? Young-ho. She listened and typed on her keyboard with interest. Oh ho, all right, he asked her. What's the penalty? She quickly replied. Well, if I win, you have to appear on our program 10 times, Elgin. Elgin readily agreed. And if I win, Hong Young-ho replied, well, I'll be your drinking and dining companion about 10 times whenever you want. He firmly refused. That's all right. Instead, please help film my personal broadcast program 10 times later. Young-ho. She listened, very disappointed. Also no drinking companion, he replied. I'm someone who eats and drinks alone. Hong Young-ho casually blew into her water glass. Anyway, I'm going to win. How could you know? A dark rancor shrouded in the veil of darkness. When Elgin spoke nonchalantly, she was surprised. Ma Dongguang, right? She spat out what she was drinking. Peeved, cough, cough, a shout echoed. Hey, Hong Young-ho, you're being too loud. She asked, bewildered. How do you know? He explained to her. Who else but Ma Dongguang would be the hottest person underground, she conceded. That's true, I even heard I Am Joseph worships him. I heard he's the unofficial #1 within the team, he flattered slightly. That's right, plus he has a handsome face and a great personality. Hong Young-ho was surprised. Really, this is the first I'm hearing of this. Since even you say so, Elgin, I'm curious about what kind of person he is. He was very excited on his end. Yes, he's a truly amazing person, someone who will create new history in the gaming world. She listened and said excitedly, Can we use what you just said? He replied nonchalantly. By all means. Finally, she bid him farewell. All right, I'll see you next time. If you ever need a guest for your personal broadcast, feel free to contact me anytime on weekends or holidays. Elgin was pleased. Even if I have money in the future, would I be able to invite Hong Young-ho to my personal broadcast 10 times? She'll become a very valuable person, difficult to invite. Where else would I get an opportunity like this? Suddenly, he looked at his phone screen. A message arrived for him. Ma Dongguang, it's Coach O. Can you come to the practice room tomorrow? I have something to discuss. Let's meet. Elgin tossed his shirt aside. Soon a major pro league tournament hosted by the O2's group would be held. In this situation, it would likely be the news that my first debut match would be decided, and that the debut match would begin there. In his mind, he was confident that Coach O would push him under the name Ma Dongguang. Elgin smiled gleefully. It's been a long wait. As his hand shifted the car's gear, the car sped off. In his mind, he was planning to recalculate and restart everything. Ma Dongguang's spectacular debut match, everything was part of my plan. Calculating, his car sped down the road, he scoffed. There are many foolish stones blocking the road. Let's get rid of them all at once while I have the chance. He took a sharp turn in the blink of an eye. Sitting in the car, he said arrogantly, No one can stop me. Blue sky. He had walked around shirtless, but since he was only inside the car, the charges were dismissed. However, he still had to write a statement and borrow a police officer's underwear. He sat in the police station, dutifully writing his statement. Fortunately, it was fortunate. He looked up at the sky and saw the blue sky. He covered his face. He closed his eyes and thought, Because of my habit of running around naked in games every day, wearing clothes now feels a bit awkward. The person opposite him asked. Ma Dongguang, are you listening? Elgin replied. Ah yes, I'm listening, Coach O, standing opposite, explained. Now this issue will completely resolve the contract problem. That was by no means a trivial matter, he analyzed. Since you didn't reveal your name or resident registration number I signed as your guarantor, sponsors will surely be dissatisfied, Elgin asked coolly, and he stammered, That's fine, but it's just... He thought for a moment. Clearly he wants to take the lead in contract salary negotiations. This is ridiculous. Now that I think about it, my inner self has been worn out by 15 years in the game. Coach O asked helplessly. Then the salary negotiation now, Elgin firmly refused. No, let's do it after this tournament. He stood proudly to one side. After the tournament, my recognition will be overwhelming. It's like a guaranteed ticket for a super rookie like me. In short, I'll wait until my value is at its peak, he judged. If I went to a place like China, I might even get a blank check. Coach O was flustered. Hey, what are you exactly? Do you think we can't do for you what China can? Elgin scoffed. Oh, did you hear that? My apologies. Contempt was clearly visible on his face. What is this guy? What makes a 21-year-old talk as if he's experienced so much? Anyway, let's set that aside for a moment and get to the main point. A map lay on the table regarding the upcoming O2's tournament. Coach O seriously discussed drawing on the map. A total of 10 regional tournaments including Seoul and Incheon will be held. It will start soon. We'll begin with the Seoul representative selection. K1's biggest rival is a team called Y. He concentrated as he spoke. That team will also be your opponent in the first round. Now let me explain about the Elite. Listen carefully. Elite is a pro team from the opposing side, founded at the same time as K1. They're sponsored by major corporations and have many players. Their leader, Hong Jin-ho Kwangpung Gale, who was previously #1, recently fell to second place, pushed by Joseph. They've recently added 3 new gamers to their team. The sound of thunder echoed. All 3 of them are lower-ranked players. He listened and continuously praised. Their skills are truly artistic. In fact, it's like fighting 1 against 3, he explained, recalling I Am Joseph. Joseph will have to contain Hong Jin-ho, so you'll be brought in as a hidden card. Finally, he sighed and complained, I'm worried if the rest of the team members can block them. Meanwhile, Elgin, standing to one side, paid no attention to what he was saying. He looked at the paper in his hand and thought to himself, the golden, silver, bronze triplets from long ago. I didn't even meet Zoom. Although the bracket draw hasn't happened yet, I already know which team will fight which team. Of course, I vividly remember the match between K1 and Y as well. Because the person who caused an explosive incident 15 years ago created a legend that has been continuously talked about for 10 years. Moreover, it's 21 times larger than the esports Toto League. This was the moment when the legendary match unfolded. The announcer's voice echoed throughout the space. The long-awaited moment is here. Out of 140 large and small teams nationwide, only 10 teams can advance to the B League. A war of stars opens a golden age for the fans. Cheers exploded in the stands. The announcer continued. Finally, the tournament began. Today's Champions League will be the first chapter of this grand tournament. First match. As soon as the announcement ended, the stage exploded with light and fireworks. The host introduced the team that had achieved victory and was running with the storm at their backs. The elite players were entering below the stands. The crowd cheered and shouted victory. The first to appear was Hong Jin-ho, followed by Jun Hung, and the crowd collectively shouted, Go for it! Then came Room BB and Lion Bai Longbi, one after another. They walked out proudly amidst a wave of enthusiasm. Hong Jin-ho took a deep breath, raised his arms high, and shouted, "Cannot be stopped." As soon as he finished speaking, a chorus of cheers erupted from below the stands and the announcer continued. Next, Seoul's strong team was paired with Y. The stage lit up again, and as the doors opened, the introduction G1 led by Im Yo Seop, Korea's #1 ranked player, echoed again. As soon as G1 appeared, cheers pierced the sky and the crowd excitedly shouted, "Go Im Yo Seop, you're handsome." He smiled slightly. They continued to shout, "Let's go," and Sun Byung-ong Jian. He proudly walked amidst the cheers with Lee Jun-ho. "Go Lee Jun-ho." The cheers suddenly stopped. "Go mate gang." He walked out with a cold, expressionless face. The cheers suddenly ceased, replaced by murmuring, "Who is that? Was there such a rancor?" A person in a black cloak walked out and everyone was curious. "What is that? Who is that masked person?" Ains calmly walked into the curious gazes. "Who is that?" In the stands, Jin-ho looked up at the large screen and sneered slightly. "Look at this, Choi Jun-sok, the assassin has been eliminated? And is that masked guy that kid?" He sneered as rumored. "A guy from an illegal league." Jin-ho crossed his arms and his eyes gleamed with disdain. "It's common for someone from the streets to emerge as a shining star in a sports arena. But in the end, it's just a pawn of people planned to make the drama more exciting. A professional arena doesn't suit a guy who used to roll around in the streets." He glanced at Tae Gang and On, then quickly calculated. "I need to control certain threats rather than variable figures like them," the announcer's voice echoed. "First match. Start." The logos of the two teams, Elite and Gukka-1, appeared on the screen. The voice continued to introduce. Elite's leader, Korea's #2 ranked player, Hong Jin-ho, and G1 super rookie Mate Gang. The audience was thrilled. Where did Hong Jin-ho come from? The two players boarded the tournament-exclusive vehicle special edition. Everyone whispered, "That rookie is really pitiful. Go for it." Tae Gang finished preparing for the fight. A blue light portal opened before him. He disappeared into the light. Immediately, Tae Gang stood in the middle of an endless sand desert. On the other side, Jin-ho stood with his weapon ready for battle. The brutal desert showdown in Area B. Every corner was broadcast live on the big screen. John was behind the stage, his eyes fixed on the big screen. He was deep in thought. De-young recalled his conversation with Elgin. He frowned and asked if he had put Tae Gang in. He nodded and replied that he heard Choi Jun-sok was eliminated. He recommended him for that spot. Lacking confidence, De-young was momentarily puzzled. "Why Mate Gang? The roster is my business. I don't want you interfering." Aaron tilted his head slightly and said in a calm voice, "No, I'm asking you. I'm sure he has very strong combat power. Director, you know his skills too," he said as if he disagreed. "Hey, he's still someone without experience in any tournament, and there are many veteran rankers above him." Rock suddenly spoke up. "I recommend him too." De-young turned to him, startled. "Rock," he calmly explained, "to be honest, his abilities are better than mine. I think it's time for him to soar." The scene switched to in-game where Tae Gang was preparing to fight Jin-ho. He thought quietly, "Currently among the good K1 members, there is no one who can match him. If I had to choose, I'd be slightly worried about the combination of Im Yo Seop and Choi Jun-seo, but since Choi Jun-seo has already been eliminated, everything has become easier." Jin-ho glanced at his opponent and judged, "From what I hear, this guy is a former boxer and is making his debut today. With that style, he'll likely start with soft kicks or punches to test the waters." Before he could even finish thinking, Tae Gang darted forward like lightning. He threw a direct punch. Jin-ho hurriedly blocked with his weapon and the collision caused a loud explosion. Jin-ho was stunned. "What?" He looked down at the spear in his hand. Such a strong punch from the start. Sweat beaded on Jin-ho's forehead. He had defended against Gunna's attack but still took damage compounded by the pierce attribute. Absorbed in analysis, he didn't notice the next attack approaching. Jin-ho was caught off guard and took Tae Gang's punch squarely. He was struck and sent flying backward. Jin-ho hurriedly got up and shouted, "Damn it, I misjudged my initial strategy. I underestimated him too much." Regaining his composure, he gritted his teeth. Still, he just used a big skill, so he must be in a counterattack damage state. Jin-ho charged and launched a synchronized attack. C-grade ultimate skill, two-handed weapon 8, total attack power 330, includes poison effect. Tae Gang took a hit and retreated slightly, and he secretly rejoiced. The poison damage is quite effective. He immediately retreated. Seeing this, Jin-ho was pleased and thought to himself, his HP will decrease by 0.025 every second. Now he will retreat and check his condition. He will sneer and attack madly at that moment. Jin-ho saw Tae Gang collapsing and smirked. It was originally an agreement, so it was his turn to retreat further and prepare for the next agreement. Just then he suddenly charged like a strong wind, kicking up a sandstorm. He stood dumbfounded. Jin-ho was nervous. Why isn't he coming closer? Tae Gang suddenly appeared beside him. He landed a third punch. Jin-ho barely managed to exclaim "Ha!" in the stands. Jun-hung anxiously shouted, "No, dodge, Joe." A deafening explosion echoed. His fist struck like a hammer, his armor shattered and blood splattered everywhere. Tae Gang's eyes were as cold as blades. Aaron observed from afar, clicking his tongue slightly and sneering quietly. "Tisk tisk, Hong Jin-ho, you're not the main character today, are you?" Aaron slightly raised his eyebrows and looked with a sharp gaze. At first it was a mistake to consider Tae Gang merely a stepping stone to Im Yo Seop. Mate Gang's charging power is so strong that even I would have to avoid it. In terms of current skill, Mate Gang has surpassed Im Yo Seop. Tae Gang raised his arm as if to signify victory. The commentator was astonished. Unbelievable. Hong Jin-ho, the storm has been defeated by Gukka 1's super rookie. Who could have predicted such a thing? Dae-young let out a sigh of relief, his eyes softening. To have missed such a gem, I still have many shortcomings. He laughed, looking at the big screen. It turns out I'm watching the legendary 3 reversal scene again. I struggled to include him in the match roster because I couldn't prove the outcome I saw in my previous life. It's a good thing Choi Jun-sok was absent. Aaron fell into thought again. He recalled the past 15 years ago. At that time I was just one of 1,500 people. The stage that day was splendid and magnificent. I watched the grand matches of rankers flying through the sky, and that's when I first harbored a dream in my heart. Among the cheering crowd, young Eljun cheered excitedly. If he hadn't seen that match then, he quietly asked himself, would anything have changed? Aaron shook his head and returned to reality. Useless thoughts, hypotheticals mean nothing in life. He focused on the big screen. What matters is now. The announcer's voice echoed, breaking his train of thought. A reversal occurred in the first round, and the next match is also highly anticipated. The next second round is, Aaron thought to himself. The 2 words what if mean nothing in this world. What matters is now. He looked at the grand stage before him. How am I now, right here, where the god of war and his comrades are fighting? Aaron paused for a moment. This alone makes my heart pound strongly, but more importantly. He raised his head and looked with resolute eyes. I bet all my assets on the god of war. Aaron quietly analyzed former ranker number 1, Hong Jin-ho, and the new godmate gang. He pondered. The betting ratio was 7-1. Eljun sneered. Of course, at that time, everyone predicted Hong Jin-ho's overwhelming victory. He recalled Ta Gang's moment of victory and the honest victory of the god of war Ta Gang. At that time, all the money I had multiplied by 7. Eljun was excited, but the truly amazing thing starts now. He clenched his hands in deciding the outcome between K1 and Y. Eljun's inner self surged fiercely. The god of war's 7x reversal and his comrades' 3x reversal. A legendary game with a total of 21x reversal was born. On the stage, the announcer's voice echoed amidst enthusiastic cheers. In this match, 5 players will form a team and battle the opposing team one-on-one. The winning player can continue to fight the next opponent, but Ta Gang's HP has been greatly reduced. Can he continue the match? Ta Gang stood motionless. The announcer raised his voice. Oh, player mate Gang will continue the match without substitution. This is the passion of a new player, the style of this tournament. Outside the stage, cheers echoed all around. Next match, elite player entrance. The introduction echoed loudly. Korea rank 11. Jun Hung was armed with magical self-healing abilities, high stamina and strong defense. Ta Gang assumed a fighting stance. He gestured confidently, provoking. Come here, little boy, Jun Hung shouted loudly. If you think you can hurt me, come right in front of my nose. 10 minutes later he was struck and sent flying far away. Jun Hung's face turned ashen. Damn it, he could block my skill so quickly. Ta Gang sighed slightly, his eyes shining. He was quite worried about how to attack his infinite healing ability. But after a few attempts he realized it wasn't as difficult as he thought. Recalling the technique he just used, he realized. When someone self-heals, it's not given unconditionally. Self-healing is performed by calculating that it takes about 0.1 seconds for the space they are standing on and the range of their heals to execute. At that moment, if you send the person healing flying and enter the space where their heals would land, you can gain the healing effect. Mate Gang achieved this with extraordinary reflexes and insight. He smiled slightly. Thanks to that, my HP has recovered a lot. The audience cheered in unison, surprised that the match could last so long. How amazing. I thought it would be impossible if he didn't do that. Truly surprising. Jun Hung was flustered. Damn it, I have to stop. He frantically pressed the player change button. Player change. The tournament format is a card-changing system. In a one-on-one match, a player can freely change by touching a teammate with a staff until their HP reaches 0. A zombie entered the arena in his place, and she sighed. He couldn't reduce the opponent's HP any further. Not even winning. It's really shameful as a senior, the commentator's joyful voice echoed. Ah finally appeared. Wise rookie Room BB, can she be the first card of the 3 sisters? She took out some seeds, scattered them on the ground, and gently blew to spread the seeds everywhere. Dongbi whispered, shush. Immediately, plants grew luxuriantly wherever the seeds fell. They stretched out to Ta Gang's feet, and startled by the plant's rapid growth, he retreated. Eljun immediately frowned. These vampiric plants make you lose stamina just by stepping on them. The more you step on them, the more HP you lose, he quietly calculated as he watched Ta Gang struggle to avoid the crawling plants. Stepping on the first seed loses 0.001 of HP. The second seed 0.002, and the third seed 0.003. It's truly unpleasant to lose HP slowly. The plants continued to multiply. Eljun scoffed, but this isn't the end. Dongbi smirked. Since I've set the table, it's now your turn, sister. As soon as Wu Bai finished speaking, she immediately activated the substitution. Another person darted out like an arrow. Li Wu Bai Ta Gang also reacted instinctively. He immediately charged, but as he moved he paused. A sticky substance firmly gripped Ta Gang's feet. A sticky puddle, a white sticky layer, covered the entire arena, slowing his movement speed. She had already aimed her bow and an arrow flew straight at him. Just before the arrow hit his body, Ta Gang teleported, barely dodging it. Bai glanced at him, moving to avoid the attack. Truly talented. But that's all. He slightly smirked and struck the ground. A sky-shaking explosion echoed and fierce flames engulfed the entire ground. The vampiric plants were all burned away. Junhung was surprised. If you do that, you can burn the sticky layer beneath your feet, but won't you also take damage from the fire? He shouted. It's not that I can't react. Tae Gang clenched his fists and charged at his opponent. A dazzling light flashed and another woman rushed out, touching her staff and muttering. Sword in hand, she immediately gained the upper hand. He barely managed to raise his arm to block and his breath began to quicken. Dangerous. My HP is almost gone, plus she's fast and strong, she sneered contemptuously. Rumbi in the stands, De Young shouted. Tae Gang, retreat. Quickly touched the staff. Aaron still said in a calm voice, it would be better to just leave him. He opened his eyes wide and shouted, what? If you do that, Tae Gang will die. His gaze still did not leave the arena. He will die anyway. If he dies, he won't have to fight in a round-robin format, which will be advantageous for reducing the opponent's HP even a little. Inside the arena, Tae Gang was still fighting his best. Zumbai immediately struck him twice with her sword. The commentator almost shouted, it's here. He's crazy. 2 consecutive sword strikes. Seeing Tae Gang slowly collapsing, they continued. Rumbi finished Mate Gang with her skill and reduced his HP to 0. She smiled triumphantly. It's over. Outside, Aaron breathed a sigh of relief. Well done, come back. But at that moment, Tae Gang suddenly threw a punch from the smoke. He used his disappearance from the arena to land a direct punch on Zumbai before she could even realize what had happened. The commentator was astonished. How could he do that? In that short moment, Tae Gang's sword showing surprising intelligence and damaging his opponent. Zumbai frowned unpleasantly. When did this handsome man get on stage? The larva slowly opened and he walked out with a tired expression. From the audience, a thunderous roar erupted. Ma Tae Gang, where were you hiding? You're finally appearing now. I'll cheer for you, handsome. Tae Gang was bewildered. And in the arena, the cheers of Ma Tae Gang, Ma Tae Gang, Ma Tae Gang, Ma Tae Gang still echoed. He stood amidst the audience's cheers. Ma Tae Gang, Ma Tae Gang. He turned his head and looked at Elgin. The cheers still didn't stop. Ma Tae Gang, he let out a sigh of relief. Behind the stage, he quietly gave a thumbs up. K1's victory over Y was a total of 21 reversals, with 7 of them belonging to the God of War, and 3 being team matches. If history repeated itself as in his previous life, those 3 would have created 8s of victory. Initially, the God of War had spent a shining time in his matches, showing astonishing moments. However, after that, the remaining team members including Joseph performed very poorly, and K1 ultimately lost. Elite achieved 3 reversals and eventually secured the sole representative spot. Elgin thought to himself, winning all 3 fights is really difficult. He began to calculate meticulously. If he bet on Elite and deliberately lost, he could win 21 times his money. However, as a K1 player, that would be match fixing, so he would just bet normally on his own team. He calmly observed the match. The odds weren't high, but thanks to Ma Tae Gang he had already earned 7 times his money, so he would definitely get attention. This much was enough. The players accustomed to 1v1 matches didn't adapt well to the 3 sisters' staff-switching tactics. Song Baong-jian's stealth skill was ineffective in the unclean environment. He was severely injured by Leon B's long-range attack and died. Lee Junho lost in a magic duel with Zhang Bi and suffered a knee injury. Although it was also due to terrain destruction, it was because he was hit by magic elements compared to Leon B. Joseph stepped into a poison puddle and was hit by a magic arrow. It's long to explain in detail, but roughly like this. The host's voice excitedly announced, the 3 sisters' chip kill is Dongbi. The 3 sisters have taken down all the players of Korea's top K1 team. Truly amazing. Eljan was startled at this moment. The odds went up much higher than expected. The win-loss probability between Elite and K1 was originally 3-1. At this moment he couldn't believe his eyes. Now it had flipped to 17-1. The legendary 21x reversal match had become a 7x7 49x enlarged version. John, slightly worried, immediately said to Elgin, "Hey Demon King, the situation is more dangerous than expected. I know it's difficult, but if you can't turn the situation around you need to at least get a draw." But he paused for a moment when he saw Elgin trembling. He widened his eyes in surprise. Unbelievable. Ma Dongwang is trembling. Is he that scared? Well, who wouldn't tremble in a situation like this? Elgin gripped his cloak tightly. If it's 49 times he was trembling with extreme excitement. This was an unprecedented payout ratio in tournament history. Is it because there's no healer that it's so high? John asked worriedly about the situation. Ma Dongwang, are you all right? But he answered leisurely, without any hesitation. I'm fine, I'll go straight to the arena. In his mind he was confident that no one would bet on K1 right now. No one would bet on the losing K1 to get a chance to win 7 times their money. But there's one thing I want to say here. Elgin ascended the stage with great momentum and said firmly, because I will definitely win. The audience below mostly began to wonder. They were all curious about his identity. Who is Ma Dongwang? First time hearing the name, or are they just giving a rookie a chance since they're going to lose anyway? Elgin stood on stage taking a deep breath, his face very serious, his eyes full of passion. This unforgettable feeling, the dazzling stage lights, the reporters, the smell of fireworks, the smell of smoke, the smell of sweat, the smell of the wooden arena, all of it overwhelmed his chest and filled him with emotion. Finally it begins. He felt he was about to transform into combat form. The zombie was still quietly observing him. She looked at him with an unpleasant expression. Suddenly I feel bad, I think I've seen him somewhere before, but it doesn't matter. Finishing her thoughts, she raised her hand and scattered seeds around. Seeds sprouted, countless plants surrounded Elgin and numerous vines tightly bound his feet. The zombie didn't hesitate and tried to finish him off as quickly as possible. She used her staff to create numerous lightning bolts. Since it's the last one, let's finish it grandly. Rocklaw shock. A massive lightning bolt fell directly onto Elgin. Numerous currents flowed through his body. Energy surrounded his heart. Dongbi felt something strange at this moment. She cried out in surprise. She couldn't believe her eyes. What? This energy? A powerful red attack poured down on Dongbi. Eunbi, seeing that the situation was not good, cried out in worry. Dongbi, Elgin created a fierce attack just by raising his foot. Eun also was startled at this moment. That guy, how can he counterattack? He should have been paralyzed after Dongbi's attack. Elgin, clad in armor, laughed excitedly. That's right, I'm using seasoned equipment now. Demonic Ant Claw C grade, Gloom's Infinite Power Gloves, Pua's Heart a grade, Som's Cloak a grade, Lava Footprint Boots a grade, and the armor Ma Dongguang wears also has an effect on the user. Zhangbi was hit directly by the attack and her body immediately turned to dust. A picaresque mask was dyed red and stats were added. Serial killer. Elgin coldly glanced at the others. Next, Bai was filled with rage and immediately aimed her bow at him. You damn bastard, you have so little HP left, how dare you? I'll finish you off. He calmly raised his hand. Ha! Ta Gang paused for a moment at Ma Dongwang's imitation. Immediately, numerous orange and red lights crossed and surrounded his body. Dongbi was extremely enraged at this sight. He blocked my arrow with that flame. Her next arrows quickly advanced and pierced through the smokescreen, but Elgin had already vanished. Eunbi felt something strange. He disappeared. Where did he go? When she looked up at the sky, a faint figure appeared above, which was Elgin. She aimed her bow straight at him without any hesitation. No matter what trick he used to fly up there, it's a good thing. As the arrow flew rapidly towards him, Elgin kicked the arrow away with his foot. Eunbi was extremely surprised. He changed direction in midair. What he's equipped with isn't ordinary equipment. Ta Gang understood something and got up excited. That's it. He used the flame ability of his shoes to move in the air, he exclaimed repeatedly. Amazing. Elgin flew across the air at astonishing speed, heading straight for Bai. DJ Bai quickly shouted, "Damn it, Eunbi, hurry up and touch the staff." But Elgin laughed excitedly. Too late, you should have retreated when you shot the arrow. A powerful flame punch struck and the surrounding landscape immediately turned into a sea of fire. The audience below was extremely surprised and someone gasped, unable to utter a single word. Yang was equally surprised. He clenched his fists and shouted with extreme excitement, "Well done, Ma Dongwang." The audience below also cheered vehemently. What? He moves freely in the air with those shoes? Truly amazing. Where did this guy come from? The host was also extremely excited. How can this be? Truly the best comeback. 2 important players of Elite were eliminated. The prediction for the outcome of this match became extremely difficult once again. Going back 1 week before the competition, at a headquarters, John was providing information to Elgin. The Zoomdong 3 sisters are the problem, he explained seriously. In this match, using staff-switching tactics is an art. Joseph will contain Jin Ho, so you'll be deployed as a hidden card. I'm worried that none of our team members can stop them. Elgin looked at the paper, lost in thought. 3 sisters, Ha Dong, long time no see. After retiring as programmers and declaring their return to their main profession as high school students, they immediately passed as honor students. After a moment of thought, he called the coach, and his face was full of murderous intent, making John cautious. If I take down all 3 of them, can I get 10 million won per person? John was startled. What are you talking about? After speaking, he remained silent for a moment, then lowered his head and began to think. Elgin's eyes were fixed on his goal. The salary will be hundreds of millions of won. It's a normal income for a pro gamer, but of course it can vary depending on the number of tournaments participated in and wins in a year. John immediately laughed. If you really do that, then it's certainly possible. He carefully looked at Elgin. Are you really a rookie? Elgin also quickly laughed brightly. Of course, if I'm not a rookie, what am I? But he thought to himself. That's right. I'm a rookie who started playing games a year ago, and an old rookie who played games for 15 years in my previous life. So that's why. John quickly accepted his request. All right, I understand. With the results of this tournament, I'll negotiate with management that you want 10 million won per match. If the match results are good, I don't think it's impossible, but the match results must be good. All right, back to the match. Fierce flames tried to engulf everything. The audience below gasped in surprise and John clenched his fists, extremely excited. Elgin slowly walked out of the smoke. He walked out proudly and his voice was still cold. Next, the audience continuously cheered and shouted, "Truly amazing, how did they hide such a player until now?" Elgin's proud figure was reflected on the screen and the audience continuously cheered. Amazing, he took down 2 people in a short time. Jun Hung slowly approached. That guy from the Underground League is quite good. He held a giant sword and gave an evil smile. It seems he only relies on offense. I'll show you what a wall is, Jun Hung. The crowd was startled by his appearance. He's back, he's not dead yet. Jun Hung laughed triumphantly. Anyway, he only has 1 HP left. He'll try to avoid attacks somehow, so if I seize this opportunity I can finish him off. Finishing his thoughts, he jumped down confidently. Elgin just calmly looked at him, then kicked up sand with his foot. Sand flew up, obscuring his vision. Jun Hung immediately fell face first into the sand, but immediately he cried out miserably. His body was engulfed in flames, burning. It's hot, what is this? The ground has all turned to lava. He looked at Elgin in surprise. No, all my HP, I need to get up and heal, but before he could even speak, flames enveloped him. I am Joseph trembled outside. That's something you truly have to experience yourself to know, Elgin just said coldly. Next, Bai looked at him coldly, sword in hand from above. She just stood calmly and observed. Elgin looked at her and began to count. The last of the 4 elite sisters. All right. Liam Bai, Leon Bai, Dong Bai, Gai Wanung Hung, she shouted in anger. Who are you calling the 4 sisters? Bai laughed confidently. Anyway, now that it's come to this atmosphere isn't bad. I'll finish you off in this hot flame. After speaking, she jumped at Elgin. Bai, holding 2 swords, rushed at her opponent with confidence. This was a 1v1 duel. He also quickly swung his fist at his opponent, but the fist cut through the air and she dodged his attack. It was as Elgin expected. As expected, she's fast. Numerous attacks poured down on Elgin, but he quickly dodged them. Bai couldn't help but admire his agile movements. He dodged that attack. His observation skills are quite fast too. Then she laughed excitedly and poured numerous blades onto Elgin. Let's see how you dodge this attack. Yang also got up in surprise and shouted worriedly. No, if he gets hit by that attack, it's over. Ma Dongwang dodge retreat. Just as the attack was about to reach him, Elgin still stood calmly. He was able to easily dodge the skill with his agile movements. This greatly surprised Bai. He dodged it. John was equally surprised. What? His body moved slightly just now. Did he observe and dodge it? Elgin laughed confidently. I've already experienced Leon B's attack in my previous life, especially the X/. This skill was a technique that decapitated all players, including the God of War in my previous life. If you observe closely, this X is just a combination of vertical and diagonal lines, and 2 swords cannot pass through one point simultaneously. At the same time, although it appears to attack with both hands simultaneously, in reality, the right hand attacks first, followed by the left. Therefore, dealing with it is very simple. Just dodge left once and right once. In her eyes, it would have seemed as if the sword pierced my body. Truly a lucky cat caught a mouse. The Bai frowned as the situation was not good. I don't know how he dodged it, but I can no longer use this skill, so I have no choice but to use the next attack. I didn't want to use this because it causes damage, but this damn guy seems to dodge every attack. Damn it. Numerous slashes poured down on Elgin and he quickly dodged. He easily dodged all attacks, but one slash changed its trajectory and flew straight at him. Tae Gang was extremely surprised by this attack. Frontal slash. He created a linked attack in such a short time. She gave an evil smile and resolutely thrust her sword straight at him, but it was blocked by something. Joe, my eyes. Elgin blocked the sword with his hand and she was startled. He blocked it, he replied coldly. I've been waiting a long time. The perfect X/attack for anything undefended. Then he knocked her sword away with his fist. He pictured in his mind the scenario of the 3 sisters coming to mind. Is it Dongbi? As long as I'm here, that will never happen. He looked at them with angry eyes. Anyway, aren't all 3 sisters very successful people after retirement? Hurry up and go back to being students. Give this stage to me. He immediately raised his foot and kicked straight at the Elgin fought with all his might. He never took his eyes off the opponent. Explosions continued to erupt. As everything around the arena was invisible, Elgin emerged from the thick smoke. He couldn't even be humble. This is the end of the next one. Check again before you leave. The picaresque mask was stained red and 1 person was added to the serial killer list. The fire on the back glowed and Elgin wore a mask to hide his identity. He calmly observed the situation. The host explained the events that had just occurred. Ankin perfect game. Hong Jin-ho died at the hands of Ma Tae Gang from the start. In that case, he's no different from Ankin. Ma Dong. He performed a magnificent game shouting that name. The arena almost exploded with the cheers of the audience. Jay rejoiced for him. Truly awesome, Ma Dongwang. Elgin didn't seem very happy even though everyone was cheering for him. I will follow you. From now on I will trust you, Ma Dongwang. Other players showed suspicious reactions. How can Ankin be unscathed? He's really cool, Ma Dongwang. He clenched his fists hearing them call his name, Ma Dongwang. The sky was pitch black today, a house in a small alley. Someone sighed. I'm tired. Yu Zhang had just arrived home. Brother, we've received the money. He was slightly flustered. Huh, brother, why are you sitting there so blankly? Nah, you. Who focused on the computer screen. Ma Dongwang was scary. He recalled the moments of battle. Ma Tae Gang flowed like water. The first hurdle was I am Yo Siop. There was no team in Seoul that could stop those 2. Korea's K1 ultimately won proudly. They attracted more sponsors and became the sole representative in the 10th tournament, and it can be said that they earned 49 times their profit in toto in the first tournament. I bet on myself, because I couldn't bet on myself. After all, isn't Ma Dongwang a virtual character created by OMJ? I had no problem making money using my real name. A few days after the tournament ended, a blue car sped down the road. The late-night residential area was peaceful. Elgin wanted to go out to clear his head. He got in the car and set off. In the past, this would have been the time for racing, but today was a special day. I'm going straight to the practice room. He always had one thought in his mind. Now it's time to earn money himself. Until now I always thought of earning money as the last thing. Now it really begins. Elgin had his own dream. It's time to turn the business plan in his head into reality with the money he has now. Passers-by were startled by his resolute expression. Elgin finally realized everything. I just noticed now. Today is Friday night, that's why there were so many people. 2 men were joking around and lovers were lost in happy moments. A professional musician was enjoying the cheerful atmosphere. Elgin's mind suddenly went blank. I really don't suit this. Am I too old inside? His past was incredibly hard to believe. For almost 20 years he only played games without any hobbies. I thought such crowded and colorful places had nothing to do with me. Elgin sighed. I don't regret anything. A great person once said, if there is something you want to boast about to the world, there's no need to be ashamed. His fighting and frustrated appearance came to mind again. Elgin thought carefully. As expected, I always like to move forward. The bulletin board showed an exciting race fighting for results. That moment was the only time I felt alive. I couldn't tell what made him freeze. In front of Elgin was a woman in red. He recognized Yu Gahu at first glance. Elgin quickly hid behind a telephone pole. Really, it's Friday night, but to run into that woman. Is she trying to make an impressive appearance to someone? He double-checked to see if he had missed anything. Come to think of it, I remember Yu Gahu sent a message to Ma Dongwang's SNS account a while ago. I was too scared to even read it. Elgin quickly took out his phone and sent a message. Gahu sent him a message. Trendsetter Ma Dongwang. The messages on his phone scared him. They reeked of business. He still remained silent. Elgin's eyes suddenly lit up. She sighed. It's so hard to go to a bar even once, but I was going to do a personal broadcast to confirm a drinking bet. I wondered why so many people came to the bar, but I forgot that today was Friday night, and there were also many dirty guys there. Gahu simply couldn't understand why she was wasting her entire night on the streets. She remembered vividly. Half a year ago when I turned 20, I went to a club for the first time and felt really disgusted. It didn't suit my body at all. Raiding to fight monsters was much better. Yahoo decided then. Today I'll wander through dungeons. On a day like today, a convenience store would be a much better choice. She suddenly stopped. Yahoo checked the notifications. Most SNS accounts turn off notifications due to too many messages. There are many accounts that don't, but she was surprised to see the screen. Eljan was replying to Yahoo's message. Even though it was late, the neighborhood was still brightly lit. There were stores open late at night nearby. A red car stopped. Gahu was slightly annoyed. What, are you just replying now? She tried to stay calm. Let's just send it once. I didn't think he, a professional player, would accept an assassination mission. Gahu never gave up, thinking she would persuade him at this opportunity anyway. She had no more regrets. Since it was online anyway, it would be fine to do everything through messages, but it would be better to speak in person as a record would be left. Gahu read the message and was flustered. Outside, where's outside? She lost her composure. Outside, is that his house? It's so annoying. Gahu simply couldn't understand. Is this guy crazy right now? He's impatient, seems young, and his words just blurred out. She also replied to Elgin's message. Gahu didn't particularly blame him. After all guys who are good at games are like this. She was annoyed but couldn't help it. Gahu looked in the car mirror and was startled. Oh my god, what? He's really crazy. Does he have some kind of superpower? How does he know what's behind me? She looked closely and coughed. Huh? Gahu could no longer believe her eyes. Oh my goodness, she reprimanded him. What? This crazy guy. The atmosphere became serious as Elgin appeared. Gahu spoke. So you're going out dressed like that? It doesn't seem like you're going to a club. Girls would be surprised if you wore that. Elgin said nothing. He also had to admit, it's really been a long time since I've been alone with you, Gahu. In the past, he always followed her, even in life or death moments, but she had never driven him herself. Gahu showed interest. How did you get here? Did you take a taxi, or do you have a private driver? He answered honestly. I don't have a car. Is there a problem? She was fed up with the situation. You're really honest. No, usually men are reluctant to ride in a car driven by a woman. Elgin had nothing he couldn't say. I always thought you weren't a woman. She forced a smile. As expected, you're a pro, Yahoo wondered. But is it okay for someone like me, who debuted as a pro gamer, to accept such a personal PK request? He followed the client's words. It's not just because of your request. Yahoo finished her calculation. In that case, Elgin understood her intention. I know, he didn't hesitate to praise. That master is really strong. She hated Elgin to the core. Of course he has skill. He's a crazy bastard. Damn. He immediately agreed. Anyway, even if you hadn't asked, I wanted to fight him once. Gahu was quite curious. Who would be stronger? It's like they're fighting for the top spot, right? He nodded. It's like that. She made a plan. Then that would be really interesting. I will definitely be a useful assistant. It would be better to join Ma Dongwang's team. That was an important issue. The viewership and sponsor revenue were also exploding. Elgin recognized her intention. She planned to produce new broadcast content. The confrontation between Ma Dongwang and the master. The PK of the two masters was becoming a hot topic. Wouldn't that be a huge success? She was indeed a clever woman. Gahu made an unconventional offer. We will mobilize our team's commentators to promote and create stories. Of course there's no cost. He couldn't understand her intention. Why would she do such a thing? Elgin couldn't help but be suspicious. Considering the cost of the PK request with the master, the cost of operating the commentators, the promotion cost, and the sponsor revenue, I'm gaining too much. Would she willingly give me a cake without taking a bite? She quickly reassured him. I know what you're thinking. Of course it's suspicious. But Gahu had no choice but to tell the truth. But I'm serious. I want to kill him. That master. She was uncontrollably angry. Every time I think of him, I can't stand it. If you add up the deposit he stole from me and all the people who died, you could build a building. Didn't even dare to counterattack because I was afraid he would rush out during the hunt. Gahu couldn't hide her rage. I absolutely want to kill him, give him a death sentence and banish him. I want to live in a game world without him for even one day. His hair stood on end. Anyone would guess she was his stalker. I've killed Yu Gahu many times, but it was all because she blocked my way. I had no ill will, I was just carrying out my plan. In the end, all her losses were self-inflicted. Elgin thought again. My previous life was not something I could decide for myself. So this time, since I warned her first, I have no intention of taking any responsibility. She realized in surprise. I'm sorry for getting excited. Elgin was very calm. No, it's natural for her to be angry. Gahu sighed at him. I tried to take revenge in every way, but I couldn't because I lacked PK skills. I'm confident in fighting in reality, but I don't know his address. The only thing I can do is report him to the Broadcasting Commission. She was afraid of inconveniencing Elgin. I'm sorry, acting like this on our first meeting. He didn't want to waste time. Tell me about the deposit right away. Gahu immediately agreed. Yes, I understand. She always maintained a polite attitude. Thanks to you I feel much better. I said a few things wrong earlier. Thank you for listening. Gahu quickly changed the subject. By the way, about the PK case, she always thought only of herself. Can we do it under our team's name? Gahu was still waiting for his answer. Elgin knew her better than anyone. That's right, a clever woman doesn't give up that easily. I wondered why she was begging so much, so this was her intention. If I join the Yahoo Guild, I can gain considerable publicity and power simultaneously. He was well aware of his influence. The name Ma Dongwang is like a signboard, but considering his skill and large scale, this will be a great fight. Gahu became even more excited. This is a tremendous profit. It can't be compared to the investment cost to attract him. Elgin stated his opinion. I don't really like guild life. She moved closer to him. That depends on who you're with, doesn't it? Yahu's finger almost touched his shirt. She whispered in Elgin's ear. How about it? Shall we eat some ramen and talk? He glanced at Gahu. Ramen? She didn't understand what Elgin was thinking. He analyzed Gahu to reject her, like an expert who had just left the hospital. Too many saturated fatty acids accumulate in the blood vessels, too many chemical seasonings, and a lack of protein, minerals, and vitamins. Too much phosphorus consumes calcium, and the sodium content in particular is unimaginable, Elgin said resolutely. You Gahu at 20, I have no feelings for her like I did 15 years ago. If we're done talking, I'm leaving. He pulled out a tissue, thinking of the past. You Gahu at 35 sucked my marrow dry, but now she's too young and innocent. She's like a cute younger sister. I dislike her current self filled with greed. Gahu didn't understand what was happening. She tried to take the trash bag back from Elgin's hand. What are you doing? Give that to me. I was going to throw it away. He also didn't understand why he was doing it. LG recalled the past. 10 years ago I sat in her passenger seat. Yuahu spread a vast network pretending I was a special person. At that time I was foolish. On a rainy night the last moments of a day-long date were exchanged for countless star fragments. In the end I carefully cleaned the trash can in Yuahu's car. I wanted to do something, but there was nothing more I could do. Yuahu refused, but I just enjoyed doing it. After that I never rode in her car again. I always practiced emptying the car's trash can just in case, and if I ever rode in her car I tried not to forget to do this. This habit carried over to taking taxis. Elgin felt ashamed of himself. I'm really a servant. Habits are truly terrifying. No, this can be called slavery. I'll throw it away on my way. Even after he got out of the car, Gahu was still blank. She doubted life. Where did a guy like that come from? Why is he suddenly cleaning trash out of someone else's car? It was as skillful as if he had practiced it many times. Gahu's eyes widened in surprise. The car's trash can was clean. He walked away, thinking. Later, even if it was a lie, Gahu said her heart fluttered for the first time. I was the first man to clean it for her, right? Though the exterior was luxurious, the inside of the car, a part of a luxury vehicle, was truly messy. Elgin looked up at the sky. It's raining, she spoke as if expressing her inner self. Gahu was still blank. What is this? There's no way to know if it's true or not now. She lay on the chair but didn't even drink alcohol. Why does my chest feel like this? Elgin and another person's conversation. What? This person is Ma Dongwang, who just debuted in this tournament. Congratulations. I also saw that game. It was really cool. He didn't understand what he meant. Now you're going to die. The fight between the two players was about to begin. Elgin deliberately mocked. What? You're going to kill me? He said resolutely. Yes, Elgin smiled brightly. You're crazy, Yahu's voice was heard. I don't want to listen to perverts who run around naked every day. He found it hard to understand. What? But why are you suddenly trying to kill me? He argued that they had to decide the winner and choose who the truly strong person was. Both players fiercely attacked each other. Elgin asked, slightly puzzled. Is it okay for a pro gamer to PK like this? He calmly replied. My contract doesn't prohibit such actions. Elgin continuously swung his sword. The two attacked each other with their legs, giving no quarter. Elgin only now realized that the person who had single-handedly defeated the entire elite team was his PK opponent. He was determined to win. No matter how you look at it, this is my glory and I can't fall so easily. As Elgin rushed to attack the community, fans were thrilled by the rumor that Ma Dongwang and the veteran PK player were fighting. It was live-streamed on Ma Dongwang's channel, and some young people were frantically rushing. I want to see it live. Where's the map? He said he didn't like being disturbed, so he didn't even disclose the mini-map or terrain information. One person confidently stated, he's truly a seasoned master. Voice analysis shows 99.9 consistency. Amazing, both Ma Dongguang and the veteran PK player are no joke, just as expected. The two continued to fight. Elgin's screen was distorted. Both players had their strengths and he knew no fear with dust flying everywhere. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. Ma Dongguang just won, the veteran PK player just fell and the video ended. What on earth happened? Someone heard the news. Everyone, the veteran PK player just started streaming on his personal channel. Go watch quickly. The brown-haired man was confused, and when someone posted a link to the video, his roommate immediately urged him to watch. He explained the situation at the time. Damn it, I was playing a game and someone PK'd me and I died. Elgin reassured his viewers. Everyone, due to network issues today, we're suspending the stream. We'll be back tomorrow at this time. Guhu clapped her hands like a child and cheered. That damn bastard finally lost. Ma Dongguang, I love you. Guhu was so happy she almost cried. Now I can sleep peacefully, he sincerely said. However, I lost and couldn't survive. You all know that, right? Elgin immediately vowed in the video. I will definitely come back for revenge. Tomorrow at this time I will go to take Ma Dongguang's life, so please tune in. A notification appeared. Ma Dongguang's real-time location will be sent to your phone. Access Google Chrome and search for a personal broadcasting platform. Click the three dots in the upper right corner, search for MC and then enter the veteran PK player's name. Send the message, I will definitely get my revenge, thank you for your interest. An article analyzing the outcome of the match between the veteran PK player and Ma Dongguang was published. One website reported 10 reasons why the veteran PK player would win the next match. She slammed the keyboard, spewing absurd words. A pro gamer like Ma Dongguang losing to a pervert like you who doesn't even wear clothes. You say you'll get revenge and people who don't even know you are donating money to him. Guhu severely cursed him. No, is this the time to ask for donations? It would be better to give Ma Dongguang some items so he doesn't lose to that pervert. Yu Zhang was agitated. Hey, calm down, you just sent him a lot of money already. She immediately retorted sarcastically. Hey, you're also frantically signing up for memberships because of your favorite person, he shouted in helplessness. Even so, you're overreacting, sister. Are we Ma Dongguang's fan club? Do you know how much you just donated? The system sent a message. Thank you, I am Hu. Please watch me for your sponsorship. Just before the PK began, Gahu excitedly shouted. He called my name. Yu Zhang thought to himself, look at the amount of the sponsorship. If he didn't read out her name after that much money, he wouldn't be human. He kept feeling something was off. But wasn't it supposed to be about the veteran PK player dying? What does it matter now whether Ma Dongguang dies or not? She still didn't understand. Is that right? Gahu felt an indescribable emotion. Before her eyes lay a familiar neighborhood. Tae Gang's judgment was accurate. The veteran PK player and Ma Dongguang are definitely the same person. He'd met him a few times in the tournament, so there was no mistake, even if he didn't say it himself. He hesitated. Then Tae Gang was confused. Who exactly is Ma Dongguang? 6 months ago, a game space called Dope Geyser suddenly appeared. Elgin completed his battle preparations. He said with a contemptuous expression, Get out of the way, you annoying things. Even if you die, you won't drop any items, Elgin said directly. I came to Dorian Grey Forest to meet the guy behind you. His appearance frightened people. His hair swayed in the wind. A system updated the ranking information. 77th place, Dope Geyser. He was quite surprised. 3 monsters, they say if you see Dope Geyser 3 times you die. Elgin wanted to reconfirm. I'll have to test whether that baseless rumor is true or not. He charged into battle, and it was stabbed in the chest. Elgin rushed at the monster. The battle grew more intense. He showed no fear at all. Do you think you can combine by 33 each? You're quite clever. Nothing was difficult for Elgin. You don't have such an ability. They seem to be controlled by a mysterious energy. An explosion occurred. He couldn't be sure if it could be separated in one hit. It truly was a lump of water. White dust continuously flew. The scenery here was truly desolate. Elgin was delighted. Finally it has appeared. I've waited a long time. He recognized it as Dope Geyser. The system revealed that Dope Geyser was rank 7 with a serial killer attribute of 3-3. Elgin took a ready stance. Ma Dongguang's equipment consisted of Pua's heart, Swarm's cloak, Twisted Thoughts, Kaido's toe skin, Golem earthquake gloves, and demonic ant claws. At this moment, Dope Geyser also processed the information and twisted wildly. It quickly transformed into a human form, then created Golem gloves similar to Ma Dongguang's. Dope Geyser's black shadow also gradually swelled, followed by a change in its appearance. And finally it transformed into a perfect replica of Ma Dongguang. The space was so quiet that only Dope Geyser's breathing could be heard. Seeing this sight, Elgin couldn't help but exclaim, Oh, it copied perfectly. What about the inside? Soon after, he slowly raised his hand, took off his mask, and provoked, Alright, let's see who's better looking. Dope Geyser also slowly raised its hand and took off its mask, but inside it was only filled with sticky liquid. It was sticky. Soon after, Dope Geyser frantically threw off its mask. It threw the item on the floor and purple smoke quickly billowed up. Elgin, seeing this sight, smiled slightly. He excitedly rushed towards the mask, grabbed it, and shouted, Alright, I got it. Dope Geyser seized the opportunity while he was distracted to attack, but Elgin skillfully dodged and scoffed whoa, however he still frowned. Soon after, Dope Geyser leaped straight into the sky. The moment it leapt down, Elgin quickly dodged, but couldn't help but marvel. How is it so fast? Dope Geyser continued to hit the ground. Dust flew everywhere. Elgin had to dodge the broken stone fragments while avoiding the attacks. He looked at it and smiled with delight. Wow, incredible attack power. It would be difficult to block with such a physique. To think his opponent would see him that way. Truly refreshing. Soon after, he spread his hand and made a resolve. It would be good to fight myself and decide the winner. John Moonon was immediately summoned and he glanced at it and declared, "But I didn't come here for this today." Soon after, he leapt onto John Moonon's body and excitedly announced, "I got the item I was looking for." "Thank you." Elgin held the mask in his hand and said in a triumphant voice, "With this, Ma Dongguang's debut stage will be perfect." He ran off but didn't forget to promise Dope Geyser that he would return someday. "I'll come back later, so wait." It just stared at Elgin, then shrieked wildly again. On that day, there were two purposes for going to Dorian Forest. One was to find the picaresque mask item needed for Ma Dongguang's debut. It was an A-grade killer attribute mask item made from the skin of a psychopath killer. When equipped, it starts counting kills and each kill increases attack power by 1. PK value only calculates the number of player characters' lives. It was an item made by tearing off Dope Geyser's facial skin, which could not be obtained through conventional monster hunting methods, so not many people knew about it even 15 years later. And another thing, to create that guy. Dope Geyser is a boss monster hidden in Dorian Grey Forest which will be extremely difficult to find even in the future. If there's suspicion that the veteran PK player and Ma Dongguang are the same person, two roles, as the veteran PK player, finding and killing that guy would be concrete evidence to quell the controversy. The veteran PK player is my unique style, and Ma Dongguang was a shining star in my past life. Both had a strong desire to compete over whose meta was better, so having both appear in the show would be very interesting. This thought first crossed his mind exactly 6 months ago. And now in the misty forest, looking ahead, Elgin said in a slightly regretful voice, "Because of Yahoo I came here to catch myself. What an unpredictable development. Such is life." He looked at the person opposite him and asked melancholically, "Have you been well, young Ma Dongguang?" At this time Ma Dongguang still sat silently. Elgin opened the system window and then mumbled, "Voice changer setting is only on when it's Ma Dongguang." "Good." Soon after, he looked ahead and proudly declared, "This time it's my turn. King Ma, I've come to kill you." Seeing the opponent move slightly, he scoffed, "We meet again. You lost terribly yesterday. Do you think you can win today?" Elgin's expression turned gloomy again, and his voice became cold. "Although I can't be sure I'm stronger than Ma Dongguang, I have to try once." Ma Dongguang still remained motionless, calmly accepting all provocations. "You're strong too, I'll admit that." The more he spoke, the more excited Elgin became, as if all the frustration that had built up for a long time was erupting. "It's nothing. I respect you too, and the feeling is mutual. Running around naked seems to show a confidence that no one can beat you. Thanks for letting me know. Others called me a pervert. There are commonalities among geniuses." Everyone who witnessed this conversation froze. They were swept away by his imposing words. And even Gahu was swept away by the surging emotions. Meanwhile, Taegang also couldn't hide his surprise, and Drake Cat, hearing those words, couldn't help but tremble. "Ah, I'm dying of laughter. Elgin, you're the best." Immediately, Elgin drew his weapon. A notification appeared. "Then let's begin. It won't be easy today." Ma Dongguang looked at him and proudly replied, "I have never lost," and drew his weapon. "Bring it on." Immediately, Ma Dongguang activated the whirlwind attribute of his demonic ant claws. Seeing that skill, Elgin was not surprised but rather excited. Such a strong skill from the start, this won't do. Soon after, the ring on his hand shone. A giant shadow appeared and instantly widened the distance between him and Ma Dongguang. A person observing the match live couldn't help but exclaim excitedly, summoning John Moonon and riding the whirlwind. Too strong. Soon after, white smoke suddenly billowed from inside John Moonon. Elgin immediately seized this opportunity and charged straight in. Ma Dongguang did not dodge and chose a head-on confrontation. The two fiercely attacked each other. Everything seemed to be going as planned. Elgin praised excitedly, "You seem to have gotten stronger. Have you leveled up in the meantime?" Soon after, all the veins in his muscles bulged. Elgin immediately activated the attribute of Pua's heart. "Pua," Elgin continued to monologue and act. "I came to kill him. Ma Dongguang, we meet again. You lost yesterday. Do you think you can win today?" He sat calmly and challenged. "Ma Dongguang, you're very strong, so I can't be sure. Even so, I have to try once. It won't be easy, but I've never lost." "Bring it on." As soon as he finished speaking, Elgin immediately raised the sword in his hand and rushed at Dope Geyser. It also immediately reacted and took a defensive stance against his attack. Soon after, fierce flames erupted, covering the surrounding landscape. The flames burned the giant trees and smoke billowed. At this moment, Ma Dongguang and Dope Geyser simultaneously sprang out from the center of the explosion. No expression could be read on his face. Despite his fierce fist attacks, he skillfully dodged all of them. Elgin scoffed at him with a cold smile. "Those gloves must be heavy. Your arms will ache if you keep swinging them." Dope Geyser replied without hesitation. "You're right, they really do. If I use Warrior's Whirlwind, my left arm will be paralyzed for 0.02 seconds, but my right arm isn't paralyzed, is it?" Are you going to use it again? What amazing movements. It's almost like showing off. Elgin broke out in a cold sweat and retreated. There's probably an earthquake too, alright, let's use it now. As he finished speaking, he immediately vanished and his fist slammed into the ground. Dust flew everywhere. Elgin had already retreated and put some distance between them, but he still had to keep jumping backward to avoid the dust. In the scene switched to outside, the people watching the match were utterly astonished. What a spectacular match. They've been fighting for 40 minutes and both are maintaining the same pace and neither has been hit once. Everyone's mouths hung open in awe and fear. The arena is completely destroyed. If it hadn't regenerated, no one would know what the original terrain was like. Back to the match, Elgin spread his palm and extended his arm forward. His eyes at this time emitted a very dangerous aura. He gently clenched his hand and immediately tiny drops of blood flew towards him. It turned out that drops of blood were slowly spurting from Dope Geyser's body. Although he wore a mask, his face showed clear signs of pain. Elgin looked at it and smiled coldly. The Dark King's attribute, fake blood violence. How about it? Elgin smiled contemptuously. You have poison in your blood, I have this attribute too, he said, taking his weapon and charging in. Now let's slowly finish this. Seeing the sword aimed at itself, Dope Geyser was extremely flustered at this moment. It hurriedly unleashed a full-powered punch, not to block the attack but straight at the ground beneath its feet. Its punch shattered the ground beneath its feet, and the ground gradually crumbled, revealing a deep abyss. Dope Geyser also gradually fell into the abyss as the ground sank. Elgin, startled by this sudden situation, quickly shouted, "Is it running away?" At this moment his feet were also floating in the air and Dope Geyser probably tried to escape using an aerial kick but failed. There was still no expression on his face as if he had guessed what Dope Geyser was trying to do, and he broke out in a cold sweat and cursed at him. "You fool, you can't leap with energy in a wide area. Are you just going to fall into the lava and melt?" At his words Dope Geyser flinched, then his eyes sharpened and murderous intent emanated from him. Dope Geyser stammered, I will definitely come back." Elgin froze at his unexpected reaction. Meanwhile outside, all the viewers were blankly watching the match. Some opened their eyes wide in disbelief while others were lost in thought. They all shouted, "Is that Ma Dongguang's voice so poignant? I don't know what adjustments they made, but it's truly magnificent." Seeing his figure gradually disappear from sight, falling into the deep abyss, Elgin said, puzzled, "What? Why is his dialogue like that? No, he should have said more." Elgin grumbled, annoyed. Even death is cool for Elgin, and dope is like a race. I still look cool in Ma Dongguang mode anyway. I should go eliminate him later just in case. And so the broadcast ended. As expected, it created a huge stir. In the second match between Elgin and Ma Dongguang, victory went to Elgin. At that moment his voice gradually echoed from the middle of the sea of fire. Anyway, Elgin smiled contentedly. With this, the match result with Elgin is 1 win and 1 loss. Meanwhile, Yahoo was watching the match progression from outside. When the match end notification rang, she cried loudly, "No Ma Dongguang." Her eyes were filled with disappointment. "Damn it, that piece of trash, I can't forgive him. How dare he kill my Ma Dongguang?" Seeing her gradually lose control, Yu Zhang had no choice but to speak. "Sister, calm down." His words seemed to have no effect. She shouted even louder, "And you tell me to calm down after seeing this?" At this, Yu Zhang reluctantly handed her a tissue box. She blew her nose, but tears also poured out as if releasing all her pent-up resentment. After that, Yahoo took out another tissue and wiped her face. After wiping, she cautiously lowered the tissue, revealing eyes filled with anger and even blue veins bulging on her forehead. "This won't do." Yu Zhang trembled with fear at her appearance. Cold sweat gradually dripped down his face. "Huh?" She suddenly clenched her fists with resolute eyes and shouted firmly, "Starting today, our Yun will change its name to Ma Dongguang Fan Club." Yu Zhang was very surprised by her words. "What?" His face froze. For a moment Yu Zhang thought, anyway, there are many women in UD Gun and most of the men obediently follow Yahoo's wishes, so there won't be any special difficulties. But Yu Zhang couldn't help but think, why did it turn out like this? But if I object, I'll definitely die. So he asked cautiously. Thinking so, he immediately subtly questioned Yahoo back. "What are you going to do next?" Still with a firm voice. He replied, "What are you asking? Of course." Yahoo ground her teeth in anger and shouted, "I'm going to kill Elgin for Ma Dongguang and get revenge." She screamed loudly with burning rage. "I will definitely kill that damn bastard for Ma Dongguang." "Elgin, you did very well." Scene change. At this moment, Elgin was looking at his phone, smiling brightly. He said excitedly, "It's so funny. Sponsorships are pouring in like crazy from both accounts. My personal page is full of comments. Ma Dongguang is truly the god of the pro league. We need to rewrite all the pro rankings in Korea right now. Aren't you going to play again? Why is it 1 win and 1 loss?" He continued happily. "The stock price must be skyrocketing by now." Elgin was very satisfied with everyone's reaction. Dark King video upload. "Of course you have to pay. World's first boss monster continuous attack explosion." He gave a faintly calculating smile. "The view count is increasing at an incredible rate. The number of followers is considerable too. Elgin's channel is approaching 1 million followers. Ma Dongguang has 300,000. Many people seem to be touched. Ma Dongguang's noble death, especially female fans, must have fallen for his voice." On the other hand, Elgin's image was gradually turning into a hateful villain. He was already hated by female fans for looking like a pervert, and this incident made him even more disliked. Men sent messages of support. Suddenly he sighed and grumbled, annoyed. "What?" He crossed his arms in anger and complained seriously. "They're both me. What is this? Suddenly a sound came from behind, making him pay attention. It's really my phone. There were so many SNS friend requests that his phone got too hot and he had to turn it off for a moment. He clicked on his phone and read the notifications he received. Suddenly many notifications popped up in succession. He was very surprised. Why did it suddenly become so many? Elgin frowned, thinking to himself, I'll accept all friend requests, but the 5,000 limit will be exceeded soon. I'll have to just follow or find another account later, and he lowered his head to look more closely. Let's see, streamer DGBDID fitting model, actor pirate webtoon artist web banner corporate PR shopping mall director. As he scrolled through the notifications he became interested in one. He stopped and read it. Inbox, to Mr. Kong Hae-won. Hello, this is Kong Hae-won who was in the same class in 8th grade. I don't know if you remember me. How have you been? I'm currently running an online shopping mall. I'm the CEO. Let's meet again sometime. Please contact me. Number is Jin Lee. Young friend, do you remember me? I was in the same class in 8th grade. Do you still consider me your best friend? My business is doing quite well these days. He asked himself, what is this? Numerous similar messages followed the one he had opened. Hey one, are you coming to the gathering too? Many people really want to meet you. Like Hee Wook Wong and Jae-min. He was very puzzled and his voice was full of doubt. Why are they suddenly acting friendly? Moreover, this guy was a famous bully at school. Why suddenly? His face then became serious as he stared at the screen. He reread the message, seemingly thinking about something. He muttered to himself, some class is having a gathering. Holding a document in hand, a voice echoed, Hey, someone submit this document for Lee Jin. The homeroom teacher was annoyed, so I did it instead. A female student asked back. What? Hun replied. Parent non-accompanying confirmation form. The female student said, annoyed. Are you kidding? You're the class president, so you should do it. Complaining voices echoed throughout the classroom. I don't want to talk to a dirty person like you. Then why be class president? You want to go to a special high school only for the smartest students? Why? And he turned to Elgin and said, sit down quickly. The homeroom teacher said, if there are no empty seats, sit next to the class president. As everyone was passing the buck, a hand reached out. I'll take it. As if she thought no one would take on the annoying task, she said, surprised. The person who spoke to her was Yoon-sun. Seeing the class president still surprised, she continued, I'm from a single-parent family too, so I need a signature anyway. I'll take it later. The class president stammered, handing her the document. Yeah. At this moment, Elgin was sleeping with his head on his desk, and suddenly a voice echoed, Elgin. Hearing someone call his name, he raised his head and stared blankly. Yoon quietly called out, handing the document to Elgin. Hey, I'll give this back to you. Elgin woke up with a start. He shouted loudly, Huh? He was briefly flustered, then realized the truth. I fell asleep. I guess I fell asleep without realizing it because I was so tired. He wiped the drool from his face with his hand. Scene change. A week ago, a voice echoed from the phone. Yes, hello. This is director Song Chung-woo from YouTube's Future Strategy Department. First, congratulations on reaching millions of followers. The year-end event will be held today at the party room of the Yeongdeung-po Merrick Hotel. Please come and grace us with your presence. The invitation has been sent by mail, Elgin replied. Yes, but wasn't this an exclusive live streaming program before? The voice continued to echo from his phone. Of course, our Goenmul Nim is an exception. It would be an honor for us if you could attend. He thought of the Nettest Just 3 League. It was called Their Own League, but in his previous life he had only watched it on screen from his room. The host on stage was announcing at this moment, new superstar in game broadcasting, Supernova Award winner is Elgin. Mr. Elgin has been selected as one of YouTube's top 50 superstars of the year. He kept reminiscing about the past. He used to vaguely think it would be good to show interest in others and act friendly. But after 35 years, that nature had disappeared. It was really hard to adapt to standing in front of so many people. He secretly left the party, rested in his car, and fell asleep. Elgin, tired, received the Alumni Association contact and reminisced about the past, lost in thought. He felt really bad, and he glanced around complaining, I can understand why successful protagonists in fantasy novels or anime go to alumni associations at least once. The author was beaten up every day. So he's obsessed with school, but there must be a way to resolve it. He slumped down and kept recalling the time Yoon-sun handed him the document. Thinking of her, he suddenly realized, that's right Yoon-sun. Elgin leaned back tiredly. She'll probably come to the Alumni Association too. I have a few things to say. Scene change. An explosion echoed, and at the same time the host commented, Yes, player Matier Gang for the first time hunts the B-grade level 99 Ankylosaurus monster. Back to the battle. The fight was over. He calmly looked at the fallen monster. Back outside, the screen showed Matier Gang warming up after the battle. Beads of sweat from fighting the monster glistened on his face. Viewers then began to discuss his battle. Amazing. Did you guys see Matier Gang too? He soloed a B-grade monster. The man in blue clothes couldn't help but exclaim, Amazing, why aren't items calculated like that? As everyone was marveling at Matier Gang's extraordinary abilities, an annoyed voice echoed, Hey, you guys aren't kids anymore. Can't you stop watching game broadcasts? The speaker was Hee Wook Wong, a 21-year-old soldier. He chuckled lightly, picking his ear, and boasted, I quit games when I enlisted. What's so great about it? I played games in the BEQ with my comrades when I was feeling down. But I lost miserably. BEQ is the Bachelor Enlisted Quarters, the Bachelor Officer Quarters of the Army, he continued to babble. You guys are adults, you should work hard and earn money. How long are you going to keep doing that? Even though everyone listened to his boastful words, they were not at all displeased, accustomed to his personality. They thought to themselves, if you've got tongs, grill some meat. He ignored everyone's gaze and continued, later when you all have jobs, you'll understand what I mean. The flashier a game character is, the emptier you feel in reality. It's much more fun to pile up money in your bank account than to play games anyway. If only I had realized this sooner, I would have studied harder in school. At this moment a creaking sound of a door opening was heard. The person who entered was Elgin. He smiled at everyone. He quietly asked, "Is this where Youngsong's high school reunion is?" Seeing him enter, his old friends looked at him with awe, seeming surprised that he had actually come. After a burst of exclamations, everyone started talking to him. "Who is it? Elgin actually came. You looked really cool on the broadcast. I thought you wouldn't come." Meanwhile, Hee Wook-won watched them all rejoice and immediately wondered, thinking to himself, "Isn't that Elgin? I don't play games or watch TV. Why is everyone like this?" Other friends kept pulling him, shouting excitedly, "Nice to meet you. Sit here." Another voice chimed in, "No, Elgin, sit here." Finally, everyone settled down. Then they rushed at him like fans meeting an idol. "Elgin, we were watching your broadcast. I'm your fan." The girls chattered around Elgin, constantly talking to him. "Do you play games too?" "Me too, me too. My brother is really looking forward to getting your autograph." Contrary to their excited appearance, he was flustered, thinking to himself, "Actually, there was some awkwardness between us in middle school and it was a bit strange to talk to each other. It wasn't that long ago in middle school, but for me it was 20 years ago." The more they talked, the more excited they became, and he reluctantly smiled, not knowing how to respond to their enthusiasm. They looked at him and teased him. The red-haired girl was the first to speak. "This is really nice." Han also chimed in happily. "What are you talking about? You sound like an old man." At her words, he couldn't help but recall her past self. At this moment her face was contorted and she kept cursing at him. "You've been talking like an old man since middle school. I don't want to sit with Jin, really. I'd rather not go on the school trip because it's so annoying." Another voice came from behind. It was Hee Wook-won. He sneered at him with an annoyed expression. "Wow, long time no see. Judging by your reactions, you're all doing well these days. You all really like him." Silence was the only reply to his words. Elgin's gaze was fixed on him, saying nothing. He thought to himself, this guy, Hee Wook-won Lee Jin, in middle school he was really good at studying, and for various reasons he always beat me up. In the summer of 9th grade, Hee Wook-won slapped Lee Jin hard, sending him flying backward. All of this was watched by Han from behind a wall. Hee Wook-won seemed to know nothing at this moment. He continued to torment Lee Jin, complaining, "You already have a seat. Why should Hee Woo sit with you? Why do I have to hit someone else because of you? If you know your mistake, write your name next to the homeroom teacher, understood?" Hee Wook-won threatened loudly, "Hey, if you don't have friends, you should know your place. Yesterday I told you to upgrade my game after school." He gritted his teeth and looked at him like a coward. "This bastard. You don't study and you don't do sports. Why are you even coming to school? Everyone in the world really hates guys like you." Despite being beaten and insulted like this, Elgin's eyes were still blank, as if uninterested in everything that was happening to him. Back to the present, Hee Wook-won was talking to Elgin, and still in a contemptuous tone he asked him, "So what are you doing these days? Are you still in school or have you started working?" He replied, "I just play games," and he asked back in disbelief, "What did you say?" He still answered calmly, "I just play games and get reviewed on social media." Hearing his words, Hee Wook-won became even more arrogant, and his tone became even more contemptuous. He began to lecture Elgin. "Can that even be called a job? You really haven't changed at all. Isn't it time you started living a more wholesome life? You're all grown up, why play games? It would be much better to work a part-time job and earn more money during that time." As Hee Wook-won continued to babble, Elgin was taken aback. "You're not rich and you haven't prepared for retirement either." Hee Wook-won smiled, pretending to be smart. "I'm sorry to say this, but I've saved 20 million won. No, I'm not boasting, it's just an example. Why don't you work properly? Once you taste the satisfaction of earning money through hard work, you won't even think about games. What could be more fun than seeing your bank account grow little by little?" Just then a voice interrupted him. "What, really, Oppa?" The girl in the red clothes shouted excitedly. "Eljon, Oppa's on TV right now. Should I turn it on?" Annoyed by the interruption, Hee Wook-won looked unpleasantly at the girl who had interrupted him. He asked irritably, What are you talking about? What news is he on?" At this moment the TV was turned on. The announcer began to speak. "YouTube Korea Supernova 2020 Year-End Awards. New superstar in game broadcasting. Supernova Award winner is Elgin. Mr. Elgin has been selected as one of YouTube's top 50 superstars of the year." Everyone rubbed their eyes in surprise. It was unbelievable. In 2020, in the game broadcasting field, he set records for the highest viewership and the largest increase in subscribers. He also maintains a top 10 weekly ranking and viewership in all fields. This is an almost unprecedented record. The Elgin on TV was smiling, and beads of sweat flowed down his face from nervousness. "Ah yes, I sincerely thank everyone." Hee Wook-won stared blankly at Elgin on TV as if unable to believe the reality unfolding before his eyes. At this moment Elgin slowly opened his mouth. "Hee Wook-won, you're right," he smiled sarcastically, saying he felt really good seeing the money accumulate in his bank account. As if his appearance on TV had surprised everyone, they remained blank and silent for a while. After that his friends one by one began to talk to him. They spoke to him with different intentions. "Elgin, I recently started an online shopping mall, but it's not getting much promotion. Could you possibly mention it in your next broadcast?" A boisterous conversation began. He Wook-won was sitting quietly grilling meat with a dazed expression on his face. People continued to chatter, or I can sponsor some props. The girls next to him even mentioned that their parents run a restaurant after retirement, asking, can we advertise on your channel? What's the price? It must be really expensive, right? Oh, shall we take a selfie? I'll upload it to my social media. After talking for a while, Elgin's face gradually showed signs of fatigue. He thought to himself, I'm getting more and more tired. I'm 36 and I came to a gathering with 21-year-olds, so I can't help but understand them. I've forgotten all the trends from 15 years ago, so it's better to just go along with them than try to participate in the conversation. Besides, I don't know what to do with these guys. They're really useless. Thinking this far, he put on a smile, stood up and quickly left. Everyone, I have something to do, so I'll be leaving first. Suddenly his gaze stopped somewhere and his face was filled with surprise. The person who appeared in his sight was none other than Yoon-sun. He thought to himself, Yoon-sun, she's here. I almost forgot. Yoon-sun was carrying her bag and heading towards the door. He recalled his thoughts while sitting in the car. She'll probably come too, and I also have something to say. Seeing Yoon-sun about to leave, he hurriedly chased after her. He held a credit card in his hand and quickly shouted, excuse me, I'm leaving first, please settle the bill quickly. Yoon-sun had already left the restaurant. She was walking down the street. As if she heard something, she paused, thought she misheard and continued walking. Suddenly a voice called out, Yoon-sun. She turned around and what came into her sight was Elgin, sweating and panting. Thank goodness I finally caught up. She was also very surprised at this moment and called out his name blankly. Elgin. Elgin panted as he chased after her. Thank goodness, he breathed a sigh of relief. I finally caught up. Yoon-sun turned around at his call and was startled when she saw him. He stammered a few words and then suddenly fell silent, and silence fell between the two again. Elgin thought to himself, actually, I don't know where to start. Regaining his composure, he opened his mouth. Shall we go somewhere to talk? Yoon-sun was momentarily suspicious, but then the two headed to a nearby cafe. She spoke first. Really, it's late, but congratulations. He took a sip of water and was surprised. Oh, you saw it. Yoon-sun gave a faint smile. I never thought that among my classmates you would become a celebrity. You're really amazing, Elgin replied awkwardly. Oh, what celebrity? In the quiet cafe, their conversation resounded boisterously. He asked about her well-being. Yoon-sun, how have you been these days? She replied happily. I'm studying business administration at Y University, but I'm currently on leave of absence. Elgin was surprised. Oh, so you're a sophomore? Oh no, a junior. Yoon-sun laughed. No, I'm graduating soon. I graduated high school early and studied hard in college, so my grades are high. He couldn't hide his surprise and admiration. You're really amazing. I knew you were good at studying before, but I didn't know you were this good, she replied humbly. Oh, it's nothing, I just did my best. Elgin nodded slightly, a faint smile on his lips. Suddenly he spoke in a serious voice. This might be sudden, but I just wanted to tell you thank you. Yoon-sun paused for a moment. Why thank me? Elgin told her an old story from their school days before a field trip. He recalled the time Yoon-sun handed him a document, that field trip expense support document. You submitted it to me instead of the homeroom teacher or class president. Elgin smiled faintly, lost in thought. No one wanted to be close to me. I was really grateful for that, and I always remembered it. He fiddled with his water glass and continued speaking. She was flustered by the unexpected gratitude. Oh, hearing this makes me feel a little. Yoon-sun tilted her head as if trying to recall. Did I do something like that? Elgin gently reassured her. It's okay, it really helped me a lot back then. She was silent for a moment, then lowered her head and said softly, I'm sorry, Elgin. He paused. What for? Yoon-sun hesitated. Actually, I came to the Alumni Association because I thought you might. So I came to the Alumni Association. She recalled the moment. Elgin was awkward at the Alumni Association, but seeing you, I didn't know what to say. After agonizing for a long time, I finally turned back. Yoon-sun clenched her hands and stammered. You, she said softly. Elgin? He stared at her without blinking. She continued to speak. Her voice grew smaller and smaller. I'm sorry, but Yoon-sun suddenly stood up and said in a hurried voice, I have something to ask of you. The noise of the bustling cafe drowned out her voice. Yoon-sun hesitated for a long time, then honestly confessed, actually, my mother hasn't been well lately. The hospital bills and medication costs are quite high, so we recently moved to a rental with the house as collateral. Fearing Elgin might misunderstand, she quickly shook her head and waved her hand. Of course I didn't come here to borrow money from you. Yoon-sun finished speaking and pursed her lips. She fell silent. He immediately grasped the problem. Elgin thought to himself, I see, she said softly again. I'm looking for work that allows me to earn money while taking care of my mother, but I recently started internet broadcasting and I have few viewers. He immediately showed interest. Personal broadcasting, what platform, what content? Yoon-sun replied. A little awkwardly. It's in the beauty field, she added. I worked part-time at a cosmetics store for a long time, so I know a bit about this field. Yoon-sun pushed up her glasses and carefully asked Elgin, so maybe you? Suddenly tears streamed down her cheeks. He was momentarily flustered, unsure how to react. Yoon-sun hurriedly wiped away her tears. I'm sorry. I'm really ashamed to ask you like this so suddenly. The atmosphere fell silent. She bowed her head in embarrassment. I'm sorry I wasted your time. Please forget what I just said. He quickly grabbed her. You didn't waste my time. But Yoon-sun hurriedly picked up her bag and ran away. I'll pay for the coffee, goodbye. Elgin quickly grabbed her hand and held her back. He smiled warmly. It's not that hard for me to invite you as a guest. Think of it as me returning the favor you showed me earlier. Yoon-sun was surprised, her tears not yet dry. Elgin spoke softly. It'll be hard for you alone. If I can help you, I will. He was sure she had understood his intention. The next day she urged him impatiently. Elgin, let's go. Elgin paused. Yoon-sun froze. What? Why did you bring so much? Elgin leisurely explained, holding a pile of equipment. These are the remaining broadcasting equipment in my car. I was in such a hurry, so let's set it up with these. She was flustered. Isn't this expensive? Can I borrow it? He laughed. Borrow it? I'm giving it to you. Yoon-sun followed Elgin, hurrying down the stairs. No, you don't have to. He walked casually ahead. Since I'm already helping you, I should help you all the way. You can pay me back later when you make a profit. They entered her house together. Yoon-sun's mother came out to greet them. She smiled kindly. How special. My dear, you brought a friend home today. Is he your boyfriend? She hurriedly explained. He's not my boyfriend, Mom. Elgin politely bowed and greeted her. Hello, ma'am. I'm Lee Elgin, Yoon-sun's friend, he added. Yoon-sun helped me a lot in middle school. Yoon-sun's mother said warmly. All right, you two have a good conversation. I'm not feeling too well today. Yoon-sun replied. It's okay, Mom. Just rest. While setting up the equipment, Elgin asked her, by the way, why do you want to be a beauty blogger? Before Yoon-sun could answer, he speculated on his own. Study broadcasting doesn't necessarily require live streaming. How about tutoring or becoming an instructor? You're good at studying. She replied softly, I'm not good at teaching others. I understand it myself, but making others understand is another matter. Besides, if I tutor, I can't take care of Mom often. Elgin nodded. That's true. I also listened to Professor Sungwoon's lectures, but I was too stupid to understand anything. Soon after, he finished setting up. Good. He looked around the room. Now we can start. Yoon-sun's eyes widened in surprise. It's really cool, she observed happily. With eyes sparkling like stars, it looked like a broadcasting studio. Elgin turned his head. You've only been using fluorescent lights in your phone until now, right? He explained professionally. New streamers don't know yet. The quality of broadcasting equipment greatly affects the image, leading to fewer viewers, Yoon-sun exclaimed. Ah, I see, Elgin continued. With just lighting equipment, a streamer's appearance and background will change dramatically. He wondered. How did you manage on your own all this time? She replied softly. Oh, I just showed viewers cosmetic samples and applied them on the back of my hand to explain their effects. Elgin continued to ask. How were the viewers' reactions? Yoon-sun smiled faintly. What reactions? Almost no one tuned in, and now there are about 15 people watching. He thought to himself. Still a long way to go, he encouraged her. Still, this is a miracle. He was proud to see that all the equipment was set up. To think that the experience I gained from 15 years of gaming could help someone else like this. Is this the first time in my life that I'm being relied on by someone? Elgin declared. All right, setup complete. Yoon-sun happily greeted the viewers. I'll introduce our guest. He stood in front of the screen and said excitedly, I'm BJ Boo Pit Goenmul, and snapped his fingers. All right, let's begin. Simultaneously, in a gloomy place, a lava tower soared high into the sky covered by thick black clouds. A chilling aura sent shivers down one's spine. Inside the tower, the sounds of battle constantly echoed. Drake Cat was fighting monsters. One of them, ragged from his attack, collapsed on the ground. Immediately, a system window appeared. Lava's Tomb, 46th floor. Another notification popped up. Reward dispersed. Drake Cat stood on the monster's corpse and breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, it gets much harder after the 30th floor. He looked around. Elgin's highest record was 47th floor, right? I'm definitely going to set a new record this time. Suddenly, a system notification rang, catching Drake Cat's attention. You have a notification. He frowned, looking at the system window. What is it? Drake Cat pondered for a long time. He read it in confusion. Goenmul Joken Yin? Drake Cat still stared motionless at the system screen. He couldn't understand. What's happening now? What are you doing? Elgin returned to Yoon-sun's room. The broadcasting equipment was still supporting her. Yoon-sun continued her broadcast. Next is sunscreen. She introduced the product and zoomed in on the guest's face. One thing many people don't know is that sunscreen takes about 30 minutes to take effect after applying. You shouldn't go out immediately after applying it, Yoon-sun continued to explain. The skin around your eyes is very delicate and easily damaged, so apply sunscreen thoroughly around your nose and cheekbones. There's no product placement at all. These are all the best men's cosmetics I personally selected. They've been bestsellers for the past few years and are reasonably priced. Elgin cried inwardly. What kind of situation is this? He was forced to be a model, shirtless and wearing a headband, and all he could think was, what is this? It was different from the cooperation he had imagined. As she applied the product to his body, Elgin hesitated and spoke. Hey, class president. Isn't the contouring on my chest too much? It looks a bit suggestive. Yoon-sun continued working calmly and replied, what are you talking about? This is also part of stage makeup. Now first, apply brown with a brush. Elgin broke out in a cold sweat. But perhaps more than me, the internet perverts might want to see this scene. A moment before the nightmare was about to begin flashed through his mind. When she read the comment, are you contouring the chest area? Of course. Elgin was startled. What? But Yoon-sun ignored him and continued talking to the viewers. Today we're going to learn about men's makeup. Contouring the chest and muscles is one of the important makeup techniques. Yoon-sun's eyes suddenly turned to him, and her voice was filled with danger. All right, Goenmul Nim, I'll borrow your chest area. Take off your jacket. Elgin instinctively recoiled in surprise. Comments poured like a storm onto the screen. They scoffed. Oh my god, we were wrong. Please stop. Is this makeup? truly a makeup master. Why is Goenmul Nim in such a small broadcast room today? Oh my god, his aesthetic sense is really low. I hated it when he played games, but today I hate it even more. I'll sponsor Goenmul Nim 500,000 won, so please stop. We were wrong. 20A30W 3030, please stop. These 30 murderers 3030, he gritted his teeth. These guys, this is what people call hell. Elgin's gaze unconsciously lingered on the comments directed at him. There's something wrong with my eyes. It's 2030, but somehow it's really, if you keep live streaming it'll get better. By any chance, don't you want to be Aoshi's secret friend? 0109361520, just a secret friend. He could only whimper, please don't do this. Elgin had only thought she'd apply it to his hand, but now it was full on makeup. Then he suddenly realized, come to think of it, this is my first time interacting with a woman this closely. Besides Gua, she worked with concentration. Applying it to his shoulders and neck was also very good. Elgin remained silent until Yoon-sun finished her live stream. Everyone, you must remember that sunscreen is only effective if you reapply it every 2 to 3 hours. Suddenly she paused, and the smile vanished from Yoon-sun's face. Elgin worried. Why are you doing that? Suddenly she removed the headband from his head and he instinctively cried out, what are you doing? Yoon-sun laughed. See, she exclaimed, he's really handsome with his hair down, isn't he? Comments poured endlessly onto the screen and viewers continuously admired. Who is that? Is that really Oppa Goenmul? Goenmul Nim is much more handsome. Is this makeup? Truly a makeup master. He looks really cool with his hair down. He realized the beauty and gave up on his image. Elgin, flustered, ran his hand through his hair and stammered, I don't like it, don't let my hair down, it's weird. Yoon-sun continued to praise. No, on the contrary, you look even more handsome, it's really fine. He angrily rushed at her and she had no time to react. Elgin pulled up Yoon-sun's bangs with one hand and held the headband with the other. He said as if seeking revenge, then you don't put your bangs up, put them up, she cried out. Ha, don't do it, she was forced. Yoon-sun's eyes welled up with tears and her face flushed with embarrassment. I'm so embarrassed. Soon after, he sprayed it to make it stiff, and for a while she couldn't say anything. Elgin was stunned by her beauty. He froze, unable to take his eyes off Yoon-sun. She's really deceiving me. She blushed with embarrassment. Today was the day to broadcast an ugly appearance and reveal her bare face, but the netizens' reactions were completely opposite. They enthusiastically praised Yoon-sun. Crazy. What's the name of your makeup class? Why are your live viewers so few with that face? Goenmul Nim, please move. I can't see the vice class president at all. A makeup class better than other B-grade girls. I'll sponsor vice class president BJ from today. I'll follow you. I came to see Goenmul, but I became a fan of the vice class president. I'll always cheer for you. Oppa, don't go. We'll wait here. Elgin inwardly cursed in annoyance. These traitors, he smiled expressionlessly. He read a comment. I found out your friend is a scammer. Elgin nodded in agreement. Why didn't I know she was so pretty? She was startled. Hey, why are you suddenly saying that? Comments poured again. Vice class president is pretty. Vice class president's face is red. Cute. Goenmul, don't hit on her. Oh my god, what is Oppa saying to Unnie? From now on, let's create a vice class president protection team so Goenmul Oppa doesn't hit on her. Hey you guys, XXXZ, where are you from? 22,222,222. Goenmul, I'm going to follow and dislike you from now on. Vice class president is so cute, Yoon-sun exclaimed, touched. They're really my fans? Just then her mother appeared and called out softly. Kids, she continued to ask, what are you two doing? The two froze like statues. One was shirtless and getting makeup, and the other was Yoon-sun with her bangs up and a red face. The two were flustered and couldn't say anything. She immediately rushed to explain, it's nothing, Mom. I didn't do anything weird, don't worry about it. Her mother just smiled faintly. No, I just heard sounds different from usual. Elgin turned his head, hugging his body tightly with both hands, his face red with embarrassment. Yoon-sun stammered, I'm live streaming, so Mom don't come in. The comment section immediately buzzed. Hello mother-in-law, hello son-in-law. Leave your daughter to me. Let me call you mother-in-law. How many new homes do you want? Say hello to our mother-in-law. Leave your daughter to me. He inwardly lamented, these guys are too loud. In such an atmosphere, the live stream continued vigorously until the end. Afterward, she received an advertising offer. 3 days later, in just 3 days since starting her live stream, she had secured over 150,000 followers. On a sunny day, she called Elgin. Elgin, thank you, Yoon-sun said excitedly. After live streaming with you, my viewership increased a lot, and my ranking quickly entered the top tier. It's all thanks to you. He chuckled softly. What? Your abilities were good to begin with, she whimpered. No, really, thank you for lending me money for Mom's hospital bills. I just got an ad and my revenue is steadily increasing, so I'll pay you back soon, Yoon-sun continued with relief. Now Mom is much better. Thanks to you, Mom received inpatient treatment and the surgery was very successful, so she can move again. Really, thank you. She walked down the street, smiling brightly. Do you want to come over to my house next time? I'll make dinner, Elgin replied. Okay, I'll go. From now on, YouTube will start professional management, so there won't be any problems. She has ability too, Vice Class President BJ. No, Yoon-sun, she'll definitely do better in the future. After hanging up the phone, he let out a small sigh. All right, I need to solve the immediate problem. Elgin gazed at the familiar scenery in the game again. As soon as he logged in, he received a message about Goenmul's return after being killed by Drake. His eyes sharpened. Over the past few days, I've been gathering information to find the person who ordered my assassination. As Elgin was lost in thought, a voice suddenly cut him off. Hey, are you Goenmul? Elgin turned around to see Yunhwa standing there. He glanced at her and smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, even ordinary users recognize me now. Elgin asked. Yes, what is it? Yunhwa nodded. That's right, there's no way a pervert walking around without any weapons would exist. He suddenly paused and looked at her suspiciously. Yunhwa suddenly charged. She threw a strange box and Elgin had no time to react. A system window appeared. D-grade spirits random die set. An item created long before the spirits were destroyed by demons. The box still contained the playful spirit of the spirits. He was wary. If I open it, there's definitely going to be trouble. Elgin's body began to change, and he cried out in sharp pain. Elgin's skin gradually turned pink, and system windows appeared continuously. Spirit's random die set effect activated. The character's new special appearance has been permanently transformed for 24 hours. The bald spirit expressed interest in you. He looked down at his body and couldn't believe his eyes. Notifications poured endlessly. The bald spirit expressed interest in you. Elgin screamed in shock. Damn it, what is this? Another notification popped up. The naked spirit expressed interest in you. Yunhwa laughed gleefully and ran away. Good Ma Dongwang's enemy, pervert, die. He gritted his teeth, clenched his weapon, and watched Yunhwa run away. Damn it, I want to chase and kill her right now, but I can't PK her since she didn't actually harm me. Elgin gritted his teeth. What the hell is this? A random die set? This is a big problem. Now I was about to go through the central continent's beginner village to the northern continent. If I go like this, I'll definitely stand out when breaking through the encirclement just then. Hey Elgin, he turned around, still filled with rage, but upon seeing the person who called him, Elgin was startled. Drake, you're safe. He immediately burst out laughing. What, Elgin, why are you a pink bald man? He too clutched his stomach and burst into laughter. What's different about your appearance from mine? Drake Cat explained. Some pink-haired woman just threw something called a spirit's random die set at me. He relayed her words verbatim. Good, you're Ma Dongwang's enemy. Die. Elgin was startled. This guy. An NPC. Not a player. What the hell is going on? Drake Cat asked suspiciously. What on earth is going on that I'm being threatened with assassination? Who gave the assassination order? He stammered. It's a long story. Elgin fell into thought, his eyes as sharp as blades. The Goenmul assassination order is different from the previous user group assassination order, he thought to himself. Using decoy users to catch the swarm was a murder plot outside my plan. Elgin sat in front of the computer, lost in thought. Currently, their highest level is 20, and the average equipment level is C to B. In this situation, instead of an assassination order keyword, the only way to compensate for what I lack is... He focused on the rapidly growing large group. On the screen he accessed a search engine. Elgin continued to unexpectedly appear and reach a fairly high level, and it was an unknown secret group. Soon after, he found a suspicious guild. The name was Magio. He was tense. Magio, what is Magio? RPG, file save martial arts. Elgin delved deeper. He searched for detailed information about it. Afterward, the full name of this guild appeared. He found a website called Ma Dongwang Love Cult, and it contained numerous contents like this. Welcome to Magio. Let's eliminate the disgusting Goenmul for our respected Ma Dongwang. Let's kill Goenmul. Let's eliminate Goenmul. Let's get rid of Goenmul. Elgin sighed, lost in thought. He couldn't understand. You kill me because you love me. What a contradiction. Now I have to fight for myself, Drake Cat teased. Anyway, it's not easy to ambush like that, is it? Anyway, the effect of the medicine lasts for 24 hours, so why don't you quietly log out today? Elgin scoffed. No, there's no need for that. I just had a good idea. He was curious. Do you have a plan? He picked up his weapon and approached confidently. Let's go, don't waste time. From now on I'll show you something interesting. Scene change. A person clenched their fist and shouted loudly. The flame of justice will burn the evil Goenmul who killed Ma Dongwang, she continued. Let's defeat Goenmul and avenge the past. The crowd below also cheered and supported in unison. If it's pink, kill it no matter what. Cheers echoed throughout the area. Our enemy is pink. Goenmul is near the north wall of the beginner village. Elgin and Drake Cat looked at the roaring crowd. He frowned. Today they'll definitely catch and kill me, Elgin continued to mutter. It's really not easy to disguise myself as bald and pink all over. I tried to disguise myself as Ma Dongwang and enter the castle, but it seems hopeless, he pondered. To go to the northern continent I must pass through the central continent's beginner village. The Magio Guild, with Gua as its leader, controlled the north wall of the beginner village. Elgin smiled cunningly. Good, and let's proceed with the plan. He looked back at the pitch-black python lying behind him. It's your turn, John Moonon. Inside the castle, a black shadow darted across the top of the tower past the patrol. The shadow landed in front of two soldiers, their eyes filled with terror. One soldier stammered, that's... He could only manage to utter the letter G. And the other soldier immediately rushed forward and struck down the two, blood splattering everywhere. Others screamed in terror. It's Goenmul? Elgin, weapon in hand, exuded murderous intent. The soldiers froze. Goenmul appeared. How? Two people instantly. He glared at them and they screamed. "You bastard, how dare you? I'll beat you to death." Immediately, two soldiers, weapons in hand, rushed at Elgin. Since we've met here, die Goenmul. He swung his sword and cleanly cut down the two charging at him. One blue-haired soldier was split in half and the others also easily fell to him. A soldier stammered. He attacked the entire NPC team guarding the village. He's really crazy. The surrounding people were also startled. He won't accept his fate. He won't sell equipment at the auction house anymore. He won't even be able to repair items. Does he not care if all players treat him like a monster? All eyes were filled with fear. Damn it, what is this? Elgin swept away all enemies like a god of destruction. In the chaos, a blue-haired woman hastily fired the flare gun in her hand. She shot the flare into the sky and shouted, "I dedicate my life to Magio." A red flash instantly streaked across the night sky. The blue-haired woman smiled with satisfaction. "Now it's only a matter of time before I kill you. Now 1,000 no, if you include reservists, over 2,000 assassins have gathered here." She burst out laughing. "You're finished." But before the blue-haired woman could finish speaking, the flare again burst brilliantly in the sky and she stared blankly upward. Numerous flares exploded brilliantly in the sky like festive fireworks, and calls for support echoed from all directions. "This is the southwest side, guard zone 11 requesting support." The blue-haired woman's eyes widened. Zone, the flares had not stopped yet. "Guard zone 11 requesting support, cannot hold out anymore." Elgin suddenly charged and she had no time to react. The blue-haired woman fell and blood splattered everywhere. Calls for support became more and more frequent. Guard Zone 1 target found requesting support. Guard Zone 2 golem destroyed. The sky is red like blood. Confused alerts rang out from all directions. An enemy appeared in Guard Zone 3. I don't know which golem is real in Guard Zone 4. At the same time, another Elgin was attacking enemies elsewhere. Guard Zone 5. As soon as the alarm cut off, only the reporter's scream was heard and Elgin struck him down at that moment. Other enemies also couldn't escape. He moved smoothly, and with one slash fatally struck down all enemies. In the chaos, Yahoo was angry. "Damn it, am I fighting a replica of Elgin? What the hell is going on?" Yahoo, filled with rage, swung her axe and struck him, and a pink arm trembled and stretched out as if asking for help. Immediately it melted into a sticky black puddle. She frowned, unable to hide her suspicion. "What the hell is this? Who is he? Is he a monster like Goenmul? Do such monsters exist? Leader, help, please send support, please send support, we've been wiped out." Screams echoed throughout the castle. "Sister, it seems Goenmul has escaped from Zone 1 and Zone 13, Yu Jang reported with a serious expression. "One person in Guard Zone 1 in the west, and one person has arrived in Guard Zone 13 in the north. It's late, but the guards joined forces and all the other golems are dead. But the damage is too great. What should we do?" Hearing this, she gnashed her teeth and spoke angrily. "Damn it, the first and last units failed their encirclement attack, creating a hole for them to escape." Yahoo gestured, commanding, "Divide the forces in two, 500 to the west, 500 to the north. I will lead the northern unit," she thought angrily to herself. "He always moved north to hunt. The northern castle wall attack will be the same, that damn bastard. I will never forgive him." Yahoo shouted loudly. "He will definitely pay the price for the Demon King's death." The scene switched to the forest. Drake Cat and Elgin were darting between the trees. He exclaimed, "Amazing, such monsters existed. Did he use such things in the fight with Ma Dongguang too?" He nodded. "That's right," Drake Cat continued. "The pursuit force has been halved." "That's a relief," Elgin calmly explained. "Before engaging the enemy's encirclement, I went to the Dorian Grey Forest and captured 12 doppelgangers, before those doppelgangers even realized it. John Moonan caught them and swallowed them into his belly. That was truly one of John Moonan's characteristics. If he traps them in his belly for a certain period, they can't recover HP or use attributes. Soon after, John Moonan will vomit them out. Then 12 replicas exactly like me will be created. That's how a total of 13 Goenmuls were created. With that momentum, I broke through the encirclement and successfully escaped." He turned to Drake Cat and urged him, "Hey, given Yahoo's personality, she's probably chasing us. Let's go quickly." As he ran, he asked, "Hey Elgin, I have a question." Elgin waited to listen, and Drake Cat explained, "I know you're heading north." As he slid down the mountainside, he continued, "We're going to the northern continent. It's unexplored and no one has set foot there due to the harsh climate and high-level monsters. Of course I don't dislike that, but aren't you annoyed that I'm not the main character in this ambush?" Drake Cat asked him. "What are you going to do there?" Elgin smiled faintly. "That's not our destination, it's just a passing point." He looked at him suspiciously but said nothing. Elgin continued to speak of Cataclysm being a sudden and serious change in the situation. Drake Cat was startled, his pupils constricted, and Elgin stated his intention. "Exploring unknown continents isn't enough. I need to cause a cataclysm. This death game will be overturned," Elgin said resolutely. "To create such massive patches and updates, I first need to attack the northern continent." As soon as he finished speaking, the two silently looked at each other. An old saying goes that friends can't be serious for more than 5 seconds. Before 5 seconds had passed, the two burst out laughing at each other. Drake laughed loudly. "Why are you laughing?" Elgin also clutched his stomach. "No, we're both pink and bald, so we can't help but laugh while having a serious conversation." He regained his composure. "Thanks for the unexpected answer," Elgin asked suspiciously. "Aren't you going to stop?" Drake Cat laughed. "What do you mean it's even more exciting?" he continued. "You'll be the same." Elgin ran forward. "All right, let's go." Drake Cat followed, asking, "By the way, when do the 24 hours end?" He led the way, saying, "First, we need to get out of the central continent." Inside the castle, Yahoo was leading her army pursuing the two. She thought to herself, "Finally it begins." The northern continent attack is on a completely different scale than before. Elgin explained, "We left the central continent and headed towards the harsh snowy mountains of the northern continent. In the midst of a swirling storm on the snow-covered peaks, a faint shadow appeared. A system window displayed a notification. You have entered Ice Snow Forest 1. The name of the first visitor has been recorded in the Akashic records. A blizzard raged. The blizzard drained 0.01 of HP per second. The blizzard was still raging fiercely. Elgin and Drake Cat encountered a gigantic dried tree monster. The system displayed information. Frozen monster, grade B attributes, grass, poison, blizzard. Infinite growth. Babel, habitat, ice, snow forest, size unknown. He maintained a calm expression as he looked at the frozen monster before him. This guy's HP is separated into its torso and limbs, so each part can be destroyed first. How convenient, he turned and said. I'll leave his troublesome legs to you, Elgin said excitedly. All right, then I'll target his left leg first. Soon after, they struck him down, he said, applying the frozen monster's sap to his body. All right, I'll apply its sap to my body. I'll be able to endure in the blizzard. Drake Cat was half skeptical but asked what if it's poisonous. Elgin explained. Normally poison's maximum damage only drains 0.0025 of HP, but the blizzard is 0.01. That way I can reduce the damage by 1/4, he complained. The smell is too strong. The map of the snowy mountains was like a symbol of the northern continent. The steep terrain was covered in snow and ice, and the blizzard reduced HP. Raids here were known to be almost impossible due to monsters and various natural traps. The two darted into the blizzard again. Drake Cat wondered, how long does the blizzard last? Elgin replied. It's random. Shortest is 1 minute. Longest can be several days, he nodded. Like now, he added. This blizzard is a bit longer. We can't wait for it to stop, so the sap will be useful, Drake Cat questioned. How do you know that? Elgin calmly said. You can tell by the type of blizzard, he repeated. Type, suspiciously, he continued. Blizzards are random, but as they persist, their movement simplifies to reduce program resources. Count the number, angle, and speed of snowflakes each time it snows and average them. If you look closely, you'll see 32 snowflakes falling identically, so this blizzard will last quite a while. Easy, right? Drake Cat was bewildered. All right, I get that you have good observation skills, Elgin continued. Although we just entered, the monsters are really difficult to deal with. The tree monster we just encountered was only grade B, but it was unbelievably strong. It's one of the most docile monsters on this mountain. The weakest one, the weakest one. He followed him, asking in a suspicious voice, is it that bad? Elgin nodded. There are even more terrible ones. He looked up, disgusted. If possible, I really don't want to meet them, Drake Cat thought to himself. It's the first time I've seen him speak so softly. When he asked, what is it? Elgin suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He hesitated. That, suddenly, a system notification appeared. Warning, you have trespassed into someone's territory. Boss Frozen has awakened and is displeased, Drake Cat asked suspiciously. What boss? The notifications continued to appear. Boss Frozen demands you leave. In the distance, a faint black shadow in the blizzard was slowly approaching the two. Elgin scoffed coldly. Damn it, we've been found. Hearing this, he also became wary. The black shadow grew closer and closer, exuding a terrifying aura very quickly. It approached close enough for the two to recognize its gigantic form. Drake Cat pointed at it with his finger. He was startled. What is that? He shouted loudly. Run quickly before it catches us. The monster immediately rushed towards them. It flew like an arrow, and no human form was visible, only snow splattering everywhere, whitening their vision. A monster with pale skin and black eye sockets appeared. The system displayed information. Boss Frozen grade A attributes, ice shadow, immortal chase, habitat ice snow mountain, size 2 meters. It rushed at Drake Cat and seized him. Screamed in surprise. Drake Cat immediately drew his knife and slashed at it, but Boss Frozen dodged. It grabbed Drake Cat's leg, and immediately his leg began to freeze. A thin layer of ice slowly spread over Drake Cat's entire body. He said blankly, it's frozen? Drake Cat's body was partially frozen. He drew his crossbow and fired at Boss Frozen. Drake Cat said, oh my god, my body is slowly. Before he could finish speaking, his body completely froze. The monster approached and seemed to lick Drake Cat's face with its tongue as if trying to devour him alive. Immediately, Elgin rushed forward and sent the monster flying. He touched Drake Cat, and the thin layer of ice slowly melted. He was bewildered. What the hell is going on? Elgin replied. That's an ice card. More precisely, it should be called a freeze stock. Freezing the opponent is EE's tracking attribute. The ice can only melt if an ally touches you, he added. If no one touches you, you'll definitely be trapped in the ice and die in the blizzard. Seizing Elgin's lapse in attention, the monster turned around and froze his shoulder. Elgin screamed in surprise. He had no time to react. He just cried out, Drake Cat fired a volley of arrows at the monster. At the incoming arrows, the monster fled, and suddenly an arrow lodged in Elgin's head. Immediately, his body began to heat up and the ice melted. Elgin cried out gleefully, oh, as I expected. Drake, shooting an arrow or using magic, it's all considered touching. You can even throw a stone or spit. Since you were only frozen once, you won't take any damage. It's really fortunate to have known this early, isn't it? He hesitated. Oh yeah, I get it. Boss Frozen he had already left. The two sighed in relief. He was relieved. So that's why I couldn't come here alone. Laughter was heard again, and the two set off once more. Drake Cat wondered. That monster is really persistent, isn't it? Wouldn't it have been better to catch it here? Elgin explained. If we just watch out for its tracking attribute, we can catch it with a game skill called Oh Will. He looked up and frowned slightly. Even if we catch it, Elgin thought to himself. No, wait, it's not like it has to be caught to be resolved. He smiled faintly. How far have those Magio guys come? Drake Cat was helpless. What evil plan is he cooking up now? Elsewhere, screams echoed. Wolves furiously charged. Frozen wolf monster grade C attributes veteran escape, ice beast habitat ice snow mountain rotten frozen place size 3 meters. Yahoo was also struggling to fight them. Yujang frowned. Damn it, they're just trash mobs, why are they so strong? She also said angrily, this is driving me crazy. They attack and we escape in the middle. If we let our guard down they'll come back and attack again. Suddenly a woman shouted cheerfully, look at this penguin. She reached out her hand and said in a joyful voice, so cute. The penguin suddenly charged and attacked. The woman screamed painfully and blood splattered everywhere. It exuded a powerful killing intent. Good wee penguin monster grade C attributes, joint combat charm ice beast habitat ice snow mountain rotten frozen place. It rushed at Yahoo and attacked fiercely and she counterattacked, slamming her axe into the ground. Yahoo looked at the good wee penguin angry. Not only is its appearance ugly but it's also cunning. Over 100 people died because of that penguin. It charged again and its sharp wings were aimed directly at her. Yahoo was also startled. Suddenly, Elgin's voice was heard from afar. Oh, have they caught up to us? Those words drew her attention. Yahoo shouted loudly. Go and mole? She cast a skill with all her might and simultaneously the penguin also charged. Yahoo gnashed her teeth, cried out die, and threw her axe. The axe split the good wee penguin in half and flew straight at Elgin. The axe struck his body, making a loud noise. Elgin laughed. Oh, what a great attack! Yahoo rubbed her eyes as if she couldn't believe it. He raised his hand and said in a mocking tone, unfortunately, Seong Woo. She was startled. What? It definitely hit. Suddenly, eerie laughter echoed around. Yahoo was confused. What's going on? What's that sound? Others were the same. They shivered with creepiness. Boss Frozen he crept in. It approached the crowd. Everyone the monster touched froze and they screamed. A system window appeared. This ice cannot be destroyed by conventional means. One person screamed in terror. What is this? I can't move my body. The system continued to announce. This ice cannot be destroyed by conventional means. The blizzard was still raging fiercely, and screams echoed throughout the entire space. It's too cold, too scary, Yahoo shouted loudly. You have to touch the ice to break it. You have to touch each other, she explained. On the surface it seems to have shadow, immortal and ice attributes, but during the day it's 4 times weaker. Using fire or steel attribute attacks can deal 8 times more damage, Yahoo shouted. It's almost morning, we have to hold out until then. Boss Frozen was still relentlessly pursuing them, and as dawn broke the blizzard grew even fiercer. Seeing the people frozen by the monster she was angry. Damn it, the pursuit force of 500 people was reduced to only 100 in an instant. Yahoo gnashed her teeth. Just you wait, go and mole. She grabbed her axe and ran into the blizzard. I will definitely catch you and kill you. We will fight to the end. Elsewhere, Elgin's refreshing laughter echoed. He was delighted. As expected, tracking a tribute is only fun if it's eliminated, Drake Cat regretted. Too bad, we could have defeated and Magio simultaneously. Hearing this, Elgin immediately turned around. No, they still have value for use. He skeptically inquired about its utility. He smiled cunningly. Now how shall we escape from those who seek to kill me? Together they headed to a frozen village, a hideout. Drake Cat shrieked in surprise upon seeing a frozen person. He sighed. They're all frozen. The NPCs here are all people attacked by Elgin meticulously searched each bed again. Let's see. Magic potion, whale oil lump, turnip, carrot, frostbite cure. Drake Cat hesitated. Is it okay to just take them? He replied nonchalantly. The items here are like rewards given to the first discoverer. Unlike regular shops, they don't respawn, he teased. I almost feel like I'm stealing from a dead person. Elgin continued to meticulously search for items. Isn't rummaging through other people's houses the basic principle of all RPGs? What does it matter if GX broke a cup? Drake Cat retorted. Isn't it ZingX, not GX? A moment later, he marveled at the items the two had found. Where did you get the decompression sickness cure? He said triumphantly. I swept up everything I saw. They left the frozen village and headed elsewhere. The system announced you have entered the black deep sea cave. The name of the first visitor has been recorded in the Akashic records. Inside the cave, Drake Cat asked, What is this? Why is the floor black? Elgin explained. The sea is so deep that the bottom isn't visible, so it appears black. As soon as he heard that, he frantically looked down at his feet. The sea, Drake Cat suddenly tensed. So we're walking on a frozen sea right now? He said, holding a blood-stained bag in his hand. Be careful, if the ice breaks, we'll sink straight to the bottom of the sea. As soon as he finished speaking, Elgin threw the bag in his hand onto the ice. He wondered, isn't that the wolf's blood we just caught? What are you trying to do? A system window displayed the message. Frozen wolf's blood, use unknown. The deep sea bottom began to ripple as if something was about to pop out. He shouted gleefully, It's here, Elgin yelled loudly. The bait has been taken. A gigantic beast broke through the ice and sprang up, causing a massive tremor. A colossal fish appeared. It was a frozen attribute creature. Frozen shark, ice tooth, grade A attributes, ice escape. Habitat black deep sea cave, frigid coastline, size 4 meters. The system continued to announce. In quest, Nightmare of the Deep Sea discovered. Nightmare of the Deep Sea 001 Frozen Shark's Tooth 028. Drake Cat smiled. Frozen Shark's Tooth, you're not trying to collect teeth, are you? He exclaimed excitedly. Why not? The frozen shark ice tooth charged at him, its eyes blood red. He immediately assumed a stance. Anyway, I can't ignore the quest, so I have to fight, Elgin laughed. You seem quite excited. The frozen shark ice tooth charged at him. Elgin lightly dodged, and the ice beneath his feet shattered. Drake Cat pulled out a shuriken. He shot it. The frozen shark ice tooth immediately dived underwater to evade. Then it suddenly sprang up from behind Drake Cat. He quickly dodged the frozen shark ice tooth's attack. Drake Cat shouted loudly. You monster, he muttered, shooting arrows at it. As expected, an A-grade monster is different. It's too agile for its weight, Drake Cat frowned. It's too hard to time when it'll pop out because it hides like a mole in the ice. The iron staff has no effect on its movements. My attack style isn't suitable. He looked at the shattered ice beneath his feet. At this rate, the ice will keep breaking. Elgin ran like he was flying and shouted loudly. It'll take a long time to catch an A-grade monster. Let's focus on the quest. It looks difficult, but there's definitely a weakness. The monster charged madly, and he shouted loudly, it always enters a pre-made hole and creates a new one. But if it can't enter that hole, it'll flounder on the ice for about 2 seconds. That's the right time, Elgin explained its movements. The frozen shark ice tooth creates the first hole and dives into the deep sea. When it springs up again, it creates a second hole. When it dives back into the sea, it comes up through the first hole, creating a third. When it dives back into the sea, it enters the second hole. When it springs up, it creates a fourth hole. In short, it will repeat this until the ice completely shatters. He began to strategize with Drake Cat. To catch it, we need to freeze the holes it goes down into. He sighed. Phew, I deliberately left footprints, so Yahoo must have caught up to us by now. Indeed, people were visible at the cave entrance. Elgin said triumphantly. They're here. The helpers I've been waiting for have finally arrived. As soon as he finished speaking, a shadow leapt from the cave entrance to in front of him. Dust billowed and Yahoo's figure appeared. She shouted loudly, Go and wool, you damn bastard. You thought you could escape safely. You're caught this time. Drake Cat looked at Yahoo suspiciously. Are you going to make the Magio guys fight the frozen shark monster? Elgin was bewildered. Why are you there? He was surprised. Hundreds of people appeared everywhere. They cheered and shouted, Look, he's down there. Go and mool. He frowned. Did I miscalculate the time? Why did they catch up so quickly? The footprints I left were very faint. According to my calculations, they should have arrived first. He suddenly realized something. Yahoo's mask had Snow Goose's eye on it. It's only a C-grade item, but it increases vision in ice by 200, allowing it to detect any traces on the snow. Elgin was blank. Ah, did she find that item? If you use that item, you can pursue at this speed. Snow Goose's eye. It's an essential item for northern exploration, a secret item that helps find the escape routes of prey or hidden paths, he thought to himself. But for me, who knows all monster escape routes, hideouts, hidden dungeons, items, and NPC locations, it's a useless item. I didn't know you Yahoo would get it. I don't know if she's lucky or skilled. Elgin looked at Drake Cat fighting the monster. Frozen shark behind, Magio in front. He sighed. What a mess. Elgin was silent. I have to buy time somehow. And he smiled cunningly. Elgin called out to her. Hey leader, you're putting your life on the line. He coldly scoffed. Nonsense, you're finished now. He shook his head. No, that's not it, he said coldly. Do you know the secret of the item you're using? She paused, looking at him suspiciously. What? The two stared at each other, colder than ice. Yahoo was blank. A secret? What secret could the Snow Goose's eye have? Elgin agreed. That's right. What's so great about that item? She tensed and listened. He mysteriously opened his mouth. Hey, listen carefully. Elgin made an extremely serious face, yelling Snow Goose's eye. No matter how you flip it, it's still Snow Goose's eye. Everyone around them froze, staring at Elgin as if he were strange. Even Drake Cat lowered his blindfold and judged him with 100 vision. Elgin was embarrassed. Why that reaction? The variety show I watched last time was definitely hilarious. Oh, was the funny role an idol? She, feeling insulted, attacked in anger. Everything that comes out of trash like you is just trash. Die. Just then a shark appeared, making Yahoo flinch. She was startled. What is this? A shark? With a single bite, 2 or 3 people disappeared in the blink of an eye and the shark's teeth were immediately stained with blood. Yahoo quickly commanded, Damn it, where did this giant pig come from? Magic team, attack. They immediately launched powerful attacks at the shark. It growled in defiance. Elgin was surprised. No, if there are too many enemies, it'll escape underwater. We might lose it completely if we're not careful. He hastily blocked its path. Elgin bit his fingertip hard. He threw the blood onto the shark's face. It evaded in astonishment. Elgin said triumphantly, That's right, he calculated. All monsters are set to avoid poison. That way it'll have no choice but to enter another distant hole. That'll buy us a little time. The mages continued to attack and their target-fixing ability was excellent, inflicting considerable damage. The shark suddenly opened its mouth wide and magic surged, firing powerful ice arrows. The magic team immediately scattered and a few more people died. Yahoo stared ahead, wide-eyed, and she was surprised. What is that? A tooth, D-grade shark's tooth. The teeth of a frozen marine beast can ward off misfortune at sea. The shark growled with a strange sound. It heard that sound and suddenly flinched. Yahoo was astonished. That sound, could it be? Could it have chased us all the way here? A black shadow appeared at the cave entrance. He charged towards them at incredible speed. Elgin laughed loudly. That's right, I've been waiting for you. Kicked off the thick ice and he charged madly and ferociously. Its target was Yahoo. She was extremely confused and her legs felt like they were freezing. No matter how many times she experienced it, she couldn't adapt. It felt like being trapped in a prison, eternally cut off from the world. In her daze, Yahoo snapped out of it at a calling voice. Sister, snap out of it. If you keep going like this, you'll die too. She immediately asked. What's the current situation? Yu Jang reported. Most of them are frozen by the ice monster. I touched them, but they all logged out. Only about 20 people are left. Yahoo worried. What about Go and Mool? Simultaneously, Elgin was completing his quest. He had completed the hidden quest. Nightmare of the Deep Sea 001 Frozen Shark's Tooth 2828. Hidden quest completed. Elgin was extremely excited. Thankfully, if I just pick up the ice teeth that the frozen shark shot at the Magio guys and the quest is over. The ice and teeth shook violently. And the shark bit Ehehe, who also didn't back down, grabbing it with its bony arm and attacking. He knew exactly what would happen. The frozen shark Icetooth, due to its escape attribute, would try to escape through the ice and dive underwater, but Ehehe, exerting its tracking attribute, would freeze the holes in the ice. Elgin happily watched from the sidelines. On the other hand, due to its massive size, Ehehe would not be able to freeze the frozen shark Icetooth. It's rare to see A-grade monsters fight, so let's enjoy it slowly. The shark growled in pain and tried to escape, but Ehehe clung to it relentlessly. He was extremely excited. Truly amazing. This is my first time seeing A-grade monsters fight. Yahoo was tense. This is no time to watch. She led her team in search for an escape route. While they're fighting, we need to escape outside. Thick snow blotted out her vision. Yahoo followed the footprints to find an escape route. He was extremely cautious. The current situation was extremely bad. Yahoo shouted in anger, "Damn it, 500 people in the pursuit force, and only 20 left now. At this rate I'll lose face." She looked up at the sky and cursed, "Goenmul, I'll cut off your disgusting head no matter what," Yujang asked. But where are they going in the end? He couldn't understand. This is the end of the northern world and there's no continent beyond the snowy mountains on the map. It's literally the end of this world, but no user has ever seen it firsthand. Ultimately, no one knows what happens at that end. Yujang gritted his teeth and said, "I don't want to admit it, but that guy is probably a true pioneer." Yahoo shouted loudly. "Nonsense," she said firmly. "I can't admit that. That damn bastard can't be a pioneer. I'll never admit it." He suddenly opened his mouth. Found him. Elgin's back was very conspicuous in the blizzard. He was there. Yahoo shouted in anger. "Damn bastard," Elgin said sarcastically. "Have you come this far?" She swung her hand and declared, "I'm here. Goenmul, you have nowhere to hide now." Yahoo quickly approached him. In the past, people believed the earth was flat. They believed that if you went to the ends of the world, an endless abyss would open up. The Ex Machina was created from such an ancient worldview. An era where you can see a sky full of stars. How happy it is to read instructions that tell us the path we should take. Words of Josh Lucas. Phone. The age of epic. Elgin scoffed. "Welcome everyone to the ends of the world." He pointed ahead and said, "And this place is also a beginning." That arm was firm, full of trust and hope. Now emotions and romance will no longer exist. The world was also governed by ancient logic, and gigantic sailing ships were approaching them. What mysterious things were happening at the end of the world? A huge merchant ship that would change history was right before their eyes, but no one knew yet. 15 years ago, the first photo was uploaded to a community called The End of the World. A blurry object in the corner of a photo taken by an explorer by chance attracted special attention from netizens. People zoomed in and looked at it. "What is that? A ship?" Elgin was bewildered. "Really, it's not a composite photo, is it? There's something beyond the northern continent too. Now the era of rain has come. Who in this world would know? The End of the World map seems to have nothing, but beyond the North Pole there must be something hidden." He was excited. "That's right, it is. This is the place." A huge ship docked. The sails always rose high against the wind. Two entered the ship. "Demon's party," Captain Jikai asked. "Why have you come to find me?" "Are you passengers?" Elgin confirmed. "Yes." "Can we board the ship now?" His eyes gleamed strangely. "Pay the fare." "Do the passengers have money?" he asked. "How much?" Jikai held up 3 fingers. Drake sighed. 3 million gold is too expensive. He laughed. "Unbelievable," Jikai corrected. 30 million gold, my friend. The actual currency value was about 3 million gold. He was startled. "What?" As Drake was complaining, an arrow grazed his cheek. "Why is it so expensive? Aren't you overcharging?" They were close on their heels. "There he is on the ship. Catch him and kill him." Drake cat-clicked his tongue, disappointed. "There's no other way. I only have 30 million gold left." Jikai continued to ask, "What class of seat would you like, passenger?" Elgin answered without hesitation. "I'll take first class." He said, "With this money you two can only sit in second class. To sit in first class you'll need additional items." A message popped up in the system indicating a hidden quest had been activated. The pirates had been on a long voyage and their teeth were weak. Jikai asked, "My teeth have been hurting for days, so I couldn't cut the anchor rope. Can you find me some teeth to make dentures?" Elgin immediately presented several items. Elgin, with a cunning smile, handed him all the shark teeth. Jikai laughed gleefully. "I didn't expect you to have these." The shark teeth were accepted, and a message appeared in the system stating the quest was complete. He quickly made them into dentures. With new teeth, Jikai transformed from a gaunt skeleton into a tall, robust man, his teeth as sharp as a real shark's. He was extremely satisfied. "Good, I'll put both of you in first class." Elgin and Drake were dumbfounded. Jikai led the way. "Open that door and go in. That's the first class of this ship." A strong wind blew, and soon after, the two fell into a dark silence. Inside the first-class cabin, a foul stench permeated the air. He groaned. "Oh, this smell," Drake complained. "This is first class. It's just a regular fish hold. If first class is like this, what on earth are second and third class like? Can I perhaps leave the ship tied up with a rope?" Elgin laughed and replied, "No way. Second class is the cabin and third class is the deck." He was startled. "What?" he continued cheerfully. "It's very cool there. The view is good and the sea breeze is refreshing." Drake didn't understand. "Isn't here much better? Why did you choose this dirty first class?" Elgin said nonchalantly. "That is." Just then a sharp cry echoed from outside. "What? 30 million gold?" Jikai said firmly. That's right, and that's the price per person. Yahoo was horrified. Where do they sell such expensive tickets? He didn't care. If it's expensive, don't ride. All the team members flinched. Damn it, this is no joke. In cash, that's 3 million won, and they paid all that money to get on the ship? She gnashed her teeth. All right, at this point, there's no turning back. Open the safe. Yu Jang was startled. What? Yahoo commanded. Yu Jang, pick the people who will follow us, she declared proudly. If we explore the uncharted territory and upload videos, we can make up for that money. Jikai confirmed loudly. Good, deal completed. He cut the anchor rope and the demon's party set sail. The anchor was raised with a clang. The colossal ship departed. Passengers, please protect your lives. Outside, they were relentlessly breaking down the fish-hold door. Yahoo and her party realized it wasn't moving at all. It seems like an indestructible door, these guys really. Is this the privilege of first class? She shouted in anger. Damn it, if I don't complete that strange quest, I can't get in, even if they offer more money, Yahoo scoffed. It's alright, a ship has already set sail, so there's no way now, she said triumphantly. They can never get in from outside. The inside is an absurd privilege, but time is on our side anyway, Yahoo commanded. From now on, surround this fish hold, and the moment he sticks his head out, kill him, Eljun said very calmly. Ignore any strange sounds you hear and just wait, it's time to start anyway. Drake was curious. Start what? He repeatedly asked. You asked me earlier why I chose first class, didn't you? Eljun scoffed. You'll know why after seeing second and third class in a moment. A gigantic wave covered the ship, and the ship shook violently. Everyone was flustered. Jikai enjoyed it coolly. First wave riding begins. Everyone brace for impact. The approaching wave was much higher than the ship. It was truly magnificent. Yahoo's mouth fell open in surprise. She trembled and realized, did those guys know a tsunami was coming beforehand? Water poured in and the ship sank into the tsunami. Yahoo found it difficult to even stand and her face was pale with fear. Damn it, monster tentacles have appeared around the ship. The ship charged through the tsunami. Jikai was extremely excited. First wave riding begins. Everyone brace for impact. Yahoo's team quickly encountered the first monster. Gigantic long tentacles struck the deck. A demon squid sprang out. Demon squid grade B attributes, deep sea infinite growth ancient creature habitat all seas size 8 meters. Its colossal size could easily capsize the ship. The tentacles flexibly surged onto the deck. It grabbed one person's foot and dragged them away. Yahoo immediately jumped in and chopped off a tentacle. What is this? She said firmly. It's big, but it's only a B-grade monster. I can handle 1 or 2, Yu Jang hurriedly said. It's not 1 or 2. We're surrounded by dozens of demon squids. Yahoo immediately ran to Jikai and asked, Isn't there a cannon here? This is a galleon, isn't it? He had no intention of helping. Many things await you in third class. If you don't like it, you can get off the ship. Just then, Jikai punched the face of a squid next to him. Its head shattered. Didn't I tell you, he repeated. Protect your own lives, she cursed in anger. Damn it. Yahoo commanded the entire team to defend. No need to catch them, just don't let them get on the ship. Chop them down so they can't get on the deck. They're not a big deal, no need to try and hunt them. Everyone picked up their weapons and started chopping off tentacles. The mages tried to paralyze them with electricity. She stood at the forefront chopping demon squids off the ship. The battle was extremely fierce. After a long time, when everyone was exhausted, the squid swarm finally thinned out a bit. Yahoo sighed tiredly. She closed her eyes tightly. Yahoo couldn't hold back and cursed loudly. Damn it, she was extremely angry. 2 people have already died. They paid 30 million gold each to get on this ship only to die in vain like this. But Yahoo quickly regained her composure. First, we need to regroup. I'm sorry for the dead, but I don't know what we'll face next, Jikai announced again. Second wave riding begins. She was startled. What? Water poured in furiously again, and sure enough a new monster, the Dunkleosteus, appeared. This time its grade had risen 1 level to A. It clung to the ship like a lizard. Yahoo took her stance. Damn it, with its armor, normal attacks are useless. Soldiers use stun attacks or electric shock attacks. The Dunkleosteus's attack power was much stronger than the demon squid's just now. She tried to attack its mouth. The Dunkleosteus's eyes glowed eerily. It targeted Yahoo directly. She seized the opportunity. I'll lure him in, Yahoo thought optimistically. Then strike with a strong blow. I just need to hold on until he gets tired and falls off the ship. The mages cast spells with all their might and the battle became extremely fierce again. This time it was clearly going to be a much harder fight than before. In the end only Yahoo and Yu Jang remained. His face was pale. 2 more people died. His sister was speechless. Yahoo gnashed her teeth in anger and questioned Jikai. Where are the 2 people who boarded the ship first? He said cunningly. Are you talking about the first-class passengers? They're in the fish hold. Yahoo felt it was unfair. Why aren't they experiencing this wave riding? But Jikai gave a simple reason. Because they're first-class passengers, she worried. What if the ship sinks at this rate? He declared. Brave pirates do not fear such things. Yahoo finally fell silent, turning away in disbelief and despair. I was a fool to expect to converse with this brainless guy. Suddenly, Jikai called out, wait, he announced. Now it's the 3rd wave riding. Yahoo was horrified. Oh, stop. Damn it, there's no time to breathe. Jikai consoled her. This is the last one. Hang in there. A colossal explosion echoed beside the ship. A mysterious creature leapt onto the deck. A bizarre form was enveloped in white smoke, and as the dust slowly dissipated, the monster's shadow was revealed. It was a deep-sea monster named Demon of the Deep, Grade A. Yahoo's face turned pale. Grade A, she gripped her axe tightly. Damn it, even the previous lower-grade monsters were hard to catch. It said, give it. Yahoo was startled. What did you just say? A monster that talks, the Demon of the Deep repeated. Give me the object. Everyone was blank. Object. Yujang didn't understand. What you mean? It explained. You will. One person every hour, the demon of the deep declared. Become my food. Two blue eyes like lighthouses glowed, it warned. Otherwise I will sink the ship to the bottom of the sea, the demon of the deep threatened. Give me the object, otherwise I will sink the ship to the bottom of the sea. Jikai immediately stepped forward. No, that won't do. The passengers are in first class, he frowned. Don't interfere. It was startled. Oh, is that so? My apologies. The demon of the deep had an idea. Then I can take everyone on this deck, can't I? Jikai readily agreed. That's no problem. They're only third-class passengers anyway. Yahoo was horrified. Is this right? Can an NPC and a monster treat players like pigs? She questioned. How much longer is this voyage? He estimated. Let's see. About 4 hours left. Yahoo was flustered. Damn it, then this ship can't turn back? Jikai offered a simple condition. Of course it can, but the first-class passengers must agree. She looked desperately at the silent door in the corner. The ship was still stopped in the middle of the vast ocean. Yujang trembled. Ever since that monster appeared, a tsunami stopped, but there's no wind, so the ship can't move and we're completely isolated. The dull clang of weapons colliding echoed. Yahoo shouted commandingly. She didn't give up and tried to attack the demon of the deep. It stood still until the axe blade was a few centimeters away. The demon of the deep dodged by a hair's breadth. Yahoo struck the ship. She was horrified. I missed. The system informed that the demon of the deep had the ability to sink the ship and required 4 sacrifices to be driven away. It mumbled. Give it. The demon of the deep slowly approached. Give me the object quickly. I'm hungry. Yahoo didn't give up, but the more she tried, the more desperate she became. Damn it, attacks aren't working. Why is this happening? The mages also provided full support, and all attacks bounced off its body. The sticky shadow layer on the demon of the deep's body seemed to be the cause. She realized that the sticky substance, that damn sticky substance, was the problem. It complained incessantly. Hungry, hungry. Even after fierce attacks, that eerie sound continued to echo. Hungry. Everyone was exhausted. The demon of the deep continued to approach slowly. Grr, grr, hungry, 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 hungry. Yahoo was terrified. Oh no, I've tried everything, but after almost an hour nothing is stopping it. Everyone was in despair. Damn it, a small hand reached out. The mage said, I'll do it. I'll be the sacrifice. She was ready. Anyway, I'm out of items and mana. It's better to sacrifice myself like this and help the people remaining here. Everyone was relieved as if they had found a savior, and no one stopped the mage. The demon of the deep was also surprised. A sacrifice? You'll sacrifice yourself. Are you the sacrifice? She approached closely. Yes, it demanded incessantly. Hungry, sacrifice. A red light enveloped the mage, and the demon of the deep still cried out that it was hungry. Long tentacles instantly wrapped around the mage, and red blood quickly poured onto the deck. She was swallowed alive, and the terrible sound of bones breaking echoed. Yahoo's eyes widened, and she froze in place. Yujang and the others also turned pale. With the mage's death, the demon of the deep disappeared from the deck. A splashing sound was heard, and it returned to the sea. Jikai immediately set sail. Good, and the hindrance is gone. Let's set sail again. She couldn't understand what on earth was happening. Now only 5 people remained, and the survivors discussed what to do next with heavy hearts. The video revenue and quest rewards would be compensated to the person who became the sacrifice. But there was a more urgent problem than the issue of compensation for the dead. Who would be the next sacrifice, anyway? In the end, they returned to their starting point. The demon of the deep returned. Give me the sacrifice. Yahoo gnashed her teeth and cursed. You damned bastard. One enthusiastic brother voluntarily sacrificed himself. This time it's my turn. Everyone avenge Ma Dongwang. Tell the legendary story of what his fans did for him, what I couldn't do. She was moved to tears. He awkwardly explained, actually it's time for my part-time job now. Would it be alright if I turned off all pain functions? Seriously, you have to compensate me. So a total of 4 survivors remained. The first was Yahoo, the leader of the Magio cult. The second was Yujang, the vice leader of the Magio cult. The third was Inchin Jiang TX4 Hell, the chairman of the Federation. He was startled. Oh, when did you get here? He replied. Ever since I was in the ice village. The screen wasn't working properly, that's why. Heller's eyes widened at the sight of them. Suddenly she said, I don't want to. Yahoo said blankly. I haven't said anything yet, Heller screamed. I'm not the only one here in this kind of atmosphere. I absolutely don't want to. Why should I be Heller? I don't want to say anything to monsters. She thought to herself, I understand. Heller is a survivor of battle. Is she a character that needs to be protected by all means even at that moment? Yahoo calculated agonizingly. But the remaining people were all leaders of various guilds. Their very presence represented their guild, so they couldn't die. There was no turning back. She loudly asked the captain, Isn't there a way to kill this? Jikai scoffed. Give up. Its sticky substance doesn't freeze in the cold, nor does it burn in the heat, Yahoo said anxiously. Damn it, then how much longer? He estimated. About an hour left. The demon of the deep appeared again. They needed a new sacrifice. It slowly approached and said, Give it. She continued to chase him away. Go away. Why are you talking so little now? If we just hold out for 1 more hour, everyone will either die or everyone will arrive. It's one or the other. The demon of the deep didn't avoid it, but hitting it angered it. The demon of the deep began to lose patience. Quickly, it attacked wildly. Quickly, quickly, give me the sacrifice. Tentacles lashed out in all directions, and Yahoo was in a precarious situation. Heller was unfortunately caught by its foot. She screamed, No! Heller was tightly wrapped in the demon of the deep's arm. It easily crushed her. Red blood splattered everywhere, and the insane yellow eyes were chilling, but the demon of the deep didn't stop, continuing to wail, Sacrifice, give me a sacrifice. She didn't understand it had taken one, so what was the problem? Was it not considered a sacrifice unless it was voluntary? Jikai, completely unfazed, thought, it's sinking again, and continued to demand sacrifice, sacrifice. Suddenly, the sound of the demon of the deep's head being stomped on was heard and its wails ceased. An overwhelming force appeared out of nowhere and ripped its tentacles apart. Gahu gasped in horror and a red cloak fluttered in the wind. Elgin asked, delighted, hey, do you like dinner? Elgin had suddenly appeared and saved the day. Hey, do you like dinner? His red cloak fluttered in the wind and his entrance was filled with the aura of a protagonist. Gahu stammered, you, and shouted, Goenmul. Gahu's mind was in turmoil. Why had he suddenly appeared here? The tentacles attacked relentlessly. Elgin hastily dodged. Slightly surprised, the demon of the deep angrily contorted its body and wildly swung its tangled tentacles. Elgin sneered and charged. Looks like you're quite angry. Why? On another hit, he spun his weapon handle, and the demon of the deep continued its fierce attacks. Elgin easily dodged, while simultaneously closing the distance. He struck the demon of the deep squarely on the head. Gahu was astonished. He hit it. It seemed very surprised too. A bewildered moan followed. Elgin attacked furiously. Hey, you were too reckless, so you deserve it, Yu Jang, bewildered, said in disbelief. Then what were all our attacks? She struggled to figure out why. That's strange. The demon of the deep sticky substance eliminated friction earlier, Drake said. Can you move aside? Gahu turned around in surprise. He fired his crossbow regardless of whether she could dodge or not. Fortunately, Gahu was unharmed. The arrow accurately struck the demon of the deep and he praised. Nice shot. Strange black dust scattered in the air. She said blankly. What? This is stuck to Drake's body? Yahoo realized it was ash. She snapped out of it. Could this be the way to eliminate the coefficient of friction? The demon of the deep's characteristic was a coefficient of friction that made everything it touched slippery. Neither magic nor physical attacks were effective. It was an absolute defensive trait with a 99.99 evasion rate. However, contrary to its extremely high evasion rate, the monster's defense was absurdly weak. There were many items that could nullify the demon of the deep's coefficient of friction. Burnt charcoal powder remained. Among the items found in Ihihi's inventory were a few crooked pieces of firewood. If one melted whale oil, applied it to the body, and then sprinkled burnt charcoal powder, the charcoal would firmly stick to the body. The same was applied to equipment and weapons. As a result, Elgin and Drake continued to attack and it took tremendous damage. He laughed triumphantly. Now that the coefficient of friction is gone, this is clearly a death sentence. The demon of the deep growled and tried to escape. It hastily plunged into the sea. Elgin sighed. He frowned. Is it running away? He realized it was trying to wash itself off, but it would be fine since they had already applied it to their weapons. Elgin heard the sound and guessed what would happen. Now the real battle with the boss would begin. The surface of the sea shook again. The water boiled white and a gigantic whirlpool appeared. Gradually the number of whirlpools increased. Finally, the entire ship was engulfed in a whirlwind and seemed about to capsize. This seemed to be the demon of the deep's rage. How dare you not offer a sacrifice and even hit me? I'll devour you all. Gahu was confused. Could it be that everything ends like this? He said. It's made. Amidst this chaos, Elgin calmly dodged the monster's attacks. Isn't this what a game is? He asked her. Isn't that right? Gahu bit her lip and didn't answer. She gripped the axe in her hand tightly. Elgin pointed to his first-class cabin. Everyone go into the fishhold. That door is the safest place on this ship. In the blink of an eye, everyone had moved. Drake asked why should we save them. He replied, because they still have value for use, he said blankly. What? Still, really? Are you someone who eats everything, even watermelon rinds? Elgin laughed cunningly. You know, the rind is actually full of nutrients. Gahu couldn't help but regret. Damn it, there was clearly a chance to kill him from behind, she regretted. To give up that chance just for curiosity about a game, how could that damned bastard attack an A-grade boss? Remembering his confident laugh from earlier, Gahu said blankly. Really? She said in disbelief. Did I really think that? Gahu began to question herself. Could it be that he could do it? Am I perhaps harboring hope? She gritted her teeth in anger. Damn it, why am I thinking this way? It's driving me crazy. So Gahu shrieked loudly again. Die, Goenmul, die without moving an inch outside. Elgin checked again. All right, have you remembered all the attack methods now? Drake said honestly. I'm not confident. I only clashed with it once, he sneered. Again, you said you'd do well. Elgin was excited. Good, then let's go catch an A-grade boss together. They prepared to face the demon of the deep with one mind. Whirling winds enveloped the ship from all directions. The two prepared to cooperate to catch the A-grade boss. Elgin called out loudly. Captain Jikai, he's very cooperative. He understands without being told. Jikai hoisted all sails and the entire ship came to a standstill. The effect of the wind was greatly reduced and he affirmed, once the sails are down you won't be able to destroy the last party. Go wherever you want, he replied to Jikai with a cunning smile. Elgin confirmed. Drake, are you ready? He answered. Sound balance adjusted. Good. The whirlpools began their attack. He observed them very carefully. Drake also carefully watched for an opportunity. He thought to himself, it seems impossible to avoid with the naked eye. The current is too dense and fast, but if I listen carefully to the sound I might find a way. The water flowing from the left was a wit whirlwind. The water flowing from the right was a po whirlwind. A single column of water flew straight at him. Elgin dodged it with ease. Drake applied the same principle, listening carefully and trying his best to dodge in the same direction as the water flow. He skillfully dodged all the whirlpools. The two passed through with incredible ease. Under no circumstances should they attack in the wrong direction or head-on, otherwise the entire ship would be shattered. Gahu was astonished. My goodness, how is such movement possible? The demon of the deep growled in rage and tried to cast another skill. Water gathered, forming a tightly compressed sphere. Elgin, recognizing the demon of the deep's actions, was surprised. More and more water gathered, and the whirlpools gradually transformed according to its command. He warned loudly, "Second round, be careful." The water sphere exploded, and the pressure was incredibly terrifying. He was flustered. I feel like I've seen this somewhere before. It feels very familiar. Elgin laughed loudly. That's right, the second round is when there's no pattern. It's a bullet hell. The demon of the deep turned the ship into a shooting range, and the quantity of water bullets it produced was enormous. Drake forced a smile. That's a lot. What should we do now? He was excited. What should we do? Just do the basics. In an attack-type shooting game, the basic is to observe and dodge. Elgin was confident. The demon of the deep's bullet hell attacks strike the target in the blink of an eye, making them seem unrealistic at first glance, but upon closer inspection the bullet speed is quite slow. Look, they're still flying around, he affirmed. Furthermore, the bullet hell's hit range is quite narrow, so it's very difficult to get hit by a bullet. Don't be flustered by the amount of bullets, just dodge what you see in front of you. Elgin said while dodging. Even if you are unlucky enough to get hit by a bullet, the damage isn't that great. Although he said that, his movement speed was truly amazing. Drake also followed the instructions with relief. He successfully dodged the bullet hell. The two would easily pass this trial. Drake admired. He really didn't get hit once. Amazing, Elgin thought to himself. What's so amazing about it? I'm just waking up from an everyday event from a few years ago. Elgin couldn't hide his dissatisfaction. But you only listened to my explanation and followed along. That's truly amazing. He was a true monster. He now knew why he was the strongest PK player in his previous life. Yu Zhang's eyes widened. Unbelievable. How can he dodge that? Did a bug occur? Elgin hurriedly stopped, and his feet slid on the floor with a long squeaking sound. The bullet hell stopped, and the demon of the deep growled in rage again. The sea surface shook violently, and a massive tsunami covered the entire ship, he exclaimed in excitement. Absolute skill exploding at the right moment. Drake asked, bewildered. Is there a way to avoid it? Elgin affirmed. No, he said blankly. What? He asked again. How can you avoid a tsunami 1,500 meters high and 445.8 kilometers wide? Drake was at a loss. Then what should we do anyway? This ship won't break immediately, so I guess I should hide somewhere. Elgin's eyes gleamed as he said, it's no use on the deck, over there. He grabbed him by the collar. Drake said blankly, huh? Elgin dragged him. The calculation must be precise. The demon of the deep was also bewildered by his incomprehensible actions. Gahu was horrified. Why is he jumping into the sea in this situation? There's no way to avoid that tsunami. Water poured in fiercely and ferocious waves threatened to swallow the entire ship. The situation was extremely critical. Jikai regretted. Ultimately, swallowed by the sea, they were interesting individuals. A pity, Yu Zhang said, flustered. Sister, don't go out, it's dangerous. She hastily ran to the edge of the ship. Gahu looked down into the water, rubbed her eyes, and said in disbelief. Eljan waved his hand and asked, hello, are you alright? Drake sneered. I roughly understand what happened. Should have told me beforehand. Sorry, Eljan said humbly. Anyway, it was just a prediction, that's right. Am I not floating on the water right now? In the middle of the vast distant ocean, just below the water's surface. He predicted the exact location. This was a reef. The demon of the deep always fixed itself to a specific coordinate in the ocean when using its last skill. Approximately 15 meters from that location, diagonally in the 7 o'clock direction, there was a 99% chance of a reef. He wondered, but why aren't we being attacked? Elgin explained cheerfully, it's simple because this is land. Ocean terrain is defined as terrain where the distance between the ground and the water surface is greater than a certain distance. Therefore, naturally, all terrain around this area belongs to ocean terrain. Since the distance between the top of the reef and the water surface is too close, it is recognized as land terrain according to the War Map System's regulations. Tsunamis are only effective in ocean terrain and do not affect this area. Drake admired. Ah, I see. And he continued the battle. Let's finish this now, Elgin calculated. By utilizing the characteristics of waves and wind, it would be in a confused state for about 1 minute. In a 1v1 battle, being in a confused state is like death and the damage would have accumulated. He knew what he had to do. A dazzling light flashed from under the sea. Elgin summoned his mount, Kong. Then let's finish this. The end of the battle officially began. At an appropriate distance he leapt up and approached. The demon of the deep and Ain. Who would win? He started with a wide area attack that dealt high damage. The demon of the deep disappeared underwater. The system confirmed the mission. Elgin successfully defeated it. The fog gradually cleared, Yu Zhang said blankly. As the waves calmed and the fog cleared, Matyoshka ice appeared right before their eyes. Gahu's mouth fell open. What ice? He was astonished. It's really big. That's an island, Elgin shouted loudly. Go first. She was surprised and watched him and Drake cut through the waves running ahead. Your names will be recorded in the Akashic records, Gahu, full of rage, demanded. Captain Jikai, can't you go faster? He sped up. Don't worry, the demon of the deep's party will never lose to that snake-headed guy. The ship cut through the waves and the sails billowed in the wind. The system informed them that they had angered the Ice Lord and had to survive on the ice for 12 hours. Gahu chased the two relentlessly. Look, those damn bastards aren't stopping, Elgin was surprised. What, they just caught up, Drake admitted. They're faster than I thought. He estimated them to be around level 20 with B-grade equipment. Elgin confirmed, they've gotten much stronger than 15 years ago. Following him, she seemed to have grown. If so, even at only level 20, she already had several C-grade equipment pieces. He forced a smile. Anyway, it seemed he had trained her to be that strong. Yu Jang was flustered by the strong wind. He swung his knife and threw it at them. Elgin was not very surprised. If it's hide and seek, I've already had enough fun with he. He turned and prepared to receive it. Yu Jang was startled. Yahoo also watched with bated breath to see what Elgin would do. He smiled cunningly. Shall I show you a new skill this morning? Elgin said loudly. Friction coefficient activated. The knife spun in the air and flew. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Why was his entire body covered in that familiar sticky substance? It was a substance that could change the direction of force. Gomhu's face turned pale. What? That changes the direction of attacks. It's sticky and really unpleasant. Elgin boasted. You're the coefficient of friction. Have you forgotten the Demon of the Deep's characteristic? That's the effect of the shoes I got. There's a temporary drawback, but the system displayed shoe information. Demon of the Deep's toe, he said hastily. I'm busy, so I'm going first, she cried out in surprise. Hey, Gahu rushed forward. No, I'm almost there. Because of the sticky substance under her feet, she fell face first. Others were the same. My goodness, Drake was at a loss. What's that sticky substance? Elgin said smugly. What do you mean? It's the sticky substance flowing from my body. He was puzzled. He continued to run. Quickly put some distance between us and them. Gahu struggled to get up and shouted, Don't move. That damn bastard, he cursed in pain. A long time later, the Magio Guild member's sharp curses echoed throughout the entire ice mountain. Damn it, she searched everywhere. Where is that damn bastard trying to escape to this time? Yu Jang said wearily. Calm down. Killing Goenmul is only a matter of time. First, we need to complete the mission. Survive for 12 hours. It's almost over, but no one knows what will happen until the end. He was terrified. What if another sea demon appears? What? Gahu decided. Fortunately, there seemed to be no monsters living on this ice floe. From the moment I stepped onto it, I've been observing this place with the snow goose's eye. She looked at the map and was certain there were no monster traces. Even if they appeared, I could somehow escape by now. Besides, that ship isn't here anymore. He huffed. But isn't it a bit strange that you're here, sister? Gahu was startled. What? Yu Jang pointed. This is clearly the middle of an iceberg island. He was puzzled. Why are there so many dead sea creatures? Yu Jang noticed. The demon squid from the Devil's Party is also here. And there are many creatures that can't come ashore, like starfish and sea urchins. A chilling sensation ran down his spine, and the important thing was that they were all looking in the same direction. The ship is stuck in the middle of an iceberg? That's really strange. Gahu went closer and saw. Did the tsunami push it this far? No, it looks like it was on the sea and then dragged here. She was startled. Could it be? Am I missing something? Where did Goenmul go? TX stumbled. Yu Jang was sweating coldly. Gahu finally composed herself and looked around. She was startled. The ice foundation is shaking. A thumping sound was getting closer and closer from afar. The ice structure changed very distinctly. Numerous mountains rose in a line. They had only 50 seconds left until they completed their mission. Gahu clicked her tongue. Damn it, was this it? She finally realized why the ship and all the sea creatures were frozen and floating on the water. Gahu was startled. The moment the ice floe flips, it will rise. She discovered a terrifying truth. Every time it melts and refreezes, the island will flip 180 degrees. The sea violently shook due to the abnormal change of the island. TX cried out for help. How can we endure for the remaining 1 minute? Yahoo was extremely confused, but suddenly a bold idea came to her. At the same time, Elgin was running excitedly on the ice foundation. Now is the time, all right. Now it's time to please the Lord of the Ice Floe. The two arrived at their destination. Is that the iceberg cave I saw from under the sea? Gahu was very hesitant if it was really all right, but there was no other way. Come on, Yu Jang, follow me, he said blankly. Where are we going? Drake and Elgin jumped into the cave and she quickly ran to the abandoned ship. The blizzard grew stronger and stronger and visibility was extremely limited. After a long time, the island completed its 180-degree flip. The ice foundation shook violently and the structures on it constantly changed. This large-scale movement created a huge blizzard that obscured vision, and the sea was also affected, with waves roaring like a torrent, and only after a long time did it become calm again. At the same time, Drake and Elgin rushed into the cave they found. He went inside excitedly, wanting to please the Lord of the Ice Floe. He was speechless. It was a cheesy joke. Outside, Gahu coughed violently. She was out of breath. All three of them were still alive, and if they had been even a second late, they would have been buried under the sea. Gahu looked around in confusion. But where is this? It feels like I'm inside an ice floe. She was tired. There's no choice but to go in there. I don't know if there are more monsters or other tricks. Gahu, fueled by anger, continued to advance. Damn it, I have to keep going until I stab that damn bastard. At the same time, Elgin was searching. The Dark King's attribute is selection. It was the ability to always find the advantageous choice when having to choose between two things. Drake asked, an advantageous thing? What kind of skill is that? He said it was an inner skill he obtained when he defeated the Dark King in the past. In the current situation, it can be called a miracle. Elgin took out a small bottle. Then before acting he threw it into a nearby corner. He was surprised. "Huh? Are you planning to trick the people chasing you? Then you should put it on the right path. Anyway, to prevent them from catching up you have to pretend to go in the opposite direction." Elgin smiled cunningly. "Let's see. What should I do, smart you? Gahu will understand my mind." Soon after she confidently declared, "I can clearly see where he went." Gahu was too easily swayed by him. "Clearly he went down the right path," Yu Jang said blankly, "but the traces of the potion are on the left path." TX was equally puzzled. "Anyone can see he went down the left path." She pointed with her finger. "How foolish. Look closely at the traces of the potion. They're not spilled, they're lined up." Gahu concluded. "They didn't drop these, they deliberately rolled the potion bottles. They went in the opposite direction." He frowned. "No, why would they do that?" she said confidently. "They're probably trying to trick us. Why do the potion traces only appear right in front of the intersection?" Yu Jang was convinced. "Aha," Gahu said irritably. "Could they have come up with a way to set traps in their own way? That's ridiculous." She rushed straight into the trap. "I've got their direction. I need to catch up quickly." Soon after, when the three of them went in the opposite direction from Eljan, Gahu carefully looked around. The group arrived at a fairly wide space. She was puzzled. "I didn't expect there to be such a large space inside the ice floe. What exactly is this place?" The system notified Gahu that she had entered the right flank of the ice snow battlefield, and that she was the first person. At these words, Gahu said blankly, "How what?" She was startled and realized why she was the first visitor. Gahu turned around in surprise. Could it be indeed she saw an entrance right next to her? Gahu shouted in anger. "Damn it, I've been tricked again." Yu Jang said, "Sister, look at this," she said irritably. "What?" He said something strange. Yu Jang pointed. "What are all those skeletons?" A spooky, desolate landscape. Everything looked bizarre. A grotesque skeleton monster was sitting motionless right above them. "That giant one is probably the boss. What on earth happened here?" Gahu was scared. "Those guys we saw in the guidebook." She was startled and recognized them as demons. At the same time, the system confirmed that all the required personnel for the two factions of the ice-snow battlefield had been met. "The warriors are awakening." The mechanical voice of the system was eerie and the air grew colder and colder. Bright green eyes shone in the darkness. Many skeletons were also connecting. They were minions. They entered another hidden mission. Their mission was to help the demons on the right flank defeat the left flank to end the long war. Gahu struggled to find more information. Surely the entrance we came in through was on the right, so is that why it's called the right flank? Furthermore, this game's style, she recognized it as the OS genre. The system provided information about the demon skeletons. Suddenly a thumping sound echoed, and she watched in surprise. What? A creaking, heavy sound was getting closer, and the giant skeletons of the left flank arrived. The tension rose, and both sides seemed about to engage in battle. Gahu was still disoriented. Are these immortal giants this time? What on earth is happening? Her eyes narrowed. The familiar back she was chasing was behind the monsters. Elgin smiled proudly among the demons. He laughed loudly. "As expected, the champion is the best. Come on, we need to hurry." Elgin was quite surprised. Still alive, he had predicted it early. As expected, they've arrived at a safe place. Elgin was very happy. If you hadn't gone down the right path, the game almost wouldn't have started, Drake realized. "So this was all because of this, the reason you always kept them alive." He was excited. "Then I need to check. Now to them. Are they no longer useful?" He frowned contemptuously. "No, you can dispose of them as you please." Gahu immediately regained her momentum. "Come here, you damned Goen mole. All I have to do is push the front line with the skeletons right. It's so simple." She jumped onto the head of the biggest one and shouted, "This time I'll definitely kill you." Attack. The demons on the right flank charged according to command, and the left flank was also ready to counter. A fierce battle erupted between the two factions. Yahu did not command from behind like typical players. She stood at the forefront and scoured the battlefield, and the number of demons that fell to her hand was countless. Yu Jang could not sit idly by either. He followed her onto the battlefield. Gahu declared furiously, "These brats dare to ignore me, I'll eliminate all of them." The battle between the left and right flanks was extremely fierce, and a sturdy but mismatched weapon appeared there. TX swung and shouted, "Can this special shield of blacksmith TX be easily pierced by a B-grade monster?" he boasted. "I prepared this after the first PK with Goen mole. It's a special way to block all attacks." TX boasted loudly, "I survived the last party with this. I focused on defense because I don't like pain." Yu Jang was suspicious. "And you're proud of that?" He didn't hear. "Keep charging if you want." Drake clicked his tongue. "What a nuisance. That stupid shield is too hard to get rid of. Plus Yu Jang and Yahu also have considerable defense and HP. By comparison, they have two kings, and we have a melee dealer and a ranged dealer." Ain thought, although it's a grade 3 monster, an immortal monster is easier to attack than other monsters of the same grade. The attack pattern is also monotonous and the movement is slow, so it's worth trying. There were a few other attack patterns. A group of demons charged, and in the blink of an eye they flew away. Drake was worried. "Oh my gosh, we're going to be pushed out of the line. Our side is almost losing." He fell into thought. "There's no other way." Elgin again showed a cunning smile. "What's a game attack?" he sneered. "Oh, with that nasty look, he's definitely cooking up some cunning plan," he said blankly. "What about my expression?" Drake said honestly. "You look like a gangster." Gahu led the right-wing army and charged fiercely. He was excited. "Where is the Nexus headquarters?" Yahu was anxious as her goal was within reach. "Good, I can finally beat that Goen mole for the first time. Now I just need to capture the headquarters and kill him." but when she arrived at her destination she became extremely uneasy. What? There's nothing, Yu Jang suddenly said. Oh, now that I think about it, I don't think our team has anything that can be a nexus. The system notified that the left flank was on the verge of collapsing, and the ruler of the ice-snow battlefield was excited. Gahu had been so engrossed in victory that she forgot one thing. What could it be? By the time she realized it, it was too late. The great undead king awakened, a deafening thud echoed and the cave violently shook. The left flank's giant undead tribe joined the battle. She was startled. No way, that giant statue can move. I thought it was just a structure. TX became the first target. With almost zero combat power, he just screamed and got hit. The area where TX stood was hit in one blow. It was just a swing of its hand and half of the right flank was blown away. Yahoo shouted, "Are you kidding me?" "Where did the options come from?" Drake said blankly. "It looks like a super minion. That's really amazing." Elgin said that this game does not require overly pressuring the opponent, especially in the early stages. He said that the ultimate goal of this game is not to push the opponent but to awaken the Nexus, the great undead king sleeping deep within the opponent's camp. Elgin thought to himself, pushing the line to catch the enemy from the start is a good method, but that's only possible at least 2 or 3 years after the game's release, and only after many high-level users appear. The left-wing team charged fiercely, turning the tide of battle. "Now, let's capture the enemy's headquarters." She was startled. Goen Mulgahu was angry again. "All right, come here." The two prepared for a head-on confrontation. She calculated that the sea demon's slime could make any attack miss. It's really annoying, but there is a way to attack. Gahu decided. "I'll aim for the moment he naturally exhales." She attacked fiercely with all her might, but he was unscathed. Eljan had already passed by Gahu. She stood frozen in place. What? Yahoo was really angry. Am I being ignored? The right-wing team was still being massacred one-sidedly. The power of the great undead king was truly decisive. The right flank was on the verge of collapsing. The fierce fighting spirit of the warriors stimulated another ruler of the ice-snow battlefield. Yahoo turned with anticipation. Drake watched the unfolding situation blankly. Elgin was very calm. He already knew that the great undead king of the right flank had awakened, and its power was no less than that of the left flank. It immediately caused a commotion on the left flank. The great undead king of the right flank roared, and the great undead king of the left flank charged in response. They rushed at each other like fated rivals. Both were great undead kings, and both possessed a great power. With their colossal size and immense power, the cave shook violently. Yujang retreated to a safe place. "Oh my gosh," Drake said blankly. "I never thought I'd see a grade monsters fighting." An overwhelming battle between a grade monsters erupted, and the two great undead kings, leading countless undead, vied for supremacy on the battlefield. It was a sight that would impress any all-night gamer, but I saw something completely different from what they saw. Elgin cunningly licked his lips. "Good, now it's really starting." He charged into the middle of the battlefield. "Now let's catch and kill those two bastards," Elgin muttered to himself as he charged into the middle of the battlefield. "Now I have to kill those two bastards." Gahu said blankly. "Did I mishear?" she said incredulously. "Two terrifying A-grade monsters, he can hit them." Suddenly Gahu noticed something strange. "Wait, now that I think about it, this is also a good opportunity to attack him from behind." Gahu gripped her battle axe tightly. "Now's the time." But he suddenly said, "Stop." She widened her eyes in surprise. Elgin said honestly, "Stop here. This raid is not my main mission." He drew a line. "This is just a small test battle. What I'm doing is not something you can do with your abilities." The two great undead kings were still fighting. Elgin seriously pressured. "I'm warning you again, stop here and leave," he declared. "I'm going to go further, and you won't be able to keep up with my pace." The right flank's great undead king was in a disadvantageous situation. The left flank's great undead king delivered a decisive blow, shattering it. The system confirmed that Elgin had completed the mission of defeating the right flank's demons and eliminating their great undead king. He seized the moment and charged resolutely. Elgin charged at the great undead king without hesitation. It was so clear. His target was the great undead king of the left flank. Elgin brought down his weapon on the head of the enemy that had given him victory without hesitation. He smiled triumphantly. "Normally, my level might be a bit exaggerated, but now, fighting against the great undead, your HP must be at rock bottom, right? Just become food for the deep sea." It swung its arm to shake Elgin off. He rolled a few times to absorb the impact. At the same time, Gahu's mind was echoing with the words, "What I'm doing is something your abilities can't handle." A strange feeling welled up in her heart. "I will go further." Gahu loosened her grip on her battle axe. His words angered her, but deep down she was persuaded, crossing the northern snowy mountains that no one could overcome, conquering 2 new maps outside the world map. Currently, no player dares to make a reckless challenge against high-level monsters, but Elgin was challenging them in a bold way. He succeeded, but he only defeated the left flank, and did not receive any reward for defeating the great undead of the right flank. The system granted Elgin a new title. Gahu was bewildered. If she had only seen him from afar without any personal connection, it wouldn't be strange to say that he had become an object of respect. Yujang's shout pulled her back to reality. "Sister, that guy is in a hurry. It's a dangerous situation. We need to escape quickly." Damn it, what has that crazy bastard done now? The great undead's consciousness has disappeared. The cursed Matryoshka iceberg has been destroyed. Drake and Eljun quickly escaped. Let's go. Yu Jang was astonished by their speed. What kind of groans did they make to surprise him? Help, huh? Yu Jang was surprised. TX, you're still alive. He was buried in a pile of dirt and seemed to be flying in the wind. I couldn't see clearly, but he survived thanks to a special shield. The ice cave shook violently, and structures began to collapse. Gahu clicked her tongue. They've already escaped, and since they've come this far, there must be a way to escape. The sound of collapsing grew louder, and she desperately searched for an exit. I can't sink with this iceberg. When Gahu saw something, Drake asked why he was going in the opposite direction from Eljun. Did he not intend to take the demon's party ship? He said from the beginning that they had boarded a one-way ticket party from which there was no return. Even if they went back, the fare would be 300 million gold, 10 times more expensive than the inbound trip. He was startled by the 300 million gold, Eljun said. Wait a moment, Drake asked, what is this? He took out a sphere named Essence of the Deep Sea. It suddenly grew 10,000 times larger. The size of the essence of the deep sea was enough for the two of them to stay comfortably. The island was still collapsing at an enormous speed, slowly sinking into the sea, and would soon disappear without a trace. He realized, that's right. I got this after killing the demon of the deep, didn't I? Eljun confirmed. That's right, it has the effect of reducing water damage to 0. Drake was surprised. I thought it was a useless item, he laughed and said. It's not affected by temperature or pressure. Suddenly the sound of a ship cutting through the water with a roar was heard. It was speeding over the water. He watched, wide-eyed, following behind. What? It's the demon's party. Ain quickly recognized it with her eyes. No, it's a different ship, it's them. They both looked at the shadows of acquaintances on the ship and were very surprised. Gahu, what? He immediately understood the problem. Indeed, Eljun was confident that the ship that had been trapped in the middle of the mountain could move. It fell as the iceberg collapsed. He was surprised. This ship, no one rode it before. I thought it was just an object. For a brief moment, thanks to her quick wit, she used it as an unknown variable. Eljun praised. She's amazing too. As expected, she's one of the future top tiers. Yu Jang worried. The ship is barely moving. Can it hold out until it reaches land? Gahu shouted in exasperation. Shut up, we have to make it move somehow, if you don't want to die. The ship drifted across the sea, and Eljun's words echoed in her mind again. You won't be able to keep up with my pace. She was angry. Who wants to follow you? My goal is to escape the damage. Gahu fumed as she steered the ship. Next time I'll definitely kill you. At the same time, he was explaining the essence of the deep sea. In short, it's a giant sphere made from the deep sea demon's essence, and it's the only way to the map. The deep sea can only be visited once, but the effect is quite good. Drake asked, so we're going to the new map of the deep sea now? How long will it take? Eljun estimated it would take about 3 days. He said in surprise. 3 days, he reassured him. Don't worry too much. If you're inside this sphere, your location will be maintained even if you log out. It's like an elevator, so the AI recognizes it as land terrain. Eljun stretched. Then shall we rest for a bit before starting our deep sea exploration? I also have things to do. See you in 75 hours. Drake laughed and replied. Understood, he asked. There must be many monsters at the bottom of the deep sea, right? He confirmed. Of course, there even the great undead are merely low-level monsters, Drake exclaimed with anticipation. Amazing. Time passed quickly, and about 4 days later at the bottom of the deep sea there were many strange unexplored creatures. The system announced the world's first successful Karen raid. Karen is dead. Until Karen revives, no storm or tsunami will come to the northern continent. The system showed Eljun's detailed information. He had conquered Karen. Therefore, no deep-sea creatures would appear in the northern continent until he revived. The two lords who rule the deep sea expressed interest in Eljun in Chapter 69. A week after the Matryoshka iceberg attack at YouTube Korea headquarters, team leader Song Chung-woo hastily carried 2 coffees and headed to the office. Game content team. His subordinate saw him and rushed even more. Team leader Song Chung-woo couldn't understand why she was in such a hurry. What's the rush? She didn't know how to explain to him, so she led him to the computer. Team leader, look at this. He asked curiously why she was doing that. What is it? Team leader Song Chung-woo looked at the computer screen. It was Eljun's YouTube channel again. Ah, you mean Goenmul? Did he upload another game attack video this time? She explained to team leader Song Chung-woo. Yes, he suddenly uploaded 12 of them. Team leader Song Chung-woo handed her the coffee, not forgetting to praise Eljun. He's working hard these days. Upload them in parts, because publicly uploading information carries many risks. Usually the more followers a streamer has, the more cautious they are in selecting and uploading content. To survive long in this market and for the benefit of video exposure. Even if there are many videos, streamers usually don't upload them all at once but in small increments. Team leader Song Chung-woo further inquired about Eljun's views. Still, uploading them all at once must have an effect. How many likes did he get? She hesitated and replied, about 50,000. Team leader Song Chung-woo thought it wasn't bad after hearing it. 50,000? There are 12 videos, so about 5,000 views per video. That's quite a lot for a video that just went up. She heard that and finally spoke. Team leader Song Chung-woo misunderstood what I just said. I was talking about the views per video. Team leader Song Chung-woo couldn't believe his ears and only asked her again after a long time. What? And team leader Song Chung-woo rushed to the computer screen like a rocket. On the screen, all of Eljun's videos had enormous view counts. Unknown continent, northern continent, attack A-grade boss, boss A-grade dungeon, frozen sea A-grade boss Secret path to a new map. A-grade boss demon of the deep in an all-night battle with the great undead. Team leader Song Chung-woo never thought a gamer like Elgin would gain such immense popularity. Crazy. Crazy, he thought to himself about the reasons why Elgin's viewership was so high. The unknown continent which no one had attacked was a place no one dared to visit due to its harsh environment. Strange monsters living in that ecosystem, including secret quests and the strongest bosses. Game titles that made gamers ecstatic. Team leader Song Chung-woo sighed slightly as if realizing something. He asked her again, "You didn't just upload this to YouTube, did you?" She also replied honestly, "Yes, it was also uploaded to websites like Dead Inside, Today's Humor, Mujin University, Twitter, Facebook and Instagram." Team leader Song Chung-woo took out his phone and thought to himself, "Exclusive contract, that's right. I need to make an exclusive contract first. I need to call him right away." But Elgin didn't answer the phone, which surprised him. He's not answering. Is he playing a game? Here, the sky was dark and suffocatingly gray. At this time, the Demon's Ancient City Arena Part 1 Pro League was in progress. Royal Guerrero Tournament Round 1. At this time, Jin Ho and I Am Yo Seop were fighting very fiercely. I Am Yo Seop struck Jin Ho, but he ducked to avoid it. Jin Ho prepared to counterattack by swinging his spear. But I Am Yo Seop blocked it again. It was a very tense situation. Jin Ho was very excited and provoked I Am Yo Seop. "I'll get my revenge here." "You're dead," he replied calmly, not as arrogant as Jin Ho. "I guess your target for revenge isn't me. I heard you changed your entire team to participate in the top league." "You fraud." Jin Ho angrily swung his sword and rushed at him. "Shut up. Do you want to get hit?" I Am Yo Seop suddenly changed the subject. "Come to think of it, a few people over there were gathered to take down your team's ace. Why was that?" As if struck, Jin Ho stammered, "I don't need to do such a thing. It's ridiculous to gather to catch someone who only ranks up. If it's 1v1 I can beat anyone. There's no enemy I can't handle unless it's a team battle." He knew Jin Ho was a braggart, so he said contemptuously, "Sounds good." At this moment a huge explosion was heard, and they both turned their heads towards the sound. Jin Ho was surprised at the group at the 2 o'clock direction where they had been gathered. They were gathered there. Why is it so noisy? Everything went according to I Am Yo Seop's plan, so he was very confident at this time. "You're really lucky. Let me tell you one thing. Consider yourself truly fortunate to have been defeated by my hand." Suddenly flames shot up from over there, engulfing everyone. They couldn't understand what was happening and just asked, but no one answered. "What is this? It's not a bug, is it? How can you beat that?" And the flames almost swallowed them. From where the flames started, someone's faint shadow appeared. The murderous Elgin seemed to swallow anyone. Just thinking of getting close to him was an immense power. It destroyed many things, filling the space with an atmosphere of death. The player's shadow flew into the air, another person disappeared, and some just screamed helplessly. The name Elgin killed directly. This astonished the audience, and only silence flowed. The host realized that he hadn't said anything and was just blank like the other audience members. The broadcast has been temporarily suspended. I apologize. I forgot my role in this urgent situation." Elgin furiously attacked the opponent. The host stammered in surprise at this sight. "Unbelievable. Something completely unbelievable is happening in real time." His death was his birth. Only roars and waves echoed at the scene. Korea's 3rd and 4th ranked heroes continued to be defeated. The audience watched with wide eyes and discussed Elgin's attack. Hey, is this real? What am I seeing? Is this a live situation? He can kill 26 top-ranked players by himself? It's really good to see it in person. This match will remain in the game company forever. Oh no, I can't wait any longer. I have to watch it again. I got goosebumps all over my body. It's real," the host added to the excitement of the match again. Top League is a match to determine 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place out of a total of 3 rounds. The Royal Guerrero War broke out, and players from eliminated teams were recruited to qualify for the top league. The Royal Guerrero War broke out, but 17 ranked players united to catch Elgin alone. Some even said this would be the worst league in history. But the audience leaped from their seats as soon as the match began and could not sit down until the battle ended. At this time the system showed the items Elgin used. Seahorse Gauntlet, A-grade one-handed weapon, physical attack 3600, special earthquake attribute usable. An immense power approaching 26 out of 50 Royal Guerrero participants. The system sent a notification simultaneously with the host's voice. Demon Catfish Tooth, A-grade one-handed weapon, physical attack 3000, water attribute attack 200, special whirlwind attribute usable. As expected, he's the core of the team. His prestige is beyond words. Dia cried with joy at the sight. Elgin looked at the results of round K1. I Am Yo Seop 1 kill, Ma Tae Gang 1 kill, Song Byung Gun 1 kill, Elgin 26 kills. It was not a mistake, it was Ma Tae Gang 1 kill, Song Byung Gun 1 kill, Elgin 26 kills. He was very satisfied with this result and returned to his original form. Note: Pro League Round 1 Match 1 ended. Elgin overwhelmingly defeated the 17 ranked players who had teamed up to catch him. On that day, 100,000 spectators gathered at the arena became fans of Dongwon. Even people who weren't interested in games gradually began to pay attention to this hot news. Is this real? It's not a script, is it? Amazing. 17 people died in an instant. I have to go see this legendary match in person. Only team leader Song Chung-woo was still very confused. It's really strange. It doesn't feel normal at all. And he realized, remembering Elgin's name and title. Elgin, the monster of the Pro League. Elgin, the pioneer of amateurs. Go Elgin. The amateur game world. Was it a coincidence that these two appeared in the same era? If he accepted his YouTube exclusive contract offer, suddenly a voice startled him. Team leader Song Chung-woo firmly ordered her. Assistant manager Kim, report to the manager and request a meeting with the director. She also quickly understood the intention, but there wasn't enough reason to hold this emergency meeting. Yes, what should I tell the manager? He hesitated quite a bit. But it wasn't that there was no reasonable reason to hold this meeting. YouTube Korea's Pro League game sponsorship and club founding project. At these words, she was very surprised. Huh? And team leader Song Chung-woo seemed to be thinking additionally. He looked at the computer screen and the matter of appointing a director. On Elgin's screen, 3 missed calls from team leader Song Chung-woo were displayed, as he expected. Good, he called. Turning back time to around the time of the YouTuber Awards ceremony, that is, just before the press conference ended. At this time, team leader Song Chung-woo called Elgin. Yes, hello, this is Go Elgin. I'm Song Chung-woo, team leader of the YouTube game content team. We are holding an event at the Yongdongpo Merit Hotel Banquet Hall at the end of this year. We hope you will honor us with your presence. We have already sent out invitations. Hearing this, he replied, yes, is this event only for exclusive streamers or pros from the company? Song Chung-woo replied with great excitement. Oh, Mr. Goenmul is certainly an exception. It would be an honor for us if you could attend, and as I mentioned before, if you sign an exclusive contract with us, you can receive convenient support such as comprehensive management support, revenue sharing management, studio support, and content production support. We believe that with Mr. Goenmul's abilities combined with our company's support, the possibility of achieving a diamond play button is very high. Elgin did not immediately agree. Well, I've been doing well on my own for a long time anyway. Knowing this, Song Chung-woo offered more conditions. Then there's nothing we can do. Mr. Go Elgin probably doesn't need an exclusive contract. The broadcast revenue from other platforms is also very significant. Although he thought to himself, he's truly an amazing person, he didn't reply curtly to Song Chung-woo. That's right, however. If your company offers an exclusive contract, I will sign with YouTube. When Elgin said something that sounded like agreement, Song Chung-woo was overjoyed. Really, is that true? What are your conditions? I'll contact the manager immediately to schedule a meeting. But in reality, Elgin was not as easy as Song Chung-woo thought. It's simple. I'll establish the Dem Pro team on YouTube and I'll be the team leader. Hearing this, Song Chung-woo paused for about 5 seconds to collect himself. Song Chung-woo couldn't be sure, but he couldn't let Elgin go. I will consult with my superiors about this matter as soon as possible. I will try to coordinate it as quickly as possible. Yes, Elgin thought to himself, he's truly foolish. What an idiot. He quickly replied, then I'll wait for your call. Not only YouTube but also Africa TV, Vodek, Navercast and Watch TV showed similar reactions. Is this still the time for bragging? Alright, I'll prove it with results. And his videos, one after another, accumulated many views, each with its own unique flavor. This deeply impressed Song Chung-woo, who immediately had to call a meeting. This situation was exactly as Elgin had expected. As expected, YouTube contacted him first, but they had decided to form a team ever since Dem first appeared. Anyway, YouTube will also create a Pro League team soon. Before long, my performance will decline, and then I will put it to good use. But it's not time to answer yet. Mr. Song Chung-woo, you'll have to wait a little longer. I'm sorry, it's really difficult. The long-awaited league has finally begun. The announcer's voice was filled with excitement, boosting the atmosphere of the stadium. Everyone, welcome to the first Dem Pro League. 50 professional teams have passed the challenge. Half of them, 25 players from 5 teams, have passed the first hurdle of the Royal Guerra War preliminary round. And now, a fierce competition among Korea's top 25 players will unfold. Now for round 2 BL. Let's begin. This round is also similar to professional wrestling or 5-on-5 fighting games. All teams compete once. After 10 matches, only 3 teams survive based on points. Cup K1 vs Stone BL Round 2 Match 3 featuring Korea's number 1 Im Yo-seop and Korea's number 3 Lee Jun-ho. Like mammoths with 2 tusks charging, Im Yo-seop attacked Lee Jun-ho head-on. Lee Jun-ho swung his twin swords, continuously attacking Im Yo-seop's sturdy shield. As a result, Im Yo-seop continuously tanked and dealt damage, ultimately winning. His HP may be depleted, causing him to lose the next match. However, understanding the opponent's trump card and chipping away at the winner's HP provides an enormous advantage to the team members. Korea Stain L Stock vs Cup K1 BL Round 2 Match 6. Cup K1 swiftly attacks the opponent with powerful punches, giving no chance for counterattack. A single kick brilliantly concludes the match. As Cup K1 raises his fist high, the announcer's voice loudly echoes. The winner is on Kin. The highlight of this match. From match 1 to match 5, the opponents were continuously eliminated. The god of combat, Ma Tae Gang, summon water. Cup K1 vs Chunji Paiwing. Round 2 Match 8. Chunji Paiwang's bug appears in the match, gaining a strong early advantage and repelling attacks. Song Byung-gun doubled the duration of the Ho. Genius abilities were displayed alternately, and after more than 4 hours of battle, Ryu Jo-gun had to retreat in a situation no one could replace. Song Byung-gun and Ruwon-ho lost consciousness after capturing the opponent's trump card, and there was nothing to fear in the next ban. Im Yo-seop and the god of combat Ma Tae Gang cleared the rest. The match ended meaninglessly. Elgin watched this scene from behind and thought to himself, watching them fight, they're just like the dogs I knew back then. Specifically, what's different? Was Cup K1's atmosphere this good? That's right. Unlike Shigang before returning, Yo Seop shed his arrogance and displayed his abilities as the team's ace. When someone stronger than Yo Seop appeared, Ruwunho's long-held admiration for Yo Seop as a fan shifted towards Eljan. Song Byung-gun always maintained an appropriate attitude, even though the efforts of other team members increased significantly to a mid-tier level. Their practice time must have also increased significantly. Ma Tae-gang raised the water to an indescribable height. Thanks to this, their team was able to employ more sophisticated and aggressive tactics, even without saying a word. Simply appearing in the practice room and quietly brewing coffee was enough to boost the team's morale. He utilized the team members' abilities to the fullest, demonstrating his natural leadership skills. Jong tapped Eljan's back and said with great excitement, "Demon King, you're truly a treasure, a treasure." Eljan thought to himself, Ha Jae-young is talking to me who has never participated in a match. If the Eljan character joins the team, everything will change. At this moment the audience was more fervent than ever. The sight of them crushing all obstacles with irresistible force was like a surging herd of cattle. Everyone was extremely excited and shouting, and the announcer's voice was heard again. Finally, the last match is approaching. The Gangwon team will face Cup DOK. The first ranker is Kim Jong-un, player number 4. She is a girl wearing a long hoodie that almost completely covers her body. As Tae-gang prepared to attack, she snapped her fingers and muttered seed germination with her mouth. A powerful yellow light surged from behind Jong-un. Vines that burst from the ground quickly rushed towards Tae-gang, but he reacted very calmly. Is it a magic attribute? Seed germination? It's really crude. I'll burn it all down. Flames spewing from Tae-gang's fists engulfed the vines outside. Daeon was excited to see Tae-gang use fire to suppress the vines. That's right, that tactic won't work on Tae-gang. He's added powerful flame attack options to his limbs. But not everything was as simple as he thought. Tae-gang looked at his feet, but the vines were still there. What? They're not burning, Jong-un then spoke. It would be better to discard the prejudice that plants are weak to fire now. Do you know how much I struggled to obtain infinite magic stealth? The vines, as if revived, became even stronger, transforming into giant, very hungry carnivorous plant monsters. Tae-gang realized that his opponent was no ordinary person and became even more wary. This is truly troublesome. As long as the seed germination attribute isn't sealed, I'm bound to take some fixed damage, he argued with her. It seems you used a trick to avoid getting entangled. How shameful. Jong-un seemed unfazed by this. Oh, think whatever you want. Eljan saw this and suddenly thought of MDG. The team's performance in the playoffs was also at that level. The region of origin also had relatively low competition compared to other regions. To be honest, the competition in the preliminaries held in Suncheon was also low. And if my memory serves me right, Cup K1 will make a comeback against the MDOK team today. The vine monsters, as if famished for a long time, quickly rushed towards Tae-gang. He unleashed fire attacks, but knowing their minimal effect, Tae-gang had to do everything he could in a state of great fluster. Jong-un didn't let Tae-gang go. She created more vines and attacked him. So absorbed, Tae-gang didn't notice that Jong-un had moved much closer to him. What? When did she move there? The announcer and everyone else were very excited by her attack and her way of expressing herself in this match. Ah, truly amazing. Player Kim Jong-un has presented a never-before-seen mage meta. What should we call this? The Psychic World Mage Meta. Player Ma Tae-gang swings his fist as if uninterested, and Jong-un sends a look as if she has some unspoken ulterior motive. Tae-gang quickly swung his fist but was very flustered as he couldn't see her. She disappeared. When did she go behind me? Lightning bolts flew straight at Tae-gang. He never expected a mage player to fight at such close range, close combat. Tae-gang struggled and swung his fist at Jong-un. He slammed his fist into the floor, but Jong-un deftly dodged. Tae-gang gnashed his teeth in anger, not knowing where she had retreated to. Damn it, she escaped with another strange trick. Jong-un retreated and quickly raised vines to block Tae-gang's attack. Oh dear, your defense is quite high. Your will is truly amazing. I'd like to remember your name. Could you tell me your name? Hearing this, Tae-gang thought to himself, she doesn't know the name of her opponent. Why is she asking such a question? But even though it was very strange, he didn't refuse and replied, Ma Tae-gang. Jong-un's eyes suddenly widened and shone, but there was a certain power in those eyes. It pressed down on Tae-gang as if he were being crushed by something applying pressure to his body. Tae-gang's entire body swayed, and he had difficulty regaining consciousness. Strange, my head is momentarily dizzy and I have no sensation in my body. Outside, Daeon was flustered. No, Tae-gang quickly switched to Ruwunho. Tae-gang then received a system notification. He fell into an abnormal sleep state after calling his own name. Jong-un plunged Tae-gang into a strange sleep, winning this match herself. Good night, baby. Jong-un launched a final attack to ensure his defeat. Magic missile. The light shone brightly, then gradually disappeared. It vanished into the darkness. Tae-gang woke up with sweat pouring down his face as if he had a nightmare. Daeon rushed to him to check if he was all right. Tae-gang, are you okay? Snap out of it. At this moment, the announcer's voice heated up the match again. Lee Jun-ho, he is the next player to come out for Cup K1 after Ma Tae-gang, so a match between mages is. I'm really looking forward to it. Tae-gang collected himself and asked Daeon, in the end I fell into a strange state. What was that? He quickly explained to Tae-gang, it's a magic spell that puts the opponent to sleep for 5 seconds. Do you understand why that happened? No, I didn't know that. The announcer's voice drew their attention. Player Lee Jun-ho is also continuously missing. He's constantly taking damage, but player Lee Jun-ho has no way to block it. He's being helplessly defeated by player Kim Jong-un's magic. Daeyeon looked at the screen and told Tae Gang the little information he had. She has almost no match data for League of Legends, but in the Royal Ground Zero war she massacred 5 people alone. Roon-ho was flustered by Jong-un's terrible attack. What? My mana recovery speed has slowed down and my attacks aren't landing properly. Very quickly, a tree monster charged directly in front of him, but Roon-ho skillfully counterattacked. He hadn't expected them to be this strong. What are those troublesome guys? What's going on? Surprisingly, Jong-un only gave a contemptuous smile. You can't escape from the abnormal state. In the end, player Lee Jun-ho also fell. Next, player Song Byung-gun was no exception. His incredible APM actions per minute score was now less than half of his usual. The announcer once again piqued the viewer's curiosity. It seems she has acquired attributes like illusion or mind control. Come to think of it, the mages in DEM were completely different from conventional justice players. Another announcer continued, that's right, unlike characters like archers, rogues, or warriors, mages are clearly tiered. This is because they use unique items called skill books or spell books. These items are categorized by the grade of the recorded attributes, so a single book can teach and use multiple skills simultaneously, making them highly versatile. Of course, the type and number of spells are random, so obtaining a good spell book is the most important thing. At this moment, the tension in the final match was higher than ever. Yeseop was substituted into the match against Jong-un. He swung his weapon and slammed it hard into the ground, shattering the earth into several pieces. Learning from Tae Gang's experience, Yeseop focused even more calmly. Whether it's illusion or mind control, I won't give her a chance to use it. I'll get as close to her as possible and drag her down to the bottom. Jong-un fired blue lightning at him, causing an explosion. Jong-un didn't forget to provoke Yeseop. Are you the strongest person in this country? You shouldn't be interrupted in the middle. What a troublesome person. Daeyeon looked at the screen, seemingly a little pleased. The Psychic World Mage was just a trick that combined a few plausible passive attributes and used them at opportune moments against overwhelming power. It's just a remnant. On the stadium side, Jong-un also recognized Yeseop's abilities. His defense is too strong, I can't break through it. What's your name? He replied without thinking. Yeseop, you don't know my name? I'm the #1 ranked player in this country. That's a bit strange. Like Tae Gang, he also felt uncomfortable due to the mental attack. The announcer's voice blended in. Player Yeseop has suddenly stopped attacking. It's a similar situation to player Tae Gang earlier. Jong-un looked down at him, speaking with an indescribable contempt. What's wrong? You said you wouldn't give me a chance to attack. Yeseop realized his body wasn't moving and his HP wasn't recovering. I see, that's why the others lost. Before he could think of everything, Jong-un unleashed an explosion towards Yeseop. Before Jong-un could even celebrate, he felt immense guilt at this sight. No way to be driven out like this. Yeseop, with no ability to defend, had no choice but to take Jong-un's attack and was sent flying into the gray sky. Elgin continuously cheered for Yeseop from outside. Yeseop, fight, you're Korea's strongest monster. Damn it, Yeseop, I can't let that guy win. Hearing this, he realized something. Yeseop gritted his teeth and refused to be substituted. He struggled to regain his balance and fell back to the floor. Jong-un hadn't expected him to be able to do that, but didn't forget to taunt him. Oh, how can he defend in that situation? You tried to switch out, huh? Did the nickname Demon King please you? Yeseop knew he was about to be substituted, but his eyes showed no willingness to admit defeat. Jong-un told him to say whatever she wanted. Indeed, I can't not know myself. Leave the rest to me, big brother. A magic circle appeared, and the host immediately recognized it as Eljan. He's finally here, the overwhelming presence, the executioner of the Royal Ground Zero War Part 1. The Eye of the Storm boasts of continuous victories since the League began. Everyone stared at the big screen more focused than ever, and his name was called. Elgin. Jong-un knew her opponent was much more serious than before. The stands almost exploded with cheers at Elgin's appearance, but she quickly regained her feigned gentle demeanor. Nice to meet you. I've become a fan of the Ryan War. Your nickname is Holy Demon King, right? Elgin thought for a moment and then replied, No. Elgin thought to himself, Kim Dong-un, you are a thorn in the side of the Korean gaming world. He replied to her with clear contempt, I am not the Holy Demon King, I am Elgin. Dong-un introduced herself. My name is Dong-un, 29 years old. Female. The interview will now begin. The interviewer's voice echoed, What tier are you in now? She answered nonchalantly, hands in her pockets, Unranked. I had personal circumstances, but if I applied I would at least be in the top 3. The interviewer asked again. What is your profession? She replied, sipping coffee. Currently a pro gamer and previously a programmer. The interviewer was curious. A programmer? Did you work all-nighters? She nodded. Yes, that's right. The interviewer grew a little more curious. Why did you quit your job? Dong-un replied indifferently. I thought the life of a player would be better than a developer or a gamer. For now, yes. The interviewer continued to ask. I know you're a mage, but what grade? She immediately shared. Master B grade. Isn't that less than the bottom 1 in terms of grade? Achieving grade 4 is very easy, but becoming a master of grade 4 is very difficult. The interviewer delved a little deeper. Then could you tell us about the abilities of your magic book? Hearing this, Dong-un ground her teeth in anger. Are you crazy? That's too much to ask. Just know that if I put my mind to it, there's no opponent I can't defeat in a 1v1 battle. That's why I hid my strength a little in the Challenger League and the Royal War. Otherwise I would have been gang attacked for sure." The interviewer didn't stop and moved on to another topic. "You're going to fight a formidable enemy. Are you mentally prepared?" Dongmun asked back, slightly intrigued. "Formidable? Who are you talking about?" the interviewer mentioned. "Aren't you afraid of Stan Water?" She replied confidently. "Nonsense. Why should I be afraid of him? Rather, he should be afraid of me." The interviewer hesitated. "Does that mean you can win in a duel against Stan Water?" Dongmun replied triumphantly. "Even in the Royal Grow Zero War I would never lose in a 1v1 against that person. In other words, you might not be massacred by a surprise wide-area explosion attack?" The interviewer asked. "Then you can defeat Stan Water." She suddenly stood up and clasped her hands. "Of course, just wait and see. I'll show you how miserably I defeat him." Some information about Dongmun appeared. Dongmun, owner of the Illusion Pain B-Grade Illusion Magic Book, has the following special abilities. Illusion Sound Hallucination Deja Vu. When the owner is seen, the opponent's HP or MP recovery ability significantly decreases. Calling her name temporarily puts the opponent in an abnormal state such as sleep or reverse summoning. If the opponent files on the owner, their trait is nullified. The criterion for filing depends on the opponent's perception of the owner, based on the number of blinks. One blink allows movement behind the opponent. Nickname Fanatic. A player who exploits macro hacks and bugs. She was a game developer and a competent GM. But why was she fired from the company? Auto-hunting, money duplication, hacks. She used her position to install malicious programs in the game and a 10-year warrant was issued for her arrest. Her notoriety can be sufficiently inferred. The exchange rate also fluctuated because of this one player. And I suffered quite a bit of damage too. Especially today after I charged all the money I had into the game. Her cruel actions made headlines, and she suffered a huge loss. And besides all this, I can never forgive her for trying to turn my favorite game into a chat game. I will uproot her here." Elgin stood gallantly in his armor. Dongmun was a little curious. "I've become a fan of the Royal War. Your nickname is Holy Demon King, right?" he replied. "I am not the Holy Demon King. I am Ma Dongguang." Her entire body fell into something trapped. Seeing that she was not letting down her guard at all, he thought, "You fool, didn't you realize after seeing the previous players fall into the trap?" When she seemed almost destroyed, "Ha, you answered, so it's over, goodbye." But Dongmun appeared before his eyes, and strange purple lightning burst from her entire body. He judged that iron attribute magic had the strongest attack power. So she ordered to attack him with an iron fist. Although the attack came from behind and was close, Elgin calmly praised, "Good choice at close range. Whether it's magic or physical attack, you must have an absolutely high attack power." Of course, as soon as he finished speaking, the iron fist flew and at the same time he dodged to the side. He said in a low voice, "But if it were me, you wouldn't have expected this situation." Dongmun was bewildered. Failing to inflict damage and instead being counterattacked by Elgin. She spat out a mouthful of blood. She was enveloped in flame energy. How did he dodge? Suddenly, her nosebleed didn't stop and she screamed, "My nose?" He had punched her nose. Elgin said irritably, "Ah, really, I want to die, really." An annoyed expression was clear within his armor. At this point, just by looking at the shadow under my feet, I know what to do. Didn't I dodge Medusa's complex attacks in the blink of an eye? Dongmun sat on the floor, an incredulous expression on her face. What is this? How did he dodge? No, why isn't the spirit language magic working? Elgin still stood silently. She immediately used the B-grade Deja Vu, level 5 magic book Illusion Pain. When the owner is seen, the opponent's HP or MP recovery ability significantly decreases. Opponents who are highly immersed in the game may experience motion sickness and vomit. He muttered, "Staring like that is useless." That's right, mental world magic doesn't work on me. It's thanks to the trait I obtained by catching ancient creatures. That trait has enormous resistance to mental world magic. Dongmun angrily threw purple magic at him. Damn it, what a troublesome guy. Around him, she summoned gigantic green monsters, and they bared their sharp teeth. He immediately spewed fire and burned them. The fire grew stronger and stronger over here, Dongmun said triumphantly. It's useless. They're fire-resistant plants, can't you see? At this rate, I'll slowly strangle you to death, but Elgin replied calmly. If they're fire-resistant weeds, I'll pull them out by the roots. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and pulled out the roots, and he swung the plant roots one by one. This sight excited one of the players from Team Sunka 1. Amazing, he's actually removing them with raw strength. Dongmun was a little scared at this moment. No, she screamed, don't come closer. At the same time, Elgin's flames spread just in time and her entire body was enveloped in flames. He tightly gripped something in the flames, he said, slightly annoyed. Truly amazing. Participating in the league with this level of skill, no matter how new it is, the standard is too low. The host couldn't hide his excitement. As expected, Ma Dongguang, his momentum is truly overwhelming. Of course, he completely shattered player Dongmun's magic meta in a magnificent way. He dramatically saved Team Gukka 1 from Onken's threat. The viewers were also very happy with this result and cheered. Dongmun's mage hat was still floating intact in Elgin's sea of flames. A crack formed beneath Elgin's feet, but he was still advancing. Suddenly a player spoke. Hey, you're really lucky too, drinking coffee in this atmosphere. The player replied, this isn't mine. This is Team Gukka 1 player's second cup. He hesitated slightly. Earlier before player Ma Dongguang went in I remembered what Elgin asked for. Wait, take this, he was surprised. Yes, shall I clean it up? He blocked him again. No, just hold it for a moment. He went inside. I'll be back before it gets cold, that friend asked back, looking up at the stands. Really? He replied. Yeah, the boisterous commentary. Does he think he's Guan Yu? In fact, it was Onken's declaration. Amazing, that's possible too, at this moment in the arena. Elgin gestured and called out, next, if we drag this out the audience will get bored. Come here. The next challenger, Black Ox Bang Chunwoo, rushed at Elgin brandishing a large axe. I'll avenge the team leader. He was a top-ranked player from MDOG called He-Woo with a charge attribute. Nothing had even started yet, and intense flames flew at him. He shouted in horror, ha! Before he could react, Elgin firmly grabbed the fur attached to Bang Chunwoo's hat and slammed him to the ground. He screamed in pain. Ah, Elgin kindly reminded him. Look behind you carefully. Immediately, the host notification echoed, Bang Chunwoo out. Next is ranked player Choi Bum-ji. He was laughing cheerfully. He is an archer who uses a special tactic, digging tunnels using the hole digging attribute of a C-grade item called Mole Dungeon Gauntlet, then using his invisibility and hunting attributes with a crossbow to shoot arrows into the ground, piercing the opponent's souls. Choi Bum-ji burrowed deep into the ground and said triumphantly, all your movements are detected by my triple vibration sensor. You were lucky to dodge the first arrow, but how did you know I shot an arrow from the start? From above, Elgin raised one foot and stomped down hard with intense flame energy. All the ground was set on fire at the same time. The host also announced Choi Bum-ji out. Another challenger appeared. This is as far as you go, Ma Dongguang. I will avenge the team leader and my older brother. What appeared in the arena was a fat man in heavy armor. He was Bang Chunhei, Bang Chunwoo's younger brother. Elgin was curious. The enemy of Choi Bum-ji and Bang Chunwoo, Bang Chunhei, stuck out his bulging belly. No mistake, Skyhammer. Then his body swelled and he charged forward and Hugh attacked. His body rolled like a gigantic ball and he shouted confidently, if I use my skill you'll be finished. Hearing this, he calmly judged, I see, knockback, so I can't go up. Then he raised his fist high. Alright, please don't get pushed back. A flaming fist squarely struck Bang Chunhei's face, sending him flying backward. He asked with slight interest, how does it feel to be floating in the air? You won't be able to fall because of my fist knockback immune trait. Elgin swung his fist one more time, slightly enjoying himself. I need to test this old sandbag. At this moment, a piece of something drifted in the air and landed at Elgin's feet. Bang Chunhei was once. The host quickly announced Bang Chunhei out, then excitedly shouted, next is the last player. Player Un, please enter. Oh, an unexpected matchup. Player Un is a special mage specializing in clone techniques. I didn't think it would be a dangerous gamble against Ma Dongguang, who uses wide area attacks. Team Gukka-1 seized an opportunity for a counterattack amidst Onken's threat. MDOG faced numerous unpredictable targets. At this time, the focus of the game was shifting. Elgin observed her from afar. Unha, she was also a little excited. Player Ma Dongguang, right, this is my first time seeing it in person, he said, praising slightly. Good judgment, Un said seriously. Please take care of me. The pro player from Team Sunka-1 was surprised. She made 10 clones. Jonglun also couldn't believe it. Usually 1 or 2 are difficult. What should I do? After creating 10 clones, Un was a little worried. Where can I find them? At the same time, numerous lightning bolts were summoned. At the same time, Lightning Chain X10 echoed. Un, with her clones, wielded her magic staff and conjured lightning, all 10 of them with one mind over here. Elgin also struggled quite a bit to dodge. Dodging this lightning, typical clone techniques are overwhelmed by wide area attack skills. But with Player Un it's a different story. Player Un's clone technique has a wide area attack counter called Clone Counter. Elgin also praised, thanks to the clone's gigantic fragment rampage trait, the clone's attack power will affect me. It's the best card to catch me. If I use a skill carelessly, my shoulder will die instantly. Hearing this, Un quickly commanded, quickly use a wide area attack. That will be your doomsday. He merely made a hum sound. Then he moved with astonishing speed, appearing next to Un and grabbing her. Then he began to attack Un accurately. Her entire body was shocked as if in disbelief. She clutched her head and doubted. How did he distinguish the real one? But she didn't give up and continued. Then how about this skill, clone multiplication? Her clones again used their magic staffs to create lightning, attacking Elgin in succession. Dust billowed from the collision. Once again he appeared behind Un. Catch that guy, she said, slightly annoyed. How can he not know the real one? He willingly replied. It's clearly visible. Clones don't blink, and besides their body temperature is low and you can tell their energy decreases just by getting close. She summoned lightning to push Elgin away. At this moment, Un entered a powerful combat state. Alright, then I'll show you my secret, she shouted. Clone X100. Around him, clones appeared in succession. Elgin was a little helpless. I told you clone techniques are useless. She opened her mouth, annoyed. HMPH, don't underestimate me. Even if I die, I will definitely avenge Un. But Elgin laughed cheerfully. Trying to blow me up, Un thought triumphantly. Surrounded by so many clones, no one could escape. The host, seeing this sight, couldn't hide his surprise. Player Un, that's her final skill. If bombs and clones attack simultaneously, the attack range will be destroyed. Will the match end in a draw like this? But Elgin shattered that belief. It's useless. I won't give you a chance to die. His entire body burst into red flames. The surging flow of mana, Medusa's mana trait, turns any living creature that meets the user's eyes into stone. At this moment, Un turned to stone. No way, I can't move my body. She gritted her teeth and quietly calculated. Recalling Medusa's traits, she figured that even if she turned to stone it would only be for a moment and would only apply to a very small part of her body. Considering the effect Medusa exerted, it wasn't bad. It was able to momentarily stop Un's clones. While Un was lost in thought, Elgin approached precisely. "I'll find and kill you," she shouted in disbelief. "How did you know this time?" He patiently explained again. "It's clearly visible. The more clones you make, the lighter the color." At this moment, the audience was about to explode. The host couldn't help but exclaim. As expected of player Ma Dongguang, he overcame Onken's crisis and ultimately brought victory to Team Gukka 1. Finally, Blix Onken appeared. And it was even the opposite Onken, not the original. Zhonglun chuckled somewhat triumphantly at this. The players quietly waited for the results and the host immediately read them out. Total battle time is 9 minutes and 59 seconds. It's an inverted Onken in just 10 minutes. The best result of this tournament came from player Ma Dongguang. At this moment, Elgin also came out of the capsule and looked at the screen. Team Gukka 1 defeated MDG and advanced to the Ultimate League Finals. He put on his small mask again and mumbled, "Now as a Goenmul, I can focus on my mission for a few seconds." Another hidden NPC needed to prepare for the cataclysm. Twilight fell upon the river. Flowers and trees cast shadows on the water, accompanied by a message for the Wadu Queen. The system announced, "You have entered Wadu Sui land." First visitor, Zodiac Bandabel. All around, mushrooms taller than a person's head grew profusely, and a thick fog created an eerie and mysterious atmosphere. A gigantic spider charged headfirst. System information: Common Soldier Grade C traits, Rapid Regeneration, Minion Shortening, Potent Poison, Habitat Wadu Sui land, Size 3M. Another monster charged. Notification: Wadu Sui Elite Soldier Grade B traits, Rapid Regeneration, Minion Shortening, Potent Poison, Habitat Wadu Sui land, Size 6M. Another colossal monster charged. Jin swung his sword and immediately dispatched it. Elgin thought to himself, Wadu Sui. At first glance they seem like insect monsters. The information of the monster he had just defeated appeared. Wadu Sui Giant Soldier Grade B traits, Rapid Regeneration, Minion Shortening, Potent Poison, Habitat Wadu Sui land, Size 9M. As soon as this one appeared, another one emerged. He looked at them and analyzed them in his mind. These guys look like fungi, to be precise. They are terrifying creatures that parasitize insect monsters and take over their hosts. Monsters parasitized by Wadu Sui lost their reason and wandered aimlessly. During that time their bodies also grew larger and stronger. Jin swung his sword with all his might, slashing the monster's body multiple times. In the blink of an eye he glanced back and sneered. "What? Once you know their weakness, defeating them isn't difficult." Jin continued to delve deeper into the snow-covered forest where countless monsters resided. He quickly went deep inside and reported to his superior with a triumphant smile. "All the giant Wadu Sui soldiers have been captured. At this rate, I can enter the deepest part of Wadu Sui land." Jin slashed left and right, easily taking them down one by one. Suddenly he came to a screeching halt and stones flew everywhere, smoke billowing as if he had collided with something in front of him. The system announced, "You have entered the Wadu Sui Queen's nest." First visitor, Zodiac Bandabel. Before his eyes was a gigantic egg. Elgin was confident that he could enter easily because there was no boss. He rummaged through his memories. In his memory, the Wadu Sui Queen was a rather fearsome monster. The Wadu Sui Queen commanded countless Wadu Sui soldiers and led numerous Wadu Sui legions. Even in terms of grade alone, the Queen was a grade. Before the cataclysm, she was considered one of the most difficult bosses. Flipped his blade, plunged it into the ground to create a hole and continued to mutter. Elgin looked inside and exclaimed, "Found it." Inside, there was a shining orb in the middle of a tall pillar. He looked at it and thought, now the Wadu Sui Queen will be killed by Zodiac and it will take a very long time for her to regenerate. A strand of hair appeared and an innocent, bewildered little fairy looked at him. Her information appeared. Little Queen Judiel Grade F traits. Selection: Shortening Habitat. Unknown. Size 0.1 meters. Elgin looked at her for a moment and said, "Wadu Sui Queen, no. I should call her the Queen's childhood." Elgin looked around and analyzed. It seems the child of disaster. Zodiac visited this map before entering the ancient city of demons. As proof, the final boss of this place, the Queen, had a necklace he had dropped. He later earned the terrifying nickname God of Disaster. Jody Bandabon was captured, but he showed no fear at all, sneering mockingly. He always caused great crises and much chaos in this game. He was an excellent gamer, but it's a shame his efforts were in vain in this dungeon. That's right, since it's accurate information I only learned 15 years later. Even Zodiac wouldn't be able to use it. Recalling all that information, he mocked him with a sneer. "Is that all the title he has?" Suddenly Jin was startled and broke out in a cold sweat. Judorop puffed out her cheeks and pursed her lips, making a strange ung sound. He glanced at her, doubting humanity. Only F grade, just how weak is she? Even the weakest ant monster would be at least D grade. As soon as he thought this, a system notification appeared. Wadu Sui Queen's spore has infiltrated your body. Her eyes shone brightly. Elgin looked at Judorop with a slight worry. Notifications appeared continuously. The Queen wants to take you as her servant. Species do not match, cannot be infected by spores. Servitude failed. As soon as he saw the failure notification, he sneered. "Did you just use the selection trait? You tried to turn me into a Wadu Sui?" She also replied in Wadu Sui language. He explained. "That trait only works on insects. I'm human." Judorop didn't give up. Trying so hard her cheeks turned red. The system notified, "The Queen's power is stronger than you think." The Queen is enraged. The Queen's personality is persistent. Elgin chuckled as he saw Judiel still trying. I told you it won't work, the system continued to notify. The Queen is searching for a connection between you and insects. Stage 1 search results found. Upon hearing this, Elgin flinched, his face turning pale, saying, "Ha!" His information appeared as a notification. Current game playtime over 4,000 hours. Congratulations. You are an excellent game addict, he thought to himself. What, is she insulting me? Another notification appeared. Wadu Sui Queen's spore has slightly infiltrated you. You have been designated as the Queen's servant. Slightly infiltrated, the system notified his information. Elgin level 50. Wadu Sui Queen's familiar Judorat acquired. Titles: Basilisk Hunter, Medusa Assassin, Lord of Darkness Slayer, Destroyer of the Sea, Great Prince's Tomb Guardian, Lord of Hell Captor, Veteran Demon Dolphin Fisherman, Grag Slayer. HP 500. Elgin, seeing his stats, exclaimed in exasperation. No, wait, something's wrong. Not that I'm a familiar, that's ridiculous. Judorat had achieved her goal, and she laughed with joy like a child who had accomplished something difficult. Jin looked at her, speechless. He picked up the orb and said, "Anyway, I have a privilege, so be a good queen." The Queen's emblem appeared in Jin's inventory. He thought to himself, I want to protect the Wadu Sui tribe which perished after failing to endure the cataclysm in the future. Of course, this was not out of pure goodwill. The system announced Wadu Sui Queen's emblem. Contains the sleeping girl Judiel, neither insect nor plant, hatching conditions unknown, 5 chance of being noisy. He was pleased that his prediction was correct and happened earlier than expected. He mumbled to himself, I'm really looking forward to the world splitting in two. The future might not be as far off as I thought. Judiel was still in a deep sleep inside the egg. The sun set and the streets grew quiet, as Yahoo hid under her blanket, even growing mold. Yu Zhang delivered astonishing news. Sponsorship money is pouring in for Ma Dongguang. He continued to shout, it seems they can't directly sponsor Ma Dongguang, so they're sending it to our guild members. What should we do with this? She spoke lazily, and he couldn't understand, so he asked again, what? At this moment Gahu raised her voice and said, not a single penny should be used for anything wasteful. Upon hearing this, Yu Zhang unpleasantly asked again, what? But we have to pay for operating costs and office maintenance, don't we? She explained again. That's our responsibility. We'll pay it with company bond interest, and the sponsorship money must only be used for sponsorship purposes. He had no choice but to comply, sighing and muttering, everyone risked their lives because of that sticky substance. Even I wasn't like this before, no matter how much I tried. Behind him, water splashed onto Gahu and he spat out syrup. Yu Zhang recalled a past incident. Not long ago, he went to the Joseon Stadium and lost his voice. Round 2 of the BL, a huge stage and cheers. Yahu's voice overwhelmed everything. At the climax, she suffered an accident where her strength drained away. Be strong, Ma Dongguang, you are like Ma Dongho too much. He recalled that he had shouted so much at the time that his vocal cords were damaged. Gahu spat out a lot of saliva and shouted, spit, a nearby audience member exclaimed in surprise. Are you okay? That night, Gahu sighed in bed, unable to sleep. She was lost in various thoughts. Why do I feel like Ma Dongguang is so high up that I can't reach him? Now he's too far away to meet. Gahu quietly thought of Elgin's appearance and thought in another direction. Come to think of it, I rode in the car with Elgin. Although we met, the motive wasn't good, and he drove her home. She watched him the whole time. Does he think I'm a bad woman? Gahu shivered under her blanket, lost in thought. I don't know if it's for official business, but I can't contact him personally. But what's embarrassing about being a pro gamer and a fan? Yu Zhang sighed, seeing Gahu still sulking, and said, no, I can't leave her like this. Let's go to a fan meeting. She teared up, her eyes wide. Gahu kicked off her blanket and jumped up, shouting, that's right, that's it. She startled Yu Zhang. How, what? Gahu calmed down again and shouted, a fan meeting? If it's a fan meeting, I can definitely meet him. He was afraid that his words would anger her. He was flustered. What? Are you really going to a fan meeting? She replied with a burning fervor. Gahu was determined. If there isn't one, I'll make one, Yu Zhang inwardly pleaded, unsure if he was joking. Shut up. The city night was dark and cloudy, and the tall buildings were cold and quiet. Elgin's phone suddenly received a message. Hello, player Ma Dongguang. I am Yu Gahi, the leader of Ma Gyo. I was wondering if you are doing well after the game. The last game was truly magnificent. Seeing it in person was very beneficial. All the fans were also very happy. Jin stopped in front of the hotel, waiting for the meeting. He recalled the message he had just received. In addition to discussing the donation issue in Ma Gyo's name, we are organizing a fan meeting to gather opinions from fans who watch the game. If you have time, we would appreciate it if you could attend this meeting and grace us with your presence. He looked up and thought, a fan meeting after all. I'm grateful to Ma Gyo for coming all the way to Junction to support the game, but on the other hand, I'm scared that they chased me all the way to the northern continent last time. Jin entered the Suwon Samu Hotel banquet hall. The hotel lobby was splendid and quiet, but anyway, since they are interested in me, it wouldn't be bad to meet them once. He walked thinking, this is my first time coming to such a place. Ma Gyo is a group that has close ties with both Ma Dongguang and Goenmul. It was a good opportunity to observe them in terms of manners and strategy. All the fans were surprised and delighted to see Jin. They shouted in turn, Player Ma Dongguang is here, our Demon King Emperor of Battle Royale. Please take a photo with me. They happily introduced themselves to each other. Some said they were from Jeju Island, and others came from afar. I flew here from China. There was even a girl from the other side of the world. I came from Uruguay on the other side of the earth. He was overwhelmed by the high proportion of female fans. Gahu announced to everyone, Alright everyone, please don't get too excited and be polite. After speaking, she turned to him and said, were you surprised? Actually, it's not unusual for fans to get excited in front of player Ma Dongguang. Thank you for coming. Elgin was speechless and only asked everyone for help. Gahu smiled brightly as soon as he spoke. Jin stared blankly as she declared, alright, now that our protagonist, player Ma Dongguang, has arrived, let's officially begin the fan meeting. Let's get it. Yu Zhang took on the role of DJ and played music. He also livened up the atmosphere, saying, first, fill your glasses and everyone enjoy the music with makgeolli. The entertainment program begins. To add more excitement, Ganhu had prepared small gifts for everyone. For all events, we will provide souvenirs with player Ma Dongguang's autograph. She carefully wrapped and stacked the gifts. All these items were personally used by player Ma Dongguang, precious items filled with love for his fans. Seeing their excitement, Elgin couldn't help but mumble to himself, they just like the things I used, like computers, mice, blankets, chicken, etc. These were all sponsored items sent to me from various platforms. When he opened the door, he was startled. What? There's so much piled up, they excitedly demanded Jin's strange items. Do you have any mouthwash? The one you used. Another woman wanted something else. How about haircut at the salon? Some even wanted his dirty items. The socks you're wearing right now are fine too. Elgin felt all sorts of fear inwardly and wanted to plead with everyone, please don't do this. Gahu stepped forward to stop them. If you continue like this, player Ma Dongguang will be uncomfortable. So everyone please restrain yourselves. To be honest, once you start, it's really hard to finish, isn't it? Her first words were fine, but upon hearing her last words he broke out in a cold sweat, feeling as if his body was being ripped apart. She began to give out gifts one by one. Everyone took turns singing and livening up the mood. Whispers leaked out even outside. When I chased him to the northern continent, I truly had every skill. The woman talked about her battle but ultimately failed. The brunette also added her story. Oh, you saw that, right? My heart nearly stopped. Then they changed the topic to Stan Water, but they didn't know he was Jin Ha. But isn't that Goenmul really annoying? The woman continued. Yeah, someday we absolutely have to kill that pervert, others agreed. I also have a big problem with comparing him to Ma Dongguang Nim, how dare he? Naked and filthy, another person added. Did you see that bastard attacking us when we were on the city wall? It was like 13 barbarians running a marathon, probably because of the joy of being naked. Ah, disgusting. Jin Ha, standing nearby, felt a tickle, and eventually they asked him, Demon King, what do you think about that pervert? Jin Ha pretended to think for a moment and they pressed him. Right, he vaguely replied. Such perverts should be cursed, shouldn't they? But he couldn't speak honestly, fearing damage to his image. I'm sorry, that's me. Quickly, it was the last turn of the party. Gahu announced that this was the last act of the talent show. At this point, she changed into different clothes and introduced Yahoo. The president of Magio and the biggest fan of the Demon King, Yahoo appeared in her in-game costume. This is Yu Gahi's stage. I'll sing a song in my in-game costume. Jin Ha still hadn't changed his ways. He was so surprised he even spat. Ain was worried seeing her appear in her real form and was very surprised. Truly insane. Jin Ha was smitten at first sight. He stared at her without blinking. President, you're really pretty. I heard she registered for Zagone Part 1. As everyone watched, Elgin thought all sorts of things in his head. Amazing. So the president is becoming a celebrity? She's good at games, so she might even become #1. Emjin glanced back, thinking to himself, I actually saw that conversation happening. It's a bit bittersweet but very realistic. Gahu gently expressed her gratitude. Thank you so much for coming today. Moving forward, our Magio will continue to support Ma Dongguang Nim's wonderful image and be a driving force for the future. Suddenly, she emphasized her last words. Gahu, with all her might, shouted loudly and confidently, Kill Goenmul. Jin Ha froze, seeing everyone shout in unison. 3/10 were helpless and 7/10 were foolish. The party ended and night fell. Gahu and Jin left the door together. She walked and talked. So thanks to the Snow Goose's eye I was able to pursue you to the end, Eljan also replied to her words. Snow Goose's eye is still Snow Goose's eye even when reversed, Gahu casually replied. That's a really funny joke. I really like that joke. Jin Ha was speechless. She didn't understand that he was talking about an incident from when he was Goenmul. Jin Ha didn't want to bring up old stories, so he changed the subject. Anyway, everyone worked hard. Yahoo bravely said to Jin, You're saying too much. Actually, I also wanted personal revenge, Gahu continued. You know, right? He coldly replied. What do you mean? She confided in him with her honest feelings. I did my G activities with personal feelings, Elgin said coldly. It was your G from the start, Gahu also revealed to him. That's right, but now almost everyone is a pure fan of Ma Dongguang Nim, Elgin asked coldly. Not you, Gahu seemed a little worried upon hearing this. She bravely replied, That's right, whatever my initial intention was, now I'm also a pure fan of Ma Dongguang Nim, so just tell me. Elgin put his hands in his pockets and without listening to her words said coldly, Do as you like. But those words made Gahu's heart pound hard. On the way back home, Jin always remembered Ji's appearance who had come out of the game into reality. It's a strange feeling. I've seen a much more diverse side of her than I did over 10 years ago. Ironically, she feels more unfamiliar than close. I've seen her true face again. In the taxi, he thought all sorts of things. All the past hatred and jealousy were long forgotten. Now he only felt like an immature youngest sibling. Jin Ha gazed out the window lost in thought, but his mind was elsewhere. He retraced his memories, but they didn't match her appearance, so he sighed. Her life also began differently from his memories. The night sky was quiet, perfect for his contemplation. but still he shouldn't hold his phone. The glass sprang back up and the game screen poured down like rain. One monster fell. After a moment a person in strange black clothes pierced it. Two players also shouted in surprise, "No, who is that person?" When the shadow suddenly turned back to them, they asked, "Hey, what are you doing? That's all we have. High-level players shouldn't do that." The mysterious black shadow didn't care and pointed its blade at them. The brown-haired man, seeing the familiar shadow, said, "Wait, I've seen that person somewhere before. His name is Go." Before he could finish speaking, he coughed, and the other two also shouted in surprise. "No what?" the black shadow roared, echoing throughout the entire forest, sweeping away everything without a trace. Money poured out of their pockets and the man still stomped on it. Hours later, a rather strange video was uploaded to an internet website. A monster invaded an open field and attacked players, regardless of hunting or monster elimination. The monster looked around for other players. After a moment, the monster began to search for its next prey. It went deep into the forest. Hidden in the dense forest, the monster wore a black cloak in the hot desert of Northern America. A car was parked on the roadside. The person inside the car cried out in agony. "Please don't do this," Zodiac chuckled. "Oh, such a terrifying fairy is so weak, he was truly a murderer on the peninsula," the person pleaded. "Please, I just got married and my wife is pregnant," he sneered. "Oh, congratulations, that child has nothing to do with me," the person begged again. "I really have nothing to do with that project, really, please believe me." Zodi held the needle in his hand and said, "There's one way to escape." He continued to twirl the needle, demanding information about the game. "Mysterious path, certificate of resurrection, anything," the person worried. "I don't know much about those things." "Shouldn't you know more about CBT?" Zodiac raised an eyebrow. "Really? Then I'll change the question about what you know. Where is the GM who first planned CBT now?" The person hesitated. "I don't know exactly, but I heard he's one of the Korean rankers." He tilted his head. Korea? Who is the Korean ranker?" the person explained. "That's all I heard, really. I don't know anything more." Zodiac resolutely opened the car door. "All right, I'll believe that. Then rest in peace." The needle in his hand swung vigorously despite the person's pleas. "Wait." After the deed was done, he calmly sat in the car and opened his phone. Korean ranker. Although the clue was insufficient, Zodiac searched for information online. "It's okay, there's still plenty of time." Suddenly, a striking news story caught his attention. It was news about Stan Water. Zodiac frowned. "What now?" He clicked on the video clip. In the video, a person in a black cloak appeared and the cameraman's voice was heard. "Hey, what are you doing? That's all we have. High-level players shouldn't do that." The doppelganger suddenly turned its head and glared at the cameraman, and he suddenly realized. "Oh wait, I've seen that person somewhere before. His name is Go." Before he could finish speaking, they rushed forward frantically. Blood splattered amidst the screams. "What?" The two team members were surprised. The doppelganger leapt and cut off his head. A suspicious voice. "What are you suddenly doing?" The two struggled for a long time, and when he attacked, the opponent retreated. Someone couldn't hold back and shouted, "This is crazy. Is that a player? It's more like a monster." One person desperately shouted, "Help me." The video stopped there and he stared intently at his phone, lost in thought. Zodi smiled slyly. "What? That guy is more interesting than I thought. I thought he was strange, but he doesn't seem crazy." He looked up at the sky. That's right. Zodi has one more reason to go to Korea. I'm really looking forward to it." In the Erie Forest, a swampy area on the outskirts of the Southwest Forest, one person said, "Wait, don't step on that log. That's a monster." The fat man said, "Annoying. This is the only way to pass here. What should we do, big brother? Should we just catch it?" The leader frowned. "Are you crazy? Don't you know its defense and attack power? That'll just waste stamina." The level 12 leader laughed and said to the weak-looking person next to him, "Hey, you go first." The weak-looking person worried. "But if I step on it, I'll be pulled straight into the water." The leader was annoyed. "You're really a coward. We have a lot to lose. Later we'll bus you, so you go first." The level 8 weak-looking person said tremblingly, "All right, if I survive I can get a pension." The leader cut him off. "Stop talking nonsense and go." A faint human shadow appeared before them and a red cloak fluttered. They wondered, "What is that? Why is he naked?" One person shouted. "Wait, I've seen that person somewhere before. Is he coming this way? He seems to be trying to cross the swamp." The weak-looking person said loudly, "Be careful, there's an alligator ahead." The leader stopped him. "Shut up, you." The weak-looking person was puzzled. "Why?" The leader smiled slyly. "If that fool steps on the alligator, he'll be dragged into the water instead of us. Then we can just cross." The weak-looking person thought to himself, "Trash." Just then, the doppelganger also reached the log on the lake. They watched this scene expectantly. The sea-grade nomad alligator. An 8-meter alligator sprang out of the water and opened its mouth to swallow him. Their eyes gleamed. The doppelganger turned and charged straight into the monster's mouth, and due to its high speed, the monster's mouth was severely torn. They were all dumbfounded. The doppelganger continued to rush at them. They brutally murdered the fat man and the leader. The remaining one said tremblingly, "What? Is that guy crazy? What the hell is he doing?" The weak-looking person suddenly fell, screaming in terror. A whooshing sound was heard and the doppelganger slightly turned its body and looked. Someone caused a huge explosion and an axe was thrown at their feet. Gahu gritted her teeth. "Too bad, I should have cut off his arm." She appeared with Ma-Gyo's elite unit and surrounded the doppelganger. Gahu widened her eyes and said, "As expected, you weren't standing water. You're a vile, evil, ominous, cunning, sly, shameless bastard." Her muscles stiffened with tension, and power exploded. She cursed, "I'm not as crazy as you." The doppelganger's entire body was engulfed in flames, making an unknown growling sound, and they laughed wildly. Elgin fell into thought for a moment. I don't know if he's really acting or if he's taking sides, he thought to himself. Anyway, seeing him up close, it's clear. One of the 12 doppelgangers created to cross the north wall of the beginner village survived. One of them definitely survived. Where had that guy been hiding all this time? Elgin retraced his memories. He seemed to be the one who caused a series of murders against weak fairies in the southern forest. Given the chaos, he must have killed quite a few people. Elgin bent down. I was too careless. Standing water and Ma Dongguang are a bit strange, but he swung a powerful punch. I'll catch you here today, he shouted loudly. Fake 1. Game interface. The AI of Dead Inside is a system that autonomously learns information and evolves through updates. The doppelganger slowly moved forward. This doppelganger was no exception. After taking damage multiple times, he evolved into an even stronger monster. The doppelganger's face in his memory became unclear. He was still committing indiscriminate slaughter in the open field, eliminating countless creatures. This was almost a difficult situation. He searched online and other game communities were boiling with rage against him. If left unchecked, the public opinion would only worsen. The situation should not deteriorate further. Elgin was silent. What should I do? The best way is to access Standing Water's account, explain that he didn't do this, and kill that damned guy himself. In short, I am currently in the K1 practice room. I'm in the main building. Even if I go home and log in immediately, it will take about 30 minutes. During that time, the new players will continue to die. Elgin stood tall. I have to catch him before more damage occurs. Right into Ma Dongguang's account. He retraced his memories. If it's for a just cause, it should be fine. Elgin, trapped in a sea of fire, thought to himself. Currently, Ma Dongguang and Standing Water's 1v1 match is in progress. There's still one last match to win. I can use Ma Dongguang's account to catch and kill that damned guy, and instead he can explain that he wasn't Standing Water. Elgin cunningly planned. After that, if Standing Water declares that there were no penalties for the connection issue, the misunderstanding will be resolved. He praised himself with self-admiration. Ma Dongguang's image will be much better, having dealt with a monster that massacred new players. Very good. Elgin charged. I'll catch you here today. Someone's words cut him off. Wait, Ma Dongguang. Ma Gio furiously rushed forward. Before you fight, we'll try first. Die. Stanwater was puzzled. There's no reason to refuse help, right? Do that. Ma Gio was on Gahu's side. The 500 Ma Gio members gathered here were the ones who chased me all the way to the northern end. They were strong enough to attack that damned guy in front of them. The group split into several directions and ambushed the doppelganger. They heavily stomped on the ground, creating an aftermath, and the ground exploded, spewing smoke. People were astonished. What? Did that guy massacre them so easily? Is that guy that strong? Elgin was also surprised. Immense power. I can't predict everything. They continued to strike down several people with a few slashes as the doppelganger was about to kill another person. Yahoo rushed in and blocked his sword strike. She poured out her strength. What? The two wielded their weapons, sparks flying. With immense pressure, the axe split in half. Yahoo stared blankly at the doppelganger. Next to him, he was holding the other half of the axe with one hand. Yahoo couldn't believe her eyes, seeing him holding her axe with his bare hands. How strong is his physical attack? Taking advantage of his momentary distraction, the doppelganger tried to strike again with its other hand. Before it could attack, Elgin rushed in and blocked the attack. They were sent flying backward, and Elgin raised his hand and said, "Victory and defeat were decided within the first 5 seconds. He smiled contemptuously and said, "Compared to my physical attack, that's nothing." A heavy, stone-like fist slammed into the doppelganger, sending him flying towards the lake bottom. Elgin landed on a dry branch. He thought that seeing him not appear immediately meant he was planning some other trick. He secretly infiltrated beneath the log, attempting to cut off its ankle. Elgin glimpsed the trembling lake surface and realized that AI, though seemingly complex, was actually very simple. The doppelganger swam out from beneath the lake. He shouted everything. Yahoo started to approach, then stopped. She stepped back 100 meters, put her hand in the lake and attacked. Was the whirlpool trait originally meant to be used this way? Light shone from Elgin's hand and the lake surface instantly transformed into a giant whirlpool, sweeping everything away. Within the whirlpool, the doppelganger was swept away and flung into the air. They screamed. Elgin raised his hand and continued to attack. Disintegrate in mid-air. Whirlpool earthquake. He slammed his hand hard onto the ground, causing an explosion. The powerful explosion swept everything away. The doppelganger, along with the whirlpool, quickly turned to ash. He endured several large explosions across his entire body. The people behind him chattered loudly. Amazing. After a moment, the whirlpool passed, leaving only a powerful golden flame. Elgin approached the edge of the ground and coldly looked down at the deep lake that had just been created. The doppelganger raised a trembling hand, half of its body charred black, barely breathing. He scoffed contemptuously at the doppelganger. Whirlwind and earthquake are both natural disaster attributes, so they will devastate a wide area. It's no wonder he ended up like this. Because I attacked head-on, Ma Gio rushed over. That damned bastard turned to ash and evaporated in an instant. As expected of Ma Dongguang, Elgin sighed again. It's a relief. It's fortunate that he turned to ash before he looked almost 99 identical to Standing Water, so he wasn't a regular doppelganger but a low-grade Karen. He recalled the initial settings. When a player acquired the serial killer trait, only battling the same player counted as a kill. Doppelgangers were different. However, the doppelganger was one who possessed an initial trait that allowed it to use all life forms except itself. They killed many players, monsters, and NPCs, and killing anyone increased their physical attack power. If the physical attack power within their body exploded beyond its limit, it wouldn't cause any errors. Elgin recalled the doppelganger's last moments. That's why he repeatedly collapsed and recovered. It was quite difficult to heal wounds. His voice was cold. Now all that's left is to stomp him to death. Elgin approached and delivered the final blow. Rest in peace. Suddenly, several swords fell from the sky, blocking his path. Elgin looked up in surprise. What happened to that guy? His gaze met someone's. Zodiac lightly leapt from the sky and said, "Sorry if I interrupted. I have some business with my unfortunate friend." He removed his hood and looked down at Yahoo with an arrogant smile. Yahoo was stunned. That guy? She remembered the one who had attacked madly before. Elgin gnashed his teeth. Why is that guy here? Zodiac tilted his head and looked at the almost dead doppelganger. You're standing water, right? I thought you weren't that person. The doppelganger, almost dead, barely reached out a hand. He breathed lightly. Anyway, a replica. Not fun at all. Zodi waved his hand. Everyone have a good time. Goodbye, Elgin said. Wait. He gathered his strength ready to attack. You came in as you pleased, but Elgin's eyes shone. You won't be able to leave. Zodiac clicked his tongue. What? I'm busy right now. I have to meet the Korean rankers. Elgin wondered why he was looking for the Korean rankers. He scoffed. Why, I'm going hunting. He fell silent. Elgin stared at Zodiac with a horrified look. Hunting rankers? He gnashed his teeth. That's right, he remembered. Why didn't I think of it until now? Elgin recalled that at this point Zodiac randomly peeked across Asia. So many rankers were killed by Zodiac that the Pro League was even postponed. But why were the Korean rankers the final target? He suddenly realized. That's right, that incident. It was such a shocking event that it wasn't forgotten even after 15 years. Elgin swung his arm forcefully. If your target is the Korean rankers, I can't stand idly by anymore. Zodiac laughed loudly. Peeved, I thought I had enough power to fight you. He created several more gigantic black swords. I don't have time to play anymore. Please don't interfere. He fell silent. Zodiac still looked at him with a nonchalant expression. One black sword flew and Elgin blocked it with his hand. He created several more swords. The incoming swords all exploded by him. A huge explosion occurred. Zodiac was flung away, momentarily stunned. Elgin charged. The key to victory. The first 5 seconds, he couldn't dodge and was hit squarely. He then delivered a series of powerful punches. Even while being hit, Zodiac remained calm. Elgin realized something and retreated in surprise. He counterattacked and pushed himself away, but he quickly retreated. Cracks appeared on the ground. Zodi reached his hand down, smiling with interest. What? This attack instantly reduces HP. I haven't seen anyone like you in the rankings. Elgin thought to himself, of course. I'm someone who levels up, and I don't intend to reveal my account information. But not registering for the rankings was a wise choice. Thanks to that, Zodiac is underestimating me now, right? But does this guy not even watch YouTube? He extended his hand admiringly. I thought standing water would be the most troublesome one to hunt among the Korean rankers. You know him. Where on earth did this monster come from? Meanwhile, he took something out of his pocket. He blew a loud whistle. Harmon's flute, ranking, summons mysterious objects that only drop in the demon's ancient city, luring nearby living monsters. Many strange black dots fell from the sky. Magio moved around and fought together. Those are nomad alligators. They weren't the type to travel in such large groups. Elgin looked at him cautiously. Harmon's flute. A mysterious item that even I don't know exactly where it's hidden, and Zodiac got it. He's really lucky. Is that also a coincidental encounter? I'm really envious. He also quickly joined the battle, dealing with the monsters. Magio attacked together. They each fought one, and they had a significant numerical advantage. Team up in pairs and kill one each, Yahoo shouted. Ma Dongguan will take care of the alligators. Zodiac chuckled lowly and sang a strange song. Several blue cracks appeared on the ground again, and monsters sprang out again. Dinosaur-like monsters attacked them. The nomad alligators turned into zombies. What on earth is happening? Elgin looked at them in surprise and concern. Zodi took out a book again and lightly waved his hand. Dark Lord's Journal ranking A7 magic books. He was stunned. The meta has changed. The Zodiac in my memory was a berserker character in close combat, but now he is. Elgin stared at the person in front of him, bewildered. He was clearly a dark wizard. He stepped back slightly. A huge nomad alligator stood directly in front of Elgin. He sat down leisurely, observing and laughing. There are really many talented people in Korea. Anyway, I need to get ready. I'll be back, Elgin finally realized, and charged. Stop. Damn it, if he were the standing water character I would have chased and caught him immediately. Zodi turned his head and muttered, You're Ma Dongguan, right? Remember this. You will pay the price for interrupting me today. He looked up in surprise, but unexpectedly Yahoo rushed over and slashed him hard. She gnashed her teeth. Who is this guy acting for? If you're a mage, you should do your best. Zodiac's head rolled off. Yahoo returned to her usual self and smiled at him. He also gave her a thumbs up. Yahoo turned around. This guy, when I met him in the demon's ancient city before, he was clearly a fighter, but he changed his meta to a mage. Elgin was silent. Yes, I was there too, he thought. That's right, if you think deeply about it, it's only natural. His original sword had great power, but with the meta changed to necromancer, it could no longer be used as a main weapon. In the end, he transformed into a necromancer. Elgin suddenly exclaimed, Ah, how tenacious. Where did he go? He shouted loudly. Found him, he's at the edge of the swamp. The doppelganger was already on the alligator's back, escaping. His finger glowed. Elgin worried as he moved around. Predator trait. Did he replicate that trait too? No, I must catch him. He stared coldly at the doppelganger. The alligator swung its tail very quickly and flew behind a distant rock. Ma-Gyo whispered, "He fell into the waterfall. He can't be safe after falling from that height." Elgin, on the other hand, scratched his head. "Ah, that's too obvious. Of course, an enemy who falls down a waterfall will survive somehow. Later, he'll return with a stronger body and interfere with me at a crucial moment." He analyzed. "The best way is to assume he might appear any time and prepare for him." Moreover, at that moment, Zodiac's expression came to mind along with a warning. "Remember this. You will pay the price for interrupting me today." Elgin frowned. At that time, I was overwhelmed by his presence. Zodiac was a murderer and one who drove the world to the brink of destruction. Being his target was more stressful than imaginable. He speculated that he would soon begin hunting Korean rankers. If my memory serves me right, there were several bloody incidents before the Ultimate League ended. I have to kill him today. Let's hope I can prevent that disaster. Yahoo, well done. After that, Elgin returned to his daily routine. The one day left many unpleasant memories. Ma Dongguang's stock price soared, and the false accusations against Goenmul were cleared, bringing considerable profit. Afterward, I spent a long time nurturing victims with the Goenmul account, and finally the Ultimate League finals were held. On the large screen, today's commentary played. Today is the day Gu Ka-won and Chunji Paiwing face off. It's the day the owner of the throne will be decided. The game is about to begin. In the hallway of the Chunji Paiwing team, two people were talking. "Hey, are you really okay?" the other person replied. "Don't worry, this isn't the first or second time I've infiltrated." He was Young Dok, a notorious YouTuber. 340 defeated players were gathered in one place, packing their bags to watch the winner's game. "What is this place?" his subordinate asked, curious. "But why do they keep the eliminated players at Sunan?" he scoffed. "Who knows, at least they'll use them as award ceremony assistants." The defeated stadium team held on to passionate young people who must be very angry by now. Young Dok remembered participating before. Besides, they were trapped in the locker room. "Thanks to the stupid organizers, I've got a great opportunity." Another participant was especially player Lee Jun-ho, ranked 3rd in Korea. He was usually malicious. Moreover, he had a notorious rivalry with Im Yo-seop, and the two had even fought in the waiting room. Lee Jun-ho's match was only the first round. They threw punches but actually fought with players from the opposing team. He did not receive any suspension. He coincidentally saw some interesting things, and he clearly saw player Ma Dongguang enter the room just now. "Huh," his subordinate was surprised. "Player Ma Dongguang," Young Dok explained. "Inside it must be like a boiling pot, a fierce battlefield of players." As their hostility reached its peak, he raised an eyebrow. "What if player Ma Dongguang appears?" Young Dok smiled wickedly. "The true face of the strongest or the undefeated legend that no one can PK. The greatest content of all time is about to be revealed." He opened the door. "Alright, let's go in." Young Dok ordered his subordinate to film as he flung the door open. Part 1. The league finals begin. What's happening in the locker room where the enemies are gathered? Smoke billowed in front of them. Rawun-ho stood with a face full of rage, and the other two watched with interest, anticipating the next evil deed. Ma Dongguang merely looked at him coldly. Rawun-ho picked up the autograph board with trembling hands. "Ma Dongguang, the pride of the Korean Pro League, did you send this?" Jun-ho, his eyes sparkled with emotion. Jun-ho cried with emotion. Thank you so much. I will cherish this forever as a family heirloom." Elgin murmured, "Well done." This time Young Dok was stunned. "How what?" A long line stretched over there and someone was maintaining order. "Alright everyone, please line up." He was startled. Lee Jun-ho made them line up. "What is this line?" He held out a numbered ticket and received it. "Please think of your questions in advance." Young Dok couldn't believe it. "Isn't that Ma Tae gang numbered tickets?" "Questions," he shouted in frustration. "What is this? Why is the atmosphere so friendly?" Player Ma Dongguang's appearance should have been a bloody waiting room. He gnashed his teeth. "No matter how much I deliberately cause a disturbance, my special talents were cunning and disguise." Suddenly, two security guards grabbed their shoulders. Daeon glanced at the trash. In the past, he had done things that tarnished Lee's reputation, and he hasn't changed at all. He entered the room. Player Ma Dongguang, "Can I talk to you for a moment after you finish signing?" Jun-ho was surprised. "Ha, Director Jun?" Elgin found another quiet place to talk. Public Relations Manager John looked at him with a troubled expression. "That's an order from above?" he asked again, unable to understand. "Above," he explained. "Well, the organizers, the developers, and the sponsors just think of it as a game match. Why not? Many spectators come to see famous players. He can make the game more dramatic and interesting." "That's right." Elgin couldn't understand. "How can you make it dramatic? Are you going to make me a punching bag?" Dia avoided the question. "No, you caught Papa Park 5 times in a row in MDG last time, didn't you? It'll probably be a similar activity this time." His eyes blazed. "Wait a minute. Did I figure out the neighbor's dog's name in 10 minutes with an inverted onken? That's why the people who lecture are the problem. Talking too easily after seeing other people's achievements. This ignorance and carelessness make players lose faith in the league." He fell silent, recalling player Rawun-ho, whom he had just met. In his prime, Korea did not treat pro gamers properly. A few years later, he eventually left for China. Korean fans were sad but couldn't be angry, because the Chinese league had higher standards and more to see and learn. They were all treated poorly and the regulations and oppression remained. However, society only pursued success. In the end, everyone left one by one. As talented players and officials went overseas, the domestic market gradually declined. Only Korean politicians, educators, and businessmen suffered daily, unaware of what everyone else knew. It was only natural for everything to decline. Eljin suddenly made a strong resolution. But this life will be different. The Korean Pro League needed a symbol that would never fall, and according to him, that symbol was none other than himself. Eljin thought for a moment and replied, "All right, I'll give it a try." "Right?" John was delighted. "Are you serious?" He folded his arms and said, "And as a bonus I'll show them clearly." Eljin lowered his head. "I understand Director Um's persuasion too, because even now I have to worry about the name Ma Dongguang." He frowned. However, Eljin chuckled. "Soon there will be no need for that." A player angrily slammed the table. "Oh, damn it, I'm so angry." He was Cheonji Paiwon, ranked 4th in Korea. "Yurio, do you know what the director said?" He said to hold out for just 10 more minutes. That's what the director said. Even on the internet, they're discussing whether we can last 10 minutes or not. The team members all remained silent and endured. It was as if Cheonji Paiwang's fate was already decided. He grew even more annoyed. These idiots playing this game. Yurio recalled Ma Dongguang in the first round of the Royal Ground Zero War tournament. At that time he had a premonition when he was defeated by him. He was a powerful opponent engulfed in fire. The current method wouldn't be able to stop him. Because I acquired new items and traits today. The test results in MDG were also very good, but ultimately, Eljin's victory could not be stopped. Because I defeated an opponent who was in a draw in the playoffs. Yurio gnashed his teeth. 10 minutes? Absolutely not, he said confidently. I will definitely put you in a difficult situation. On the other hand, Eljin was also calm. I'll finish it in 8 minutes, not 10. The reporters froze. What 8 minutes? He explained. Mdionkin took 10 minutes, so this time I have to cut it down, 8 minutes. Because I'm old. Eljin even held up 2 fingers. Today is the first, so I should go to Gapsun. Everyone watching the big screen had an incredulous expression. The stadium simultaneously buzzed. Cheers quickly enveloped the crowd. Really? 8 minutes? Is that a joke? In other interviews he answered that he would do his best. Declaration of record-breaking. Unbelievable. As expected, it's Ma Dongguang. Speaking bluntly is also cool. Ma Dongguang, Ma Dongguang. Yurio gritted his teeth. That damn bastard, Diane chuckled. I just asked you to show something. What are you really doing, Ma Dongguang? Eljin simply remained calm and silent, the commentator said excitedly. Then, in this dramatic atmosphere, the match between Ultimate Gukka 1 and Cheonji Paiwang. The 2 players enter in turn. The final match to decide the owner of the throne begins now. The stadium was filled with enthusiastic cheers and a flash of light burst from the blue space. The light became increasingly intense and larger. Eljin entered, crossing the heavy jungle terrain. As expected, it was the match I already knew before I returned. A butterfly effect occurred quite a bit, but the basics didn't change. He stood there and continued to think. Besides, this map is covered with thick roots everywhere. Suddenly, a faint sound came from among the leaves. He lowered his head and continued to think. Skills like earthquake or whirlpool are not suitable. A woman's voice came from somewhere. He said he'd finish us in 8 minutes. I'm sorry, but that's impossible. It was PBON, an invisible presence without a name, walking out in a glowing red costume. It would take her alone more than 10 minutes. Eljin, shirtless, looked up in surprise and thought, she hasn't even started her idol activities yet. She's really unique. PBON's meta was clearly. PBON raised her hand, adorned with a ring. It was a B-grade minimal life ring with 30 evasion, 10 movement speed, 5 max HP, a deep pocket trait, and a special charge trait. Suddenly a bright pink light flashed in front of Eljin. He opened his eyes wide and thought with concern. The ring's trait is Deep Pocket, an ability that makes the user very small but does not affect attack and defense capabilities. From there, PBON was running through the forest fragments. Eljin gathered his strength and created flames around him. He exerted his power and shouted loudly. Earthquake, whirlwind. These powerful forces exploded, shaking the entire area. PBON stopped due to the extremely strong wind, and she said, slightly worried, I won't be able to catch him at that distance. Eljin, with his red eyes, stood in his costume. Most of the earthquake dissipated due to his high evasion. She seemed to be holding on to roots and hiding somewhere. Game over. Flame-like forces cut through the trees. The hot, humid air of the forest was fiercely swept away by the whirlpool, causing many large movements. The flames burned more and more fiercely. All right, no need to look back. I'll just create a whirlpool. PBON, who was holding on there, also became disoriented and shrieked. What? The attack is over. But why is the whirlpool getting bigger and bigger? Stimulating the atmosphere of the forest with the whirlpool, it appeared with a massive update. The flames slowly consumed the entire forest. PBON was swept away by the fierce force, screaming and flying. She floated in the air engulfed in flames, flying further and further until she disappeared from sight with only her screams echoing. Eljin stood below, looking up at the sky and wondering. She's already flown that far. She's going to leave the atmosphere in 10 seconds, not 10 minutes. A few minutes later, the organizers ruled that Park Bo-eun was incapacitated and out of the match. Addict, ranked 41st in Korea, was burning with power in his costume. The commentator in the red coat turned to discuss with the commentator next to him. Oh, Ranker Addict has made a surprise appearance. Of course, he's a great player, but he lacks adaptability compared to other roster teams. The other commentator turned. However, since there's little information known about him, I think it might be a team leader card. He held a book and glanced up. The system panel also displayed additional information about the paradoxical assassin. On the other hand, the space was still burning, and black forces were fluttering there. While Elgin stood next to the minions there, the commentator's voice was still heard. Immortality. He uses necromancer magic. The commentator in the red coat was flustered, holding the microphone. But where are the bodies of those monsters? The organizers have secured the safety of the stadium. Gems monsters follow a natural system, so there's no way to control them. He stood there and thought that Necrophon had the ability to revive the dead within range. Tishik looked up and said contemptuously that he was still far away. Another trait. A giant dinosaur with sharp teeth had its mouth wide open, and Elgin continued to think. The speed at which the world flips. Then these giant dinosaurs rushed at him as if to devour him. Elgin stood in front of them and continued to think to himself. The speed at which the world flips. Is this the ability to reverse fast and slow speeds within a given range? He recalled the power he had just created in the forest, the power of the whirlpool, because the roots were densely covered. At that time, all the trees were covered by that power. Moreover, due to the humidity, the fire attribute was also halved. This map is where addict's abilities can be best demonstrated, Elgin thought, even recalling Qianhun, who was standing behind the stage. Was Qianji Paiwang's director's name Kim Qianhun? He's quite smart. Then his sharp weapon pierced straight into those gigantic monsters. Immediately, a huge explosion occurred in front of him. Tishik stood there, opening his eyes wide in surprise and gnashing his teeth. What? See skill immortality. Qianhun stood there gnashing his teeth and looking up. The image of a gigantic grand undead tribe and a red-bodied monster appeared. The cursed Matryoshka iceberg had many skeleton rooms, and there were traits that could be obtained immediately after. Elgin raised his arm high and released power according to the arm's direction. Those monsters were immediately attacked by his power. The immortality trait is simply an ability that doubles attack power. Immortality. Although it has drawbacks from a terrain perspective, my powerful attack was 3600 from the start. He still fiercely commanded those forces. Moreover, when the immortality privilege is activated, Elgin, fighting fiercely, spread his arms and thought, compared to Zodiac's dark magic, this is child's play. My base normal attack power is 7200. Then he rushed straight at Tishik with enormous force and he shrieked in surprise. Ha! Immediately another explosion shook the entire area. Gradually those flames also subsided. Elgin still stood proudly in front of the fierce flames. He bowed his head slightly. Next, many people on stage were watching his battle through the screen and the commentators were still enthusiastically commenting. Unbelievable, an unprecedented event has occurred. In less than 3 minutes since the start of the match, 2 players from Qianji Paiwang have been defeated. Will player Ma Dongguang's 8 minutes really come true? A man from Germany gnashed his teeth in frustration. Impossible. It was Choi Mu-hong, ranked 3rd in Korea. He sat angrily on fire, spreading his arms. Even without Ryu Jogon's agent, I'll take him down on my stream. Elgin was surprised to hear that. Oh, this is my first time seeing that item directly. The selection is okay, but many people don't use it because of its unclear characteristics. Meng looked on with amusement. Come here. He pulled out his weapon and the system panel immediately displayed its information. Mad Old Man's Gauntlet. Grade B two-handed weapon, attack power 690, movement speed 50, special selection trait usable, special lock trait usable. The draw randomly summons monsters, and with the same high probability as the item, a yellow force fiercely flew towards Elgin. He was suddenly startled and a black monster vaguely appeared from behind the fog. He looked up in surprise, slightly worried. Ha! Elgin was flustered, facing a gigantic black monster 1,000,000 times larger than himself. Why is it coming from there? On the other hand, someone was watching the program with a tablet looking very interested. Oh, interesting. It was Zodiac holding a tablet and watching quite intently. After the summoning, this guy was born in the wild so he can attack his owner. He looked down at the computer loading data. Oh, installation complete. He immediately stood up and looked forward. Now Zodiac stood in front of his modern machine, his eyes narrowed and he glanced sideways. Let's wait for the best time. Until then, have fun playing. Elgin looked up, frowning, and was slightly scared. Why is it coming from there? At this moment he was facing a gigantic black monster. Its head approached, emanating red eyes, and the system information panel displayed Moon Grade B traits, Veteran, Poison Immunity, Magic Immunity, Habitat, Secret Puppet Council, Hidden Place of the Giant's Mind, Size 15 centimeters. Mu-hong stood there, smiling brightly. Elgin stood there thinking, aha, he's trying to avoid the JCK moon with a cloaking skill. The moon first extended its tail and its entire body was stained purple. Then that tail flew and struck where Elgin was standing, but he skillfully avoided it. The studio commentator hurriedly commented, come to think of it, we've never seen player Ma Dongguang face off against a monster. Is this Ma Dongguang's first match against a monster? The JCK moon opened its mouth wide as if to suck everything in. Then it spewed many flames from its mouth onto the ground. Elgin stood with his arms crossed and thought, does he really think he can catch me with these things? Its eyes glowed red with rage. The J-moon continued to spew power from its mouth at Elgin. He had to dodge quickly while thinking, but now I need more time to cool down whirlwind and earthquake. Attacking alone will take quite some time to catch him. If I use the swarm cloak I can hide as much as I want. Although I'm wearing it, if both disappear from the stadium, the audience will get bored. Elgin stood there and looked forward. Anyway, no need to think. Time is on my side. Yes, Choi Mu-hong's attack has a fatal weakness. He was standing in the middle of the flames, trembling and sweating. He watched the joke moon from afar, trembling, and thought, what is he doing? Kill him quickly, kill him. If I kill him, I'll have time to bring out something else. Just now, Mu-hong had boasted, spreading his arms and gnashing his teeth. I'll eliminate everyone on my stream. He had been holding something in his mouth for a long time, and his entire body was drenched in sweat, having to hold his breath to start. But in the end he couldn't hold it in and spewed all the white substance in front of him. PSH, a suffocating sound. Elgin also noticed something. Those substances spewed out like water cannons and flew straight into the battlefield. It shook the entire space, making it impossible for everyone to stand. Mu-hong stood there and glanced back in horror. Before he could do anything, the joke moon bit his head and lifted him up. Yu-Ryu looked up, slightly surprised. The two commentators were also watching carefully. At this time, player Choi Mu-hong had been eliminated from the match and was sitting sadly in a corner chair, and the commentator's voice was still heard. Player Choi Mu-hong was counterattacked by the monster he summoned and was eliminated. It's a strategy that utilizes the characteristics of a wild monster and the opponent's weakness. It's truly unique. Player Ma Dongguang, director Kim Cheon-hoon of Cheonji Paiwing. On the other hand, another aftershock occurred, and soon after a blue robot appeared with a frown. The operator of this gigantic blue robot stood on it and said loudly, "I don't use time-wasting hiding tactics." Moreover, the system panel also displayed basic information. Chain, 28 years old, grade B traits, steel, veteran assassin. Habitat, rotten land and fire, size unknown. From the robot's mouth, the golem mage Cheon-hoon stuck his head out and said loudly, "Don't overwhelm him with force, prepare." Elgin stood there and looked up. "He's appeared. Is this the female heavenly king?" Chain's age. Immediately, Cheon-hoon's fist flew straight at him. It struck exactly where he was standing, but he dodged to the side. Elgin immediately stomped one foot on the ground, releasing a flame-like bright force. Standing there, he still looked forward. Its eyes burned with flames. Hyuna stood on it, smiling brightly. "It's steel, so it doesn't burn, and it has the veteran trait, so it's not destroyed. What should I do now?" Cheon-hoon walked strongly with many thorns on its feet. Then it fired many red glowing tendons straight at him. Hyuna sat on it, controlling it with amusement. Moreover, Cheon-in at 28 is an all-body weapon. She sat on it and said loudly, "If you want to go to G, come here." Elgin flew without a word. His feet emitted a yellow glowing force. It stood there, spewing an explosive force like a bomb. Flame-like tendons flowed down. Those forces came very close to Elgin's feet, and he quickly dodged. Hyuna sat on it, chuckling and staggering. Suddenly she looked down and was surprised, sweating. It's a pity for Ma Dongguang's reputation. Flames burned fiercely beneath Cheon-in's feet. Elgin's gigantic foot stood firm in the place, engulfed in flames. He walked looking down. Kansmar's kick trait, flame step singularity. However, Hoon still hesitated, looked down and smiled broadly. "Humph, it's useless. This level of firepower is no match for my golem." Elgin lowered his head and replied, "Of course the golem can withstand it, but what about you?" The flames enveloped Cheon-in, burning up to the cockpit and inside. Hyuna, sitting inside, shrieked in terror as she saw the flames invading the cockpit and burning the interior. She screamed in fear, "Ah, it's hot!" Then she fell off, shouting loudly. At that moment she saw Elgin charging and gaped. The flames continued to burn following his footsteps. Her body was also gradually being consumed by these flames. The flames took over various parts of Cheon-in. On the stage, the host continuously provided enthusiastic updates. Cheon-hoon has also been eliminated. Currently, 4 players from Cheonji Paiwing have been eliminated. All of this happened in just 5 minutes and 59 seconds. Oh my goodness, Ma Dongguang still hasn't taken any damage. At this rate, he'll defeat everyone within 8 minutes. Oh no, is that a YouTuber? A sharp scream echoed throughout the arena. Kim Cheon-hoon, the director of Cheonji Paiwing, stood there as if about to collapse, raising both hands to the sky and shouting loudly. Team Mog, ranked 3rd, lasted for 10 minutes. "My reputation will be worse than theirs." He gritted his teeth, looked up at the sky and frowned, sweat dripping down his face as he thought, "I heard I got 2nd place thanks to the match order, but if Ma Dongguang's words are true, I really feel like I'm going to die." Suddenly a thunderous voice echoed in his ears. "Director, why do you look like the world is ending?" "Don't worry, there's absolutely no 8-minute onken." At those words he calmed down, glanced sideways and replied, "Can you guys do it?" Kim Cheon-hoon smiled cunningly. "With my new meta, it'll be possible." The person smiled with blazing confidence. "What's 8 minutes? Even 8 hours wouldn't be enough." The host stood there excited. "Ryu, the last player of Cheonji Paiwing, is entering. How will he overcome Team Onken's crisis? Everyone is looking forward to the team leader's ace-level performance." Suddenly, the faces of the two hosts hardened and their expressions changed. "Let's see." Elgin also turned in surprise. "Huh?" He stood in front, looking at the last player and thinking, "What? Is that Yu Yurio?" The host's voice still echoed. "Please pay attention to whether Yu Yurio of Cheonji Paiwing can stop Ma Dongguang's 8-minute onken declaration. Everyone please pay attention." On the stage area, the host was still commenting. Player Yu Yurio is currently ranked 4th in Korea, with an official battle record of 37 wins out of 52 matches, a win rate of 84. He accounts for 8 when the opponent is a dealer. His current opponent is player Ma Dongguang. He held a microphone in one hand and pointed forward with the other. Up until now, player Yu Yurio has been known as an assassin, and player Ma Dongguang has always delivered decisive attacks. Right here, right now, the two players are clashing. Elgin stood there without a word. He looked at the player in front of him, slightly worried. "What, that guy?" The massive physique of the next opponent glowed with blue and gold. A round 1 video of Yu Yurio swinging his sword appeared. As I recall, Yu was a player with immense pride. He was always called a murderer because he killed his opponents with counterattacks. The sight of him in a red suit looking up gleefully in round 2 made Elgin think more deeply. But Yu current state includes all traits: ultimate pig, rebellion, rapid regeneration, absorption, renowned horse, battle-hardened veteran, lucky charm, HP and defense reflection, health absorption, self-defense, infinite damage, T100. He's truly the ultimate pig tank that can block everything. He covered his face with his hand, frowning and thinking to himself. Does he really believe that? He talks big, but his posture is too defensive. He frowned and looked ahead. Perhaps his meta isn't to defeat me. It's to defend, to break the 8-minute Unken declaration and buy time. To wear down my stamina by looking at the opponent. He plans to take down the remaining players at that opportunity. It was an ambitious plan, and the pressure on him in this match was so great that it made him both happy and sad. Elgin stood there and thought. What drove him to this? Was it because of me? Yu stood there smiling slyly and thinking, he's spacing out so he must be nervous. He smiled and said, how is it? Are you scared? If you can't defeat me in 2 minutes your declaration will vanish. Elgin stood there, slightly annoyed, looking at the corner and sighing. Anyone would think he's won. 2 minutes is too long. Elgin pointed forward with his finger and unleashed his power. I'll finish you in 1 minute. The host was flustered and sweating. What's going on? In front of the stage, the host's commentary still echoed. Player Ma Dongguang has declared a reduction to 1 minute. He's going to defeat player Yu in just 1 minute. Did I hear that correctly? Yu gritted his teeth, slightly worried. He seems to be trying to provoke me with those words. He thought wrongly. I won't fall for such cheap provocation. Suddenly, a sound made him jump in surprise, and he turned around and said loudly, do you think I'm fighting for Hoon? You're mistaken. I'll focus on defense. Elgin also turned and replied, I'm touched by your sincerity, so I should show some sincerity too. He swung his arm and slammed it hard onto the ground. After slamming his other arm down hard, he raised both arms forward. Elgin lowered his head and said, good luck, my friend. Yu also adopted a defensive stance. Elgin charged straight at him with a powerful yellow fist, attacking him continuously with fierce force. His gigantic arm came down. Hidden B mode Iron Gauntlet trait. This is a hidden card trait that activates at the same level, capable of dispersing the power of whirlpools and earthquakes. A streak of light flashed. Each attack wasn't as strong as full power, but it was very effective for continuous attacks. They still fought fiercely with powerful force. Attack power doubled for a certain period. The flames gradually spread across the ground, burning fiercely everywhere. They seemed to set the place ablaze. One person fell inside, creating a hole with many lightning-like streaks. After a moment, Yu still being hit by each attack flying straight at him, thought, oh, my whole body feels like it's being ripped apart. The sound and effects have made my vision completely white. It hasn't even been a minute yet. The reflection is quite large too. How long is this going to last? He still struggled to withstand the force of each wave, crying miserably, please stop. In this burning space his terrifying screams echoed. Please don't die. Please don't run away. I'm so glad you're alive. Elgin frowned, listening to Ryu's words. If you're next to me like this, we can fight every day. Then his eyes widened. Together forever. They were facing each other in this battle. Let's keep playing forever together. At this moment on the opposite side, a host was discussing with a commentator next to him. Wow, 6 minutes and 32 seconds have passed. Ma Dongguang's declared 8-minute Unken is already reaching 7 minutes. At this rate, couldn't Ryu actually win? Look at this reflection speed. The commentator sitting next to him turned and replied, player Ma Dongguang's HP is so low that he's in danger of being counterattacked by Ryu. Looking at the arena, engulfed in a wave of yellow power, the host continued to comment. Ultimately, the 7-minute Unken declaration also failed. It seems the Unken declaration has failed. Thinking about it again, it's a natural result. At this very moment, once again, Elgin fought fiercely as soon as the countdown began. 5, the host was also very anxious. 4, and the audience was also anxious. Suddenly the screen went black. The two hosts were startled. As soon as the screen went dark, the system notified, you have logged out. Please come again next time. The two hosts sat there wide-eyed in surprise. The audience also looked up, seemingly very shocked. What? Only Elgin remained in the arena, and the host continued to comment. Player Ryu suddenly logged out of the match. What's going on in this situation? Xianhun stood there, unable to control his limbs, and his mouth remained open while the host continued to comment. In such a case, there's a very high probability of an accident. Looking at the transaction time and remaining HP, wasn't the situation much more favorable for EU? Signaling the technical staff, the reporter continued to update the situation. Both players confirmed there are no technical issues. If that's the case, player Ryu voluntarily quit the game. If he logged in incorrectly, he has no choice but to forfeit. Yu returned to the waiting room and the host's voice was still raised, but logging out requires a cumbersome procedure, such as opening the status window and pressing a button, so why did he make such a choice? Hearing that, Xianhun rushed over and he looked inside, flustered. Ryu, what's wrong with you? Why did you log out? But upon closer inspection he was sweating and frozen. Inside, Yu was utterly exhausted, unable to close his mouth. Xianhun loudly scolded him. Hey, are you okay? What's wrong? Snap out of it. He groaned, unconscious, crying miserably. He supported him, who was groaning, breaking off a word. While everyone was puzzled, there was one person who understood player Ryu's feelings better than anyone. I am Yosiop stood there, arms crossed, smiling as he thought, I know that feeling very well. Sometimes it appears in my dreams. Recalling that Ryu's eyes had widened during the battle, he thought again. HP meter and status window. Standing before all that digitized data were human emotions, and he also remembered Elgin's fear-stricken eyes at that time. Looking at the data table displayed on the screen, if a player's heart rate is abnormally high, the capsule recognizes it as an emergency requiring medical treatment and forcibly blocks game access. It's similar to how symptoms of heart failure appear when blood alcohol levels exceed a certain level. A powerful flash burst forth. The effect of the previous attack visible before his eyes, the opponent's fist came into view. The image of those explosions and power merging, terrifyingly mad. The moment Ryu sat there shedding 2 streams of tears. Overwhelmed by all these elements, Ryujo's heart rate rose abnormally, causing him to automatically log out. I am Yosiop felt a strange camaraderie with player Ryu. He now stood there, arms crossed, watching him being carried away on a stretcher and thinking, you'll be fine if you rest enough for a week, grow stronger through this. He raised his hand and made a circle, then his hand still maintained that posture, looking up and smiling. TAE gang stood there clapping, and next to him a man was celebrating the victory and cheering along. The man held his hands tightly, moved and smiled. The host was still very flustered. On the screen, Elgin appeared again. Stood there, raising one arm high. The screen stopped at the number 59. The time was 6 minutes and 59 seconds. Outside, everyone sprang to their feet, raising their hands high, seemingly wanting to shout to the whole world to express their constantly bubbling pride and passion. In sweet joy, the witnesses couldn't hold back their tears, moved by the surging pride. John also couldn't hide his emotion, his eyes welling up with tears of pride. Elgin raised his left arm, seeming confident of victory. The hot atmosphere from before exploded even more as they witnessed his victory on screen. Elsewhere, players gathered in one place, witnessing everything on screen, and the atmosphere was hotter than ever. The award ceremony would be held in-game, and a huge award stage was erected on a large high rock in the outskirts where the tournament took place. Real-life spectators could watch the awards process on screen and access the game to see what was happening live. At the event that just ended, second place went to Team Cheonji Paiwing and third place went to Team M-Dog. Next, first place went to Team Gukka-1. Elgin stood proudly, listening intently to the host's announcement with a calm expression, and finally a special award remained. This award is given to the most outstanding player of the season, and the person with the highest score from the votes of sponsors, commentators, and audience members receives this prestigious award. The owner of the MVP Royal Star Award was Ma Dongguang. The host slowly approached Elgin, handed him the trophy with both hands, and congratulated him. Congratulations, player Ma Dongguang. He still replied with a calm expression, Ah yes, thank you. Suddenly, the person smiled strangely, and he didn't understand what was going on. Before he could ask, he loudly declared his first victory in the Pro League. It wrote a new chapter in Korean gaming history. Suddenly, he raised his index finger and continued speaking. But the host, with an excited expression, continued to assert that this was not yet the final destination. He emphasized word for word to solidify Elgin's status, the Asia Championship and even the World Championship. We believe that the name Ma Dongguang will create new history in the global gaming world. Elgin was slightly surprised, thinking to himself, amazing Yun Yang Jin. But he couldn't help but agree, that's right, there's still a long way to go, this is just the threshold of a great undertaking. Suddenly a strange sound was heard, accompanied by violent vibrations. Everyone couldn't hide their worry and shouted, what, an earthquake? Furthermore, the confusion from the noise, where is that sound coming from? Elgin was also surprised, but still calmly analyzed. Amidst the deafening roar, a flute sound occasionally mixed in. Suddenly he noticed something. No way! Suddenly an explosion occurred directly in front, and black smoke billowed at the same time. The previous sound was still heard, but it seemed to be getting louder. Before he could adapt, a red demon appeared grandly. It growled, baring its fangs, and looked so grotesque that anyone would be terrified. Everyone gaped and shouted loudly in surprise at the overwhelming appearance of the red demon that had just appeared. My goodness, and when the 2 team members also appeared, everyone was in chaos and shouted loudly, what on earth is going on? Shouldn't all the demons around here have been cleanly dealt with? Monsters continued to swarm, and some people who saw the sight in front of them sighed unpleasantly. I came to see the awards ceremony. What is this disaster? They bit each other mercilessly, and Gogon furiously slammed the head of the person in front of him. Suddenly something appeared. Whoosh! Zodiac stood in front of the red demon and greeted it. Sorry if I interrupted. Korean gamers know that PK is useless. Zodiac couldn't hide his excitement on his face and continued, but I really like it. He gathered all his internal energy and shouted loudly, with a confident demeanor, come on, has anyone seen me? I'm from the closed beta. Doesn't anyone know? But things didn't go his way, as the person standing next to him said with an uncomprehending expression. I've only experienced open beta. The person next to him also chimed in similarly. How could an ordinary person like you do closed beta? No, there was a closed beta originally. Suddenly someone approached with an unpleasant voice saying that they were blocking the pro's territory. TX, completely unfazed, shouted, "You've got some nerve, a physical defense of a mage is no different," and he declared, "Let's catch him first," issuing another challenge. Zodi was not at all shaken, rather he seemed amused. He tensed his arms as if ready for battle and replied, "Oh, excellent, I like your fighting style." No sooner had he finished speaking than Zodi resolutely flew towards the enemy. Before he could even defend, a nearby player's head was smashed by Zodi's fist, and he, without losing momentum, approached another person and punched them hard in the stomach. Everyone who witnessed this was astonished, exclaiming, "What is this? I thought he was just a mage, but why is he so strong?" Disregarding everything around him, Zodi furiously attacked person after person. Suddenly he paused and spoke with an unpleasant expression. "Are there no users in the closed beta? I heard there were some on the Korean server." Zodi revealed a sharp gaze and added, "Damn it, I should have prepared beforehand," but accepting reality, he held the magic book in his hand. His body was slowly enveloped in a strange murderous aura, and simultaneously activating the Archlish's grimoire skill, he said in a calm voice, "HMPH, good, if there's no one, I'll kill everyone." And the aura emanating from his body enveloped the surroundings in a terrifying red. Wherever the flames touched, people burned, and the scene became increasingly chaotic with the screams of those who couldn't endure the heat. They could only helplessly scream in terror. "What is this? Why won't the fire go out?" Amidst their clamor, Zodi chuckled cheerfully, "Because it's fire from hellfire oil. Even if it weakens, the effect remains. You'll have to put in some effort to put it out." He became more and more frantic, mercilessly burning everything. Just then, someone flew over at high speed. This person charged at Zodi with explosive force, shattering everything underfoot. Pressure poured out and dust billowed all around. Not at all surprised by Elgin's appearance, he eyed Elgin sideways and spoke, "HMPH, you've finally shown up. I've been looking for you ever since the swamp incident." Elgin ignored his provocation and stood majestically before him. Elgin ignored his recent provocative words and commanded, "Remove those demons you've just unleashed." Around Elgin, people were struggling between life and death amidst the flames. One person exclaimed with concern, "Quite a few rankers have already died." Besides the flames, monsters crawling out from somewhere filled everyone with fear, making them unconsciously scream. "The demons keep increasing. Our escape route is blocked. There's nowhere to run." He stared intently at Zodi and pressed him. "Now is not the time to finish the punishment. How did a newly connected person get here?" Upon hearing this, Zodi said with a serene expression, "Perhaps my persistence doesn't want to miss this opportunity today." Elgin gazed at him, judging. "Indeed, he's acting exactly as he did in my memories." He suddenly recalled, "Although I didn't intentionally interfere, Zodi's actions are very similar to my past self." Ultimately, what is his goal and why does he have such strong determination? As if he had found the answer, he raised his flaming arm and declared, "You're probably aiming for something, but you'll never succeed." No sooner had he finished speaking than he powerfully punched in Zodi's direction, but it seemed to miss. Zodi showed a slightly surprised expression but quickly dodged. He instantly soared into the air. However, sensing an ominous premonition, Elgin charged into the air without hesitation. Below, Elgin unreservedly used his skills, covering the surrounding ground with dazzling light. Zodi observed all his actions from the air, but Elgin, seemingly unaware, quickly used Great Earthquake and Great Maelstrom skills. The attacks inflicted powerful destruction on the ground, sending soil and rocks flying everywhere. Suddenly, Elgin paused as if something was wrong. He looked up at the sky and discovered the balloon stomp skill. Is this skill for hovering in the air by stepping on Legos? Zodi gripped the balloon string tightly and spoke with a confident smile. "Did you think I would lose twice? If you attack the ground, I'll just evade into the air." Elgin, seeing his triumphant expression, kept thinking, the situation is not good. Combining Great Earthquake and Great Maelstrom to create a whirlwind could damage airborne enemies, but it would also sweep up other users, so I can't use it carelessly. Moreover, Ma Dongguang's current meta isn't well balanced. Zodi, not giving Elgin a chance to speak, continued, "Today's match is truly interesting. It seems I need to eliminate you first to break the momentum of the Korean rankers." No sooner had he finished speaking than all the allied monsters rushed at Elgin. Suddenly something flew. Due to the powerful impact, the surrounding monsters were also thrown back and dust billowed. Elgin was slightly surprised by what appeared before him. Zodi's face showed unconcealed surprise, and he frowned. The yellow monster next to him also paused and focused on the point of collision. The person who appeared was the astonished I Am Yo Seop. He said loudly with a confident expression, "Ma Dongguang is now the symbol of the Korean Pro League. A nobody like you can't run wild as you please." Next to him, 3 other people stood before Elgin, ready for battle, all speaking with excited expressions. "Big brother, we'll take care of this." Elsewhere, a player in green armor took a defensive stance, his eyes flashing like lightning, and he shouted as if ready for battle. Just then a monster charged, but it was blocked by his defense. The sound of collision echoed in the air, a tremendous noise like thunder at dawn. But the monsters did not retreat, charging fiercely. He endured the fierce power with the strength of his firm arms, confronting all dangers. Suddenly, the space was filled with an explosive energy effect, as if a violent attack had just been unleashed. 2 players suddenly appeared and swiftly dealt with the monsters from earlier. Player in blue armor slowly appeared majestically from the smoke and then launched a fierce attack on the monsters. Not only that, but bullets fired from his body flew directly at the monsters before him, and the monsters fell one after another. Those nearby witnessed all this and were all dumbfounded. Look, the rankers are leading the charge and blocking the monsters. Should we just stand by? As if re-motivated, everyone picked up their weapons and shouted with excited voices, we can't just be spectators. Let's go. If we fight in front of them, even the insignificant ones will fall. Zodi chuckled contemptuously at the people before him, sneering, who are you all, children, dancing before me? Tae Gang and I am Yosiop stood side by side, glaring at his face with contempt, ready for a fierce battle, and the two aimed at Zodi, who was hovering in the air. And before him were two monsters. I am Yosiop charged first, shouting, let's take down that damn Tae Gang. Receiving the signal, Tae Gang bent his arms and sharpened his gaze, appearing ready to attack. He raised his fist high and slightly crouched, as if gathering strength for the impending attack. His eyes were still fixed on the monsters. Tae Gang instantly rushed forward to the monsters and punched them furiously and powerfully. Ruwun Ho, not to be outdone, gathered strength in both hands and fired a powerful destructive ray, shouting loudly, Lightning Flower X. His attack flew directly at the monsters next to Zodi, sweeping them away in a fierce lightning storm. Dazzling light like lightning tore through the sky. Seizing Zodi's lapse in concentration, Bonglun rushed to Zodi's side. Bonglun quickly attacked in the direction Zodi was standing but shouted, unaware that Zodi had already moved a step ahead to dodge. Got him? He paused for a moment, realizing that his previous attack was in vain, and showed a slightly surprised expression at the sight before him. The weapon in Bonglun's hand was held by Zodi's own claws. Zodi looked at Bonglun with a slightly displeased gaze. He instantly broke the weapon, and with his remaining hand punched Bonglun directly in the face, which Bonglun barely managed to duck to avoid. Zodi said with an unpleasant expression, annoying brats. Bonglun, holding the broken weapon in his hand, worried incessantly. Damn it, I should have prepared another weapon. If I had used locking, I could have supplemented more attacks. Zodi landed softly and asked, you can still endure, right? And he put his hand into his cloak, pulling out something, and continued with an even more excited voice, next we'll make everything even more fun. No sooner had he finished speaking than Zodi held a red trumpet, looked up at the sky and blew it powerfully. Then mysterious black energy emanated from around him, dark and chaotic like entangled ghosts in the thick night curtain. Suddenly a strange change occurred beneath the ground, as if something mysterious was rising. Along with this, a strange sound still came from him. Monsters with red eyes slowly appeared from the shadows, and their appearance was ferocious. Someone who witnessed the grotesque scene before them screamed in terror, what is this? What's happening? I'm definitely going to die faster. The monster, without hesitation, rushed at the player before it with a ferocious face, and the player screamed in despair. Riding on this momentum, monsters continued to appear and attack other players who could only scream in terror. What is this? Immortality? The players who had died were now immortal. Not only that, but the dry bones of the dead monsters were now revived from the shadows. The skeletons ferociously rushed at the players, and the atmosphere became cold and bizarre. Now only the terrified screams of the players remained. Help, I just came for the awards ceremony. What on earth is happening? They were counterattacked by the players, but their numbers did not decrease, rather they increased, making the players exclaim in displeasure. Damn it, there's no end. Gong Jinho was also exhausted by now, he said, feeling helpless at the sight before him. My HP is almost at rock bottom. Jay was no better than him. She too struggled to fight them. She spoke with difficulty, all the dead monsters have become immortal, we have to do something about that mage. The player next to him looked at the gigantic monsters with sharp teeth rushing at him, eyes wide and mouth agape in terror. Immediately after, the monsters rushed at him and attacked fiercely, sending him tumbling backward. Outside, everyone was observing everything through the screen and all kept exclaiming, unbelievable. Since Jungnet, monster wave has revived and is overwhelming us. Suddenly, a B-grade monster named Harry flew out from somewhere, its appearance extremely ferocious. Tae Gang attacked without hesitation, but it quickly dodged and resolutely charged at Tae Gang. Due to its extreme speed, he had no choice but to block with his arm. Unable to dodge, he looked up at the winged monsters with difficulty and exclaimed with displeasure, why is that annoying monster again? It's not even strong enough, so irritating. Others also instantly became prey. It flew at other players and attacked, and the players screamed in terror, at least leave a corpse. A 4-day death penalty is too harsh. They could do nothing but watch the flying things and zombies, and screamed loudly for help in terror. What are the rankers doing? This time, Zodi, even more arrogant, laughed provocatively. Is this all Korean rankers amount to? Compared to North America, they're just beginners. Riding on his excited momentum, he shouted even louder, but did not notice that Elgin had appeared behind him. Madongguang, where is your prestige? You should call him out immediately. Elgin smoothly swung the weapon in his hand and lightly tapped Zodi's head, making him fall forward defenselessly. It happened so quickly that Tae Gan was stunned next to him. Everyone outside was no better off. Everyone's expressions were frozen as if they had been momentarily stunned. Zodi's eyes were wide as he glanced back, still not seeming to understand what had happened. Elgin asked himself with an excited smile, I'm in a predicament. Don't experts only do this when they're flustered in front of such a villain? His eyes shone sharply. Experts only do this when they're flustered in front of such a villain? The Gukka-1 team member hid in an appropriate spot, then quickly changed metas and succeeded in attacking Zodi from behind unbeknownst to him. Using his ground reversal trait, Zodi turned around and spoke with an unpleasant expression. Damn it, I can't be here. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped on Zodi's cloak. Zodi tumbled backward amidst Elgin's calm. Riding on his momentum, Elgin kicked Zodi sideways. All these scenes were witnessed by all the spectators below the screen. Everyone froze, not understanding what was happening, and some even asked again in disbelief, what? Did he just get backstabbed? Gahu asked herself in surprise. Goenmul, how could he be there? Zodi slowly stood up, his face dark with shame and the veins on his forehead bulging with anger. He began, I don't know where you crawled out from. But without giving up and seemingly regaining his previous confidence, he held the magic book in his hand and continued using his old skill, Taste Hellfire. Eljan used his one eye to activate a skill. Medusa's trait. In the flow of mana, Eljan shouted loudly, no, and he paused as if hit by an attack. Not moving an inch, he asked in unconscious terror, what? Eljan added that the opponent was a level 7 mage, so his magic resistance would be higher than expected. He said that this petrification skill would only be effective for a short time. But Eljan said with a triumphant smile, for experts a short time can be fatal in battle. No sooner had he finished speaking than he charged at him with overwhelming destructive power and punched him. Chapter 85. Elsewhere, everyone was still struggling to attack the skeleton monsters, but their numbers remained unchanged. Gong Jinho exclaimed irritably, damn it, there's no end. Junho also spoke with difficulty. The players who died are reviving. We have to do something about that mage. Junho glanced back and called out, hey. And Gong Jinho immediately replied, what, Ryu? Junho then answered, I'll buy some time so you escape. Gong Jinho asked again in disbelief, what are you talking about? Why are you leaving this to me and not logging out? Junho scolded loudly with an unpleasant expression. Coward, you have a higher ranking. You have to uphold the league's honor. Gong Jinho, left with no choice, pressed loudly. Ridiculous. Originally higher level people protect lower level people, he immediately replied. I saw Ma Tie gang get punched twice last time. Truly an inflated ranking, with no one yielding. Gong Jinho shouted again, what is this little brat? Show people your grade 2 abilities. Gong Jinho had already appeared behind the two and the previous bickering atmosphere became eerily quiet. But in an instant someone hit him, and his body was not intact. Gong Jinho was dumbfounded by the sight before him. In front of him were countless people clad in cloaks, their appearance very imposing. He unconsciously blurted out, Fairy GM cleanup crew is it? As soon as the person in black clothes dealt with the monster, they reported, Team B, 40 elimination rate, proceeding smoothly. Similarly, people from other groups reported after attacking a monster, Team C, 50 elimination rate, a hole has appeared in the monster. Their leader assessed the situation and immediately commanded, begin evacuation guidance for general users. They received the order as soon as they heard it. Understood. Suddenly someone asked, adding with curiosity, Doppelganger and Goenmul are fighting on the outskirts of OD. Should we participate? She paused for a moment but quickly replied, no, it's an issue for GMs to directly participate in PK. Focus on evacuation guidance according to the principal. He replied as soon as he received the order, yes, she constantly admired as she moved. Fortunately, there wasn't much damage to the Korean server. General users will be sufficiently compensated by the GM side. If the rankers had made a mistake, they would have suffered unreasonable damage. She continued fighting, her heart heavy. Being unable to connect for 4 days was merely an annoying limitation from a personal perspective. But thinking about how the entire Korean ranking could have been paralyzed during that period, it was truly dangerous. A question still lingered in her mind, difficult to find a specific answer for. Even at this moment, aren't Asian competitors like Japan and China continually moving forward into the future? Returning to Elgin and Zodiac's previous battle, he again thought to himself, slightly annoyed. In fact, the Korean ranking system is greatly weakened by this incident. During the short period when Korean rankers were disconnected from the rankings due to the connection penalty, the global monster hunting and boss monster subjugation rates increased. He put all his anger into his fist and struck him hard. Elgin looked at the surprised Zodiac who had taken the attack and thought, for the development of Korean esports, I must stop Zodiac without missing a single moment. He continued to punch him repeatedly in the face. Suddenly, Zodiac seemed to clench his fist as if preparing to counterattack. As he focused on the attack, he seemed to notice his arm rising and understood his intention. He thought, 5 minutes. Elgin was suddenly engulfed in the demon's friction coefficient energy. Zodiac directly punched him, but he quickly moved his body to evade the attack. He seemed slightly surprised, still disbelieving, and glanced at him. Did he miss? Zodiac quickly regained his composure and said, normally it would have been a tough finish, right? He frowned and growled, worry about yourself first. No sooner had he finished speaking than Elgin continued to punch him, cursing. Die, you bastard. He took all the attacks from him, yet he was somewhat unable to understand. What? It doesn't hurt much. But blatant displeasure was evident on his face, and he basically found him too dirty. While observing his relentless attacks from outside, someone suddenly spoke in the quiet space. He gathered his strength and shouted amidst his girlfriend's surprised expression, Goenmul, as if someone had motivated them. Everyone cheered in turns. Hit him harder, well done, go Goenmul, it's so satisfying to see you hit that damn bastard. Go Goenmul, as if hope was rekindled. The stadium exploded with pride and cheers. Show them the power of Korean gamers. His face darkened as if his patience had reached its limit. He blocked his attacks with his arms and shouted. The surrounding air again turned strangely dark and ominous. Skeletons also appeared there one by one, but for some reason they were all shattered. Zodiac endured with difficulty. Staggering, he laughed grotesquely and shouted loudly, "If you want to chase me, first cross this wall." He quickly climbed high onto the pile of bones. Someone watching from the side gaped, unable to understand. "A mountain covered in bones, is there such a skill? What the hell is that damn bastard?" His face remained calm, but he looked up at him slightly thoughtful. He quickly seemed to realize something and gave an excited smile. "There's a possibility." No sooner had he finished speaking than he resolutely entered the rotten pile of bones. His feet also squeezed through the gap. Suddenly a strange hand appeared above Zodiac. He stood next to it watching and suddenly felt an unknown fear. Elgin suddenly showed his face, making eye contact with Zodiac, who gaped in surprise, his eyes bulging. He shouted loudly in confusion, "Oh, what the skill is annoying. The mucus trait that covers my body and the crevice trait. That's my new combination that allows me to pass through any narrow space." Taking advantage of Zodiac's trembling in fear, he bit his thumb, drawing blood, and immediately swung it at Zodiac. He closed his eyes in displeasure, gritted his teeth, and shouted loudly in annoyance, "You bastard, what is this?" Ignoring his words, he immediately charged and aimed at him in an instant. Due to a problem with his eyes, he couldn't react in time, and the attack hit his left leg. Zodiac with difficulty looked down at the wound, displeased and unable to understand. "Are you kidding me right now?" He looked at him with a triumphant smile and thought to himself, "Now you'll take 0.04 poison damage every second, and your HP will decrease by 0.01 every second. Your HP is almost gone now, so you'll die soon." Zodiac's eyes suddenly became even darker. He bit his lip tightly and thought, "This damn bastard, I need to go to a new building to cure the abnormal status, but there are no new buildings recently. I have no choice but to use a teleport scroll." Zodi pulled out a scroll from his body and said displeased. "Damn it," he admired as he took out the scroll. "I don't know why I have to waste a scroll because of a guy like this. This is expensive." He picked his nose and replied contemptuously, "I'm also curious about that. Why do you carry such muddy water in this matter?" Zodi didn't reply, just forced a laugh. He unfolded the scroll and a burst of energy emanated from it. Suddenly something flew by, brushing past Elgin's side. Suddenly it snatched what was in his hand and finished the healing. J-Moon quickly bit the scroll and ran off. He stood below, seeming to have known what was going to happen, and praised with a slightly interesting gaze. "You caught it well." As if dancing, it crawled around Zodiac, seeming to bind him. Quickly he was tied high to the J-Moon stem. Zodiac, tied high to the J-Moon stem, looked down at Elgin, wondering if the beta test was happening nearby. He didn't understand anything, just asked again, "What the hell is that? What have you been asking since earlier?" Zodiac didn't answer the question he threw, just tilted his head and continued as if unable to understand. "Strange, your power is really strange anyway. You're clearly human. What the hell are you doing?" Elgin's eyes suddenly turned cold. "Yes, seriously, that's what I want to ask. Who are you exactly? What is your purpose in doing this?" Helplessness was evident on his face and he stammered, "HMPH, me, I." He hesitated for a moment and then said again, "I guess you could say I'm the trash of the dark world." And then, as if accepting reality, he burst out laughing. "Anyway, since it's come to this," Zodiac said, "if I target Goenmul, Ma Dongguang stops me, and if I target Ma Dongguang, Goenmul stops me, so this is the best reaction." He again made a provocative expression and challenged loudly, "Are you two the true representatives of the Korean rankings? I will definitely find and kill both of you, just wait." Elgin gritted his teeth. The Medusa's mana flow trait reappeared in his murderous eyes, and then he replied, "Wait for what? Watch now to your heart's content." No sooner had he finished speaking than Zodi, who was high up, really turned to stone as if finishing its mission. J-Moon quickly released him. Thus Zodiac's body experienced free fall. TX, who was standing nearby, saw it and shouted, "Ah, that damn bastard has fallen. Don't let him escape." Now everyone heard their shouts and immediately prepared themselves, unleashing a lightning attack on him. "Get rid of him immediately before he does anything useless." Everyone's attacks poured down on Zodiac, and he had no way to evade. All the audience members behind the screen cheered and shouted at such an end for an arrogant person like Zodiac. "We won, oh my god, the pros defeated that villain." As expected of Goenmul, the king of the league, suddenly someone's voice was heard. Only this far, nothing had even started yet, and Elgin had already flown high up, turning his head and raising his hand to say goodbye. "It's a pro league matter, so the rest is a problem for the pros to solve. I'm an amateur, so I'll leave here." Everyone below heard it and asked again, unable to understand. "What, are you really just leaving? There are still many monsters." He didn't hesitate. Using the A-grade Deep Sea Demon's Toe skill to increase his movement speed, Elgin quickly left with a satisfied expression. Someone who saw his attitude sighed and said displeased, "Can't you help a little more?" Suddenly, someone seemed to understand the meaning of his declaration and shouted, interrupting the previous words, "No, Goenmul Nim is right. Pro League matters should be handled by pros. If Goenmul Nim appears, the situation will be resolved quickly, but our honor will fall." Hearing this, everyone no longer hesitated or wavered and moved towards a higher goal. Everyone held their weapons as if ready for battle. He spoke with a firmer and more confident attitude. "We must protect our honor ourselves. Let's show everyone the power of pro gamers." No sooner had the powerful declaration finished than a loud explosion echoed from afar, and along with it, dirt and stones flew everywhere, catching everyone's attention. The explosion directly attacked the skeleton monsters, sending them flying. The monsters standing next to them were no better off. They were constantly hit by physical attacks and couldn't counterattack. Elgin reappeared in his armor. He clenched his fist and declared in a dignified voice, "Yes, a pro's honor must be regained. I'll use a wide area attack." No sooner had he finished speaking than he assumed a stance and leapt high, but still didn't forget to remind everyone. Everyone step back. Elgin quickly threw himself to directly attack the red monsters, and they were also shattered. A gigantic force exploded and fire and yellow light surged everywhere, making it feel as if the attack was much more ferocious than before. The monsters were engulfed in flames by Elgin's recent attack. With no time to defend, undaunted, the monsters still rushed at him without giving up. Suddenly, the red demon raised its head, a surprised expression clearly visible. Elgin rushed at the red demon with immense speed, delivering a critical blow, and the red demon's body was shattered. The scene was extremely shocking and fierce. The two players next to him gaped in surprise at the scene. The blonde man shouted again, "Ma Dongguang, that's right, there was Ma Dongguang in the Pro League." The entire Lion team seemed to have gained new energy, witnessing all of Elgin's actions. Everyone bravely held their weapons and shouted, "Let's fight with Ma Dongguang Lion," not to be outdone. Other teams also switched to attack mode and shouted loudly, "Leaders cannot lose. Go Ma Dongguang, maintain an appropriate distance so as not to interfere with a wide area attack." Elgin continued to calmly eliminate the monsters. All his attacks were precise and the monsters had no room to counterattack. During the battle, Elgin's expression was cold. Red syrup splattered everywhere from Elgin's powerful attacks, creating an extremely tense scene. The terrorist incident at the Pro Award ceremony became a major issue. The culprit was unknown and he was called by various nicknames. The most common ones were Pro League Attacker, League Hunter, Killer Banker, and God of Disaster. Suddenly someone's voice was heard. "Don't move, FBI." Suddenly a team with guns rushed to where the login chairs were and as expected they shouted displeased. "No one's here, damn it, we're one step late." He escaped. He couldn't have gone far. Request enhanced search. The blond man gritted his teeth, his expression displeased, and asked again, "Zodiac Bandabel, what exactly is his purpose?" Suddenly, he raised his head and thought, a simple illegal entry wouldn't be enough to issue a wanted order. The audience was more excited than ever, and suddenly someone said, "Fortunately, the terrorism in the basement directly below the stadium was minimized. It's not real." People began to wonder about the geniuses outside the Korean rankings. This incident proved that the world is vast and full of geniuses. Above all, the person who received the most attention in this incident was Goenmul. When all the professional players had to combine their strength, he suddenly appeared and defeated the attacker, but refused all the association's souvenirs. Elgin continued, "Why, I'm not a pro player, nor an official ranker. I'm just an amateur league-level gamer. I have no connection with the association, so I have no right or reason to receive an award. Is that why?" Although Ma Dongguang was the most active person in this tournament, even the person who achieved the best results in the entire Pro League did not receive as much attention as Goenmul. The tournament ended, and suddenly a human voice was heard from the cabin in front of them. "Oh, amazing. All these are agility items?" From Drake's personal inventory, Drake loudly replied to Elgin, "Of course. Most of them are D to C grade, but if you search carefully, there are C grade items too. For example, Mole's Quick Claws C grade, Marathoner's Headband D grade, Leopard's Gloves D grade, Hare's Thorn Armor D grade." Suddenly Drake said loudly again, "I need you. Every time I traveled the map, I collected items with agility options. I don't know if it looked like I was begging, but sometimes people threw me a few junk items." Elgin, slightly surprised, asked Drake, "Are you really giving all this to me?" He replied with an indifferent expression, "No one else would use them anyway." Elgin continued after hearing that, "It wouldn't sell for much at a junkyard." Drake replied, "I collected them anyway." Then Drake put his hands on his hips, looked straight at him and said, "At first I followed you to repay a debt of life. But after catching the giant octopus in the northern continent," he continued with a happy smile, "I'm enjoying the game with you. But that party wasn't just a fun party. Just as you encouraged me, I want to give you something too, like these items." Elgin also smiled slightly, thinking to himself, "He's right. I also gained a lot of motivation from DRKE's achievements from his past life until now." Suddenly, Drake asked excitedly, "All right, Elgin, what are we going to do today? My level has increased a lot, and my equipment has also improved. Isn't it time to move up to a higher level?" His face was cold, but he confirmed, "Oh, that's right." Drake recalled the monsters, gesturing and said, slightly anticipating, "Stronger and more cunning monsters, more magnificent dungeons, and adventures beyond the Kraken, beyond imagination await, don't they?" He looked at Drake and smiled slightly. With a smile he replied, "Today we're doing daily quests." Suddenly, the previous excited atmosphere paused slightly. Drake's eyes stared at him as if not accepting what he had just said. Drake turned sharply, a slightly dark shadow falling over his face as he looked in another direction and said, "Daily quests, I've never done them before." Elgin walked over, put his arm around his shoulder and gently persuaded him with excited eyes, "Sometimes you have to have days like this too. This is preparation for the adventure you wanted." Drake was startled and asked again, but there's so much of this, what do I use it for?" He hesitated for a moment before answering, "Good question." Then he fell deep in thought. "Yes, he trusted me and helped me this much." Elgin's eyes shone with absolute trust. "He'll be fine," and he whispered into Drake's ear, "These will be used in the late game. I have something planned." Drake looked surprised after hearing Elgin's plan. "It's only a small part." Judiel was curled up, sleeping peacefully. As soon as they were first revealed, the monsters charged in frantically. Suddenly Zodiac appeared unchanged and shouted loudly, Has anyone here met me before? I'm from the closed beta. Kim Dong-un of MDOG, who was quietly observing from a branch, murmured with a surprised expression, "My goodness, what is this?" Zodiac smirked and asked suspiciously, "That little child is the one, right?" Dong-un thought for a moment and then continued, "This makes me nostalgic." Suddenly someone's voice was heard. The comment sections of all game-related posts have exploded. At that time the phone screen was full of hot news about Stan Water. All comment information was overflowing with Stan Water's name. The search rankings also did not stray from Stan Water's name. Public interest in Stan Water exploded. Stan Water, who neither participated in the competition nor was a pro gamer, took the top spot in search rankings. Not only that, but suddenly a flash of light burst and someone appeared and said, "We will compensate those who were injured by Pluto's rotten water." The voice added, "Rotten water and I have nothing to do with each other." Suddenly Elgin appeared and added an explanation. "However, the truth is, someone copied my appearance and fighting style, and indiscriminately engaged in PK. So I also believe I bear some responsibility." With his noble image, his image as a Buddhist, and his highly professional image combined, Stan Water's stock price began to skyrocket. The name Stan Water alone came to have value beyond a brand becoming a meme. Everyone debated passionately about the name Stan Water. Where will Stan Water go next? It must be somewhere we can't imagine. Following this, curiosity and anticipation poured out. What world is he conquering now? I can't wait. Suddenly someone was heard shouting in annoyance, "You slaves, what are you dawdling here for? Go make some coffee. Be grateful I gave you jobs." Under the scorching sun, Elgin and Drake carried bags on their shoulders. Sweat glistened on their faces from exhaustion. Then the shout echoed, "There are countless people who can replace you." Regin's coffee farm. It was a giant coffee farm located in the southern part of the central continent. Drake slowly drank sips of water amidst tension and fatigue, as if trying to hold on to his remaining strength. After drinking water, Drake groaned unpleasantly. "Damn it, it's so hot that my HP will drain from sunstroke if I don't take medicine. The cost of medicine will be more than the mission reward." Suddenly, the farm owner Reggie saw them resting from inside and angrily shouted loudly, "You lazy bums, how long are you going to chatter? Are you going to play all day?" Elgin didn't seem to care much, but Drake, with an unpleasant expression, glared at him and harvested coffee beans. They sorted the high-grade and low-grade beans into bags, washed them with water and dried them in the sun. Then they took the dried coffee beans from the straw mat, went to the kitchen and put them in a pan. After roasting them over a strong fire, they packed them into small paper bags. "That was our mission." The smell of coffee was so strong while roasting that it gave me a headache. Seeing him complain, Reggie ran over with a whip, struck the ground and loudly scorned, "Work, work, work, you slaves, do you still think you're human?" Then he laughed loudly and continued, "It's all for you. If the farm gets rich, workers like you can also get rich, of course. Even if farm profits explode, I won't pay you wages." Hearing this, Drake paused for a moment. A gun was already in his hand, and just before flames erupted from within, Elgin calmed him down from beside him. "Calm down, Drake. Killing an NPC will increase your karma. This is just a daily quest. Let's finish it quickly and go." As dusk fell, the day was almost over and Drake called Elgin. Both still had cloth bags on their shoulders. Drake asked curiously, "Why are we doing this quest, my friend? Time is gold." Elgin, still full of energy, said, "Daily quests and hidden quests are all stepping stones for main quests. You have to do things step by step, starting with the basics." He turned to Drake and chided loudly, "My goodness, young people these days only do easy quests and want good rewards. You need to put in some effort." Suddenly, a small D-grade assassin bee, 10 centimeters in size, appeared from above and behind Drake. Seizing the opportunity, the bee quickly flew behind his neck. It stung sharply, as if lightly brushing against him. In a short moment, a black liquid flowed into his body, giving him an electric shock, and his pupils constricted, unable to close his mouth. In a paralyzed state, Drake tumbled forward and lost consciousness. Elgin, who was beside him, was startled and shouted loudly, "Ah, Drake?" Then he continuously lamented as he looked at his body fallen on the ground. He was so tired he couldn't even hear the bee flying. "That bee is small and slow, but its poison is terrifying." Elgin checked, and the assassin bee from earlier was still buzzing above his head. He firmly grabbed the bee and squeezed it. Drake was still on the ground, suffering and cursing the D-grade monster. The farm owner saw him fall and angrily shouted loudly, "You damn slave, are you sleeping again? What? A bee, you have to work even if you're shot. Damn it, when I was your age." Before he could finish, Drake cut him off with, "Shut up." Elgin glanced elsewhere. In fact, the experience and proficiency gained here were completely useless. Not only that, the brothers continuously subjected them to verbal abuse and whip lashing, so players treated this quest as non-existent. Fat Ledley was the 20-year-old younger brother and Thin Ledley was the 21-year-old older brother. Both were farm owners, but there was a reason I was doing this damn quest that no one else did. As the sky darkened, a mission complete notification appeared on the system panel, stating that they were worthy of a full meal. Drake, exhausted, lamented to Elgin again. "Daily quests usually involve a few quests that take a few hours, but I didn't know I'd have to work 24 hours like this. I'd rather fight Grillon solo." He asked, slightly excited, "But how long have we been working? Surely the quest reward will be huge, right?" Elgin was slightly surprised by the previous question and asked back, "Huh, you didn't know the quest reward?" Drake said nonchalantly, "No, I didn't know. I always skip useless quests like this." Before he could finish speaking, a system reward, coffee grounds, appeared in Drake's hand. His face suddenly hardened. Drake asked again as if unable to believe his eyes. What is this? The farm owner scolded again in displeasure. What's a G? What's wrong with your eyes? Don't you like what the owner gives you? Get out once you've received your reward, and don't forget to say thank you. Then the brothers laughed heartily with joy. The older brother said sarcastically, Tisk, they're leaving now that we've taught them. They're just like migratory birds. The younger brother also mocked, it's a waste of our senses. The older brother added, young people these days just don't have talent. Drake's face darkened as if reaching his limit. The mockery didn't stop. These youngsters hate small things. As if at his wit's end, his hand tightly clutched the bag of coffee grounds, and he listened to them praising themselves endlessly. But at least they'll be able to find jobs elsewhere thanks to the experience and skills they learned on our farm. We're truly philanthropists. Then, still calmly as if nothing had happened, he looked at the coffee bag and thought, reminds me of my part-time jobs. Suddenly Drake called Elgin, and he answered, yeah? Then he turned around and his eyes widened when he saw fierce flames burning from Drake's body. Drake slowly extended his hand towards him and asked coldly with sharp eyes, could I borrow that for a moment? The space was silent for a moment, and the older brother's curses didn't stop. You haven't left yet, damn it, you can come again tomorrow once the work is done. Our farm's wages are truly the best, you slaves. No, the workers are standing outside and don't want to leave. No sooner had he finished speaking. Drake's wooden club flew towards the Drake brothers and they fell backward defenselessly. Drake appeared fiercely with a large wooden club in his hand, ready to attack at any moment. His eyes were red and his expression was ferocious. He was wearing an A-grade mask which increased his attack power, had a consecutive kill skill that made him stronger the more he killed, and karma was accumulated on the mask, not the wearer. Drake slowly approached the younger brother Ledley with murderous intent, and Ledley, terrified, sweated coldly and shouted in displeasure, what are you guys, are you crazy? I'm the farm owner. How can a slave hit his master? Haven't you heard of respect? Before he could finish, Drake forcefully stomped on his face with one foot, knocking him out. Now only his screams echoed. Elgin stood peacefully beside him watching Drake vent his anger and said, hey, don't hit him too hard. Thanks to the mosque's trait, it completely absorbed the karma, so there was no need to worry about hitting them as much as he wanted, but he told him not to hit too hard. In an instant, the Ledley brothers were beaten until smoke billowed, falling to the ground unconscious. Then Drake set the coffee farm on fire. He looked at the burning landscape and shouted loudly, this is the end of your coffee farm. It's over. Having vented his hatred, he smiled brightly and said with an excited voice, it's so beautiful. From behind he could only cry out, covered in bumps on his head, watching the scene. Then he savored the coffee in his hand and exclaimed, what a perfect scene for drinking coffee. Map terrain usually recovers within 24 hours, but this map, even if destroyed, will never recover. After that, the Ledley brothers went bankrupt and the farm name also changed from Ledley Farm to Burning Coffee Farm because the coffee had been burned to the roots. The two sat high up watching the setting sun. Suddenly, Drake asked curiously, why are we doing this daily quest? We wasted 24 hours and there's no experience or items. I don't even know where to use this proficiency, Elgin replied, still with a satisfied expression, and Drake turned to him, unable to understand. Actually, we gained something. He gestured to his left, giving Drake a hint. He seemed to realize something. A fragrant scent wafted to Drake's nose. He suddenly realized and asked hesitantly, coffee smell? Elgin stood up straight. The scent from his body drifted on the wind. He confirmed excitedly, that's right, the smell of coffee is coming from my armpits and my whole body. This is the biggest gain from today's quest. Drake extended his hand and said, come on, let's go. Before the smell disappears, Drake asked, slightly puzzled, where to? As the sun set, Elgin's face became even more determined and he said, of course, to a grander, stranger, and more difficult dungeon. Wasn't that what you wanted? Drake grabbed his arm and replied with a satisfied expression, yeah, you're the comrade I know. Elgin and Drake pointed to the sky together, their eyes filled with anticipation. He shouted loudly, all right, it's finally main event time. Let's go to the floating island. In another dimension, someone was talking. So how and to what extent should we discipline the confused players? Should we maintain the death penalty and kill them ourselves? Screen 01 replied, honestly, it would be very difficult to discipline them directly. The freedom in this game is too high. As strange as it sounds, we also respect the rights of those who like PK. Screen 09 also added, besides, there's already a penalty for PK. You get scorned by NPCs and can't exchange items or quests. If you keep doing PK, other players will treat you like a monster. The debate erupted among the screens. Everyone knows that. Precisely, many people still do PK even knowing that. We have to do it the same way, but we can't directly kill players. That violates game rules. That's a problem that village guard NPCs, guilds, or voluntary player groups should handle. Some players had PK habits, even reaching a strategic level, who would suddenly appear and deal with those who harmed players. Nevertheless, we cannot directly kill PK players. That is against the rules of the game. Freedom for all, freedom by all, freedom for all. Then what? So we can't do anything in the Pro League infiltration mission? Suddenly, the entire room paused at those words. A woman asked irritably, is that aimed at me? The answer she received was no, she continued. According to our tracking results, we found that a man named Zodiac, the god of disaster, is heading to the southern edge of the southern continent. Her eyes gradually grew cold and she added, the Tower of Assassins. All the screens in the room fell silent, and she continued, I believe everyone knows what that means. Now, Nam Sena, the team leader of the monster hunting team, thinks it's time for everyone to seriously acknowledge it. Freedom is important, but control is also important. Nam Sena said, thinking of Zodiac. Although it's a bit much to call it revenge, we will enforce coercive punishment on Zodiac, the god of disaster. Thinking of the entire team fighting together, she declared powerfully. Our monster hunting team, GMDCI, will now directly intervene in the game. Someone held a fragmented shard with a curious expression. Suddenly a system notification echoed in his ears. You have entered the middle section of the underground waterway. First visitor, Stan Water, fragmented satellite, degrade. That was Elgin, he said cheerfully, an auspicious ivory shard with a pleasant scent. It's been a long time. He stood before the fine statue and thought, I kept my promise, thank you, I can finally complete this new little girl. Immediately after, his eyes gleamed strangely. Witnessing this scene, Elgin couldn't help but be surprised. A system sound quickly broke his surprise. You have received the blessing of Pasmelon. You can use the sculpture's eye effect for 24 hours. Now Elgin came to his senses. He gazed at his hands, constantly muttering, All right, I finally got this orb. Drake's familiar voice suddenly rang out. The ground is too soft. He was extremely displeased with the feeling of being in a dirty place. My feet keep sinking even though I haven't moved. What's this hard stuff? Is it bone? Immediately after, Elgin replied in a serious tone. Be careful, it's just called an island, but it's a floating mass where all sorts of things are intertwined. Suddenly Drake said with a cheerful smile, Are we fighting here today? How dangerous is it? Elgin said with a satisfied smile. Our target is the owner of this island, King Bati, he's S-grade. Drake was appalled by his words. A moment later his sharp cry echoed through the quiet space, S-grade, before Drake could regain his composure. New notification appeared from the system. Floating island, an island floating vaguely on the sea, no one knows who made it or for what purpose. A land made of mountains and islands filled with bones and blood. A hidden dungeon visible only in the fog. He had been here once before for a Medusa mission. Chapter 10. Drake quickly placed his hand on the wall and said, These black stains must be decomposed blood, and the hard stuff is bone, finally he concluded. So this dungeon is made only of bones and blood? Immediately after, Elgin replied to his words. That's right, this island was formed from the leftover remains of the island's owner's meals. Suddenly Drake exclaimed in admiration, Then he must have eaten a lot, and then he suddenly fell into thought. Elgin's keen eyes quickly scanned the surroundings. He instinctively anticipated, They're coming, a huge number of them. Something slowly appeared silently behind the two. The system described it as Limb Spider. Its appearance excited Drake. He instinctively scoffed, There are more than I thought, it'll be hard to get deep into the dungeon like this. But his words were cut off by Elgin. Not easy. The other person was extremely surprised by his words. Meanwhile Elgin said with an excited smile, This much isn't a problem. He began performing strange movements in front of Drake's bewildered expression. 1 2 3 1 1 2 3 1 1 2 3 1 1 2 3 4. Even as the Limb Spider charged at him, Elgin showed no sign of stopping his counting. 1 2 3 5. As a strange string was thrown towards the Limb Spider, it stopped in its tracks. At this sight, Drake exclaimed in surprise. Ha, he wondered, seeing the Limb Spiders leaving the area. Are those spiders running away? Why? But a moment later Drake grasped the core idea. He shouted with an excited expression. I get it, it's the smell of coffee. He suddenly recalled the moment Elgin swung his arm with a satisfied smile. Elgin, he wanted to do the daily quest at the coffee farm. Back in reality, Elgin quickly left the place. Not only that, he cautiously told Drake, Now we have to run. Meanwhile, the Limb Spiders were still chasing them. Against its ferocity, Drake continuously threw some powder behind him. The system described it as coffee grounds. At his actions, the Limb Spiders felt fear and recoiled. Realizing its fear, Drake continued to use this method effectively. In an instant, the two reversed the situation. Drake suddenly asked a question. I just realized, do spiders dislike the smell of coffee? Do spiders have a sense of smell? Immediately after, he received an answer from Elgin. Most insects dislike coffee. Cinnamon has a similar effect. Coffee grounds slowly drifted down from the steep cliff. Elgin and Drake quickly leapt over this place without hesitation. At this very moment, a new notification suddenly appeared from the system. You have entered the Floating Island King's entrance deep dungeon. First visitor, Stan Water Drake. Upon landing safely, Drake exclaimed in surprise involuntarily. All the monster bones are stuck to the walls. Is this white sticky stuff cobwebs? Meanwhile, Elgin continued to speak. We're out of coffee grounds, so we need to be careful from now on. Drake, as if not hearing his words, hastily moved away from his original position. Suddenly, as the ground below him broke, he was extremely surprised. Drake, flustered, instinctively exclaimed, Ha! Fortunately, Elgin quickly grabbed him, narrowly saving him from death. Drake said without hesitation, Thanks, Elgin. What is this? Is it a trap? As soon as he finished speaking, he received an answer from Elgin. Yes, you have to be careful. This place is full of traps. Below, countless eyes are glittering. They are burrowing spiders. Elgin's eyes became strangely serious. He frowned slightly as if hesitating and looked forward. Places where burrowing spiders live are full of holes dug by them. If you step on one, you'll fall into an endlessly long hole. A system notification suddenly rang out amidst the sight of countless other spiders seemingly craving something. Burrowing spider. The holes dug by burrowing spiders are known to be endlessly long. Drake was excited by this information. He sprang up and said loudly, How can we keep going like this? We could shoot arrows or throw iron to find out where the holes are, but that would take too long, and we'd run out of arrows when we need to fight. But Elgin calmly placed his hand on the ground. He slowly closed his eyes as if thinking about something very important. Immediately after, Elgin's eyes slowly began to glow in the dim space. Sculpture's eye. Sculptors must carefully examine where a stone will break before carving. If they cannot accurately predict where the cracks will form, they will waste precious materials. This sight frightened Drake. He froze on the spot. Suddenly, strange characters appeared beneath his feet. Other strange lights also appeared here. Elgin quickly leapt into a gap beneath the ground in front of the opponent's surprised eyes. He kept saying with a triumphant smile, "Thanks to the orb I received from Feynman, I can now distinguish safe areas from traps. Of course I can't see everything at once." The number 2 appeared increasingly clearly beneath his feet. The safe zone indicates the number of burrowing spiders in that area, so you can use that to find a safe path. Drake froze on the spot at this series of actions. He moved as if realizing something and said, "Wait, and that rule is perhaps..." Before he could finish speaking, Elgin quickly replied, "That's right." He moved forward with an excited expression and said, "It's Minesweeper." Minesweeper is a domestic game pre-installed on computers that most people can play. Developed by Jerry Ladrip, this game is an immortal game that has existed since the early days of video games. The numbers on the grid indicate the number of mines in a 3x3 area centered on that number. If there are no mines in the area, no number appears. There can be up to 8 mines around a square, and stepping on a mine ends the game. At this very moment, Elgin revealed a triumphant expression. He said loudly, "Drake, stand right behind me, we're almost there." Immediately after, Drake also quickly followed in his footsteps, moving forward. Suddenly, a strange creature chased after them. It revealed the most ferocious appearance of an insect. Drake reacted very quickly. He quickly shot an arrow, making it difficult for it to chase them. Feynman's orb is not absolute. Sometimes there are forks in the path where it's impossible to tell which one is a trap, and the survival rate is 50. Facing the impending possibility, Elgin said confidently, "It's alright, activate the Dark King's selection ability." Suddenly, a single plot of farmland appeared in his sight, drawing his attention. Meanwhile, Drake faced the persistent pursuit of the burrowing spiders. He helplessly exclaimed, "Above!" Immediately after, he said loudly, and Elgin was startled. "Elgin, lend me your back," he flustered, instinctively exclaimed. "Ha!" The very next moment, Elgin stumbled and hit his head on the ground. At this sight, he instinctively thought, "What kind of treasure is that?" Coffee grounds floated in the air in the vast space. Suddenly, a powerful blow swiftly appeared before the eyes of the people there. The owner of that attack was an iron spider, grade B trait, poison. Insect insta-kill. Facing its danger, Elgin did not hesitate at all. Rather, he said with an extremely interested expression, "Be careful. What they're shooting is like steel wire. Even a slight brush will cut off flesh. If it touches you, you'll fall into a trap." Fortunately, the smell of coffee only allows them to attack from afar. If you listen to the sound and find their exact position, it's not hard to avoid. As soon as he finished speaking, Drake, who was nearby, quickly replied, "That's a relief." The two cooperated perfectly to defeat the enemy before them. However, the cobwebs before them grew increasingly numerous. At this sight, Elgin felt an ominous premonition. With a frightened expression, he instinctively gritted his teeth. Above them were now countless traps created by the iron spider. Everything seemed to be driven into a dead end in an instant. Elgin reacted quickly, shouting with a bewildered expression, "Drake!" He grabbed Drake's hand, making him flustered. "Stick close to me." The two stood tightly embracing each other. Awkward expressions appeared on everyone's faces, but that wasn't enough. Elgin relentlessly urged the other person, "Closer, stick even closer, every single pore must be touching." That's right. At that moment, a strange light simultaneously erupted from both their bodies, and they were too surprised to speak. Meanwhile, the iron spider's cobwebs began to descend to the ground. Fortunately, Elgin and Drake were able to avoid them easily. At this moment, Elgin said triumphantly, "The effect of the demon ant's sticky substance can extend to the object I am in closest contact with. The closer we stick to each other, the more effective it will be, so bear with it." The two pushed through the obstacles before them. "Now let's break through the iron spider's cobwebs. Let's go together." However, the cobwebs became increasingly dense, and continued to descend over time. Fortunately, both Elgin and Drake were able to escape easily. He suddenly saw a small gap before his eyes and exclaimed with an excited expression, "It's almost the exit." The two simultaneously passed through the gap successfully. A system sound suddenly echoed in the pitch-black space. "You have entered the Floating Island King's entrance deep dungeon. First visitor, Stanwater Drake." In this gloom, Drake gradually showed fear. He gripped his weapon tightly with an ominous premonition. Something's coming, something incredibly huge. Drake stood there silently gazing forward. "It's too dark, truly dangerous. My eyes haven't adjusted to the darkness yet. I shouldn't make reckless noises. Is Elgin next to me?" Suddenly, as the matron of the pillars appeared from behind, Drake was extremely surprised. With a bewildered expression, he instinctively turned around. Meanwhile, the matron of the pillars still maintained a calm expression. The moment he faced it, Drake, flustered, shouted, "Damn it, how long has that been next to me? Since the beginning?" He gripped his weapon tightly and aimed at it. "But why can't I sound an alarm? I don't feel paralyzed." At some point, as the matron of the pillars appeared before Drake, his action stopped. It kept approaching and he was flustered. In a brief moment, a bold thought flashed through Drake's mind like lightning. "Too beautiful, I can't move, I need to pull myself together." At some point, cracks began to appear on the matron of the pillar's face. At this sight, he instinctively mumbled, "Smell," but it revealed a grotesque mouth, becoming increasingly disgusting. "How truly fragrant." The matron of the pillars reached out to Drake amidst the other's silence. The single attack swiftly flew forward. Drake quickly pushed the matron of the pillars away from his body. He regained his vigilance. As a small mine was placed near the matron of the pillar's mouth, it was surprised. The very next moment the mine exploded. Not only that, but there were other mines all over its body. At this sight, Drake couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "The stench of rotten meat is thick. Thanks to that I was able to snap out of it." The opponent quickly revealed its true form, and the system described it as Matron of the Pillars Grade A traits, Poison, Insect, Insta-kill, Melee. A series of shockwaves spread around in a short time. At this sight, Drake felt fear. He instinctively froze on the spot. The Matron of the Pillars instantly reappeared before Drake. At this sight, he instinctively exclaimed, "Damn it!" Suddenly, Elgin's voice resonated commandingly. "Drake, what did you throw?" The system described it as coffee grounds. The very next moment he said loudly with a frantic expression, "There's still mucus on your body. Hold your breath and escape." At these words, Drake froze on the spot. For a moment he broke into a worried sweat. His face also grew increasingly awkward. But a moment later Drake came to his senses. He instantly moved away from his original position. The Matron of the Pillars was flustered by Drake's actions. It just stared forward. Before it could grasp everything, Elgin said with an excited voice, "Thanks to your arrow I was able to find you." As soon as he finished speaking, Drake replied to his words, "Damn it, it seems I did all the baiting. Its physical defense probably isn't that high." Facing the opponent's danger, Elgin said worriedly, "Be careful, it's melee trait. It's an ability that activates traps dealing physical damage at close range. A truly troublesome ability." Drake also quickly realized something important from his words. He said, "Then we have to kill it in one shot, but it's too narrow here," Elgin said with a continuously excited smile. "However, avoiding the Matron of the Pillar's steel wire attack is easier than you think. You just have to follow exactly what I do." A triumphant expression appeared on Drake's face and he replied, "That's the hardest part." Immediately after, the Matron of the Pillars stood tall before the two. Elgin stood there with a bewildered expression. He inadvertently spoke in a worried voice, "The Matron of the Pillars' steel wire attack is very fast, but it follows a new pattern. 3 spiderweb attacks are fired at the target for 0.5 seconds, then it switches clockwise and repeats the same attack." Meanwhile, Drake silently attacked the opponent. The attack range was 3 meters. "Every time it shoots webs, I need to check the attack's height." Elgin moved nimbly in the space. Confidence gradually appeared on his face. "Once it turns a full circle, I'll use an AoE attack." At this moment, Drake was still quietly observing the surrounding situation. His situation wasn't good either. On the opposite side, the Matron of the Pillars continuously spewed hundreds of thin spiderwebs with an excited expression. Its actions froze Elgin and Drake. They stood there blankly, quietly observing everything around them. Now the spiderwebs could intertwine to form a complex net, but this was not difficult for Elgin at all. He inadvertently smiled triumphantly and said, "This AoE attack is simpler than it looks." He and Drake began a very noticeable new cooperative play. "Stick even closer, Drake." Against their sharpness, the Matron of the Pillars stood motionless there. It cautiously observed everything around it. At a safe moment, Elgin did not forget to praise his opponent. "Its AoE attack will spread a net and attack us head-on." Drake also had to admire it. "We just need to stick close to each other, like last time, to avoid this attack. Anyway, you'll need my sticky substance effect." But as a thought suddenly crossed Elgin's mind, he frowned and showed a serious expression. "The problem is, even if we avoid all attacks, it's useless if we can't launch an effective counterattack." But there really was no way to attack. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, the Matron of the Pillars continued to unleash new attacks. This was a war of attrition. The space was once again stirred by its continuous attacks. "If I use Death's Fang to damage the Matron of the Pillars, I can definitely deal a tremendous series of hits. The sticky substance of the insect ant and the crevice trait of the crabin alone are not enough. I can't hold my breath for that long either." At this moment, Elgin was still deep in thought, quietly looking at the scenery in front of him. "Normally I would have relied on the 3 holy relics and dealt with it quickly. If I do that in such a narrow dungeon, I'll be trapped." Suddenly Drake, who was next to him, spoke in an indifferent voice. An attack method." He put his hands on his hips and said with a serious expression, "I don't know if this method will work, but I have something I can use." As soon as Drake finished speaking, a strong aftershock appeared nearby. The two simultaneously pursued the fleeing Matron of the Pillars. Drake thought to himself as he struggled to avoid the attacks, "A little closer." Gradually, a bewildered expression appeared on his face. "This vicinity should be enough, right?" Suddenly Drake swung his hand forward and shouted loudly, "Go!" A black object flew forward at astonishing speed. It successfully attracted the Matron of the Pillars' attention. But this time it was not afraid. Rather, it showed a very excited expression. Witnessing this scene, Elgin exclaimed in surprise, "Coffee grounds have little effect on the Matron of the Pillars." An assassin bee appeared before the Matron of the Pillars' eyes, and immediately after, countless swarms of assassin bees rushed over. Elgin was slightly surprised by this sight. He inadvertently asked in a bewildered voice, "Assassin bees, how did you put those in your pocket?" As soon as he finished speaking, Drake quickly replied to his words in a confident voice, "I found an assassin bee hive while working at the coffee farm. At first I tried to destroy it, but the image of past assassin beehives suddenly flashed in his mind. It was a collectible, so I habitually collected it." At that moment, Elgin witnessed Drake getting stung and falling. If it can deal paralyzing poison damage, even an A- grade monster will be affected. returning to reality, an assassin bee suddenly took a battle-ready stance. The very next moment it stung the matron of the pillar's shoulder. Meanwhile it merely stared blankly. Not only that, but countless other bees also suddenly began to sting its body. The matron of the pillars was angry at this sight, and it frowned, looking straight ahead. In the blink of an eye, the assassin bees exploded in the space. The matron of the pillar's body began to split in a very strange way. In the blink of an eye, its body began to transform and intense flames rapidly burst out. It blew away the assassin bees that had miraculously survived from its body. Witnessing this scene, Drake exclaimed, "Ah, it's not working after all. It seems to have no effect on high-grade monsters." But Elgin, who was nearby, said with an excited smile, "No," a confident smile now appeared on his face. A solution suddenly flashed in his mind. "I remember." Elgin's eyes were suddenly filled with horror as he witnessed the scene before him, and he had seen a team kill the matron of the pillars using assassin bees before his reincarnation. To think that accidentally getting an assassin bee hive from the coffee farm would be this lucky. The matron of the pillars was an incredibly greedy monster that ate everything it killed. This was probably an instinct formed in this floating island where food was extremely scarce. Eating to restore HP is a trait possessed by all living creatures, players and monsters alike. But unlike other species, this one continued to eat even when its HP was full. Therefore the matron of the pillar's body now looked completely different. It bravely walked out amidst the burning red flames. Everything now seemed to be heated to a very high temperature. Before long the matron of the pillars was able to destroy its shield and bravely walk out. Drake was extremely surprised at this sight. He inadvertently exclaimed, "It molted." A new notification suddenly echoed from the system. Arthropod King Bati, ruler of many-legged creatures of the world. Even invincible giant insect monsters at the top of the food chain must be wary of it. The matron of the pillars now seemed very powerful, capable of taking down anyone in a short time. Suddenly its ear-splitting scream began to echo throughout the quiet space. This attracted countless burrowing spiders here. They continuously fought to claim it. Meanwhile, Drake stood there with a bewildered expression. He said, "A reaction occurred, and everything got worse because of me. I'm sorry, Elgin." But when he looked back, Elgin was no longer there. He inadvertently exclaimed in bewilderment, "Ah!" At this moment the matron of the pillars opened its eyes with an arrogant appearance. In the blink of an eye it made the space here suffocating. Suddenly, Elgin appeared behind the matron of the pillars. He used his weapon to strike its head hard. Not only that, but he also shouted loudly, "Shut up, quickly, bring the assassin bees." His unexpected action extremely surprised Drake. He stood there blankly for a moment. The matron of the pillar's ear-splitting scream echoed all around. Its body was wounded in several places by Elgin's attack. The very next moment he commanded his opponent, "Drake, attack." These words brought Drake back to reality. He replied in a stammering voice, "Isn't it too rude to attack while it's molting?" But Elgin quickly shattered this thought. He said loudly, "What nonsense are you talking about? Molting is the best opportunity to attack. Usually insects molt when their lives are threatened. Their wings, shells, mouths, and legs become soft and weak for a while. The same applies after molting. That's why in countless cases they are attacked by predators during molting. Same applies in games." Elgin looked at his opponent and smiled triumphantly. His voice continued to echo throughout the space. "Its troublesome consecutive kill trait is also sealed during molting. Thanks to you stuffing it with assassin bees, we got this opportunity." At this moment the matron of the pillars seemed extremely angry, and it inadvertently gritted its teeth. Its reaction excited Elgin even more. He shouted with joy, "Isn't it natural to attack when magical girls and mechs transform or combine? I'll show you what true explosive damage is." Arthropod King Bati endured the assassin bee's attacks, gritting its teeth. Drake pulled out his iron bow and arrows. He pulled the bowstring taut and aimed 3 arrows at it. As the bowstring snapped, 3 arrows flew through the air, sparking as soon as they touched the Arthropod King Bati. An earth-shattering explosion echoed. Drake continued to fire several more Death's Fang arrows. It writhed in pain from the attacks. The Arthropod King Bati gritted its teeth and endured. It opened its eyes wide and rolled its pupils, and an iron arm appeared in the sea of fire. Elgin transformed into Ma Dongguang and shouted loudly, "The sustained damage is starting to take effect. There's nothing that can surpass Ma Dongguang's meta when it comes to explosive damage." He put strength into his right arm and immediately attacked. The Arthropod King Bati had no time to evade and was hit by Elgin's continuous attacks. He attacked each of its legs. The Arthropod King Bati screamed in pain. Elgin exerted his strength and shouted, "It's not over yet. The tunnel can collapse, but now is not the time to worry." Wind blew around and murderous intent emanated from his entire body. Elgin created an earthquake and a whirlpool with all his might. Along with that, the after effects of the earlier explosion unleashed large flames upon it. The Arthropod King Bati screamed in pain amidst the fiercely burning flames. Drake shouted excitedly, "Amazing, is it dead?" Elgin shook his head and warned, "Not yet. An A-grade monster won't fall so easily. But with our combined explosive damage, sustained damage, and Death's Fang, it would be good if it dies." At that moment their eyes coincidentally met. He awkwardly managed to open his mouth. Should I say it's nice to meet you? It's a bit." Drake forced a smile and replied, "Perhaps there's no need." Suddenly, the entire ground shook, interrupting their conversation. He shouted at Elgin in a flustered voice, saying that countless spiderwebs were spewing from above. The two were unexpectedly hit by the spiderweb attack. As Drake was flustered and at a loss, Elgin called Drake, and a dazzling light suddenly poured down. Elgin took the full force of this attack on Drake's behalf. One of the arthropod King Baji's claws pierced his body. Drake called Elgin's name in surprise. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain. Elgin's heart bounded as if it would burst. A voice echoed in his ears. Fallen villain's heart trait. After a long struggle, Elgin pulled out the claw. He staggered and sat down, chugging a potion. Drake asked worriedly, "Are you okay, Elgin? You took a direct hit." Elgin sighed exhaustedly. "I survived thanks to my perseverance trait. This is getting tricky." Drake looked up at the arthropod King Baji's gigantic body and asked if it hadn't gotten bigger than before. Elgin looked directly into its eyes and said, "It seems to have transformed into a special form due to the attacks it received during molting. Fortunately, its HP is almost at rock bottom." As if the arthropod King Baji had heard their words, it frowned and glared at them. Elgin laughed mockingly. "It's looking at me." He turned around and started running with all his might, signaling, "Trust the sustained damage and run. Anyway, this tunnel will collapse due to Ma Dongguang's AoE attack." The 36 stratagems running away. The two started running as fast as they could. The arthropod King Baji chased them closely. Elgin panted as he ran. "Run, run, run, run." He suddenly stopped and cleared his throat. Right before that, Elgin stomped hard on the ground. He leaped into the air to use the Gansmaru's special flame step trait. Below the ground where the arthropod King Baji stood, a sea of fire erupted. It painfully frowned. Elgin laughed mockingly. "Insect monsters are especially vulnerable to fire. Its skin, weakened by molting, will burn deliciously." The entire space suddenly turned blue and wind blew, kicking up thick dust. A loud explosion followed, and Elgin and Drake quickly escaped. "Good, we're out." The arthropod King Baji struggled and screamed in the sea of fire. Drake stopped and looked up, asking, "Hey Elgin, doesn't the matron of the pillars seem to be acting a bit strangely?" Elgin nodded and signaled, It's time now." He carefully observed the arthropod King Baji. Drake's Death's Fang, Ma Dongguang's explosive damage, and the sustained damage from each Death's Fang. Above all, the oil from its rotten skin only makes the flame steps fire burn even stronger, Elgin quickly realized. "But it seems the goddess of fortune isn't on our side. Remember what we said before entering this place, Drake?" "About that monster's grade," Drake nodded, thinking about it again. "You said it was S grade then, right? But it's only a grade, weren't you mistaken?" Elgin slowly explained. "The arthropod King Baji will become S-grade when it fully molts. I'm not sure what the conditions for full molting are, but very rarely its molting is incomplete, perhaps because it was attacked during molting." The arthropod King Baji hovered in the air, its entire body flashing blue, he continued to explain. "When that happens, its grade increases by 2 levels. Drake's eyes widened in confusion at this knowledge. The surrounding space suddenly turned purple and pink. More and more blue lightning flashes emanated from the arthropod King Baji's head. Elgin sweated as he observed it. The arthropod King Baji has upgraded to its corrupted state. The 8-legged King Kokium, S-grade. The 8-legged King Kokium howled as if echoing in the sky. Now it has upgraded to S-grade, a final form monster with godlike power. Drake screamed as if unable to believe his eyes. Is it a bug? Did it jump 2 grades all of a sudden?" Elgin gritted his teeth and explained. "That's how the incomplete molting trait works, but it's ultimately incomplete. That state has a time limit. Even an S-grade monster can be killed if we endure for 100 seconds. The 8-legged king extended several blue claws. They fiercely slammed into the ground. DX Machina is a VR game where the AI updates itself through patches and trial and error. There is one AI that serves as the central nervous system of the game world, and 17 auxiliary AIs that support and maintain the world, and these 17 auxiliary AIs represent the 17 S-grade monsters that exist in the world. These creatures are absolute and perfect, but the corrupted 8-legged king before their eyes was not one of the 17 ice." Elgin gritted his teeth and explained, "Although it gained godlike power through incomplete molting, that power only lasts for 100 seconds. You can think of it as a berserk state. Even an S-grade monster can be killed if we endure for 100 seconds. The 8-legged king skillfully swung its claws and slammed them hard into the ground, leaving claw marks everywhere, and a series of earth-shattering roars echoed. Faced with the situation, Drake rather worriedly asked, "But couldn't we be shattered along with this island before we can endure 100 seconds? Elgin decisively instructed, "Calm down, we have to endure somehow." Even as he said that, his blood was boiling. "This is absurd. One attack from it just blew away half of the floating island." As Drake said, "If we do nothing, the entire island will sink." Elgin used magic and shouted, "Even if it's ineffective, I have to stop it. Burn mana." The 8-legged king instantly understood Elgin's intention. It lightly swung a claw, sending Elgin flying. He groaned in pain as he flew. Elgin clenched his teeth helplessly. "Damn it, it's useless. The level difference is too great." Drake turned around and warned, "Elgin, the island is breaking apart. Damn it, the boat we came on is also broken. What should we do now?" Elgin looked down. He suddenly remembered something. Elgin called out to Drake loudly, flying to his side and instructing him. "I'll approach that thing, so cover me," Drake asked, puzzled. "Did you come up with a good idea?" Elgin nodded, but was still unsure. "I'm not certain. Even if I fail, you must endure until the end." By this point, Drake completely trusted him. "Of course, I won't let your sacrifice be in vain," Elgin replied with a sly expression. "But I haven't failed yet, have I?" He rapidly charged towards the boss. Elgin carefully dodged its attacks. He bravely confronted each claw without evading. Just before reaching Elgin, a Death's Fang arrow intercepted it. The eight-legged king flinched in surprise. Drake continued to aim his bow. Death's fang arrows continued to attack the eight-legged king's body. These arrows dealt no damage to it. The eight-legged king easily swatted the arrows away. Another explosion echoed, pushing Drake back as well. Elgin seized this opportunity, shouting as he launched his attack. The eight-legged king vigilantly aimed a blue arrow at him. Elgin didn't attack immediately. Instead, he pulled an egg from his pocket. Inside there was Wadu Sui Queen's selection trait. The girl opened her mouth and exclaimed, "Wow!" Immediately, the Wadu Sui Queen's spores spread throughout its body. The eight-legged king's entire body was paralyzed and unable to move. This was not unexpected for Elgin. As expected, no matter how young she is, Judil is the Wadu Sui Queen. Both the Wadu Sui and spider species aim to be the king of insects, so they have a hostile relationship. Since you're also an insect, you won't be able to withstand this. Of course, it would only stop Kokiam's movements for a maximum of 1 second. His entire body transformed into Ma Dongguang as he shouted, "But that's enough." With fists clenched in a bare-handed state, Elgin raised his flame-engulfed arm, determined. He unleashed a furious barrage of punches on the eight-legged king, one of which landed squarely on its face. Elgin gritted his teeth, pouring all his strength into bringing down the eight-legged king. He pushed it back with immense force. Elgin worried if it would be effective. However, this attack still couldn't fell the eight-legged king. Instead, he was struck by it, sent flying to the ground and fell into the blue sea. Following this, a terrifying earthquake struck. Hearing the sound, Drake frantically called Elgin's name. Elgin sank into the water. The eight-legged king still didn't let him go, manipulating its claws into the water. It charged directly towards Elgin. Suddenly, a low, rough voice echoed, "I went out to check this, but it turns out it was merely a brawl among primitives." At this voice, the eight-legged king paused. It stopped just before reaching him. Drake looked up towards the source of the sound. "Common folk like you are just fools acting like children before the coming cataclysm. My name is Beelzebub, the one who will grant you fair death and opportunity." The eight-legged king's body suddenly began to tremble, quivering in fear before Beelzebub. The eight-legged king's body turned to stone. Cracks began to spread across its entire body, and its arms stiffened, unable to move. Drake calmly reacted to the situation before him. "Time's up." Elgin looked up, staring directly at Beelzebub. In the blink of an eye, the eight-legged king's body shattered spontaneously. The system announced that the two had successfully defeated the eight-legged king, inscribing their names in the Akashic records. Now the opponent before the two was Beelzebub, and his killing intent was powerful enough to envelop the entire space. The system announced that Beelzebub was S-grade, one of the 7 constellations that rule demons across the world. Elgin gritted his teeth, sweating coldly as he calculated. "Unbelievable. I was relieved not to die to Kokiam. I never imagined something like this would happen. Why is this damned guy here? The 117 strongest beings who rule this world are watching me. Why?" Beelzebub cleared his throat with a low, rough voice. "Originally, I came here to meet the eight-legged king." Elgin stared at him in surprise. Beelzebub's voice continued to echo. "I needed a powerful king and ally to join my side in the coming battle against the dragons. Even if it's a foolish spider, it would be a great help to the current demon army." Elgin cursed inwardly upon hearing his words. "Alliance? That means a master-servant relationship, doesn't it?" No matter how powerful the eight-legged king was, ruling countless spider species, it would be no match for one of the 7 demon constellations that govern half the world. Moreover, the earlier reaction. He remembered that the monsters of this world were fundamentally neutral. They were separate from demons and dragons, content simply when their stomachs were full. But if the eight-legged king joined the demon army, their power would increase exponentially with an S-grade monster on their side. But the main story I remember wasn't like this. "Did I?" Beelzebub gritted his teeth and cursed. "But because of you insect-like wretches, the eight-legged king is gone." Elgin wondered where he had caused the butterfly effect. He continued to speak. "Now that the allied king is gone, this was a wasted effort. It's entirely your fault." As soon as Beelzebub finished speaking, the entire space shook violently. His body trembled, and it felt as if thousands of insects were gnawing at his flesh and blood, as if his body was being torn to pieces. "This is just a game, but S-rank is truly different. The presence of a true S is overwhelming." Looking at Drake's back, he couldn't help but admire him. As expected of Drake, to stand so firm before that monster, his reliable posture made him much calmer. But Drake was frozen solid with fear. Beelzebub rubbed his forehead, relaxing his facial muscles. "I used my wings but gained nothing. Truly disappointing. Normally, as a demon constellation, I would have punished you as you deserve, but I will spare you this once." Hearing this, Elgin held a glimmer of hope. Is he going to let us go? But he presented a condition. "Instead, you insect-like wretches must be placed under my dominion and join my army in place of the eight-legged king." The system announced that the main quest was activated. Beelzebub personally recruited the two. This was unexpected for Elgin. "What? Accept or decline? I'm so shocked. Damn it, I've never heard of such an option. Judging by his demeanor, if I refuse, I'll surely die. But becoming an accomplice with a demon, if I do that, my choice of humanity and the Tower of Guidance will become meaningless." After much deliberation, I used Solomon's Eye. "I just need to choose the best option." But he was disappointed. Nothing appeared. Did Solomon's Eye go blind out of anger, or are neither of them good options? Beelzebub lost patience and urged them. "Demon constellations do not like to wait, especially not for insects like you." The system announced that the offer was withdrawn. Elgin was also angry. You crazy bastards, it hasn't even been 3 seconds. He paused for a moment due to the fangs filling the sky. I didn't expect it to end like this. It's too soon now, but he's someone I'll have to face in the future. Elgin approached, placed a hand on Drake's shoulder and comforted him. Calm down, Drake. If you just do as I say, we can win. Drake turned around, giving a slightly mocking smile. Interesting, Elgin. I've never seen you like this before. Judging by your reaction, there's no way out of here, is there? Then we'll have to find a way ourselves. Seeing his resolute expression now, Elgin covered his mouth and chuckled from behind. Truly dependable. Our opponent is one of those who rule this world. He is a demon constellation and the king of all corruption and disease in this world. We must fight this mysterious monster. He had a bit of confidence in winning this battle. With the 3 holy relics and the most powerful weapon, I won't lose easily. So, Elgin resolved, the chances of winning are very low, but there's one way to confront Beelzebub. He stared directly at Beelzebub and shouted with all his might, of course we'll die 100. But we'll die after taking you down. Hearing those provocative words, he immediately became angry and scowled. Suddenly a colossal dragon emerged from the sea. It opened its mouth as if to swallow Beelzebub. The dragon straightened its body and let out a mighty roar. Beelzebub screamed in rage. You insect-like wretches who feed on rat carcasses, dare to speak so loudly? This dragon was Mojima, one of the 7 kings that rule S-grade dragons. He screamed in a rage that seemed to tear the sky. Damn lizard bastard. With these words, Beelzebub revealed his true insect form. His eyes glowed red, capable of processing everything within his sight. Elgin stared in surprise at where Drake was pointing. Let's seize this opportunity to escape. We seem lucky. Thanks to Beelzebub, we defeated the 8-legged king. I've noted the coordinates where the item dropped so we can find it later. Since I didn't accept Beelzebub's offer, Mojima won't bother us. Thanks to the broken boat fragments, the 2 successfully escaped the island. Elgin etched this grudge into his heart. Damn it, don't think this is over. You'd better be careful. Drake helplessly had to remind him. You sound like a villain who failed and is running away. Now row the boat. Cho is a colossal monster with blue skin and sharp teeth. Its trait is regeneration, and it harms people by playing tricks. Since the 1980s, people who bother other gamers have also been called Cho. They deliberately harass teammates or repeatedly cause bugs to annoy others. Someone ran over, crying in terror. Actually, this child is really good. Please don't hit them, the colleague shouted angrily. Bro, what's wrong? People who like to get attention with such behavior harm others simply because they aren't good at the game. To classify them, those who unintentionally bother others because they're not good at the game can be called Cho. Those who intentionally cause problems in the game can be called intentional Cho. Elgin drank water and called the director. Jay nodded and explained in detail. That's right. The program we planned this time involves an MC and a director, with experts suggesting ways for beginners to play games better. I always watch Standing Water's channel. The videos are very interesting and helpful, but the downside is that beginners don't understand them. You need to be at least an intermediate player to truly understand what Standing Water is doing. If Standing Water seizes this opportunity as MC and director of our program, he can get closer to beginner viewers and solidify his position in the gaming market. What do you think? Elgin was gradually persuaded by his words. That's good, he said enthusiastically. Many gamers became rich by appearing on game-related TV programs or other shows in the past, so I can't refuse this offer. The MC position for this program will be the starting point of my bright future. This is a good opportunity to increase public interest in me and deeply embed my image in their hearts. Training 11 for players who love games but are frustrated by a lack of skill. We'll call this Standing Water's Beginner Gamers. Soon, recruitment announcements were posted worldwide, and so many applicants flooded in that the broadcasting station's server went down once. It was all thanks to the game content team staff working 3 days and nights due to the immense number of applications. After countless days of effort, 4 gamers were finally selected. The list included Yu In-jian, Oh Ju-hee, Hong Jin-po and Cha Yi-um. They were chosen because they had always been part of a 4-person party, and it was thought that their growth would be best observed when adjusting their gameplay habits. Elgin excitedly assigned the mission and enthusiastically explained, "Today we're going hunting for horned lizards. Before that, it's important to understand the traits of the monsters everyone wants to defeat. Horned lizards have poor eyesight but a very developed sense of smell, so simply scattering pepper or fermented skate around them will be enough to disrupt their concentration. Furthermore, they can change direction even while pursuing. Even if we run in a zigzag, they will chase without slowing down. The reason is that they have extremely precise measuring devices on their feet, like football boot studs. We need to spread foot gel at pre-designated points to prevent them from changing direction during pursuit. But we can't spread this everywhere. Not only is there not enough gel, but we could also face other dangers. Horned lizards are only D-grade. Once it starts chasing us, we'll lure it to where we've spread the gel. It would be even better if we could set up iron pillars or landmine traps in front of it to deal environmental damage." Then he raised his head and asked, "Everyone understand?" In-jian replied with a tired voice, "We like practical combat more than anyone, and we're not rich enough to prepare all of that." Elgin forced a smile and explained, "But this is practical combat, isn't it? And it's okay if not everyone is rich. Pepper and smelly items cost less than 10,000 gold. He nodded and replied, "Okay, I understand. I'll try it next time." He turned his head to check the reactions of the others. Jinpo scoffed and snorted, "Don't make me laugh. How does scattering all that on the ground help in practical combat?" Ojuhi giggled in agreement. "We probably won't even remember where we spread the gel. Hee hee." Cha Yum flatly refused. "I don't want to hunt in this horrible stench. I don't even want to kill horned lizards." In this situation, Elgin couldn't help but force a smile. These truly are the difficult clients from novels. Is this really going to be okay? Of course, reality was different from novels. There were all sorts of unimaginable people in the world. Injian arrogantly introduced himself. "Hello, my name is Yu Injian and my role on this team is a thief. My hands are really fast. I can steal anything, whether it's money or items. Actually, when I started my business I was really good at embezzling employee salaries and cheating on transactions. I'm really amazing. I'm so fast I've never been reported." But in practical combat it was different. Elgin kept shouting from behind, "It's time to attack, so why are you picking up money? Attack!" He drew his sword but was counterattacked by the horned lizard. "How on earth are you attacking that you're getting hit? Use your thief trait to disarm the iron pillars or landmine traps." Ojuhi introduced her role. "My name is Ojuhi and I'm a tank, but I also attack. My dream is to become an all-rounder character who can both attack and defend." "Oh, I'm used to speaking casually, so using polite language now feels awkward. Anyway, I'm an all-rounder who can both attack and defend." But when he faced the horned lizard he was utterly flustered. Elgin shouted in annoyance, "You're a tank, so why do you keep trying to attack? It's useless to attack. Our teammates are being attacked over there. Go block them. I told you not to take damage. Horned lizards have high physical defense, so such attacks will be ineffective." Jinpo introduced himself with narcissism. "My name is Hong Jinpo and I'm the main dealer. I like to attack when I find the perfect opportunity. In other words, I'm the most important person on this team." When he engaged in actual combat he got angry. "When you're supposed to deal massive damage, why are you going alone instead of with the team? No, come back now. Why are you going further? Come back. Can't you see all the other team members have returned? Why are you going further? It's not time to attack yet." Yumi's father stammered, introducing himself. "I chose to be a healer. I don't like fighting. I don't want to get involved in any fight, whether it's mine or someone else's. I want everyone else to do all the work on the front lines." Elgin barely managed to suppress his anger and asked, "Why are you standing so far away? Did you come to watch?" Seeing her flinch and move 5 centimeters closer, he had to hold back a laugh. In the end the conquest of the horned lizard failed. Elgin knelt in despair. At least thanks to the suspended items and fermented anchovies they had scattered they didn't vomit. Wei-un showed a look of disappointment again. "What is this? Nothing has changed even after the training ended," Hong Jian said, arms crossed. "I think I did very well this time. The problem was choosing the horned lizard as the hunting target." Jinpo sighed and interjected, "You should have helped me when I attacked. What on earth were you doing, even though I tried to carry everyone?" Yumi's father also added his reproachful voice. "Why didn't you protect me? I was almost attacked. Didn't you see how much HP I lost? Why do you keep moving? You made it impossible for me to heal you." Disregarding Elgin's despair at them, after a moment it was time for him to calm down and offer a solution. Elgin stood up and first advised Hong Jian, "From what I saw, you were busy picking up money when you should have been attacking. Do you know that the penalty for a teammate dying is much greater than the money you lose by not picking up money?" He still didn't care. "Then why shouldn't I pick up money and leave it there?" the person began to explain. "In this game, it's very difficult to pick up 100 of everything, including reward items, equipment, and money. That's because they get stepped on by monsters or fall onto uneven terrain. Anyway, you have to learn to give up to some extent." Then Elgin turned to Ojuhi and said, "You're a tank, so why do you keep trying to attack? Your equipment is also mediocre. You need to choose one. Tank or attacker," he quickly retorted. But if I give up attacking I can't get the last hit." He struggled to explain, "This isn't a mobile game. Why do you have to get the last hit?" Ojuhi gave a reply that left Elgin speechless. "It's a matter of feeling." He continued, "Mr. Hong Jinpo, why did you lose HP by attacking alone? That was when you should have been dealing massive damage." He brushed his hair back, claiming that he hadn't attacked alone but rather that others hadn't caught up with him. Elgin patiently analyzed, "It's one and the same. Why are you going alone instead of with the team?" Jinpo immediately retorted. "Then why don't you ask my teammates why they didn't follow me?" he added his complaint, looking at Cha Yumi. "Ms. Cha Yumi, you seem to undervalue the role of a healer. Healers are more difficult than you think. They need to have enough defensive capabilities to block opponents. Once the fight is over, no one will worry about the healer." Cha Yumi immediately excused herself. "That's why I was standing behind. I was so scared." Elgin gave a bitter smile and nodded. "Yes, you were standing behind and you couldn't heal anyone." She looked at him with sparkling eyes and asked, "Can't they just drink potions?" In the control room, Li Ho was sweating because of them. Yoon Younghwa drank water to calm down. She sighed, suppressing her anger. "Back then they sincerely told us their situation. Now that they have a chance, they've completely changed." Li Ho still hadn't given up hope. But there are still people who are difficult to work with, which will be more interesting and boost viewership. This is only episode 1. Let's follow the advertising strategy of dangling bait. Elgin in the game was having a headache because of these people. "I'm dying of exhaustion. It's easier to conquer an S-grade monster." He He stopped and stared intensely at the four people, and they also seemed to sense Elgin looking at them and turned their gazes towards him. Elgin raised his hand and requested, "Excuse me, Director Yoon Young-hwa, are you watching? Could you please play back the conversation that was just recorded?" The words of the four people were played back again. "What is this? Do you think I came here to hear such obvious things? He doesn't seem to have any intention of telling us a breakthrough. Basically, he's telling us to study. Isn't it better to just do what we used to do? Let's just ignore him and do as usual." Elgin and Yoon Young-hwa's faces turned pale upon hearing this. Elgin growled angrily, "Are you sure, with this perspective and combination, you won't be able to go to advanced hunting grounds? Even if you do, let alone the monsters, you'll be PK'd by other players because you'll mess up the battlefield by hunting so poorly." Hong Jian gave a bitter smile and excused himself. "Well, our hunting speed is a bit slow because our teamwork isn't great, but we're confident in PK. Thank you for your concern, but we'll go our own way." Yoon Young-hwa's face hardened in anger. "My goodness, then why did you apply for this program? Director, say something. You said their attitude would boost viewership." Li Ho's face was pale, and he couldn't say anything more. Elgin was silent for a moment, then suggested, "Then how about this?" Everyone looked up at him. "If you win a 4v1 PK against me, I'll admit that your perspective is better than the solution I presented. I'll take responsibility for everyone and provide everything, including equipment, money, or even carrying you to make you advanced players. Moreover, I'll fight you completely naked with no equipment other than a beginner's wooden sword. In return, you'll have to follow any solution I present. Is that okay?" "Anyway, I wanted to give you the last solution." The atmosphere was filled with silence. Hong Jian confidently said that in a 4v1 fight, they would win no matter how you looked at it. "Stan Water only played in amateur leagues, he's never PK'd in a pro league, right?" Elgin gave a bitter smile, looking at the four people. Now they were saying whatever they wanted. Jin Po nodded in agreement. "It's foolish to lose to someone without equipment. Even if we lose, he'll give us the last solution. Whether we win or lose, we have something to gain." In the end, all four agreed simultaneously. The answer was as Elgin expected. He laughed excitedly. Outside, Li Ho clenched his fists in excitement and cheered. As expected of Stan Water, he knows how to make the program more interesting. "I was angry because I didn't know what to do because of them, but fortunately they changed the situation themselves. Even if he loses, it was a 4v1 fight, so it won't affect his reputation." Yoon Young-hwa was slightly worried, but there's no way Stan Water would lose to people like them. The problem is that he gains nothing whether he wins or loses. Why would he who hates losing make such an offer? Honestly, at this time he wasn't thinking about the broadcasting station or anything like that. There was only one reason he made such an offer, and that was, although Elgin was smiling on the outside, he harbored hatred inside. "Yes, the reason I propose this fight, which is advantageous to them whether they win or lose, is to crush them. I wanted to beat them up without restraint. This is the first time I've wanted to hit rookies like this." He quickly changed into his casual clothes, held his sword, and said, "It's been a long time. Nostalgic clothes and a beginner's wooden sword," Wei unprovocatively said with confidence. "No matter how high your level is, if you don't have equipment, it's a different story. Since this game is all about equipment, you won't be able to beat us without it." Hong Jian scoffed. "Even with equipment, we'll win in a 4v1 fight. What on earth are you thinking?" Jin Po burst out laughing, saying it would be an easy win. Elgin stood defiantly, ready to hit each of them. A gentle breeze blew, stirring up dust. Elgin leaped with all his might, soaring into the air. His sword struck Cha Yumi's head, and she screamed in pain. Due to the dazzling light of the sword, Cha Yumi couldn't counterattack. Elgin wielded his sword and taught, "First, this is why healers need to wear defensive equipment." Jin Po and Hong Jian exclaimed in surprise simultaneously, "Why is that bastard so fast?" Hong Jian took his sword and secretly rushed to attack him. LG laughed contemptuously. "As expected, a thief. He's the fastest one on this team, but he's just a rookie thief. Your movements are too obvious." Knowing his weakness, he threw a few coins. Hong Jian stopped in a daze. Money? He couldn't resist the temptation of money and ran to pick them up. A ting sound echoed, and Elgin easily swung his sword, effortlessly attacking Hong Jian's lower body. He gritted his teeth in pain. Numbness is a phenomenon where even a low amount of damage causes paralysis if hit in a vital spot. Elgin laughed and advised, "Second, this is why you shouldn't react to any coins on the ground." Jin Po gripped his sword tightly and charged, risking his life. "I'll finish you with my ultimate skill, ultimate slash." Elgin easily tilted his body to avoid it. Hong Jian, staggering in pain, inadvertently tripped and took Jin Po's sword instead. He cried out in surprise, "Brother, why are you here?" Jin Po's blade was embedded in Hong Jian's head. He reflexively screamed in pain. In this situation, Hong Jian froze in shock. Moreover, Hong Jian's equipment had a reflection damage trait. Elgin cleared his throat and taught, "Third, this is why you need to discuss damage timing with your teammates." Ojuhi shouted and charged to attack him. He swung his sword and shouted, "Take this." Elgin easily caught Ojuhi's sword with his hand. He widened his eyes and asked bewildered, "What? That's impossible. How can you catch my sword without any equipment?" Elgin clenched his fist and growled, "Fourth, this is why you need to choose either a tank or an attacker. Your attack power is just trash thanks to the passive rewards from my position. I'm incredibly strong even without equipment. Plus, with the veteran trait, I could easily grab Juon's sword without taking any damage." He swung his sword hard, sending Juon flying. Hong Jian and Jin Po struggled to pull out their swords, only succeeding after a moment. Hong Jian screamed in pain. Before the two could regain their senses, Elgin's voice was heard. I hit you with a wooden sword so no one got hurt. He swung his sword, knocking Jinpo backward, then delivered another blow to Hong Jian and finally hit Cha Yumi hard on the head with his bare hand. Ojuhi flinched and tried to get up. Elgin stomped hard on the lump on his head, pinning Ojuhi's face to the ground. He gritted his teeth and growled word for word. It's not good to hit people, but it's okay to hit Chos. Your inhumane actions have a limit. You still have a lot of HP left, right? From now on the real fun begins. The four people could no longer act arrogantly. They were all exhausted and drained. All afternoon they just screamed as Owen tormented them. It was only as dusk approached that they were able to log out. Arriving at the studio, everyone stumbled in exhaustion. Ojuhi flinched and stammered. I can't believe he was so strong without any equipment. Cha Yumi covered her face, crying in fear. Sniff, sniff, I'm so scared, my dad never even hit me. I think I'm going to get trauma. Elgin crossed his arms and sternly lectured. You guys haven't forgotten that I said I'd present the last solution if I lost, right? All four people submitted to him. They spoke one after another. Mr. Stanwater, from now on we'll do everything you say. Your attack timing is truly amazing. I want to learn that. LG gave a gentle smile, cleared his throat and said firmly, quit the game. This is the last solution I sincerely offer you. All four people looked bewildered. Hawaii, Elgin shouted in anger. For people like you, quitting the game is the best way to avoid harming other players. Jinpo, sweating profusely, tried to persuade him. No, we want to change. We'll try harder. Elgin resolutely refused. I no longer have any interest in teaching you. Do you think opportunities like this come every day? What can I teach people who don't even listen to what I'm teaching? You all said you'd follow everything I said. Bring in the next participants. Only now did the four people, terrified, plead. We'll really try our best. Please give us one more chance, Elgin shouted angrily. Quit the game, you damn Chos. Yun Younghua, who witnessed this situation, was very pleased. What a relief. Li Ho asked again in a worried voice. But what about the content now? It seems to have deviated from the original purpose. After that, Stanwater's Murder Game's first episode aired smoothly, and the results were very surprising. The TV viewership rating was 3.21. Ranking first among all LGB programs aired at the same time. The original purpose of the program was for an expert to personally train rookies, but it seemed to have gained popularity as a program for killing Chos, Yun Younghua excitedly suggested. Then let's continue with this theme. Let's feature Chos and punish them, Elgin immediately and firmly refused. No, you know, it's like pro gamers reading anti-comments. Forget about that. Doing that will lead to depression. Yun Younghua immediately offered an attractive condition. We'll increase your appearance fee. He hesitated slightly. I'll think about it. Elgin logged in and landed in Ex Machina. The sky was clear and beautiful that day. This place was called a giant sinkhole dungeon in the northern end of the abyss, and its grade was a question mark. Drake stopped and asked with curious eyes, Elgin, where's that place? It looks like someone dug something. Elgin began to explain, that place is a mine. Inside there's a mineral called bonus, although mining has stopped due to production costs. He looked down at the abyss and admired. What a huge hole. Elgin patiently continued his explanation. The ecosystem of this sinkhole alone would be enough to create another game. At the end of the abyss there's a giant underground sinkhole that's 20,000 meters deep. The hole that opened in the middle of this wasteland is like a giant vertical cave or a volcanic crater. It's made of cliffs and steep terrain, so one wrong step could send you plunging to the bottom of the abyss, going back a few hours, Elgin excitedly suggested. Now it's time to meet the last of the three doorknobs. The three doorknobs referred to the three monsters that would open the door to the coming Great Flood. In other words, they were like doorknobs. The Kraken residing in the abyss. The eight-legged king could only be seen at the center of the zodiac during very special events. He stood on the cliff and looked into the distance. And finally, there's an important monster that will bring about the Great Flood. The end of this abyss is the entrance to meet that monster. Drake nodded in agreement. I see, but he looked down at the huge bag at Elgin's feet and asked, What's that big bag? He smiled mysteriously. You could say these are the things needed to conquer the end of the abyss. The two continued to climb the mountain with hammers. The cliffs at the end of the abyss were very rugged. Descending such steep cliffs was only possible through pinned fins, and flat areas were always full of high-grade monsters, golden lizardmen, canyon bugs, or fishermen. And after half a day, the place they arrived at was a forest where trees rooted in the cliffs grew sideways. These giant trees were called transverse trees. They grew sideways to adapt to the cliff environment. Elgin excitedly suggested, This is the last checkpoint on the cliff. From here, it will be faster to jump from branch to branch. Drake, are you good at parkour? Drake turned around and replied, I've only done it in the city. After that, the two parkoured through the forest. Elgin jumped from branch to branch, throwing a rope. The rope, imbued with the power of the eight-legged king, wrapped tightly around the branches, allowing them to move conveniently through the forest. Drake exclaimed, Wow, this is really convenient. It's like moving nimbly through the trees like a wild monkey. Their speed grew faster and faster, and before long they arrived at their destination. Drake shouted joyfully, We finally reached the end. After saying that, Elgin landed forcefully on the ground. Drake cheered excitedly like a child. We finally touched ground. To think we descended 20,000 meters? It had been a truly tedious underground expedition. His smile gradually vanished upon seeing the creature before him. The shriek of blue flames echoed. It was the flame spirit of 108 corruptions. It greeted them. Welcome. Is this your first time at the abyssal end? Drake excitedly drew his iron bow, an A-grade monster. This is probably the final boss. It may look simple, but being deeper than the insects means its combat abilities are extremely strong. We can't let our guard down," the flame spirit of 108 Corruption suddenly asked. "You're standing water and Drake, aren't you? What are you doing here?" Elgin approached and greeted it. "Hello, how have you been?" its joyful voice echoed. "I have always kept abreast of your news." "You have finally reached the abyssal end," Drake, bewildered, interrupted their conversation. "Excuse me, but how do you know our names? Are we acquainted? I've never seen anything like this before." Elgin laughed and reminded him. "Haha, this guy was always with us when we explored." Seeing his bewildered face, it also seemed to understand. "It is natural to be surprised, as this is our first encounter in this manner." Drake tried hard to recall, but it was no use. No matter how much he racked his brain, he couldn't understand. He didn't even know if it was a monster or an NPC. The flame spirit of 108 Corruption suddenly made a ding sound. Drake was startled and stammered, pointing a finger at it. "That was a system notification sound, wasn't it?" Elgin calmly explained. "That is the spirit that monitors the Akashic records. It's a hidden character with the power of time and space. Since our first achievements are recorded in the Akashic records, it's natural that it knows us. The Akashic records contain all the records of this world. A flame spirit is a creature between a monster and an NPC, so it's completely harmless unless attacked first. And I've become friendly with this flame spirit through countless first achievements. Its favorability towards me must be at maximum. That's why I'll receive the privilege of the flame spirit of 108 Corruptions." It wailed, "Lord Water, can you help me? Something truly bothersome has occurred." It requested that they confront an impolite guest who had achieved 108 first achievements within 24 hours, thereby incapacitating the Akashic record monitor. Drake, bewildered, couldn't understand. "Are you giving us a quest called Impolite Guest with that notification sound? What does that mean?" The flame spirit of 108 Corruptions immediately explained. "I always patrol this world, restoring destroyed terrain within 24 hours. But a problem arose during the restoration of the abyssal end," Drake asked in surprise. "Restoration?" The flame spirit of 108 Corruptions wailed and explained. "Well, for example, suppose a bomb exploded somewhere, creating a large hole in the terrain. When would this hole disappear?" Drake quickly understood the problem. 24 hours after the map changes, right?" It nodded with wide eyes and continued to explain. "Exactly. We are the ones tasked with this. To modify the map, we must first reshape the terrain to its original state, but while I was doing that, other creatures entered this place." Elgin immediately realized the problem, and if they enter carelessly, they could be harmed during the regeneration process. The flame spirit of 108 Corruptions began to explain. "Yes, I need to receive some of the power of time and space from the esteemed one above to repair the abyssal end. But I chased out all the other creatures and one of them won't move. If a flame spirit truly sets its mind to it, it can kill any creature in the abyssal end. It doesn't attack first, but if it becomes an enemy, it will be a terrifying one. Yet there's still a creature that the flame spirit cannot drive out from this map." It sighed again, lamenting. "She is truly a terrible customer. No matter how hard I try, she won't wake up. Because of that child, I can't repair the terrain and she just keeps lying there. This place is at the lowest point of the abyssal end. In the central area, the impolite guest lies asleep. The blonde girl looks like a sleeping angel." A week before the conquest of the abyssal end, Elgin was watching TV, seeing an advertisement. "Bebop, bebop, bebop, bebop. Drinking Tropica is refreshing. Let's drink." The scene shifted to a high-rise building. Yoon waved at Elgin. As soon as he met her, he teased. "Bebop, bebop, Tropica." Yoon-san, embarrassed, reminded him. "Stop it." Elgin continued to tease. "Drinking the beverage is refreshing." The two went to a cafe and continued their conversation. "You've become famous for beauty streaming, and now you're even filming commercials. That's amazing," Yoon-san, embarrassed, replied. "A broadcasting official happened to be watching my stream and offered me a deal, so I accepted." I really didn't expect to be dancing." Elgin laughed and encouraged her. "But everyone seems to really like it," Yoon-sun, embarrassed, exclaimed. "Forget about that. You said you had a favor to ask." He nodded and replied, "That's right." Yoon sighed and urged him. "I'll do anything," Elgin asked again. "Even if you don't know what I'll ask," she replied in a gentle voice. "It doesn't matter. I owe you anyway, and I know you wouldn't ask me for anything that would put me in a difficult situation." Elgin nodded and immediately got to the point. "Of course. My favor is this. It's a story for the night." Yoon-sun listened intently to his story. She quickly nodded in agreement. "Okay, that's fine. This is a completely uninteresting task, but with you it sounds fun." Currently, the flame spirit was taking the two to the sleeping blonde girl, lamenting. "She is truly a terrible customer. No matter how hard I try, she won't wake up. Because of that child, I can't repair the terrain and she just keeps lying there. This place is..." Drake nodded, signaling his understanding. "So if we wake her up and take her out of here, the quest will be completed?" Elgin sighed and confirmed. "That's right. The angel race was one of the races that ruled the world with the giants and spirits a long time ago, but it said they were exterminated by demons, or so the story goes." Drake tried with all his might but couldn't move the girl. "What is this? She won't budge. Is this woman not an NPC? Was the gravity I saw in the merm like this too?" Elgin burst out laughing. "A quest related to an A-grade monster couldn't possibly be that easy." Drake sighed and complained. "You should have told me beforehand," he said. "To wake her, a sacrifice is needed," Drake asked in bewilderment. "A sacrifice?" the flame spirit interjected, revealing. "That's right. A player willing to sacrifice themselves is needed, and it must be a female player. Furthermore, she must be a level 1 beginner with no experience in this world. Drake was startled and vehemently objected. Level 1, how is that possible? That means she hasn't even finished the tutorial yet. How do you find someone without an account in this day and age? Elgin remained calm. Since I knew this would happen, I brought someone beforehand. A strange creature in this era who has never played a game. Someone I trust very much. Someone who always supports me. Drake was skeptical and disbelieving. Really? But even if she refuses the tutorial, how will you bring her here? She'd die immediately if even one monster hit her. You'd have to protect her through the harsh climate of the northern continent, blizzards and ice crevices all the way to this place. Suddenly, a sound came from the colossal bag. The sound piqued his curiosity. Elgin patted the colossal bag and said in a confident voice, I already told you before we set off. What are you talking about? This is an item needed to conquer the abyssal end. This bag can carry anything but only one thing. Elgin turned and whispered. Are you here? Did you log in? Yes, thank you, he excitedly announced loudly. Open your eyes. This rare beginner will be our benefactor. The bag opened and a dazzling golden light flashed from within. Elgin exclaimed excitedly. Level 1 warrior Yoon. She looked around and exclaimed. So this is a game, it's really interesting. And all carrier's bag. It can carry anything, it can even transport people, but they receive no experience or rewards as they are classified as cargo. That's why no one had ever thought of transporting players. At first glance it seems like a useless item, but on closer inspection it's an item specifically for this quest. Yoon-sun looked at the scenery before her and exclaimed, It's so beautiful, a truly dreamlike landscape. Drake stared blankly at her. It was as if he had fallen for Elgin at first sight. Elgin explained, All right, let me introduce you. This is Drake. He's my partner on this conquest quest. Yoon nodded and smiled as she greeted him. Ah, it's you. Nice to meet you. I'm Yoon-sun, Elgin's friend, and I don't know how to play games, so please take care of me, Drake stammered awkwardly. Oh, I should be the one taking care of you, Yoon-sun's gentle voice echoed. Yes? Seeing the atmosphere between them, Elgin felt relieved. They seemed a little awkward, but he hoped they would become friends soon, as they would meet often in the future. Yoon-sun looked up at the sky and said, This scenery becomes more beautiful the more I look at it. Why did I only start playing this game now? Fortunately, I accepted your offer. To think I could see such beautiful scenery, he excitedly declared. This is a place where most players haven't set foot. You're probably the only level 1 player to have come here, Yoon-sun coughed awkwardly. But Elgin, why aren't you wearing clothes? She asked. At her question, Elgin looked blank. He replied in a stiff tone, It's simple if you think of it as a female character. Yoon, bewildered, denied it. A female character? I've never played a game before. Elgin cut her off and explained, But you've seen game commercials, haven't you? She nodded in confirmation. Yes, he continued to analyze. They wear fewer clothes the higher their level. It's the same for me, Yoon-sun nodded, puzzled. Oh really? So it can't be helped? Elgin folded his arms, cleared his throat and explained, Exactly, it's not because I'm provocative. After a moment he instructed her on the main quest. So as I explained, she slowly reached out her hand. Yoon's eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, Wow, look Elgin, it's glowing, it's warm. The system notified, a suitable person has been found and is merging. At these words she exclaimed in surprise, Huh? Elgin and Drake waited anxiously outside for the result. A pillar of light shot up from the ground to the sky. Soon the angel girl and Yoon-sun merged and the girl awoke from her sleep. As soon as she opened her eyes, Yoon looked at her body with curious eyes. Wow, what is this? It's really interesting. Soon she adapted to her body. Elgin, I've gotten smaller. It's really interesting. Drake was confused and surprised. A merger between an NPC and a player? What a strange main quest. Elgin nodded and confirmed. That's right. The hidden quest has been completed, and the monitor's favorability has increased, the flame spirit cried with joy. Thank you both very much. Now I can finally repair the abyssal end. Elgin smiled with satisfaction and anticipated. Now we can say the true conquest quest begins. From now on the hand will be our guide. Yoon-sun awkwardly flapped her wings. Elgin, look, I have wings too. Yoon-sun closed her eyes and slowly felt the images flowing through her mind. She exclaimed in surprised admiration, If I close my eyes, I can see images. Are these angel memories? Elgin stared blankly at her as she talked to herself. To explain this situation, Yoon-sun is currently the incarnation of the angel Nettie. Nettie has lost most of her memories. Occasionally, fragmented memories appear like videos. Elgin organized the tasks at hand. He muttered to himself, We've entered a hidden quest and we need to help her regain her memories and return home. Yoon-sun began to talk about what she saw in her mind. There's not much right now. All I saw was flying in the sky. Hearing that, Elgin was curious. The sky? Yoon-sun pictured a wide sky and pouring rain in her mind. She explained to Elgin, It's like falling between clouds and rain. Yoon-sun leisurely shared her thoughts. This seems to be the memory of when the angel came to this land. Upon receiving this information, Elgin's face was filled with confidence. He scoffed, Good, that's enough. It's most important to explain the content of the video to Yoon-sun, who has merged with her. A new notification appeared in the system. Hidden quest completed. Akashic record monitor's favorability has greatly increased. The flame spirit was overjoyed and thanked them. Thank you both very much. Now I can finally repair the abyssal end. Elgin looked at the flame spirit with satisfaction. He humbly replied, Don't mention it. The flame spirit is getting ready to give a new notification. Before he could finish speaking, Elgin detected movement behind him and glanced that way. A person was walking towards them from the cliff, panting. Sihi approached slowly, looking exhausted. She sighed, then opened her mouth. Lord Standing Water. Upon realizing it was really him, Sihi was overjoyed. I finally found you. It really is Lord Standing Water. She couldn't hide her excitement and continued. I was worried I wouldn't be able to meet you. Elgin, Drake, and Yoon-sun all looked at her bewildered. Yoon-sun whispered to Drake, who is she? Is she Elgin's fan? No, did she come all this way to meet him? He dismissed the thought. No way, Elgin doesn't have fans. No one would do this much for him, especially not a female fan. Elgin glared at the two whispering behind him. He thought to himself, I can hear everything. He walked up to Sihi and gave a very friendly smile. I don't know who you are, but we're on a conquest quest right now, and I'll sign autographs later. Sihi also gave him a bright smile. But I don't have time other than today. I heard you were coming this way, so I came as fast as I could. She winked and casually blurted out something surprising. It's so nice to meet you. I was worried I wouldn't be able to kill you. Hearing her words, Elgin was truly speechless. He asked again, flustered, As soon as Sihi raised the weapon in her hand, the atmosphere turned dangerous. It was a very sharp scythe. Her face darkened. Sihi ran towards Elgin and attacked. She shouted loudly, Go! Elgin was slightly flustered by Sihi's surprise attack. He quickly retreated to avoid the attack. The surrounding air was filled with dust from Sihi's powerful attack. She continued to chase and attack Elgin, and he kept evading in a very confused state. Sihi scoffed with great interest and praised him. Fast. None of my friends will be able to dodge that, but I won't lose in a speed contest. No sooner had she spoken than Sihi fiercely attacked Elgin. Her cutting movements were very decisive. Elgin was sweating profusely. He was having a very hard time dodging the attacks. But as Sihi said, her speed was very fast. Elgin was slashed once and a wound appeared on his forearm, making him even more flustered. Elgin asked himself, that woman is strong, isn't she? How can she be so strong? Drake seemed amused as if witnessing an interesting scene. Elgin being damaged by a regular player, not a monster? I've never seen him like that before. Elgin was shocked in front of Sihi, who possessed immense power. This woman is as strong as Ma Tie Gang or even stronger. He asked himself if there could be someone so strong among those without a ranking. Yoon-sun pointed at the two fighting with her finger and asked softly, does this happen often? Drake could only laugh. He has many enemies. Sihi had no intention of stopping. Her face was dark and her eyes were filled with murderous intent towards Elgin. He could only use all his strength to dodge Sihi's attacks. Elgin ran, thinking to himself, I'm used to female players disliking Standing Water. But he gnashed his teeth in exasperation and asked himself, does that woman hate me enough to come directly PK me? What on earth did I do wrong for that woman to hate me? Sihi shouted in anger, every time I play the game someone gets hurt, so I'll stop it myself. Elgin didn't back down. He loudly asserted his honor. Am I really a demon king to you? Then Elgin pointed at Drake, who was standing casually across from them. He challenged Sihi, this guy also hangs out with me. Why are you only attacking me? Yoon-sun was speechless, so brazen. Sihi picked at his words, if two people fight one, how can I win? Only you need to die. The root of all evil, you perverted bastard, die. Sihi decisively swung her scythe at where Elgin was standing. He leapt up in surprise. Elgin's eyes widened as he looked down at where the scythe had struck. The ground was almost shattered. He successfully leaped onto the weapon to avoid the attack. However, Sihi's next move was unpredictable. She forcefully lifted the scythe in her hand, making its handle strike Elgin's vital spot. Elgin seemed distraught by the unexpected attack on his vital spot. He staggered for a moment, his face turning pale from the unbearable pain. Sihi seized the opportunity while her opponent was still disoriented, raised her weapon and prepared to deliver a fatal blow. She shouted, let's finish this. Elgin quickly raised his head and a magic circle appeared in his eyes. Elgin used Mana Burn, a trait of Medusa. Sihi immediately sensed danger. She glared at him. Sihi quickly retreated to avoid the counterattack. Meanwhile, Elgin slowly stood up. Sihi frowned at him with a wary gaze. Elgin laughed heartily and praised her. To think you'd even know how to use reflection to reverse Mana Burn. You're quite perceptive. Behind the dust, Elgin's eyes glowed red. He declared very seriously, I'll accept your sincerity towards me. Elgin gripped the weapon in his hand and smiled confidently. I'll use 30 of my power against you alone. Suddenly a loud crack appeared, breaking the atmosphere between the two. He cleared his throat and said, I want to repair the terrain quickly, so is that okay? If you two fight, all the creatures in this area will die, which isn't good. Sihi stared blankly at the crack, and Elgin was also very flustered. The crack still seemed unfazed but said, but you're my friend, so you'll surely understand. No sooner had he spoken than light burst from the crack's two eyes. The terrain they were standing on immediately shook violently. Drake, realizing this, immediately hugged Yoon-sun to protect her. Yoon's face turned red with embarrassment. The ground shook so violently that Sihi could barely stand. She screamed. Elgin observed the situation flustered. Due to the powerful influence of the crack, all the terrain here changed. The surface of the terrain now gradually split into two, and in an instant this place transformed into a volcanic crater-like terrain. Dust billowed all around. Sihi was extremely confused. The ground is flying up, she cursed. Damn it, what the hell is that damn Standing Water doing again? Sihi's jaw dropped as she watched the ground she was standing on continuously rise upwards. Elgin calmly replied, a new beginning. As he finished speaking, he decisively kicked Sihi down to the ground below. Her eyes widened, giving her no time to react. By the time she realized it, it was too late and Sihi was free falling downwards. Elgin calmly observed from above. He smiled with satisfaction. I'm sorry, but I'm a bit busy right now. Perhaps we'll meet again if fate allows. Sihi was furious at being tricked. She gnashed her teeth and cursed, "Damn it, you despicable bastard," before she hit the ground completely. Sihi shouted with all her might, "Standing water, just you wait, I'll take you down myself," Elgin thought to himself. That rude behavior and face, it's quite familiar, or am I mistaken? However, the shaking didn't stop at all. Drake was very curious. The ground is still flying up, we've left the abyssal end, so why isn't it stopping? To prevent Drake from being flustered for too long, Yoon immediately replied, "No, Mr. Drake, look at that blue sky," she immediately speculated. "This will continue to fly up until we reach the sky." Yoon-sun's eyes widened in horror. "What we're standing on isn't the ground." As they watched the gigantic thing continuously rising into the sky, Yoon-sun screamed, "It's a meteor. Compared to this colossal object, they were mere ants and dust." Drake frowned. "This is what caused the 20,000 meters deep hole in the terrain." He speculated that this was a giant meteor that had fallen from the sky. That meteor must have dropped Nettie here. They flew very high from the ground, almost completely disappearing into the sky. The cracks had now transformed into a colossal form. He looked at them heading for the sky. "Goodbye, Standing Water. See you next time." After bidding farewell to Elgin's group, the cracks began their terrain repair work. A tremendous amount of power erupted from the crack's entire body, and the ground shook violently once again, with soil and rocks beginning to shift everywhere. Before long, the ground was refilled and the mountainous terrain was reshaped by the crack's influence, and in an instant all traces of the meteor's impact that had destroyed the terrain vanished. The land was covered with mountains. Yoon-sun's eyes widened in surprise as she watched the unfolding scene. Amazing, the sunken new terrain has been restored. The distance between their position and the ground was now immense. Yoon-sun continued to express her surprise. "I can't even see the land because of the clouds." Drake also praised the crack for using the meteor as an elevator. "Truly amazing," Yoon-sun awkwardly replied to his words. "I've only flown to Jeju Island for camping." The system began to display a guide. "You have entered a flight path. The names of those first recorded in the Akashic records are being recorded." Drake was slightly flustered at this moment. He immediately asked again to confirm the meaning of the system's flight path. "So this meteor has a set destination?" Suddenly, Yoon-sun mumbled "island" to herself. Drake stared blankly at Yoon-sun and she immediately explained, "I saw an island floating in the sky." At this time, Yoon-sun still had her eyes closed, continuously sensing the fragments of the angel's memories. Yoon began to describe them. "It's getting further and further away." She reached out her hand to feel the things before her eyes and slowly told the other two what she had seen. "It looks like an island or a castle. I don't know for sure because it's flying too fast." This meteor was probably part of that island. Elgin looked at her proudly, continuously praising her in his mind, as expected of Yoon-sun. "She's quite sharp even as a beginner." Suddenly, Drake's face turned red as he shouted in embarrassment. "An island? Fantastic. Stories about mysterious islands hidden in the sky are not unfamiliar. This common motif located above the cloud layer has been passed down through many genres from ancient literature to anime and games, and has been called an explorer's dream." Excitement welled up in Drake's heart, and he spoke very passionately. "An island in the sky, it's like Laputa. The two castles of Pirandis. My adventurous spirit is boiling," Yoon-sun slowly spoke, rubbing the surface of the meteor they were standing on. "Nettie rode this meteor and came down here. In other words, it's a piece of the island." At this point, Yoon-sun's voice became slightly sad. "But this child, she seems to have been alone for too long." In the memory Yoon-sun saw, the angel Nettie was alone on this meteor and was very lonely. Yoon-sun seemed to be expressing the angel's innermost feelings. "She was overwhelmed with worry and fear, and just looking at it makes me feel lonely and sad." "I know this is just a game." Yoon-sun's tears flowed quietly down her face. A hand suddenly rested gently on her shoulder, comforting her. Yoon looked up and saw Elgin smiling at her with shining eyes. Elgin's face at this moment wore a very benevolent smile, an expression of comfort for others. Elgin patted Yoon's shoulder and gave a thumbs up. He continued to praise. "This is the charm of this game called Gem. A truly touching scene. Good. Since you enjoy the game this much even though it's your first time, you'll soon become an excellent player." Drake couldn't resist and offered a comment. "Elgin, I have a feeling you're going to struggle quite a bit with human relationships." Elgin couldn't understand. "Where is this place?" They continued to ascend into the sky. After a while, the sky was now dark. In the city hospital in the real world, Guhu burst open the hospital room door and shouted loudly. As soon as she entered the door, she began to incessantly nag. "You Yurio, you escaped from the hospital room again and played games at night, didn't you? I told you to stay put because today is your examination day." Sihi sat quietly on the bed, sweating coldly. She stammered an explanation. "But I only had today, so I tried to do something, but in the end I just wasted time." Guhu was still angry and continued to shout. "Then at least you should have told me." Sihi ignored her words and retorted, "If I told you, Ani wouldn't have let me do it." Guhu sat down next to the hospital bed, exhausted. She sighed. At this moment, Guhu's voice became much softer. She slowly persuaded Sihi. "Sihi, Ani told you, this surgery is really important. You have to have this surgery to go back to school." Upon hearing this, Sihi fell silent. She looked out the window without a word. After a moment of contemplation, Sihi stammered, "No." The gentle approach didn't work. Guhu stood up in anger and continued to shout, "You foolish girl, are you trying to drive me crazy?" Sihi was very stubborn. She struggled and pleaded, "No, last time, Ani said the surgery wouldn't hurt. but it hurt so much I thought I was going to die. You also said it would be the last time. As if stung, Guhu stammered, this will definitely be the last time. But Sihi still wailed and shouted, lies, lies. Guhu's face darkened and she glared at Sihi, speaking softly. Because she completely ignored his words, Guhu continued to shout, did you think I'd go easy on you just because you're in the hospital? Didn't you see how easily I hit your brother? Her nagging echoed throughout the hospital. Sihi was very stubborn. She never gave up. I don't know, anyway I can't see. At those words both fell silent. Sihi pouted and turned her face away. Guhu remained motionless, saying nothing, but soon Sihi compromised. She stammered. Just once. Guhu asked again in surprise. Sihi slowly laid out her condition. If Ani grants my wish I'll have the surgery. As if grasping a ray of hope, Guhu was delighted. Really, what is it? Tell me. If it's something your brother and I can do. Before she could finish speaking, Sihi immediately stated her wish. I want to meet Ma Dongguang Oppa. Guhu was astonished at those words. She laughed awkwardly and asked again. Sihi turned to Guhu, her face now completely red. Sihi whined in a charming voice. Ani is the president of Ma Dongguang's fan club, isn't she? We even held a fan meeting before. Guhu was sweating profusely. She stammered, Sihi? Guhu, flustered, rejected Sihi's words. But it's not as simple as you think. Okay, Ma Dongguang Oppa is very busy. As Elgin's group was flying, a battle broke out. The monsters attacking them were called Happy's grade B traits. Poison, flight, monster, hit and run habitat. Great forest, grotesque hill, flight path, size 1.8 meters. Drake grumbled as he attacked the monsters. Happy's happened to be in the flight path. We're really unlucky. Looking at the flying monsters waiting for an opportunity to attack them, Elgin felt the threat level was quite high due to their flight trait. Their stats increased significantly when fighting on a flight path map. In other words, they were even more annoying than the Happies they had dealt with before. Drake was astonished by their numbers. There are so many. Damn it, we're in danger. Suddenly, one of the monster pack charged to attack Yoon. She screamed in surprise. In an instant, a chain flew towards the Happy, wrapping around the monster's body and immobilizing it, above the Happy's head. Elgin flew over quickly, emanating a terrifying, murderous aura. With just one attack, Elgin succeeded in splitting the monster in two. He breathed a sigh of relief. Elgin gazed at the monster pack with murderous eyes. He arrogantly declared, No, we have no intention of becoming your prey. Retreat. Return to the city hospital in the real world. Sihi was in a very gloomy state. I couldn't participate in the fan meeting because of the surgery. If I could have met Ma Dongguang Oppa, I would have had the courage for the surgery. Guhu was at a loss for how to respond for a moment, and her face was slightly flustered. Sihi pleaded very sincerely. Ani, please. This made Yahoo awkward. Elgin's group continued to fly towards the island Yoon Sun had seen in the angel's memories. After a while, Yoon Sun saw the island appear and disappear behind the cloud layer. She shouted very excitedly, Look, I saw it. Yoon Sun excitedly pointed to where she had seen it. Is that big blue dot that thing? Drake also squinted his eyes and followed Yoon Sun's gaze, finally finding it. Elgin looked at the island with a satisfied smile. They had finally arrived at their destination. In front of them was a place that looked like a castle floating in the sky. This was the last refuge of the angels, weakened by demons. Holy homeland Batis. In front of the group was a majestic island nation floating in the sky. That was their destination. The Holy Kingdom of Quetis. This game has a setting where you can save the game from the moment you discover Cloud Island. You can log in and out freely without interruption. You can even set a specific location as a teleportation point. Upon arriving at their destination, Yoon Sun, flustered, slowly informed them, pointing to herself. I have several live broadcast schedules starting tomorrow. It'll probably take a few days. Elgin also agreed with Yoon Sun. I also have some things to do, Drake smiled. He understood their intentions. Really great, don't worry about me. I wanted to explore the island myself anyway. Elgin immediately bid him farewell. Then I'll see you later, we can decide. Before he could finish speaking, Elgin received a call. He wondered, a direct call from Ma Dongguang Guhu. A greeting was heard from the other end of the phone. Hello? Elgin instinctively replied, I'm sorry. But then he suddenly realized something was wrong. Elgin quickly covered his mouth, his mind in extreme panic. Damn it, I accidentally hit the answer button. I need to change my voice. Phone mode. Elgin quickly pressed the button to change his voice. As soon as he changed it, he immediately cleared his throat and answered the person on the other end of the phone. What is it? The other person replied very politely. I apologize for calling so suddenly. If you're busy, I can. Elgin cut the person off. Go on. Drake and Yoon Sun eavesdropped on the conversation nearby. Once given permission, the other person immediately explained. Actually, I have a few questions related to fan management. Elgin was slightly worried. Fan management, I left everything to you. Did something go wrong? The person on the other end of the phone hesitated for a moment. It's a bit difficult to explain over the phone. Are you free tonight? Elgin hesitated briefly. As long as it's late at night, it's fine. The person on the other end thought for a moment, then thanked him. Thank you. Please call me when you're free. I'll be ready to leave immediately. As soon as he hung up, Elgin wondered, why did she sound so disappointed? Annoying. I'll think about it later. Yoon and Drake were very amused by Elgin's expression. Drake immediately scoffed. It's a girl, right? Your girlfriend, right? Going on a date tonight, are we? I'm jealous. Don't tell me it's about the game. Elgin glared at him and denied it. No, forget it. That evening in the real world, Guhu stood beside a luxurious blue Lamborghini looking around. She was waiting for someone. Suddenly, Guhu saw the other person approaching and exclaimed happily. She shouted, "Ah!" Elgin appeared, covered from head to toe. He put his hands in his pockets and calmly greeted her. "Hello?" The two got into Guhu's car to have their conversation privately. As soon as he got into the car, Elgin went straight to the point. "You said you had something to discuss about fan management, right? What is it?" Guhu was slightly flustered and kept hesitating, unable to speak. "Well, Guhu was extremely nervous at this moment, continuously rubbing her fingers together. Guhu spoke with difficulty, word by word. "I apologize for disturbing you when you're busy, but in the end," she gathered all her courage and said, "Could you help my younger sister?" Elgin, with a confused and questioning look on his face, didn't understand anything. Guhu explained the situation. "To be honest, my younger sister is sick right now." Elgin interrupted her, puzzled. "Your sister, Jang X, you mean?" Guhu immediately answered his question. "No, Jang's real name is Jang He. She's the second child, and I'm talking about the youngest." Elgin thought to himself, "This is the first I've heard of this. I only learned that you Guhu and you Jang were sisters after my regression." Saying that, Guhu gave an awkward laugh. "I haven't told anyone about my family until now, so it's a little embarrassing." Elgin continued to listen to her. Thoughts still raced through his mind. "It always felt this way, but I really seem to know almost nothing about you Guhu." After listening to Guhu's entire story, Elgin immediately got to the point. "So, what exactly do you need help with?" Guhu's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing him ask so directly. Elgin's face showed no particular emotion, but he thought to himself, that might be a bit of a cold question for her. But if she's the Guhu I know, she'll probably be more comfortable with such an indifferent response. Guhu, as if sensing the other person's willingness to help, gradually curved her lips into a smile. Guhu explained the situation at length. "That child needs major surgery. It's a very important surgery, but the doctors say the success rate is very low. So the child is a bit scared. We had to find a way to persuade her, and she said she would have the surgery if I granted her one lifelong wish." Elgin was quite curious. He turned his gaze to her and asked, "A wish?" Guhu's face turned red at this point and she was extremely flustered. Guhu hesitated for a moment, then replied, "The child wants to meet you in person, Emperor Ma." Elgin still maintained a cold expression, slightly raising his head and speaking in a cold, emotionless voice from behind his mask with a casual glance at the other person. "Me?" Guhu trembled at Elgin's counter-question. She bit her lip tightly and closed her eyes. Her cheeks trembled, but she was afraid the other person would refuse. Guhu laughed and waved her hand, pretending not to have said anything. "I apologize. I'm just a fan club president. I should clearly separate public and private matters. You don't need to meet the child. If this is a burden, you can just pretend you didn't hear it." However, Elgin quite calmly crossed his arms and accepted. "It's not that difficult." As if she couldn't believe what she had just heard, Guhu looked at Elgin with wide eyes in surprise. He accepted comfortably. "So, if the child meets me, she'll gain the courage to have the surgery? If such a small thing can help that child, then of course I will do it." Elgin looked straight into Guhu's eyes. "Let me know the time and place later." She still looked at him with wide, disbelieving eyes. Guhu was speechless for a moment, her lips continuously moving. Suddenly she bit her lip tightly, and her eyes were already welling up with tears. Guhu tried hard not to burst into tears. "Thank you for accepting my selfish request. The child will surely be very happy too." Inside the car, Guhu continuously thanked him. "Thank you so much." Elgin was embarrassed. "All right, please stop." Elgin could later recall it in great detail. That night, you continuously thanked him with an expression trying to hold back tears. That scene was quite memorable. The next morning, right in front of the city hospital, Elgin observed the hospital covered from head to toe. He continuously thought, "Honestly, I'm quite worried about this. After all, I've seen every side of you Guhu after my regression." He remembered all of Guhu's expressions from angry to tearful. Elgin told himself, "I'm becoming increasingly drawn to her. Not in a romantic way, but especially after she became a fan of Ma Dongguang." He was very grateful for her support as the leader of the demonic cult. The only problem was that she was trying her best to kill Yasu Su, but in a corner of his heart, he would always be wary of her and look at her coldly. However, Elgin still remembered what had happened in his previous life. He vowed to himself, "Although I have no lingering regrets about what happened in my previous life, the fact that those sisters were loan sharks is an unchanging truth." Thoughts continuously raced through his mind. "It must be the same now. Somewhere they might be bleeding someone dry just as they did to me." Guhu happily waved to him from across the street. He also walked towards her. However, his heart was still filled with hesitation. "Every time I see her kind actions, I hesitate." Elgin was guided into the hospital. Guhu pointed to a room and briefly instructed him. "I'll bring my younger sister here. She'll probably be out of the IQ room in a little while. Please wait here." Elgin, puzzled, asked himself, "What's an IQ?" He thought, bewildered. "This doesn't feel real. This is just a remnant of the wounds I suffered in my previous life." Elgin resolutely put his hands in his pockets and walked down the hospital corridor. He calculated as he walked. "If it's just playing with a child at the hospital, I can do it any number of times. It won't take that much time anyway." He sorted everything out as he walked. Elgin told himself, "It's not bad to think of this as a break before preparing for the sky attack." As he went to the stairs, a child who had fallen down the stairs suddenly rushed towards Elgin. The child stumbled and collided directly with Elgin, knocking the mask off his face. The situation was that both of them were sprawled at the bottom of the stairs and Elgin's face was completely exposed. The child had just fallen directly on top of Elgin and both groaned in pain. Elgin raised his head and seeing that the child was still motionless cried out in surprise. Elgin, flustered, shook the child and barraged her with questions. "Child, are you alright? Are you hurt anywhere?" The child smiled, rubbing a bump on her head. "Yes, I'm fine." He politely apologized to the other person. "I apologize for suddenly rushing into you." As if realizing something, the child's face was extremely flustered. Elgin also recognized this child. He, bewildered, asked himself, isn't this the person who appeared a few days ago? He recalled the child who had fiercely attacked him with a scythe a few days prior. He, terrified, backed away and cried out, "That voice, you're Yasusu, aren't you? What is this? Did you come to meet me in the real world just to fight me? How did you know where I was? It's giving me goosebumps." Elgin could only stare blankly at the child. Immediately, he took a stance and threw a punch at Elgin. The child attacked, shouting, "Die, you perverted bastard!" Elgin, filled with dread, quickly retreated to avoid the attack. His eyes were wide open. Elgin looked at the child, utterly bewildered. His mind was full of questions. What's going on? Why is this child here? Damn it! And he saw his mask conspicuously lying on the ground. Elgin, flustered, searched for his mask. Elgin hastily put on his hat and mask again, meticulously covering his face. He told himself, "I need to leave this place before things get more complicated." He, still extremely angry, fiercely attacked, shouting, "Are you running away?" Just then, Guhu also rushed towards them. She had a flustered expression on her face. "Why are you here? I told you to wait." Surprised at being caught in the act, turned around and exclaimed 2 syllables. "Unni." Elgin was startled as soon as he heard it. His face was utterly bewildered. Sweat streamed down Elgin's temples like a river and his eyes were wide open. Elgin, flustered, asked himself, Unni. Guhu was extremely worried about "If you suddenly leave like this, the nurses will be troubled. How can you leave alone when you can't see anything?" However, seemingly not caring much, hastily told her sister, "Unni, that's not the problem. Yasusu is standing in front of me. Shoot him." Guhu, dumbfounded by Sehi's words, looked at the person in front of her with wide eyes. Guhu asked again, "What did you say?" Elgin immediately switched to acting mode. He stammered, "That's right, I saw it too." The man who caught the child and saved her from the pain of falling down the stairs rushed over to that side. Sehi's eyes widened in surprise and a blush slowly appeared on her cheeks. The altered voice, Sehi's heart was filled with excitement. The child stammered, "Is it Ma Dongguang Oppa?" Guhu, excited, introduced him. "That's right, Oppa said he would come to meet you." Sehi became awkward in front of her idol and her hands began to tremble. "Is it really Ma Dongguang Oppa? Not a model, right?" Elgin quickly regained his composure. He smiled and greeted the child. "Of course not, Oppa is the real Ma Dongguang." Sehi, too excited, stammered, "I'm Oppa's ardent fan. I've been a fan since Oppa debuted." Elgin also replied very cooperatively. "Really? I'm happy to hear that." The child, with the heart of a girl meeting her idol, spoke continuously. "Even though I can't see, I've listened to all of Oppa's matches." The child's eyes shone brightly as she recounted the matches. "I was really surprised when you sent player Park Boon flying with such immense power. It was really cool how you brutally beat player Rugong too. I got goosebumps all over." Sehi's mouth moved continuously as if there was no cooldown, and Elgin quietly evaluated internally. "Yue, this child is Yue. I thought she would be like the rest of her family." He told the child that they would meet again if there was an opportunity later. But thinking that this child was Guhu's younger sister, Elgin felt a little uneasy. He helplessly asked himself, "Will this really be okay?" All morning in the hospital, Sehi's endless chatter could be heard. The child continuously boasted, "I've listened to all of Oppa's matches." Child sat on the hospital bed, extremely excited, happily closing her eyes and continuously flailing her arms and legs. Oppa's match fighting the gold, silver and bronze sisters, and his 26 kills in the first round of the Ultimate Owl tournament. I was especially impressed by Oppa's achievement of sweeping through the conquerors in 7 minutes. Just seeing that brought tears to my eyes. Sehi seemed to genuinely respect him. Every time she mentioned his achievements, the child closed her eyes and smiled happily. Sehi's mouth moved continuously and her hands never stopped flailing. "All of Oppa's battles are masterpieces." Elgin merely observed and evaluated the child coldly. Yue continued to mumble in an extremely excited voice. Like other children, she was also very interested in Yasusu. What a mischievous child. Guhu was very happy to see her younger sister in a much better mood. She gently asked, "All right, Sehi, now that I've let you meet Ma Dongguang Oppa, you'll have the surgery right away as promised, won't you?" The smile on the child's face gradually vanished. Sehi, surprised, turned her head away. The child's face was rigid at this moment. Realizing the child was deliberately avoiding her, Guhu frowned in anger. She lowered her voice and said, "Sehi." Guhu cried out in anger, "You yourself said that if you met Ma Dongguang Oppa, you'd gain the courage for the surgery." Sehi was profusely sweating. The child avoided Guhu's gaze and made excuses. "That's right, but I don't think that Oppa is the real Ma Dongguang Oppa." Elgin was surprised. "After mumbling so much in front of me until now, she's saying this?" Guhu, still unable to release her anger at Sehi's attitude, continued to shout, "How can you be so unreasonable? Are you saying my words and Ma Dongguang Oppa's words are lies?" Sehi pouted and replied, "I don't know who Ma Dongguang Oppa is, but Unni always lies to me." Guhu gave Sehi's cheek a hard pinch. "When did I ever lie to you?" Sehi pleaded helplessly. Honey, seeing the situation was worsening, Elgin spoke to ease the tense atmosphere. Alright then, how can I prove that I am Ma Dongguang? Only then did Sihi let go of her sister's cheek. She rubbed her reddened cheek. Immediately after, Sihi's eyes lit up again, and she excitedly suggested PvP. Let's have one PvP match. Guhu, angry, slapped Sihi hard on the head. She shouted, Yui, does it make sense to ask a pro for a PvP match? Sihi asked again in an endearing voice. Really? Guhu continued to scold her sister. He gave up everything and came all this way just to meet you. Elgin was momentarily dazed by the affectionate sight of the two sisters. Elgin recalled his last duel with Sihi. At that time, Sihi wielded a scythe very quickly and skillfully. The image of the young girl with strong combat power left a deep impression on Elgin. He quietly assessed that Sihi must be a very competitive person after she proposed a PvP match to Yasu Su. People usually don't rank PvP in that way. After much thought, Elgin displayed a confident smile. He muttered to himself, as I thought, this child is special. He suddenly agreed with the girl and spoke. That's easy too. Sihi was extremely excited by his acceptance. The girl's eyes shone brightly. Elgin added, since I granted your sister's wish anyway, it seems only fair to grant yours too. Guhu was slightly flustered by his words. Elgin made a suggestion. There's a place nearby where we can have fun. Can you come out? Sihi looked at him happily. Indeed, the girl was very interested. Dia opened the house door with a very sleepy face. He was Jun, the director of Gukka Team 1. As the three appeared at the house door, Jay was flustered and greeted them. Hello? Sihi recognized this person and was very surprised. Director Junho, hello? Elgin very calmly waved at him. I apologize for disturbing you while you were resting. Dia shouted loud enough to make the whole house tremble. What kind of combination is this? Without caring that the other person was extremely flustered, Elgin very brazenly requested, I heard this is a good place for PvP. Jay's wife greeted them very warmly. Mr. Ma Dongguang, I've heard a lot about you. Please come in. She was Oh Hee Young's wife. She introduced them cheerfully. It seems a bit urgent right now, so I'll get you tea later. Shall we go to the practice room first? Elgin replied without formality. Yes, thank you. Upon arriving, Sihi expressed unspeakable joy. The girl cheered very excitedly. Seeing the modern equipment, Sihi couldn't control her emotions and jumped up and down. These are the cockpits pros use. They're so big, much better than the ones they have so good from afar. Dia Li Young whispered to Elgin. Dia Li Young was curious. Is that the girl, the demon cult leader's younger sister? Elgin immediately replied. That's right. Seeing Sihi playing so energetically over there, Li Young couldn't help but be flustered. Is that child really sick? She looks so lively, Elgin replied very calmly. Don't all players get excited when they see cockpits like that? That's normal. Suddenly an idea struck Li Young and he asked Elgin for his opinion. Should I tell the reporters I know? A story about a pro visiting a young girl with an incurable illness. Isn't that very touching? It would be very good for your image. However, he immediately refused. I'm not doing this for fame. At these words, Jay was slightly curious. Then why are you doing it? Elgin's gaze turned towards Sihi. It's a bit hard to explain, but you could call it a form of talent scouting. Jay's face was full of question marks at this answer. To briefly introduce the most popular game right now, D-Mina Ak is currently the hottest game. It is the world's first virtual reality game where players can experience all 5 senses within the game through a machine called a cockpit. The vehicle panels in each region provide signals through the game. The heat generated during the information transmission process is so great that the cockpit requires a cooling zone using a large amount of liquid nitrogen. This is the main reason why the cockpit is so large. Sihi sat in the cockpit and fully equipped herself. Players receive game information directly into their brains through BCI virtual reality glasses. From today, dazzling light poured out as soon as the cockpit started. The light grew brighter and brighter. Immediately after, the system panel appeared. Welcome to Ex Machina. Sihi was now embodied as the girl's character. In this game, even people who cannot see can fully enjoy the game. Sihi was filled with excitement. She muttered to herself, a PvP match with Ma Dongguang Nim. I just asked, but I didn't expect him to actually agree. Amazing. People who are not participating in the PvP can also watch the match through the monitoring room. Currently, Yahoo and Jay are carefully observing from the monitoring room. Elgin extended his hand forward, signaling the start of the battle. He said, have you been waiting long? All right, let's go. Receiving the signal, Sihi immediately gathered all her concentration. She no longer showed her innocent appearance from before. In the blink of an eye, Sihi rushed towards Elgin with her weapon at astonishing speed. The girl attacked quickly with a series of slashes. Elgin retreated step by step to avoid the attacks. Elgin's left shoulder was hit by an attack. Thanks to his sturdy armor, Elgin was able to endure the attack without flinching. Sihi, without losing a moment, launched a powerful frontal attack on Elgin. Dia Li Young was surprised by Sihi's strength and speed. That child is really fast. I can't believe Ma Dongguang is being forced into a defensive situation. Sihi jumped up and swung her scythe again in front of Elgin's face. The attacks were ceaseless and fierce. Elgin quietly analyzed his opponent while dodging the attacks. As expected, consecutive attack skills are really hard to avoid, even harder considering I have to maintain Ma Dongguang's identity. But that wasn't all. Sihi showed a more confident smile than ever. The girl declared, I can be even faster than this. Full attack, Elgin observed quietly for a moment, then an idea suddenly struck him. Sihi gathered strength for her next attack. The girl rushed towards Elgin at astonishing speed and swung her scythe. However, Elgin very calmly gathered strength in his armor. Elgin stood like an immovable statue. As Sihi launched her attack, a large explosion occurred. Dust billowed everywhere, making it very difficult to observe the arena. After a moment, Sihi was pushed back. The girl barely managed to block the recoil with her scythe. Sihi quickly noticed a crack in her scythe. Elgin stood defensively with both arms outstretched. He seemed to have suffered no damage after the previous attack. Dia Li Young, who had been watching, broke into a cold sweat. He assessed. That's right, attacking in all directions when reaching max speed is really dangerous. If he gets hit even once, he could take more attacks, so it's truly risky. The current situation in the arena was Sihi attacking with all her might, and Owen Elgin defending with all his might. Jae Li Young asked himself, but does he really need to concentrate that much to defend each attack? Sihi was very interested. The girl smiled, her lips curling up. Amazing, as expected of Ma Dongguang. How can you have such sharp eyes? Suddenly Jay asked. Is this the end of the opening match? Elgin's face darkened at this moment, and his hands began to gather strength. Elgin honestly declared, now it's my turn. Elgin began to unleash his power. The surrounding soil and rocks cracked due to his energy. Sihi attempted another attack. The girl used her speed to approach Elgin and prepared to attack. The ground they were fighting on cracked under the pressure of the two. Elgin still stood firm in his spot. At this moment, Sihi seized the opportunity to leap into the air and rushed towards where he was standing above. Thinking she was ready, Sihi brought down her full power attack. In the blink of an eye, Elgin slightly shifted his body sideways to avoid the girl's attack. Sihi's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at him. Without giving up, Sihi once again. The girl once again leapt high and brought down another attack on where LG was standing. Due to Sihi's attack, the terrain here gradually became desolate, with soil and rocks shattering and flying and thick smoke rising. With a serious face, she used a large rock as a launch pad, stomping on it and leaping to maximize her speed. Once again, Sihi attacked Elgin head-on. He calmly raised one arm to block the attack. Elgin assessed while defending against Sihi's continuous attacks. Among the current Korean rankers and even future rankers, how many will be as talented as this girl? Watching Sihi fight with such excitement, Elgin was certain of one thing. I am certain that the person with the greatest potential among all gamers right now is this child, Yu-hee. After a series of continuous attacks, a moment of silence passed between the two. Sihi crouched down, calling a temporary truce. At this moment, Elgin opened his mouth, praising the girl. Impressive. To not be overwhelmed by me, your opponent. Are you really 15 years old? Being praised by her idol, the girl, needless to say, swelled with pride. Sihi replied to him, I've studied your attack tactics a lot, Oppa. Suddenly, the image of Elgin standing firmly before her as she lay on the hospital bed gradually blurred. The girl's vision grew narrower and narrower, and everything before her eyes was almost blurry. Sihi was extremely flustered and momentarily dazed. Elgin sensed that the girl's condition was a little strange and couldn't help but be curious. Sihi hastily rubbed her eyes and muttered hesitantly, Why are my eyes like this? Is this a bug? Sihi's hands gripping her weapon were trembling continuously. Elgin observed the situation at this moment. He looked at the girl in surprise as if sensing something was wrong. Elgin immediately alerted Jay loudly, who was observing everything through the monitoring screen. Director, please check the equipment. At this moment, Jay finally hastily obeyed his words. Elgin urgently urged him to immediately check Sihi's condition. Inside the cockpit, Sihi's arms were trembling and she was breaking into a cold sweat. At this moment, the girl's condition was not good at all. Sihi's breathing grew rougher and rougher and her whole body was drenched in cold sweat. Dia Li Young sensed that the situation was very bad and hastily alerted Guhu. No, the child's breathing is very unstable. Her blood pressure is also rising, Guhu said worriedly to Jae Li Young. As expected, it's a seizure. We need to take her to the hospital right away. As the situation grew urgent, Dia Li Young hurriedly shouted, Sihi, log out immediately. If you can't do it yourself, we'll help you. Suddenly, Sihi gently refused. No, Dia Li Young was very flustered by these words. He looked at the screen with difficulty. Sihi slowly stood up and the girl's eyes were filled with determination. I don't want to log out. Can I have just a little more PvP with Ma Dongguang Nim? Elgin also found it hard to understand. He hesitated and asked, You're making things more complicated. Why are you going to such lengths? At this moment, Sihi straightened her shoulders and looked Elgin directly in the eyes. The girl firmly declared, This might be my last game. I want to pour all my strength into it. Guhu was startled by the girl's words and shouted, What are you talking about? Sihi, you'll get better after this surgery. However, Sihi was very calm. I'm sorry, honey. The girl calmly replied to Guhu, Actually, I know the success rate of this surgery is very low. Even if it succeeds, whether I can recover is still uncertain. Those words pierced Guhu's heart like a knife. She frowned, her hands trembling. At this moment, Sihi seemed to pour out all her emotions. The girl sighed and said, I know, even if you don't tell me, I know. Oppa does things that people curse him for. He gets cursed while doing unwanted things day and night. All of this is because of me. Honey, you don't even see this game which you once loved so much as anything more than a means to earn money anymore. These days, Ani doesn't look happy at all. Of course, Guhu, angry, hastily cut off Sihi's words. She shouted, You say you don't need to worry about things like that. When did Oppa or I ever tell you it was hard? Before Guhu could finish speaking, Sihi slowly informed her, I want to give up now. The girl forced a smile. Instead of undergoing a hopeless surgery and burdening her family, she wanted to die doing what she loved. Guhu's heart ached at those sad words coming from Sehi's mouth. Tears welled up in her eyes. She loudly called out Sehi's name. Elgin couldn't hold back and spoke. No. At his 3 words, Sehi calmed down. The girl looked at him blankly. Elgin very coldly affirmed, "You won't die, I won't let that happen." He muttered to himself, "Are you going to make me a murderer?" His promise left Sehi momentarily dazed. The girl's eyes widened. Not only the girl but Guhu was also very moved by his words. He continued to stare at the screen and muttered his name. "Ma Dongguang Nim." Sehi was curious. How can you do that for me?" Elgin just slowly explained to the girl. "Because you have to shine in the pro league with me quickly." Sehi's eyes widened in disbelief and the girl was dazed. "Me." Without wasting time, Elgin immediately grabbed a large rock next to him. "As you wish, let's continue." In the blink of an eye he threw the large rock in front of Sehi's eyes. Sehi was slightly slow to react to the unexpected attack, but the girl's speed also allowed her to dodge the attack. Sehi hastily moved sideways, but suddenly the rock shattered with immense force. Elgin rushed from behind the rock and grabbed Sehi. The girl was pushed by him and collided directly with a nearby rock. Sehi gritted her teeth and glared at him. Elgin opened his mouth to get Sehi's attention. "Listen closely." The girl slightly opened her eyes. Elgin's face was emotionless. Hidden behind his mask, he coldly announced, "I'm going to create the strongest team, not just the strongest domestically but the strongest in the world, and to do that I need you." From behind the mask, Elgin's eyes were filled with an earnest desire for the girl. He looked at Sehi and smiled. He affirmed, "You will become a pro gamer and you will receive the love of countless people while enjoying this game. I will make it happen. So all you have to do is trust me and stay healthy." Sehi was deeply moved by his recruitment offer. The girl shed tears of joy. Sehi teased him. "What do you mean I was overwhelmed? Honestly, I'm so happy I could cry." "I'm truly happy," Sehi said jokingly. "You could have finished me off in one hit but you held back, didn't you? You're a really bad person, Ma Dongguang." Elgin didn't reply to her words. Quietly raising his fist to signal the end of the battle, Elgin began to recall the time when he walked hand in hand with her. Since when had that woman been like that? The woman who opened her heart despite his relentless attacks. Suddenly she began to change, and when the two let go, Yahoo left. That's when she started using me, and this was that period. That's when she collapsed beside Sehi's hospital bed. Elgin searched his memory. If his memory wasn't mistaken, it meant Sehi hadn't overcome her illness. He vowed not to let that happen. Elgin, fully covered, quietly observed from outside the hospital. He pulled out his phone and called someone. "This is Ma Dongguang. We met at a recent live event, right?" Elgin reminded himself. This world was no longer the one before his regression. Yue was also not the person he knew. Elgin's voice grew serious. He said on the phone, "I have an urgent favor to ask." He had absolute confidence in his calculations. Elgin asserted that it was the truth that would save Yu Sehi. In the evening, a person rushed breathlessly to the hospital where Sehi was receiving treatment. It was Yu Zhang. He collapsed in front of where Guhu was sitting, gasping for air. After catching his breath, Yu Zhang hastily asked, "How's Sehi?" "How's Sehi?" Guhu sadly informed him of the situation. "She's fine. She just fell asleep." Yu Zhang was extremely angry and continuously swore. "Damn it, I'm too late. Damn it, if that damn driver hadn't driven that car." Guhu's face hardened. She scoffed, "I'm sorry, I should have been next to that person." Yu Zhang became even more agitated and continued to swear. "What? Forget that idea. Why are you even thinking of being next to that damn guy? Why should you be next to someone older than your own dad? Do you think we'd be happy if you did that to get a car and a house?" Guhu just lowered her head and stared at the floor, her eyes narrowed. She replied coldly, "I told him not to talk about dad anymore. They're the same. That damn driver and dad," Guhu muttered. "Even so, if it's not his fault, what should we do about the car repair costs? Do you think that's just a few pennies?" Yu Zhang argued with her. "We'll just work a few more bonds more often." The two began arguing loudly in the middle of the hospital. Guhu stood up angrily. "Then you'd die right there. Think about how many hours you've worked a day and how many insults you've received from people." Yu Zhang didn't back down. He retorted, "When did I ever ask you to earn money? You just focus on what you're doing." She angrily argued, "How can I stream while playing a game while I'm watching you die at work?" Guhu leaned against the hospital room door and sighed tiredly. "Forget it. To be honest, who am I to act on my own?" Guhu painfully recalled the time Sehi blamed everything on herself. "Oppa got a lot of curses doing unwanted things day and night. It's all my fault. Now Oppa doesn't look happy either. It's all my fault." Guhu's eyes grew even more melancholic, and she said nothing. In front of the hospital room, Guhu lonely held her head and muttered to herself, "Now that I think about it, there was still a lot of discord between us. I don't understand why Sehi said that." At this moment, Sehi was lying on the hospital bed, comfortably receiving an IV. Guhu told herself, "I was too thoughtless." As Guhu was in extreme pain, Elgin appeared from somewhere and spoke. Still looking depressed, Guhu jumped up in surprise and stammered, "Mr. Ma Dongguang, Oppa, why did you come today?" Elgin politely explained, "I apologize for yesterday. I was so worried that I came to check on the child's health." Then he looked directly at Yahoo and informed her, "Besides, I came to deliver some good news." By this time she should have called. Guhu whispered, slightly flustered, "What, good news?" Suddenly the phone in Guhu's hand rang. She was surprised to see it. Guhu answered the phone, flustered. "Vice President, what's wrong?" The person on the other end of the phone hastily asked. "President, I've finally been able to reach you. I heard about your sister. She doesn't look very well." Guhu was slightly flustered and replied awkwardly, "Yes, I apologize. I couldn't contact you. Thank you very much for asking about her, but who told you that story?" The vice president didn't think deeply and replied to her, "Mr. Ma Dongguang told me. He requested a few things as it was an urgent matter. Guhu was surprised. She didn't know Eljun had told her. The vice president quickly provided additional information. Actually, I'm a member of a non-profit organization called the Asian Bone Marrow Donation Support Association. So after hearing the story from Mr. Ma Dongguang, I started informing other members about the progress. These are people I trust. Guhu didn't know their plan yet. She asked blankly, "What progress are you making?" Then she received an answer from the vice president. "We're looking for a bone marrow donor that matches your sister." Guhu was shocked, speechless. Her eyes widened as if she couldn't believe what she had heard. The vice president provided additional information. "People who heard your sister's story voluntarily went for testing. Everyone registered to help. Indeed, many people received the information and went for testing themselves." The vice president reported what she knew to Guhu. "Since so many people want to help, I'm sure we'll find a suitable bone marrow soon." Guhu was extremely flustered. She couldn't find anything to say and just mumbled, "Hum." Then, to alleviate the other person's confusion, the vice president encouraged her. "President, cheer up." Guhu finally felt relieved. She was blank for a moment. The vice president continued to reassure Guhu. She praised her for always leading the fan club so selflessly. Recalling her contributions to the club, the vice president told her in a very proud voice, "During the event as president and a high-ranking official, you enjoyed it like an ordinary person with us, ignoring all the privileges you could have received. Not only that," she continued to praise, "the president has never abused her rights or managed club funds ambiguously." Not stopping there, the vice president listed all of Yahoo's good qualities and boosted her confidence. "The president always protected the fan club members from rabid fans when we were in danger. It's only natural that many people want to help the president. The president is truly a kind and passionate person." Guhu was extremely moved by the vice president's sincere words. She burst into tears and stammered, I thank you so much." Thank you, the vice president said with a laugh. "Thanks to the president, I was able to talk on the phone with Mr. Ma Dongguang. President, please cheer up quickly. So we can go out and play with Mr. Ma Dongguang again. The Asian Championship is coming up soon, right?" Well then, as soon as the other person hung up, Guhu stared blankly at the screen. Guhu muttered to herself, "I am not that good of a person." She still couldn't believe what the other person had just told her. Eljun also joined in the comfort. "It wasn't just thanks to my help that everything went so well." He looked directly into her eyes and said softly, "It's all thanks to your transparency and passion. And don't worry, I paid for all the hospital bills." Guhu was still blank. She seemed to be thinking a lot and she couldn't believe her ears. She hastily raised her head and looked at him. "What did you say?" Guhu, slightly flustered, argued. "Why did you?" At this moment, Eljun was very cool. He put one hand in his pocket and informed her coldly, "It must have cost a tremendous amount of money. I'm not a fool who just pays money and receives nothing. This is an advance payment for Sahi's debut until she regains her health." Tears welled up in Guhu's eyes again. She stammered, "Then what did you say to persuade Sahi?" He looked directly at Eljun with firm eyes and resolutely informed him, "Do you think there's a gamer in this country who can beat me right now, and a child who's only 15 years old? If I were a team manager, I wouldn't let go of such rare talent." To solidify the other person's trust, Eljun began to analyze somewhat strangely. "It's quite strange that she hasn't received attention until now. I'm sure I'll gain more than I invested. Tell Sahi to do her best to repay me later, when she's healthy. That child will cry out from the immense training when she debuts as a pro player." Guhu was blank after hearing Eljun's firm promise. Her last line of defense finally collapsed. Guhu couldn't hold back anymore. She covered her face and burst into tears. She whispered, "Thank you, Oppa." Eljun stared blankly at the sight. Guhu sobbed with her face buried in her hands, continuously repeating, thank you so much, thank you." Yu Zhang and Eljun could only stare blankly at her, and the tears streaming down her face were too much to hide. Her whole body was trembling. Eljun quietly watched her, saying nothing, just listening to her sobbing and mumbling words. Immediately after, Eljun slowly left. The hospital corridor was now quiet. As Eljun slowly walked, he thought, if I hadn't met Ma Dongguang, if I hadn't become a fan of Ma Dongguang and created a fan club, if I hadn't started over without giving up from the beginning, if all these coincidences hadn't intertwined, this future would never have appeared. As soon as Eljun walked out of the hospital door, Yu Zhang hastily chased after him. He called out loudly, "Mr. Ma Dongguang." Yu Zhang was gasping as he followed him. He just stared at him with sad eyes. Eljun turned to look at him. He left only one word. "I don't know who your master is, but stop whatever illegal work you're doing." He bit his lip tightly. Yu Zhang's gaze was fixed on Eljun as if he wanted to say something. Suddenly Yu Zhang bowed very politely. "Thank you, Mr. Ma Dongguang." Eljun didn't expect him to do this much. His eyes widened in surprise. Eljun joked to himself, "Damn it, I never thought I'd hear a thank you from him someday. Fortunately, this mask allowed me to hide my complex emotions." His gaze fell downwards. Eljun was lost in thought for a moment. He recalled his previous memories. Eljun remembered the day he tried to catch Yahoo's back and the day before he was abandoned by Yahoo and gave up. "I enjoyed it enough. The scene most deeply etched in my mind was Yahoo's helpless eyes staring at Eljun then," he internally evaluated. Her face looked like tears could burst forth at any moment. Elgin recalled her covering her face with her hands, looking extremely sad just now. He was blank. It was the exact same face he had seen minutes ago. At that time, Guhu's face was covered in tears and her eyes, filled with sadness, were beyond description. Suddenly, Elgin broke out of the flow of that memory and hastily raised his head. Elgin shook his head a few times to stop the world from spinning. He looked straight ahead and muttered to himself, "Forget it, put those thoughts aside now. It's fortunate that I was able to hire her. She'll make a huge contribution to Ma Dongguang's future. I won't care if she cries or not. Now I need to complete the Cloud Island raid before the Asian Championship begins. I'll be busy from now on." A few days later, I heard that a bone marrow match had been found, and the transplant would proceed soon. Yes, I forgot about the health-boosting juice I was drinking and shouted with joy. A gigantic meteor was still floating in the sky. It was getting closer and closer to the island Elgin's group had seen. The star penetrated the island's shield and went inside. The shield, after being broken, automatically restored itself to its original state. After a while, a voice recognition defense Kaijo notification appeared on the system. Synchronization is in progress. After a while, a new notification appeared on the system. Synchronization complete. At this time, the meteor entered the center of the island. The entire appearance of the island was revealed. An island floating 20,000 meters above the ground, Bati's paradise. Elgin was extremely excited about this mission. He cheered with joy. Finally, I've been waiting a long time to attack Cloud Island. Elgin was extremely looking forward to this conquest. This is a huge dungeon I've never played before. There are countless traps, powerful monsters, and difficult missions here. He confidently raised his head. Now let's begin. A light appeared behind Elgin. It was a teleportation gate. He turned around and looked at it. Yun-sun cheerfully walked out of the teleportation gate and greeted him. "Ha, Elgin, you got here before me." Yun-sun was currently inhabiting the body of an angel. She continuously admired the magnificent scenery before her eyes. "This game is really amazing. I wanted to play it again after my last login. I remember the scenery I saw earlier." Elgin briefly observed the terrain before his eyes and explained the gameplay to new players like Yun-sun. "Alright, this is the first stage of entering Cloud Island. We need to get through this complex maze and complete the main mission inside. We need to get through as quickly as possible to save time." They gradually went inside. As they followed the path, Yun-sun looked around, extremely excited. Elgin said, the maze looks wide from the outside. The inside of the maze is quite spacious, and the walls are lined with vines and moss." Elgin pointed ahead. "To the right is a rock wall, and to the left are rotten trees." Everything was so new to Yun-sun. She was surprised everywhere she went. "It's like I've become a microorganism spinning in a human hand. So exciting, so good." Then after a while, Yun-sun asked Elgin worriedly, "Aren't we going the wrong way?" Without hesitation. "Do you know the way?" He smiled and replied humbly, "I roughly know." But there was another answer in his mind. "I gained knowledge from the curated wisdom of old players and other secrets." A moment later, Yun suddenly exclaimed in surprise, pointing ahead and calling Elgin loudly. "There's something over there." He blankly followed Yun-sun's finger. "Ha, where?" She stared blankly at what was before her eyes. "The creeper in front of us." Before them was a withered and lifeless creeper. Yun-sun carefully described it as withered and dull. Elgin looked up at the vines wrapped all around. All these trees had turned dark brown. He agreed with Yun-sun. "You're right, but to me, they're only withered, not dead yet." Just then, something suddenly caught Yun-sun's eye. She stared at it blankly. Behind the wall they were standing on, a monster's arm was slowly moving from the darkness. A bad ending appeared. It glided towards them, its red eyes gleaming. Its two eyes shone brightly. The system described it as Bad Ending Crawling Warrior Grade A. Abilities unknown. Elgin was startled by the sudden appearance of the bad ending. He stammered, "We're in trouble, really unlucky." Yun-sun was equally terrified. She looked at it with anxious eyes. "Is it a dangerous monster? It looks hard to defeat." The bad ending opened its huge mouth, its red eyes gleaming, and growled. It prepared to charge at them. Before it could even get ready, the bad ending was hit by a sudden attack. Caught off guard by the surprise attack, it crashed into the wall, leaving Elgin and Yun-sun astonished. Two arrows embedded in the bad ending's body pinned it to the wall. Elgin quickly turned to where the arrows came from and loudly called out a familiar name. Drake. Drake stood proudly on the wall, crossbow in hand. He gave instructions. "It's best to avoid the bad ending. There's no reward for killing it." After speaking, Drake smiled and didn't forget to joke as he lowered a rope to the two. "You're late. I've been waiting for ages." Elgin, who had been helped, gripped the rope tightly and gave a bitter smile. "Sorry." Suddenly, the bad ending broke free from the wall and roared fiercely. Elgin was startled by the bad ending's thrashing as he tried to climb the wall. The three of them looked in confusion at the constantly growling bad ending. Drake was very calm. He pulled out a bottle containing white liquid and poured it onto the bad ending. All the liquid poured over its head. After that, the bad ending tried to climb the wall to chase them, but it was no use. Elgin wondered, "What is it, oil?" Drake calmly replied. "Yes, it's oil, so its feet are too slippery to climb." Suddenly, Drake's eyes sharpened. He added, "And it will catch fire very quickly." Elgin immediately understood Drake's intention. He praised, "Good." The two chuckled slyly. Elgin generated sparks by rubbing his feet, and the sparks flew straight towards where the bad ending was standing. The bad ending was engulfed in flames in the blink of an eye. It screamed and thrashed continuously. As the plan succeeded, Elgin and Drake laughed heartily. "Playing with fire is so fun." Yoon-sun enjoyed herself but then looked uneasily at the two who had almost turned into beasts. They continued their journey to conquer the maze. Along the way, Yoon-sun asked Eljan curiously, "Drake called that a bad ending. What is a bad ending?" He explained additional knowledge to new players like Yoon-sun. Creatures living in battlefields or dungeons are usually called monsters. She quickly stated what she knew, excluding players and NPCs. Immediately after, Yoon-sun received a detailed explanation from Eljan. "I know by the same definition monsters living on the Cloud Island are called bad endings, not monsters." Drake also participated in educating the newcomer. He said as he pulled Yoon-sun up onto the wall, "Bad endings are worthless creatures, there's no need to fight them." Yoon-sun blankly asked again why. He didn't forget to cautiously warn, "Be careful." Only then did he answer, "Because they give a lot of experience points but no money or items, so you can't get anything useful." After saying this, Drake frowned and complained. Besides, even if they drop items, they're useless. Nowadays there are no villages to sell them in and no way to replenish consumables, so killing them is the worst. Eljan was speechless hearing him grumble. He thought he must have died a lot recently. Yoon-sun admired the maze's scenery. A place full of vines and flowers, she joyfully said, "Those fruits look so delicious." Fruits of various colors caught Yoon-sun's eye. She said in a charming voice, "Eljan, I want to try them. I can't reach them." Eljan also took great care of her and picked the fruits for her. But as he picked the fruits, he glanced at Yoon-sun and continuously muttered to himself. Besides curiosity, her actions are a bit naive. Is she excited about playing this game or about inhabiting an angel's body? Yoon-sun received the freshly picked fruits with both hands. She joyfully took a bite, and with just one bite Yoon-sun tasted sweetness. Her eyes sparkled. "It's so sweet, like concentrated honey, and it's sour. It tastes sour and sweet." Seeing her happily savoring it, Eljan didn't forget to caution, "Chewing is fine, but don't swallow the seeds." Hearing that, Yoon-sun looked up and asked softly, "Are these fruits bad?" He couldn't resist joking, "No, they're bad-ending food." At those words, like a bolt from the blue, Yoon-sun's face turned pale. She stared blankly. Then Yoon-sun quickly ran away and threw up everything she had just eaten. Drake, who was beside her, patted her back. He was speechless seeing Eljan laughing with satisfaction and delight. He laughed gleefully until tears streamed down his face, continuously teasing, "Don't worry, you only chewed it. Your stomach will be fine. Many people tried it too." Yoon-sun seemed to have lost her soul at this moment. Drake returned to the main topic. "Where do we go now? I haven't explored this area yet." "How do you know the way?" Eljan was just about to answer Drake's question. "Oh right." Just then, a loud noise interrupted him. The three of them widened their eyes, seeing the bad ending had just leapt in front of them. The red-eyed bad ending stared intensely at them. The three of them cried out in confusion, "It's a crawling warrior." Drake froze. "Damn it. Bad endings have a habit of chasing their target until they die. This one looks really strong." Eljan also gritted his teeth and looked at it. He gripped the weapon in his hand tightly. Suddenly a strange feeling flashed through Eljan's mind. He asked softly in confusion, "This one looks really strong. Wait, Drake, that bad ending looks a bit strange." Drake paused for a moment at Eljan's question and observed the bad ending in front of him. He was very curious, finding that the bad ending in front of him was continuously trembling. It just jumped far, so why is it staggering? The bad ending was still trembling continuously. Its body gradually crumbled into pieces like ashes. It suddenly raised both arms. No one expected the bad ending to act like this. It gripped its face tightly with both hands and growled continuously. Drake and Eljan watched as the bad ending tore at its body, and in the blink of an eye the bad ending's outer shell ripped open. Inside was a grotesque black form. Behind the torn ash-like shell, its red eyes and grotesque laugh were clearly revealed. Sweat dripped from Eljan's forehead, but his face was filled with anticipation. "Finally it has appeared." Yoon-sun retreated in fear and Eljan and Drake blocked her. The two were already in an attacking stance. Eljan frowned and looked at the bad ending. "This is the one that increased the difficulty when attacking the head of Cloud Island. The strongest and worst bad ending is called the Nightmare of the Maze. The name of this grotesque monster is the Ultimate Nightmare. Bad ending grade A. Traits unknown." Eljan looked at it a little worriedly. He inwardly cursed, "Damn it, really unlucky." Drake was extremely flustered after receiving the information panel from the system. Nightmare state, danger level A. How strong is that monster? Eljan was still silently analyzing the situation. On the positive side, its appearance means we're on the right path. He was a little flustered, and Eljan felt something strange. The Ultimate Nightmare stared intently at them, its face extremely grotesque and terrifying, and blue light emanated from its entire body. The Ultimate Nightmare twisted its neck 90 degrees, but its eyes still looked straight ahead. In the blink of an eye, the Ultimate Nightmare turned its head completely 180 degrees backward, with its head hanging completely upside down. Yoon-sun was extremely terrified by the sight, her face turning pale. The Ultimate Nightmare began its attack. It charged forward, its gigantic body approached right in front of Eljan, and he also retreated slightly in fear. Its face was devoid of expression, but it exuded an unspeakably terrifying aura. It charged forward resolutely. Eljan gritted his teeth and focused intently on its movements. Eljan gripped the weapon in his hand tightly and prepared to counterattack. He resolutely thrust the sword in his hand forward, but the Ultimate Nightmare quickly dodged to the side. It still charged forward. Eljan was startled and frowned, looking at the Ultimate Nightmare. It brushed past Eljan in an instant. Yoon-sun was blank. She didn't react in time as the Ultimate Nightmare charged to attack her. Before the Ultimate Nightmare could reach Yoon-sun, Drake quickly picked her up and dodged. Drake felt something strange and he thought, Elgin was right in front of it, so why isn't it interested in Elgin and coming this way? The ultimate nightmare smiled grotesquely, and its mouth was full not only of red teeth but also eyeballs with blue pupils. As Yoon Sun's attack missed, it slowly stood upright and looked at her. Drake clicked his tongue in anger and pulled out numerous shurikens. Drake threw the shurikens at the ultimate nightmare and shouted, "Eat this!" Numerous shurikens flew towards it, but the ultimate nightmare seemed unfazed. It still stood firm. The ultimate nightmare ignored the shurikens beneath its feet and stepped over them. Drake was surprised to see it move unfazed after his attack. He speculated, is it unfazed by shurikens? It might have an oblivion trait. Elgin broke into a cold sweat looking at the ultimate nightmare. That's right, it has Ma Dongguang's physical damage immunity skill. It's the perfect counter trait for Ma Dongguang, who mainly uses natural disaster skills like earthquakes and whirlpools. You could say it's his natural enemy. The ultimate nightmare's movement speed wasn't slow either. It was very nimble. With the advantage of its size and very long legs, the ultimate nightmare moved nimbly and quickly. Stones beneath its feet shattered wherever it passed. The ultimate nightmare began to attack Elgin first. He barely managed to retreat and avoid it. Elgin analyzed while dodging. It's not only nimble but strong. Ever since it defeated the best of the Berserker class, the Claw Warrior, an A-grade monster with a single attack, it can tear apart a sandworm, a monster of the same grade, with its bare hands. Its attack mechanism seems easy to understand, but it's difficult to deal with effectively. Having successfully widened the distance from it, Elgin quickly signaled to the two, "Let's escape from here. We can pass without killing it." Drake also agreed with him. Okay, he quickly hugged Yoon Sun and they all ran away. In a dangerous moment, Elgin stepped forward and commanded loudly, "Both of you follow me." Drake thought very strangely. Follow him? Since when did he know the way through this maze? Elgin used his navigation ability and light emanated from his eyes. A navigation appeared in Elgin's vision at this moment. He muttered to himself, "I have GPS on now, so I can see the exit of this maze." He can have this ability thanks to the 0th generation BCI hood. This hood generates a multidimensional space, allowing him to find the exit of the Cloud Island maze. This is a developer's oversight. Elgin inwardly admired. There's no reason not to prepare this before entering the maze. It's the latest product, he praised himself. This error was updated once after someone discovered it, but I secretly hid it before the Cloud Island update. Thanks to the GPS, Elgin easily found the correct path. They moved quickly under his guidance. After running for a long time, they finally saw light, and everyone cheered with joy. End of the stairs. Yoon Sun could easily recognize this place through the angel's memories. She quickly announced, in the angel's memories, there was a door that only angels could open. After speaking, Yoon Sun jumped out of Drake's arms and quickly ran towards the door. She placed both palms on the stone door and a magic circle appeared and glowed under Yoon Sun's influence. The door gradually began to open. Yoon Sun was startled. The door is opening. After some time, the entrance of the door was still opening slowly, and they were a little disappointed, as if speechless. Yoon Sun stared blankly at the door in confusion, and Drake whispered, "It seems to be opening a bit slowly." Elgin stood guard behind them and said, "It will take a few minutes for everyone to pass through." He gritted his teeth. Elgin blamed himself inwardly. "I could have known about this problem if I had looked up the data. Such valuable information, and I didn't pay attention at all. I didn't even hear about this in the Vanguard interview." Not long after, the ultimate nightmare pursued them. It swung its arm and shattered the stone wall, and the three of them looked at it in fear. Drake nervously aimed his crossbow at the ultimate nightmare. In the blink of an eye, the ultimate nightmare swung its arm and attacked them. It attacked Yoon Sun directly, but she was able to be protected by Drake. With just one attack, Drake's crossbow was split in two. He informed Elgin of the information with all his might. "Elgin, that thing is targeting Yoon Sun, trying to take down the team's supporter first." Elgin, having received the information from Drake, glared at the ultimate nightmare in anger. It was still trying to attack. The ultimate nightmare swung its arm and shattered a nearby stone wall. It gripped the newly shattered stone tightly and resolutely threw it towards where Yoon Sun was standing. Drake quickly picked her up and dodged. The ultimate nightmare charged and attacked madly. It only targeted Yoon Sun. Elgin quickly ran next to the ultimate nightmare. He charged like lightning. Elgin swung his sword and slashed the ultimate nightmare, and it was strongly thrown backward. Elgin cursed in extreme anger. It's only targeting Yoon Sun, the angel race, which is the supporter. It's trying to tie up the team's movements by targeting the weakest part of the team first. Taking down the supporter is the best way to slow down the movements of other teammates. What a troublesome monster. Elgin analyzed the situation for a moment and then made a guess. Now running away doesn't seem to be the only answer. He licked his lips a little excitedly. Elgin stared intently at the ultimate nightmare. Even knowing it was a monster not designed to be defeated, he faced the bad ending without any hesitation. Elgin smiled confidently. "There seems to be no other way." He wiped his nose. "I won't be able to defeat it by conventional means, but I might be able to do something with my trickery." At this moment, the ultimate nightmare frowned and tilted its head slightly, looking at him. And he inwardly lamented, "This monster currently has no known way to be defeated now or in the future." However, Elgin was still very confidently preparing to face it. "Let's begin, I think I can do it." Thinking that, he unhesitatingly attacked the ultimate nightmare head-on. Elgin shouted loudly, "Let's fight!" The current situation in the maze was that they were fighting the ultimate nightmare. Elgin was trying to block the bad ending to prevent Yoon-sun and Drake from being attacked. He stood before the ultimate nightmare and fiercely provoked it. He sneered, "I'm a rookie. My nickname is Monster. Shall we dance?" The ultimate nightmare tilted its head towards Elgin, calmly observing without attacking. A moment later, the ultimate nightmare moved at an incredibly fast pace. It climbed the wall and advanced very quickly. Ignoring Elgin's presence, it brushed past him. Seeing Yoon-sun, the ultimate nightmare quickly reached out its hand towards her. Yoon was flustered, seeing the monster rushing at her. However, it couldn't achieve its goal. A foot from the side struck the ultimate nightmare's face hard. Elgin stomped on the ultimate nightmare's face, forcing it to the ground. He arrogantly provoked it. "Hey little one," a vein throbbed on Elgin's forehead. He stomped on it with all his might. Elgin immediately mocked it. Surprised, "My speed is outstanding. Have you ever seen someone move so fast their clothes tear?" Trampled under Elgin's foot, the ultimate nightmare was extremely enraged. Veins popped on its expressionless face. It struggled with all its might, eventually breaking free from his oppression. The ultimate nightmare angrily swung its hand at him. Elgin easily dodged. He even retorted, "Did you see me?" The ultimate nightmare, extremely provoked, fiercely attacked Elgin. He too did not back down, dodging all attacks at maximum speed. The ultimate nightmare stomped hard on the ground, shattering it. Dust flew everywhere. Drake seriously observed the battle and offered his analysis. "It's not just speed. Elgin is too strong and that monster is no pushover. He's not showing any openings at all." The ultimate nightmare continued to smash everything, breaking the rocks that blocked its path. Suddenly, it inadvertently raised its head and observed ahead. The space before the ultimate nightmare was empty, and it scanned everywhere to find Elgin's appearance. He suddenly appeared and fatally stabbed the ultimate nightmare's thigh. Elgin didn't forget to sneer at it. "Too scary, right? So stupid to reveal so many weaknesses." A typical weakness of Graben's, the ultimate nightmare was extremely flustered, cold sweat dripping from its face. It was utterly shocked by Elgin's fatal attack. Capitalizing on his momentum, Elgin stabbed its forearm once more. He confidently raised his head and declared, "I don't care what kind of monster you are, as long as you're a monster, you'll die by my dismemberment technique." Suddenly, the ultimate nightmare leaped forcefully over Elgin's head. Startling him, it jumped behind Elgin and fled with all its might. He could only glance at it, having no time to react. Elgin hurriedly chased after it. He continuously swore, "Damn it, a hit-and-run tactic, stop right now." The ultimate nightmare's shadow gradually disappeared behind a fork in the path much later. Its speed was incredibly fast. Elgin chased with all his might. As soon as he passed the fork, a flustered expression was clearly visible on his face. Before Elgin was already a dead end. The path ahead was destroyed. Elgin mumbled to himself in confusion. "How dead end? Where did it disappear to?" He advanced in a fluster, his mouth agape in surprise. Before Elgin was a deep chasm. Suddenly his gaze focused on one spot. "There's something below," he stammered in a panic. At the bottom of the chasm was something called muhu, or corpse flower. Its grade was A, traits unknown, and it was waiting for prey with its mouth wide open. Drake caught the scent of danger and rushed to warn him. "Elgin, be careful. Luring an opponent to a dead end is 100 a trap." Hearing Drake's voice echoing behind him, Elgin quickly turned his head. Before he could act, the ground beneath his feet was shattered by the ultimate nightmare. Elgin was about to fall into the deep chasm where the corpse flower waited with its mouth open. He swore in a panic, "What is this? Why is this monster so cunning?" The ultimate nightmare calmly watched him fall from above. After a few growls, as soon as it dealt with Elgin, it quickly rushed towards Yoon-sun. At this moment, Drake was standing before her, trying to block it. Suddenly, the ultimate nightmare was very flustered. A very powerful force was pulling it backward. A magical chain wrapped around the ultimate nightmare's wrist, dragging it towards the chasm. Elgin was clinging to the wall, sweat dripped from his forehead. He pulled the bad ending towards himself with all his might. Elgin dragged the ultimate nightmare down with him with all his strength. He gritted his teeth. "I'm not dying before you, you damn bastard." Both Elgin and the ultimate nightmare fell into the chasm. They were free falling towards the mouth of the corpse flower. Both of them were extremely flustered. Inside the corpse flower's mouth, countless red tentacles squirmed continuously. Elgin shouted in a panic, "It's the corpse flower's tentacles." He knew all too well that if he touched them, its mouth would close and he would dissolve in acid. "Don't touch them, absolutely don't touch them." He rubbed his body against the wall, trying to stop himself using friction. Elgin screamed in a panic. In the end, he was able to stop. Elgin clung to the wall. Seeing the corpse flower's tentacles waiting below, he couldn't help but swallow in fear. Elgin experienced a dizzying moment. "I stopped. What a relief. This flower doesn't seem to know someone fell. If that monster had jumped in earlier, it would surely have died." Elgin blankly stared at the opposite wall. The ultimate nightmare was clinging to the wall just like Elgin. It too feared the corpse flower's tentacles like him. The two stared blankly at each other, their actions mirroring each other. Elgin silently glared at the ultimate nightmare. On the opposite side, the ultimate nightmare also glared blankly at Elgin. A moment later, the corpse flower began to close its mouth full of dangerous tentacles. Seizing the opportunity, Elgin and the ultimate nightmare leaped out together, slowly climbing out. He glanced at the ultimate nightmare, extremely wary. It too quickly glanced at Elgin. The two once again fought fiercely, exchanging blows. They fought intensely, neither giving an inch. The ultimate nightmare clung to the wall, glaring blankly at Elgin. He raised his head and provoked it. "No matter how strong you are, I'll win. Your HP is continuously decreasing due to the critical hits." I just need to wait. As if understanding his words, it growled a few times from its throat. The ultimate nightmare quickly picked a red fruit. It was the same kind of fruit he had picked for Yoon-sun earlier. The ultimate nightmare clung to the vine-covered wall, calmly holding the fruit in its hand. It opened its red tooth-filled mouth wide. In one bite, it ate almost the entire fruit. Killing intent emanated from the ultimate nightmare's entire body, as if it was overflowing with power again. Elgin blankly stared at the ultimate nightmare. He mumbled to himself, "Is that the honey fruit Yoon ate earlier?" He recalled the moment Yoon had happily held the fruit in her hand and enjoyed it. Elgin thought in a panic, "Why is that?" The bad ending's eyes were once again filled with red, killing intent. It showed off its muscles, flaunting its strength. The thigh area Elgin had attacked earlier was healed. Almost no traces of the earlier attack remained on the ultimate nightmare's entire body. Elgin's eyes widened in surprise at the series of actions he had just witnessed. As if unable to believe it, he was extremely flustered. Unbelievable. Damn it, its HP is recovering. Is it evolving? Elgin mumbled to himself. Does that honey fruit have such powerful properties? The now powerful ultimate nightmare once again rushed at Elgin and attacked him. He blankly stared at it. The ultimate nightmare forcefully slammed its fist down towards where Elgin was standing. The power of the fist was so immense that the ground there shattered. Elgin quickly ducked his head sideways, barely dodging the earlier attack. He was horrified to see the fist that had just grazed his head. The ultimate nightmare madly smashed everything continuously. Elgin had extreme difficulty dodging. He tried with all his might to escape the ultimate nightmare's attack range. Elgin swore to himself as he fled. Damn it, I knew the monster ate the honey fruit, but I didn't know it could heal itself. He glared at the monster, gritting his teeth in frustration. Elgin inwardly lamented. This fight is going to take much longer. He briefly observed the terrain here and found that vines were everywhere. Elgin was extremely worried, not knowing how many honey fruits were in the maze. The time damage from Death's Fang alone won't be enough. Isn't this too overpowered? There was no time to devise a plan. The ultimate nightmare once again smashed a brick wall to find Elgin. As the wall exploded, brick fragments flew towards Elgin. He tried to block them with his dagger. Suddenly, the ultimate nightmare leapt before him. It extended its long arm trying to reach Elgin. The ultimate nightmare's hand transformed into a sharp weapon. Just before it reached Elgin, he gritted his teeth and tried to dodge. Elgin cursed inwardly. Damn it. He recalled the technique he had used earlier to attack the ultimate nightmare's weakness. He was extremely frustrated, realizing it was using the same trick he had just pulled. Suddenly, the ultimate nightmare's gaze shifted elsewhere. It looked ahead in a panic. While Elgin watched in disbelief, the ultimate nightmare was hit by a powerful attack and sent flying backward from behind. The ultimate nightmare was sent flying backward by an explosion. It was Drake's support. He stood above where they were fighting and shot powerful arrows at the bad ending, saving Elgin. Simultaneously, he signaled to him, "Hurry up, climb up. Bow attacks can't buy any more time." Elgin, having been saved by his comrade's signal, narrowly escaped death. He quickly followed his words. "Thanks, Drake." Elgin quickly used his swift movement skill to leap from the chasm to where Drake was standing and joined him. Just as he arrived, a beam of light erupted from beneath his feet. The ultimate nightmare leaped straight towards where Elgin was. As soon as it leapt up, it madly smashed the nearby wall fragments. Elgin turned around in extreme panic. Yoon-sun and Drake quickly fled. However, Drake, seeing Elgin intending to confront the ultimate nightmare, called out his name loudly in extreme worry. Elgin firmly commanded them, "Go to the door we just saw." Elgin decided to confront the ultimate nightmare to buy time for the two to escape. He stared blankly at the bad ending and said resolutely, "I'll deal with this annoying thing, then I'll follow." Elgin swallowed, looking at the grotesque thing before him. As he had said, it was truly difficult to deal with. As he couldn't rely solely on time-based damage, he devised a plan to deal with it for a moment. Despite a slight fear in his heart, Elgin still wore a smile on his face. He mumbled to himself, "I knew it would be difficult to deal with, but I didn't expect it to be this much. If the situation gets worse, I'll have to destroy all the honey fruits here so it can't regenerate." The ultimate nightmare emitted soot from its entire body. A grotesque groaning sound continuously emanated from its throat. Elgin noticed something strange about it. The ultimate nightmare continued to growl. He looked at it with suspicious eyes. The ultimate nightmare's gaze stopped on Yoon-sun at this time. She was under Drake's thorough protection. The ultimate nightmare's face contorted even more, its head shaking, and continuous growling sounds came from its throat. Suddenly a loud noise occurred. The ultimate nightmare was attacked from behind by a dazzling light. Elgin blankly stared at what had just happened. His eyes widened in shock. Elgin didn't understand what had just occurred. From above he saw a person wearing a hood. In that person's hand was a book, a pair of wings on their back, and a halo shining like an angel above their head. Bokasa Fish took off his hood. He caught his breath and asked, "Are you all right?" Drake was extremely surprised. He asked, "Elgin, who is that? Is that person a player?" Elgin's mouth also hung open at this appearance. He speculated, "Unbelievable. That person has wings and a halo above their head. It must be an angel," Drake whispered. "In other words, an NPC, Elgin agreed with his thought. "Probably. A normal player couldn't have gotten here faster than us." The ultimate nightmare, not completely defeated by the earlier attack, once again stood up and struggled with all its might. Dazzling light began to emanate from its entire body. Bokasa Fish calmly signaled to them with an expressionless face, "I'll handle this place, so children, find a way out of here." The ultimate nightmare angrily rushed at Bokasa Fish trying to attack. However, Bokasa Fish stood there indifferently. He gently extended one hand forward and shouted the name of his skill, Heat Dome. An emerald beam of light erupted accordingly. Okasa Parish's attack accurately struck the ultimate nightmare. It was pushed back, its body almost burnt. An enormous amount of heat emanated. Fish commanded them while fighting, "Hurry, even I cannot hold out against this fellow for long." As if waiting for those words, Drake quickly hugged Yoon and hurriedly fled. Elgin also no longer hesitated and prepared to follow the two. Before disappearing, he looked back and shouted, "Thank you, Gendiv." The three ran towards the door Yoon's son had opened earlier with her angelic power. At this time the door was open wide enough. The three rejoiced. "Good, the door is open enough now," Elgin signaled. "Go in." With that, the three quickly ran to the other side of the door. As soon as they passed through the door, thick white smoke filled the space before them. The three coughed due to the smoke as soon as they entered. Elgin squinted his eyes, trying to observe the surroundings, still coughing incessantly. Visibility returned, but the surroundings were quite empty. Drake asked, "Are we out?" Yoon's son replied with a slight disappointment, "I think we're still inside." However, Elgin felt it was good enough to have escaped the previous battle. He sighed, "Whatever, but I think we can escape." Suddenly, his gaze focused on the scene before him. Although it was backlit, he could see a human shadow gradually approaching. He mumbled to himself, "What is it?" A woman with wings and a halo above her head approached them. Her eyes were extremely worried. "Oh my, the lost innocent child has finally returned. Poor child, oh this is a miracle." The three understood nothing and all stared blankly at her. Drake whispered to Elgin, "Is this an angel village? She's probably treating us favorably because we brought an angel girl." Elgin replied in a low voice, "Well, at least it's better than fighting that monster earlier." Yoon looked at the woman with wide eyes and the woman stared intently at Yoon without saying a word. Yoon's son slowly approached her step by step. Drake exclaimed in a panic, "Son, wait a moment." However, Yoon's son trusted this woman implicitly. She reassured Drake in a gentle voice, "It's all right, Drake. I think I can be comfortable around these people." As soon as Yoon got close, the woman hugged her tightly. She gently stroked Yoon's son's hair and Yoon's son blushed shyly. The woman's eyes were full of tears and she caressed Yoon's son, comforting her. "From now on, don't worry about anything. We'll protect you. We won't let you go through this again." Yoon was also swept up in the emotion. She too had tears in her eyes. Yoon's son basked in the warm and comforting feeling. Could it be because she could also feel the memories of the angel girl? And Yoon's son hugged the woman and sobbed, tears of warm family love. The woman smiled gently and stroked Yoon's son's hair. Drake couldn't help but shed tears at Yoon's son's sobbing. He wiped his nose. "I don't know what's going on, but it's quite moving," Elgin lightly agreed. At this moment there was a slight awkwardness in Elgin's heart. Too much sympathy for an NPC isn't good, because here other angels suddenly began to point spears at Elgin and Drake. They asked, "But who are you two?" The other two female angels also started whispering about them. "They're ugly. They don't have wings or halos," another angel added. "Not only that, they're people from outside the labyrinth. They look really dirty and strange." Then almost all the angels started to criticize. They wondered if it was another form of the Muhu monster. Drake and Elgin were speechless at their gossip. Both of them could only stand there blankly, quietly observing. The woman also looked at Elgin and Drake with suspicious eyes. She commanded, "People from the outside world are very suspicious. They must be Muhu monsters disguised with cunning tricks. Capture them immediately." Yoon's son was flustered and tried to explain quickly. "No, we're not." Drake was extremely angry and his face was covered in veins. Drake whispered, "Elgin, they're driving me crazy. Should we keep fighting? There are no events or quests appearing here." But Elgin's eyes were very resolute. He bared his teeth and smiled. "For now, just listen to what they say. I have a plan." This massive structure was an island called Cloud Island, and Quaddus was the last refuge of the angels. After being defeated in the battle against demons, the angels, almost on the verge of extinction, hid from the demons and almost completely disappeared. But they suddenly began to appear. Creatures that shouldn't exist here called Muhu. These strange monsters suddenly appeared and completely destroyed the ecosystem of Cloud Island. To avoid a tragic end like in the past, the Angel's Supreme Commander finally created this giant labyrinth. The architecture of this labyrinth was very mysterious, from places like the abyss where Elgin and the ultimate nightmare fell, to sheer cliffs that couldn't be crossed without climbing. Everywhere vines grew profusely. Drake said with admiration, "The one who made this labyrinth is your emperor. That's truly amazing." Michelangelo was seriously on guard, but when spoken to, he replied comfortably. He was a great king. He protected the Angel's last sanctuary from the demons. At this moment, Drake and Elgin were imprisoned in a dungeon. Elgin sat there indifferently listening to the two's conversation. Drake asked him back in surprise, "He once was, what happened to him now?" Michelangelo recalled memories of the old emperor. One day the emperor suddenly changed and went mad. He imprisoned all newborn babies in the dungeon, saying he had received a prophecy that they would destroy this world. So he imprisoned them all according to the prophecy. He went mad. How could such a wise and benevolent king become so insane? So people started spreading rumors that he had been tempted by demons. Horrible rumors spread everywhere that he cooked and ate children and drank their blood. Drake asked from inside the prison. "And you just let all that happen?" Michelangelo replied expressionlessly. "We had no other choice. The emperor was too strong. We couldn't defeat him, even if we gathered all the angels. The best we could do was to avoid him and create a new village inside the labyrinth. The village was created to hide from the old emperor, but it was built very cautiously and meticulously." Having said this much, Michelangelo frowned and sighed. "We just waited helplessly. We just waited for someone to rescue the children from the prison. Drake found it difficult to understand his words. What are you talking about? Didn't you just say the children were imprisoned? How could we have escaped from there and found a village inside this labyrinth? Michelangelo immediately introduced without hiding anything. We have an acquaintance in the Imperial Palace. He rescues children whenever he gets a chance and brings them here. Nettie, who came with you, is also one of the children rescued and returned to the village. At this point, Michelangelo's voice was full of pride. We call him Wabek. Yun-sun's eyes sparkled as she asked excitedly. Wabek? The old woman smiled gently and calmly explained, yes. He rescued you. You were ambushed by Muhu on your way back to the village and disappeared while he was fighting the Muhu. Do you remember anything? Having said this much, she once again teared up, hugging Yun-sun and comforting her. You suffered so much because of that mad emperor. How could you have gone through so much and returned safely? What a relief! Yun-sun was flustered and speechless. I don't remember anything else. An intense feeling of guilt surged in Yun-sun's heart. She apologized inwardly. I'm sorry. Actually, I'm Yun-sun, not Nettie. Even if she's an NPC, deceiving her like this is too heartbreaking. Inside the cozy nursing home, Yun-sun resolutely vowed, even so, I need to hear as many stories from her as possible. Maybe I can find another fragment of her memory. Inside the prison where Elgin and Drake were confined, the two were spending time chatting. Drake sighed and said, I can't understand anything. I've never had such a suspicious quest before. This prison looks too old. I'm sure we can break it. When can we leave, however? Elgin was still calmly waiting. He reassured him, just wait for now. You never know, an event might occur. Drake looked up at the prison entrance with suspicious eyes and muttered to himself. But that person, he answers all my questions without hesitation. Are all the people in this village like that? Elgin also didn't know what expression to make. I agree. Anyway, they're angels. There was some movement above the prison. Elgin inadvertently looked up at the village and admired, I hope it's not too late. On Yun-sun's side, the old woman was still patiently trying to remind her of old memories. She gently asked, do you remember anything about your sister? Yun-sun stared at her blankly, her eyes wide. Yun-sun asked in a small voice. Sister? Yun-sun struggled to gather the scattered fragments of the angel's memories in her mind. She asked herself, Sister who? I must remember something, but that memory fragment isn't here. Where did it fly off to? Just thinking blankly like this isn't a good method either. Yun-sun decided for herself. If she didn't know, she would just ask. She cautiously asked the old woman, Grandma, what kind of person is my sister? She lightly scoffed. The old woman closed her eyes and slowly recalled that person. She calmly described Yun-sun's twin sister. Betty, born a few minutes before you, was the complete opposite of you. Although not smart, she was very brave. She was always the leader of the group. Now that I think about it, she always pretended to be strong to protect you, because you were always shy. The old woman recalled an old story. She recalled the day Betty kept hitting Yun-sun's head when Yun-sun was crying, unable to forget a horrible story in her mind. I think that child was trying to help you forget that horrible story. Although she was scolded for that action, it only made you cry even louder. The old woman's large hand enveloped Yun-sun's hand resting on her lap. The woman smiled gently. Seeing you return safely, I'm sure Betty is also safe somewhere. Don't worry too much. Yun-sun was slightly flustered and her cheeks turned red. Guilt swept through Yun-sun's heart and a slight tremor crossed her expression. Yun-sun thought to herself, I don't think I can hold it in anymore. In Yun-sun's mind, a small young angel, Nettie, was quietly huddled on the ground. Her inner self wanted to shout, the fact that Nettie is already dead. Angel Nettie's face grew larger and larger, and it already swayed Yun-sun's gentle heart. She hesitated to speak. Grandma, actually I am. Yun-sun's voice trembled more and more each time she tried to tell the truth. She continued to hesitate. I'm not. Suddenly, a busy and flustered sound echoed from outside the house. The old woman looked outside with a serious expression. The entire village was filled with noisy sounds and a heavy atmosphere hung over the place. An angel observing from atop a tall tree tried to inform the villagers as loudly as possible through a megaphone. The person shouted loudly, They're coming, the Muhu are coming. While everyone was flustered, one person tried to evacuate the children immediately. Evacuate the children. Before he could finish speaking, he was cut off mid-sentence. A small thorn pierced the center of the angel who had just been announcing through the megaphone. The sky here was filled with red blood. Before the villagers, a huge group of Muhu were invading the village territory. All the villagers fled in confusion. Run, those damn things are targeting the children. Why are there so many this time? The village warriors tried their best to use their weapons to buy time for the citizens to evacuate. The commander resolutely ordered, block them. We must buy as much time as possible for the children to hide. The Muhu screamed in pain as they were hit by arrow attacks. Their sharp thorns danced in the air and the warriors tried their best to use their weapons to block the terrifying Muhu. They recoiled slightly as the arrows directly hit their bodies, but in just one moment one of them charged forward and pierced the chests of two warriors with its sharp thorn, killing them. Not stopping there, the Muhu brutally chewed on the captured corpses. The old woman was now the leader of the village warriors. She shouted loudly, boosting everyone's morale, and raised the staff in her hand high, gathering strength to launch an attack. Her skill pushed back the group of Muhu with immense heat. The warriors were extremely relieved to see their leader here. Their fighting spirit soared. Everyone cheered with joy. She's here, we can do it, we can stop them. The warriors, their morale boosted, attacked fiercely. They continuously struck down the monsters with the weapons in their hands. As they struck, they continuously swore, damn Muhu, we won't let you take the children again. Suddenly, one of the monsters stopped. It stood motionless in its spot. Then suddenly a grotesque hand emerged from behind and grabbed the silver mask on the monster's head. It brutally shattered the silver mask, and a large amount of blood splattered everywhere. The warriors were slightly flustered, and they stammered. That is, before them was a Muhu that had evolved into an A-grade nightmare form. Its traits were unknown. They had a habit of wandering the center of the labyrinth at 4 o'clock clockwise. This mutated Muhu had a grotesque face, looking exactly like the one that had attacked Elgin's group when they explored the labyrinth. The warriors were extremely terrified by the appearance of this mutated creature. Everyone was flustered. That's a mutated Muhu. We can't stop it. Wasn't it fighting Wabek Nim? One person suspected. Then perhaps he too. The mutated Muhu immediately charged madly towards the warriors. Its speed was so incredibly fast that no one could react. Other monsters also began to rampage even more fiercely in the village territory following the mutated Muhu. The monsters brutally destroyed and killed everything in their path. The old woman was extremely angry, and she aimed her staff directly at the mutated Muhu's face and swore, "Damn it, how dare you come here, disappear." At the same time, Yoon was stumbling towards the battlefield with a flustered expression. The mutated Muhu detected her presence. It immediately changed its target and charged towards Yoon. The old woman defended desperately. She used all her strength to create a shield to block the mutated Muhu's attack. The Muhu touched the lightning-bright shield with its bare hand. It used powerful force to break the old angel's shield. She gritted her teeth and said, "What kind of monstrous strength is this? It's much stronger than before." Finally, the Muhu ripped the shield apart. It swung its hand, sending the old angel flying backward. Seeing her fall to the ground, Yoon-sun called out loudly in a worried voice, "Grandma." The old angel laboriously raised her head and said, "Nettie, that thing is targeting you. That demon will never give up on the child it has marked." Yoon-sun listened worriedly as she shouted, "Run away!" Raphael charged before the Muhu and growled, "Grandma will stop it. Please take Grandma to safety quickly." The old angel shouted with difficulty, "I'm fine, evacuate the children first." "Run, Nettie." Yoon-sun froze in panic, and a blood-soaked scene flashed in her mind. With urgent footsteps, increasingly fierce sounds were heard, and panting sounds of climbing stairs also reached her ears. The scenery ahead was blurry. The scene of the Muhu chewing on Yoon's family clearly appeared before her eyes. It soon detected her presence. Yoon-sun suddenly realized what was happening and turned around to flee from this place. Yoon gasped as she ran. That memory definitely belongs to the Muhu." She was certain they were related. The reason Nettie left the island, the reason the king went mad and the tragic ending began to be revealed, could all of this be because of this guy? Yoon-sun froze and knelt on the ground, and the Muhu reached out its hand to her. Suddenly someone charged forward and attacked it. The Muhu turned around, but the person flew away too quickly. The Muhu paused, seeing the person who had interrupted it. Elgin's contemptuous voice echoed, "You really interfere with everything." He stood up and scoffed, looking at it. "Should I cut off your arm? What do you think?" Suddenly an arrow flew straight at the Muhu, followed by a tremendous explosion. Drake lowered his bow and said in an angry voice, "Compared to Muhu, the other monsters aren't that strong. Most are A to B grade. Considering the treatment we've received here, I don't want to get involved in this." "But," Elgin asked in a low voice, "Drake, can you stop the Mu with the angels?" He nodded, full of conviction. "Of course, what about you?" Elgin, transforming into Ma Dongguang, replied as another explosion echoed. "Isn't it obvious? I'm going to fight this damned bastard one more time." Abyssal flame. As Elgin stomped hard on the ground, the earth beneath the Mu exploded and shattered. He sprang up and leapt at the Mu. Drake cried out worriedly, "Ma Dongguang's attacks won't work on that thing." "What are you going to do, Elgin?" Elgin clenched his hands tightly and unleashed a powerful technique, earth-shattering break. He delivered a furious barrage of punches to the Mu, giving it no chance to counterattack. One punch landed squarely on the Mu's face. Elgin panted, sweating coldly. As expected of an A-grade monster, this level of attack doesn't even faze it. However, with a crack sound, a powerful punch sent the Mu flying far away. Elgin thought as he rained down fierce punches on it. "If you can withstand the damage of a great earthquake, then you won't be a problem for me either." His body was thrown into a blazing inferno. The Mu's limbs hung limp, unable to resist. Elgin leaped after it, shouting in an enraged voice, "Fun, isn't it? Don't celebrate too early, missy." He unleashed earth-shattering break with all his might on the Mu, and the attack caused an explosion so immense it shook the entire island. A corner of the island exploded and thick dust rose. Due to the explosion, the Mu free fell into the chaotic space. Elgin gripped a white rope tightly, leaped after it, and laughed. "No matter how persistent you are, you won't be able to endure falling from thousands of kilometers, missy." Mu's body plummeted straight down with the island. He scoffed, watching it vanish into the space. "Have fun with the monsters below." On Drake's side, he had defeated all the remaining monsters. Drake sighed, holding his bow. "Almost done here." After defeating the monsters, the angel villagers cheered joyfully and thanked them for saving the village. "Defeating those terrible Mu, it's truly amazing." The old angel, leaning on her staff, approached Elgin and said, "We sincerely thank you both. You are heroes to our children. It's unbelievable that you came forward to protect the village even after we treated you so poorly." "Thank you so much, angels. We should learn from your attitude too. We're delighted to accept you as formal members of our village. It's a bit late, but welcome to our village." Elgin crossed his arms and offered a perfunctory smile. "Don't mention it." He soon frowned and said firmly, "All right, we can finally start the main quest, Day 2 of Cloud Island's Calamity." Drake cried out in surprise. Affinity? Elgin crossed his arms and calmly explained, according to the secret information I've collected, rare items are scattered throughout this village. To get them, you have to go around the village and increase your affinity with the villagers. From now on, we must do our best to gain the favor of the angels in this village, Yoon-sun innocently asked. I'm already an angel, do I really have to act like them? He crossed his arms and sighed. You don't understand. She stared blankly, listening to Elgin. Since you look like an angel, they might feel more affinity for you, but how long have you been a formal member of the village? Not long, right? So your relationship with them isn't strong enough yet. Drake listened carefully to his words. There aren't many angels who know about us yet. Although we defeated the Mu, most people are still wary of us. That's because they didn't directly see us fighting the monsters. We must gain the favor of the villagers. He was still slightly worried. I know, but how do we gain their favor? Elgin rubbed his chin, deep in thought. I don't know, perhaps by talking to them and helping them with what they want. Hearing that, Yoon-sun cheered excitedly. That sounds fun, like a treasure hunt. He clenched his fists and resolved, all right, if that method works, let's all split up and talk to them. As soon as he finished speaking, the three ran off in different directions. Let's go. All of them working together pulled up the wooden fence. Hearing Donatello's shout, harder, he pointed a finger, yelling in an angry voice, when did I tell you to build a giant wall? You're just putting up a wooden fence. If you want to come here and help the villagers, do it properly. Do you think this is a place to play and have fun? Imagine if the Mu swarmed in because this fence wasn't built and your house disappeared in an instant. Donatello chased Elgin, yelling, be careful, there are still many gaps. You've clearly never done this before. His words became increasingly difficult to bear. Are you afraid the wood will hurt if you cut it? This is a piece of wood, not a cucumber. If the Mu invade while you're dawdling like this, will you take responsibility? He stopped, panting, and stared at Donatello. Strange. He looks familiar. Did he die from Drake's beatings and come to heaven? No way. He frowned, pointing a finger at Elgin and shouting, what are you staring at blankly for? Rebuilding this village is volunteer work. I'm not paying you, so don't get the wrong idea. You volunteered for this. Meanwhile, Drake was deeply moved by the warm welcome from two female angels. Thank you so much for the tea. The female angels replied shyly. Don't mention it. We saw you defeating the Mu. I never thought there would be such a handsome man here. Oh, I mean a brave man. Yoon-sun, on the other hand, was busy giving massages to the elderly angels. The old lady exclaimed with satisfaction, that's very refreshing, dear. Could you go a little higher? Yoon-sun followed the old angel's wishes. She closed her eyes and enjoyed it. My goodness, I've never seen a child who gives such good massages. An elderly angel stumbled over. It's already been 5 minutes. Time to switch. Unlike the other two, Elgin was given hard labor by Donatello, like carrying wood. Drake only had to put bottles on shelves at home, and Yoon-sun did makeup for the old ladies. Elgin could no longer tolerate it, and along with other angels rushed at Donatello and attacked him. Affinity increased. Drake received a request to be a painting model. Yoon-sun received candies from the elderly angels. She munched on them deliciously. Elgin enthusiastically helped the female angels with their laundry. A female angel urged him from behind, harder. Can't you see there's still a mountain of work to do? If you can't finish it today, be prepared to walk around the village naked tomorrow. He growled in response, I'm already naked. Elgin worked his arms vigorously, and Yoon-sun, surrounded by elderly angels, had chubby cheeks. He couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing her, you've gained weight after only a few hours. Yoon-sun scratched her head and laughed awkwardly. Really, she continued. The grandpas and grandmas here fed me too many snacks and candies. Kids gain a lot of weight if they keep eating for just a few hours. Seeing them reminds me so much of my grandpa. Everyone is so good to me. Hearing Yoon-sun's story, he couldn't help but feel angry. How can two people be so different? I'm practically dying from exhaustion. Drake rushed over to the two and shouted, Hey Elgin, Yoon-sun, you're here? That took longer than I expected. Elgin and Yoon-sun both stared blankly at Drake with wide eyes. He asked, flustered, Drake, what are you wearing? He laughed and explained, is it too much? The angel girls gave it to me as a gift, Yoon-sun said excitedly. It's not strange at all. The clothes really suit you, big brother. You look like a real angel. Drake looked at himself and replied, really well, they also said it suited me. He looked up at Elgin and said, oh right Elgin, you were right. I talked to them and helped with some trivial things, and they gave me all sorts of stuff. Everyone is so kind. I never expected the villagers to be so friendly. How about you two? Similar to me. He broke into a cold sweat, recalling the angel's shouts in fear. Work. I thought this guy was weak, but he's so strong. Look at those thighs, pretty good. What did he train to be so strong? I'll tear your clothes every day to check. Wait, you were already naked, weren't you? Good. He forced a laugh and stammered. Of course, I said so too. Well, I'm similar to you. I guess there must be a lot of bugs in the game since it's still in the testing phase. Drake asked curiously. What did you just say? Elgin shook his head and forced a smile. Nothing. He pulled out Shrek's bow and boasted. Oh, and I got this really good weapon. I also got Lord Luoma's bow. He continued to brag. They gave me all of these. They said they were old and just accumulated in their houses. He was very surprised when Drake pulled out Mahasalan Hasbi's dagger. My goodness, an A-grade weapon. He clenched his fist, trembling with admiration. This place is truly amazing. I just sat around, drank tea, and ate snacks, and I got such good weapons. Elgin forced a smile and said, Congratulations, you seem to have gotten a lot. Drake held out his hand and said, And this, there's something you'll like. He stared in surprise at the item in Drake's hand with wide eyes. Data Chu Morov's level unrestricted equipment ring. Elgin's lips curved into a joyful smile. This will definitely be incredibly useful. In fact, I can combine this with Ma Dongguang's and Yasu Sus. This ring is perfect for my plans. Wearing this ring allows me to freely change the appearance of the items I'm wearing. Disguising the appearance of items will now solve all my problems. The issue that has bothered me for a long time has been resolved. This is exactly the item I needed. All future missions will be much easier, Yun-sun boasted with an optimistic smile. I didn't receive anything, but I learned Holy Shield and healing skills, Drake said. And he thought, then you can be a healing supporter, can't you? She nodded and confirmed, yes, that's right. Seeing Yun-sun's happy face, Elgin smiled and congratulated her. Yun-sun has learned so much in such a short time since coming here. I'm sure this child will learn a lot and grow significantly after this mission. Drake turned to Elgin and asked, didn't you get anything? He replied in a low voice. As you can see, kids, we're back, a loud cheer interrupted Elgin. The three looked towards the sound. Bokusa had returned with the children. The entire village cheered with joy. Mom, Dad, my child, you're finally back. They hugged each other, sobbing with emotion. I was scared, Bokusa said in an apologetic voice. I could only save this many this time. I did my best, Grandma. The old angel immediately comforted him. Don't say that, Bokusa. You risked your life for the children. I don't know how to thank you enough. He quickly noticed the appearance of the three. Bokusa's cold voice echoed. You are the people from the outside world I met before, aren't you? I'm glad to see you've safely arrived at the village. He took off his hood and said softly, I was worried you might get lost. You've also returned safely. I'm glad, Nettie. And I'm sorry for not protecting you and your sister until the end. I'm happy to see you safely return to the village like this. Yun-sun was stunned. This man is the children's savior, Wabek. If he helped Nettie and Betty escape, he must know what happened to the two sisters that day. Hello, everyone. Let me introduce myself. I'm Munsian from the Munsian Broadcasting Team. After much struggle, I had to appear as Nettie. I am currently logged into the game helping Yasusu Nim complete quests. This is my first game, so everything feels strange, but I'm enjoying it. This is Quadus, the Angel Village on Cloud Island. I've met many NPCs on this island. Yun-sun flew freely. Hello. But they are so kind that sometimes I feel like they are real people. Even though I haven't been playing this game for long, I think I'm addicted. She ran around the village and then stopped and called out, Drake Opa. Drake turned around and replied with a smile. You came back early today. Yun-sun stared intently at Drake and said, This is Drake Opa. He's my team member and very handsome. I hear that he and Yasusu Opa have worked together for quite a long time. I think I heard that he served in the military before joining this game. Oh, Yasusu Opa is also incredibly strong. I hear that the two of them alone have defeated many powerful bosses. Watching them, it feels like I've entered the world of grown-up boys, but they still look cute. I always envy their personalities. Yun-sun approached and asked, Where is Elgin Opa? Drake pointed in the distance and replied, He's with the old ladies. It seems something urgent came up. As soon as he finished speaking, his lips curved into a smile, and he praised, But Yun-sun, your English is good, almost native level, isn't it? Since there was an automatic translation function, she shyly scratched her head. I have to study hard. I even thought about studying abroad when I was in school. Yun-sun suddenly remembered. Oh, hearing about you reminds me, big brother, you speak good Korean too, don't you? Drake recalled past events. Wow, BTS is so cool. Korean dramas are the best too. I suddenly want to go to a Korean cafe and have a drink. He scratched his chin and replied, As I played the game with him, I naturally became interested in Korean and learned various things including Korean. Drake laughed excitedly. Now I'm a real Korean too. I love Budae Jjigae so much, he said excitedly. Then you must visit Korea, big brother. Elgin Opa and I will be your guides. I volunteered as a guide before, so I know all the good restaurants in Seoul. I know all the best Budae Jjigae places too, he tried to correct her. Thank you for your kindness, but actually, Elgin's voice interrupted him. Hey, sorry, I'm late, he rushed over frantically. You're here too, Yun-sun, perfect timing. Elgin cleared his throat and said clearly, Now I have to go to the hall for a meeting alone. In Yun-sun's impression, he was Yasusu Opa, a real gamer. No need to introduce him, right? Or is there? His attire is a bit unique, but in terms of combat ability he's amazing. There are still people who ask when he'll put on clothes, she asked curiously. Elgin Opa, do you really like America? Elgin didn't understand but replied, I like Angus beef. I'm currently participating in this team. What new mission will we undertake today? According to Elgin, their journey seemed to be nearing its end. The Angel Village's hall buzzed with arguments, and King Nicodemus was growing increasingly mad. He had ordered all the children of the village to be imprisoned in the underground dungeon. He claimed all male children in this village were dangerous. The voice grew increasingly angry. Why did he do that? Why was he imprisoning innocent children? Then B slowly explained, This is a prophecy. The king said he received a prophecy, the old angel repeated worriedly. A prophecy? Bokasa explained in detail to everyone. This kingdom would one day disappear because of the children. A 3-year-old child would destroy this entire kingdom. When the curtain of the old era falls, a new era would form. This was the prophecy directly heard from the king. I don't think it's entirely true, however, a young angel worried in fear. How can a mere child destroy our entire kingdom? Clearly, the king must have gone mad and is spouting nonsense, the old angel calmly offered her opinion. King Nicodemus's prophecies have never come true. That's because they were all just stories fabricated by them. King Nicodemus was a very clever man compared to previous kings. But why has no one ever praised his prophetic abilities until now? His brilliance is now a thing of the past. Now he is rampaging madly. No different from a mad king who has gone insane because of that prophecy. At this very moment, our children are locked in a cold place. They are imprisoned just because of his damn prophecy. Dividing the children into several groups and rescuing them is almost impossible because that king is watching our every move. Bokassa urged once more. Now everything must end. He lowered his voice resolutely. We must depose the mad king Nicodemus from the throne. Hearing this, everyone supported him in one voice. Yes, that's right, he must have been tempted by some demon. Everyone raised their angry fists high and shouted in unison, we will go to the mansion together and depose him. We will start a rebellion. At this momentum, Yun thought in fear. Everything is getting more and more serious. She stared at Bokassa and said, he's Bokassa, the NPC who helped us in the labyrinth. He is the savior who rescued the children from the cruel king's hands. This child Nettie also received help from Bokassa. Seeing him looking at her, Yun involuntarily flinched. But somehow I'm a little scared of him. Bokassa looked at her with gentle eyes and asked, are you scared of me? It's natural for you to be afraid of me. After all, I failed to protect you and your sister until the end. You can fear and blame me. You have every right to. No, all children have that right. It's all my fault. She shook her head and denied. No. Yun-sun spoke cautiously. It's just that it's still a bit awkward talking to you, sir. Anyway, you're the one who rescued the imprisoned children. We're truly grateful. All the children know that, she continued, remembering his blood-stained wings. You fought persistently against the Muhu. Yun-sun hesitated, remembering Bokassa's scarred hands. Amidst the cheering children, he had rescued them and returned them to their parents. She bowed to express her gratitude. I'm sorry my memory isn't complete, but thank you so much for saving me and my sister Betty. The old angel smiled kindly at them. Bokassa closed his eyes and sighed. He turned to Elgin and Drake and earnestly requested, I wish I could save all the children. Strangers, please help save the children. The two frowned and looked at him seriously. Elgin thought carefully. No notification has popped up yet. But isn't this the real mission? No, to be more precise, this is the true main mission. This will be a mission that changes the entire world and will be recorded in history forever. Whether it ends with a happy ending or not, it will definitely leave some mark on human history. He crossed his arms and agreed. All right, we'll fight alongside you. Drake grinned, reassuring everyone. Yun thought blankly. So it's decided that we'll depose the Mad King. A team was formed consisting of NPC Wabek Bokassa Parish, 3 strangers, and 4 sturdy warriors from the village: Leonardo, Donatello, Michelangelo, Raphael. After the village's reconstruction, they all had names and all decided to fight for a common goal. Elgin was still bewildered, but somehow he thought they liked pizza. I'm increasingly curious about what will happen to this angel girl's fate. I'm a little scared to re-enter the labyrinth, but I'm sure that when this journey ends, there will be a way to solve all of Nettie's problems. El led everyone and spoke first. All right, let's go to the mansion. The sounds of battle continued to echo, and Bokassa rushed out first, unleashing a fiery attack on the Muhu. Donatello attacked from behind, raising his lightning-fast staff high. Michelangelo followed, attacking with his spear. The 4 sturdy warriors moved in from all directions to attack him. Each of the Death Reapers rushed through the wind and immediately exploded violently. Drake gnashed his teeth in frustration. These guys are still weak. The strong ones, comparable to Misaki and Shingu, haven't appeared yet. Elgin, brandishing his blood-stained sword, reminded him, we've only just begun, don't be too careless. We set out with Beko Bokassa to depose King Nicodemus. The labyrinth grew increasingly complex, but it wasn't a problem for me. Drake asked while running, Elgin, are we on the right path? Elgin nodded and affirmed, we're constantly breaking new ground. This early BCI virtual reality device I'm using has a bug that automatically shows the way out of the labyrinth. Donatello entered the castle, shouting aggressively, all right, keep going and take out all the remaining Muhu, Michelangelo reminded him from the side. Calm down, we're not here to fight Muhu in the labyrinth. Bokassa warned resolutely from behind, always be vigilant. The deeper you go into the labyrinth, the more complex the exit becomes, and the internal structure will keep changing. High-grade Muhu will also suddenly appear. At the same time, this place was built to stop these demons and Muhu. If you get lost, you might be trapped here forever, so stay close to me. Elgin looked ahead warily. A fat Muhu stood at the bottom of the stairs. He stopped everyone and told them to wait a moment. That Muhu, it was doing something with heavy footsteps. Drake quickly recognized their baby form. He hadn't seen anything like this during their previous labyrinth exploration. Leonardo worriedly asked Bokassa for his opinion. They seem to be eating something and don't know we're here yet. Should we attack first? He warned resolutely. Just stay still. If we don't attack first, they won't do anything. These Muhu are strange and difficult to trick. We'll pass by quietly. Everyone follow me. El called out his hand, he said gently. It's better if you don't look. I'll hold your hand, so close your eyes and follow. Yun-sun asked bewildered. Why should I? Yun said resolutely. I'll explain once we're past it. For now, just trust me. She didn't understand, but closed her eyes and followed. Okay, everyone cautiously climbed the stairs step by step, Michelangelo reminded them as they walked. These Muhu usually have very similar characteristics to animals, and they are very sensitive to noise, so don't swallow your saliva or make any noise. Everyone thought to themselves as they walked, damn it, it looks really grotesque. How long is it and what is it eating? A scent spread through the air. Yun-sun smelled this scent and recognized it. A sweet smell. Somehow she felt like she had smelled this scent somewhere before. She recalled the fruit she had eaten last time. Yoon-sun blushed and drooled. She widened her eyes. Yoon-sun looked up out of curiosity and saw the baby Muhu eating honey fruit. It devoured it quickly and greedily, as if it had been starving for a long time. She was bewildered and confused. That's strange. I know it's Muhu food, but why is it eating it so deliciously? Yoon-sun unconsciously drooled with envy. The baby Muhu quickly sensed their presence. She was startled and covered her mouth, screaming, "I'm sorry," Eljan, annoyed, swore involuntarily. "Damn it!" The baby Muhu charged towards them. Michelangelo cleared his throat and decided, "Then let's take care of it now," Donatello said aggressively. "Doesn't look very strong, everyone. Let's cooperate and finish it in one go." Their opponent was a Muhu, also known as a baby. Wandering, Eljan shouted, warning them, "Stop, if you kill them, everything will get more complicated. So just leave them alone," but it was too late. All four launched consecutive attacks. Yoon-sun involuntarily recoiled and faint memories floated in her mind. An image of a small hand holding hers. It was a young boy about 5 years old. Yoon-sun was blank and confused. What was that image just now? For some reason, I feel like something is wrong right now. She shouted loudly, "Stop, please stop, don't kill that child." Yoon-sun thought to herself, I have a feeling this shouldn't be done. Bokasa held a book in one hand and cast a spell on the baby with the other. As the attack hit its body, it writhed in pain. Leonardo rushed from behind, swinging his sword and splitting the baby in two. Drake asked worriedly from the ground, "Son, what's wrong? What's going on? Are you okay?" Yoon-sun flinched in pain and trembled. "I don't know, I'm scared and I'm sorry." Tears streamed from her eyes and she was also sad. Her voice turned to anger, shouting,